In the desolate region of the Wildwood County, located in the eastern expanse of the dark abyss continent, one can observe a breathtaking panorama from the heights of a mountain. Half of this county is enveloped in dense forests, amidst which stand majestic cities, rising proudly. Beneath the canopy of a colossal tree, sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. At this moment, two young men are stationed beneath the tree. Fifth brother, we have been waiting here for half an hour. Why has no one arrived yet? A deep voice resonated. The speaker, a robust young man, nearly 2 meters tall, bore a face that still retained a hint of youthful innocence, indicating his tender age. He cast a glance at the other youth. The second young man, however, was crouched low, his stance firm, as if he were practicing a horse-riding posture. He remained utterly motionless, seemingly unfazed by the effort. He appeared slightly older than his stout companion, with a lean frame and an exceptionally handsome visage. The journey from Qingwu County to Wildwood County is indeed long, and time is not easily measured. Perhaps you should find something to occupy yourself, the youth in the horse stance replied. Who could possibly practice at a time like this? Like you, fifth brother? The burly youth shrugged in response. His gaze wandered before he continued. Fifth brother, I heard from second uncle that the visitors this time are from the Zhou family of Qingwu County. The Zhou family is renowned for their alchemical prowess and their trade in elixirs. I wonder how many potions they will bring to our family. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Just as the youth in the horse stance was about to respond, he abruptly turned his attention to the distance, ceasing his practice. They are here, he announced. Two figures approached swiftly from afar, a young girl and an elderly matron. The girl donned exquisite purple armor, her soft, flowing hair cascading gently over her shoulders, her beauty strikingly ethereal. A gentle breeze stirred her hair, rendering her akin to a celestial maiden. The burly youth's awestruck demeanor betrayed his admiration. Trailing behind the girl, the elderly woman appeared frail and aged, yet a palpable aura of formidable power emanated from her being, revealing hidden depths. Li Feng, the girl in purple armor, addressed them. I am Li Feng, you must be Zhou Yao. The young man, Li Feng, responded with a smile. He regarded the stunning young woman with a calm countenance, though his mind was abuzz with thoughts. Zhou Yao, the foremost prodigy of Qingwu County, merely 17 years of age, had already reached the 9th level of body refinement, tantalizingly close to the innate realm. Even in the dark abyss continent, she was undeniably a top-tier talent. Furthermore, Li Feng was aware that Zhou Yao had been invited to the Tianwu Academy, elevating her status beyond compare. My father has tasked me with bringing medicinal elixirs. Please lead me to the Li family, Zhou Yao stated, her expression cool and devoid of emotion as she regarded Li Feng. With a nod, Li Feng refrained from unnecessary chatter and turned to lead the way. Within Wildwood County, there exist numerous smaller towns, yet 3 powerful factions dominate: the Li family, the Zhao family, and the Zheng family. The Li family boasts a heritage spanning over 5 millennia, with its members achieving remarkable stature, dispersed across the various towns of Wildwood County, thus exerting control over the region. The family's patriarch is a peak-level master of the Dan Yuan realm, solidifying the Li family's unassailable position. In contrast, the Zhao and Zheng families possess a lineage of merely 1 to 2,000 years, lacking the profound foundation that the Li family enjoys. Upon entering the Li family courtyard, Li Feng immediately observed several figures moving about. The individuals present turned their attention to Li Feng and the enchanting Zhou Yao. What a beautiful girl. Zhou Yao. That girl resembles the legendary prodigy from Qingwu County. I have seen her portrait. Goodness, is she the genius Zhou Yao who reached the 9th level of body refinement at just 17, on the cusp of the innate realm? How could such a talent visit our Li family? Recognition of Zhou Yao's identity ignited a chorus of astonished exclamations. Fifth brother, at that moment, a young man clad in a long black robe, appearing around 20 years of age, approached. He glanced at Zhou Yao before turning to Li Feng. The elders have been waiting. Li Feng nodded, guiding Zhou Yao into a grand hall where three middle-aged men and an elderly gentleman stood. Father, Grand Elder, Sixth Elder, Seventh Elder, Li Feng greeted them with a touch of reverence. Greetings, Uncle Li and esteemed elders. Zhou Yao slightly bowed in acknowledgement. How is your father? Dear Zhou Yao, Li Tianyang, Li Feng's father, inquired with a warm smile. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Li. My father is in good health, however. He has been quite busy with business matters and could not come personally, Zhou Yao replied with a gentle smile. With a wave of her right hand, she produced a black ring. This ring contains the medicinal elixirs my father instructed me to bring. Please feel free to inspect it. The elders of the Li family examined the ring briefly and nodded in approval. This is your compensation. The Grand Elder, whose hair was completely white, handed Zhou Yao a spatial ring. Zhou Yao shook her head with a hint of regret. I appreciate your kindness, Uncle Li, but I must depart for Tianwu Academy tomorrow and cannot stay long. Tianwu Academy? Upon hearing this name, Li Tianyang exchanged glances with several elders, their eyes betraying a flicker of envy. How splendid it would be if a member of the Li family were to be specially recruited by Tianwu Academy. The matter concerning Tianwu Academy is of utmost importance. Li Tianyang quickly nodded, observing Zhou Yao's impending departure. He turned to his son, saying, Xiaofeng, please see Zhou Yao off. Li Feng nodded, following closely behind the girl. As they exited the Li family gates, there was a palpable silence between Li Feng and Zhou Yao. The streets grew increasingly deserted until Zhou Yao suddenly halted. Her gaze fell upon the young man before her, and she spoke softly. In truth, my visit was commanded by my father, and you likely understand the nature of this matter. Li Feng pondered momentarily before responding. Is this about the two of us? Over a decade ago, Li Tianyang, Li Feng's father, shared a deep bond with Zhou Yao's father, having saved his life when Zhou Yao was just born and Li Feng was still an unborn child. Zhou Yao's father had jested that should Li Tianyang have a son, they would become in-laws. Li Feng had heard of this tale from his father long ago, but they had only met once in their childhood, and now it had been over 10 years since their last encounter. Zhou Yao fell into a brief silence before stating, We are not a suitable match. Not suitable? Li Feng inquired calmly. What do you perceive as our incompatibility? Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yao's brow furrowed slightly, as if she found his inquiry somewhat absurd. After a moment of reflection, she replied softly, Our relationship is merely a fleeting notion of our elders and should not be taken seriously, and you do not fit the criteria of my ideal partner. Ha! Zhou Yao, after our solitary meeting in childhood, it has been over a decade since we last encountered each other. To say you find me unsuitable without truly knowing me seems rather hasty. Li Feng responded with a serene demeanor, a hint of sarcasm playing at the corners of his mouth. Surely you believe me to be lacking in potential, having only reached the third level of body refinement, unworthy of your status as the foremost prodigy of Qingwu County. Upon their initial meeting, he declared that he was unsuitable, evidently for this singular reason alone. Seemingly taken aback by the youth's unexpected articulation of her innermost thoughts, and feeling somewhat weary of his incessant banter, Zhou Yao displayed a hint of impatience, nodding slightly as she replied, You may perceive it that way. In this realm, cultivation typically commences at the tender age of 10. Li Feng, now 16, had devoted 6 years to his training, yet had only attained the third level of body refinement, rendering his prospects of reaching the innate stage virtually non-existent. Conversely, at the age of 16, merely a year prior, she had already ascended to the 8th level of body refinement, standing but a step away from the innate level. Zhou Yao's ideal partner was a peerless prodigy, one who could not be inferior to her. Clearly, Li Feng did not meet this criterion. In response to Zhou Yao's statement, Li Feng remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm as he inquired, What is Uncle Zhou's opinion on this matter? Uncle Zhou, of course, referred to Zhou Yao's father, the very individual who had initially suggested their union. My father has entrusted this matter to us, Zhou Yao replied composedly. If we are suitable, we shall be together. If not, we shall part ways. I believe we are not suited. Upon hearing her words, Li Feng fixed his gaze upon the girl before him. He clenched his fists and, after several seconds, nodded in agreement, saying, I too believe we are not suited. Zhou Yao felt a slight sense of relief at his response. Although her father had delegated the matter to her, his intent was for them to unite. Had Li Feng persisted in his pursuit, handling the situation would have become exceedingly difficult. However, with his acquiescence, the binding contract that had constrained her was rendered null and void, no longer a source of distress. Your talent for cultivation is rather mediocre. Perhaps you could explore other avenues, which might serve as an alternative path, Zhou Yao suggested, observing the youth before her. Li Feng frowned slightly at her words. You certainly seem to meddle quite freely, he retorted, turning away dismissively. Well then, I've delivered you to your destination. Take care. I shan't see you off. Though he harbored no strong feelings for the girl, being outrightly rejected stirred a sense of indignation within him. You, Zhou Yao furrowed her brow slightly, realizing that her well-intentioned reminder had little effect on this stubborn youth. However, reflecting on her previous remarks, she refrained from saying more. With that, Li Feng departed swiftly. That lad appears to comprehend the disparity and has not lingered, remarked an elderly woman beside Zhou Yao as she watched him leave. That is for the best, Zhou Yao replied, a smile gracing her lips, enhancing her already exquisite beauty. She exhaled deeply. The weight of pressure had vanished, leaving her entire being imbued with a profound sense of relief. Chapter 2. Cleansing Elixir. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, a middle-aged man entered and called out, Father. Upon seeing the man, Li Feng smiled and replied, Father. Cough, cough. Li Tianyang approached, looking at his son. He cleared his throat and inquired, How is your relationship with Zhou Yao? What does she say about your situation? At this, Li Feng shrugged and replied, What else could it be? She just doesn't fancy me, and with a mere inappropriate, she dismissed me. Li Tianyang was taken aback by Li Feng's words, then smiled wryly and shook his head. Well, that was merely a fleeting remark. He then looked at Li Feng and handed him a small box, saying, Xiao Feng, this is for you. Li Feng received the box and opened it to find a small elixir nestled inside. The elixir was white with 3 peculiar stripes, and upon opening the box, a waft of enchanting fragrance emanated from it. Is this the cleansing elixir? Li Feng was momentarily stunned. The elixir was essential for body refinement practitioners, as it could purge impurities from the body and expand the meridians, potentially enhancing the cultivation speed significantly. For those in the body refinement realm, the cleansing elixir was an invaluable treasure. This cleansing elixir is for you, Li Tianyang said, patting Li Feng on the shoulder with sincerity. I believe in my son. Zhou Yao's choice to forego this opportunity is her loss. As he held the elixir, a wave of warmth surged through Li Feng. Despite his father being a practitioner of innate realm and the Li family being vast with many such practitioners, obtaining this cleansing elixir must have required immense effort on his father's part. Thank you, Father, Li Feng said, unable to contain his gratitude. Don't say such foolishness. It's only you and Xiao Yu who matter to me. Who else would I do this for? Li Tianyang chuckled. After giving Li Feng the elixir and exchanging a few words, he took his leave. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng put away the cleansing elixir and headed towards his residence. Big brother. After a few steps, the burly youth Li Yinsher came running towards him. Not far behind, a plump young man, Li Haiwu, who resembled a little ball, cast a look of hostility at Li Feng. Li Feng, is that the cleansing elixir you just got? Li Haiwu could not suppress his curiosity. Li Feng, feeling irked, retorted, What does it matter to you whether I have the cleansing elixir or not? Humph. I saw it with my own eyes, Li Haiwu replied, jealousy evident in his tone. He had never consumed such a precious elixir. Little fatty, are you not afraid of getting beaten up by Big Brother again? Li Feng remained silent, while Li Yinsher burst into laughter. A year ago, Li Haiwu had advanced to the 4th level of body refinement and had provoked Li Feng, only to be soundly defeated by Li Feng, who was at the 3rd level. Recalling the incident, a flicker of fear crossed Li Haiwu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced with arrogance as he declared, Li Feng, don't get too cocky. I'm about to break through to the 5th level of body refinement in the next couple of days, and then you won't stand a chance against me. I'm not fighting you right now, Li Feng observed as Li Haiwu's face turned pale with fear, prompting him to retreat hastily. His rotund figure bounced as he ran, resembling a little meatball. Seeing Li Haiwu leave, Li Feng halted, the sternness on his face fading. That little fatty is too arrogant. I should report this to Big Brother and teach him a lesson, Li Ye muttered. He then turned to Li Feng and suggested, Big Brother, I heard there are several new shops opening at the market. Shall we take a look? In his heart, Li Ye held Li Feng in high regard, having always enjoyed playing with him during their childhood. You go ahead. I need to cultivate. Li Feng waved his hand, walking toward a different direction. Oh, off to cultivate again, Li Ye sighed and said, then I'll find 7th brother. Brother. Upon arriving at a courtyard, a soft, sweet voice called out. A little girl, seemingly 4 or 5 years old, with 2 small braids, ran towards him. Xiao Yu slowed down. Seeing the little girl, Li Feng rushed forward and scooped her up, eliciting delightful giggles from her. Brother, did you bring back something to eat? The little girl asked, her small nose twitching adorably. Guess what it is, Xiao Yu, Li Feng teased his sister with a smile. The little girl's eyes twinkled as she pondered, then exclaimed, Is it fried dough cakes? You're so clever, Xiao Yu, Li Feng laughed and, without further teasing, presented her with the fried dough cakes, which she eagerly devoured. Not far away, a gentle-looking woman approached. Xiao Feng, you mustn't give Xiao Yu these treats, she chided lightly. Mother, just a little won't hurt. Xiao Yu loves them. Li Feng replied with a smile. The woman was none other than his mother, Wang Ro. Looking at his sister, who was so thin she seemed to have no flesh on her bones, Li Feng's heart ached. When his sister was still in their mother's womb, she had inexplicably been poisoned, with some of the toxin even entering Xiao Yu's body. At that time, she was already 7 months along and was forced to give birth prematurely. The toxin was incredibly potent, almost merging with her body. That she had survived to this day was solely due to Li Tianyang using 2nd-tier spiritual herbs to prolong her life. Yet even so, his sister would not live for many more years. Previously, their father had used a 4th-tier spiritual herb, but it had proven ineffective. To completely eliminate the toxin from Xiao Yu's body would require a 5th-tier or even 6th-tier spiritual herb. Li Feng pondered grimly. The Li family, being one of the 3 great families of the Wilderness Forest County, did possess 5th-tier spiritual herbs, but the higher the grade of the herb, the longer it took to mature. 1st-tier herbs matured within 10 years, 2nd-tier herbs took 10 to 50 years, 3rd-tier herbs required 50 to 100 years, and 4th-tier herbs needed 100 to 500 years. 5th-tier herbs took over 500 years, while 6th-tier herbs could take over 1,000 years. The Li family's 5th-tier spiritual herbs matured once every few hundred years and were still growing, thus unavailable for use. After spending some time playing with his sister, Li Feng smiled and said, Mother, I'll go cultivate now. He gently set the little girl down and soon arrived at his private courtyard. The Li family had a lineage spanning over 5,000 years, with numerous members, but most practitioners were at the body refinement level. While only 21 had reached the innate realm, with his father in the innate realm, their family enjoyed a different status, having their own separate courtyard, which was over 100 square meters in size. Within the expansive courtyard, there was a small pond, and beside it lay a suit of black armor, seemingly forged from a black metal. Time to begin my training. Li Feng approached and donned the heavy black armor. Thud, as he fully equipped the armor. A terrifying weight bore down on him, making it somewhat difficult to walk. Mountain-shattering fist, clad in the cumbersome armor. Li Feng moved his body and continuously swung his fists. After only a few minutes of practice, sweat began to pour down as the oppressive weight of the armor brought an intense soreness to his body with every strike. Nevertheless, Li Feng persevered. He maintained this practice for a full hour. With a sigh of relief, Li Feng removed the black armor, yet he did not cease his training. He continued to practice his martial arts. An hour, 2 hours. Li Feng immersed himself in intense training, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. My innate talent is feeble. Having commenced my cultivation at the tender age of 10, it took me 6 arduous years to attain merely the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, placing me below the average standard of my clan. Xiao Yu's life hangs by a thread, and my father has been tirelessly administering 2nd-grade spiritual medicine for her treatment, all while preparing cultivation resources for me, including marrow-cleansing pills. The entire household relies solely on my father's strength. Though endowed with formidable talent, He has devoted all resources to us, leaving his own progress stagnated. Sweat poured from Li Feng, yet he remained indifferent, relentlessly executing his boxing techniques. Though my innate abilities may be lacking, I am not devoid of hope in my cultivation journey. While talent plays a significant role, diligence can compensate for deficiencies. For every ounce of effort others invest, I shall exert 2, or even 3. Presently, Li Feng, despite being merely at the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, is on the brink of mastering the 5th level of the mountain opening fist. It is this very reason that enables him to effortlessly defeat Li Haiwu, who is at the 4th level of the body refinement realm. Heaven knows the extent of effort he has expended. Within a year, I must reach the 4th level of the body refinement realm. Li Feng's gaze was filled with resolute conviction. The initial stage of cultivation is the body refinement phase, which, despite being the first realm, has confounded countless individuals. The body refinement realm comprises 9 levels, with the first 6 serving as foundational stages. And even these are notoriously challenging to master. Among the younger generation of the Li family, those under the age of 20, only 2 have achieved the 6th level of body refinement. Merely one has reached the 7th level, Li Hao, the son of Li Feng's uncle. No one has attained the 8th level. The youngest individual within the Li family to reach this stage is now 27 years old. Li Hao stands as the strongest prodigy of the Li family, possessing the greatest potential to reach the 9th level of body refinement before turning 30. According to cultivation records, only by attaining the 9th level of body refinement before the age of 30 can one hope to break through to the innate realm. The innate realm grants a lifespan of 2 centuries and immense power, establishing one as an indomitable pillar within the Li family, sustaining the entire clan. Thus Zhou Yao, achieving the 9th level of body refinement at the age of 17, possesses an extraordinary talent. She was even approached directly by the Tianwu Academy, which offered her the most favorable terms. The Tianwu Academy stands as a colossal entity within the Black Abyss continent, instilling awe across numerous counties and cities. Chapter 3. The Mysterious Light Spot. Boom. 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 In the courtyard, Li Feng tirelessly practiced his martial arts, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. In truth, after years of relentless training, he had grown accustomed to such exertion. As time slipped by, the setting sun gradually faded beyond the horizon, and a dark veil enveloped the sky, revealing twinkling stars. It was now night, and the clock had struck 11. During this time, apart from sustenance, Li Feng devoted himself to his practice without a hint of weariness. Rather suddenly, a soft and melodious voice reached his ears. A frail little girl, no more than skin and bones, called out to him. She was being cradled by Wang Ro, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on Li Feng. "Xiaoyu," Li Feng exclaimed, pausing his movements and approaching her. "Mother, has Xiaoyu not gone to bed yet?" He couldn't help but inquire, glancing at Wang Ro. Xiaoyu was frail, spending most of her days in slumber. She did take a nap, but upon waking, she cried incessantly to see you. Wang Ro replied with a helpless shake of her head. The little girl understood that her brother was still awake at this hour. "Li Feng, you should also rest early," Wang Ro said, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at her son. Li Feng had never wasted a moment. Aside from the necessary 5 hours of sleep, he dedicated every other minute to training, going to bed late and rising before dawn. This routine had remained unaltered. "Mother, I'll sleep soon," Li Feng smiled reassuringly. After a brief conversation, Xiaoyu's eyelids began to droop, her frail body requiring ample sleep each day. "Brother, Xiaoyu is going to sleep now. You should rest early too," the little girl earnestly reminded him. "Understood," he replied, affectionately gazing at his sister. Afterward, Wang Ro carried Xiaoyu away, leaving Li Feng alone in the courtyard. Back to training. I must acquire the 5th-tier healing elixir in the future. The thought of his sister's limited time on this earth filled Li Feng's heart with a pang of sorrow. He resumed his vigorous practice of the opening mountain fist, feeling the tremendous strain of the 5th level on his body, yet he persevered. An hour passed swiftly before Li Feng finally ceased his movements. After a brief rest, he clenched his right hand, and a white pill appeared, adorned with 3 peculiar stripes. It was the cleansing pill bestowed upon him by Li Tianyang. Let us see how effective it is. Can it help me break through to the 4th level of body refinement? Anticipation gleamed in Li Feng's eyes. This was his first experience with the cleansing pill. Adjusting his state of mind, he swallowed the pill whole. But as the pill entered his body, it instantly transformed into streams of spiritual energy, coursing through his flesh and meridians, flooding every corner of his being. The terrifying surge of energy enveloped him, as he felt his entire body being tempered while simultaneously absorbing the rich spiritual power. He attempted to harness this energy, unleashing a fervent assault. 10 minutes flew by, and the fluctuations emanating from his body vanished completely. Failed to break through to the 4th level of body refinement? Li Feng examined his physical condition, a bitter smile appearing on his face. My innate talent truly is lacking. A single cleansing pill cannot elevate me to the 4th level. In reality, the essence of body refinement lies in the spiritual energy refining the flesh. Individuals with exceptional talent can absorb the same spiritual energy more rapidly, while those with inferior gifts may find their bodies rejecting much of the energy, thus hindering progress. Despite his extraordinary efforts, Li Feng realized that at this rate, he might not reach the innate realm even in a lifetime. He sensed that he had only absorbed a fraction of the cleansing pill-less effects, perhaps not even 1/10. Sitting on the ground, he gazed up at the starry sky. The stars flickered above, the night enveloping everything in silence. As most members of the Li family were deep in slumber. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, Li Feng stood up once again. Although the cleansing pill did not propel him to the 4th level, he had undeniably experienced a significant enhancement. Now firmly at the peak of the 3rd level of body refinement. With this progress, he had a strong chance of breaking through to the 4th level within a few months. Determination shone in his eyes. Back to training. I must solidify my strength. Li Feng resumed his practice of the opening mountain fist. Under the tranquil starry sky, a young man persisted in his martial arts movements, illuminated by the starlight. It seemed as if a mystical veil enveloped him. An hour passed, 2 hours. Li Feng became oblivious to time, lost in an extraordinary state. Was at some unknown moment, a radiant light appeared in the sky, resembling a shooting star traversing the void. This fleeting brilliance, akin to a meteor, went unnoticed by all. And even if someone had glimpsed it, they would merely perceive it as a flicker of starlight. With a subtle twinkle, the starry light vanished completely. However, Li Feng, engrossed in his practice, suddenly halted, staring blankly ahead. Less than a meter away from him, an enigmatic light spot materialized, hovering in midair, flickering like the glow of a firefly. This tiny light captured Li Feng's full attention, drawing him in completely. The surroundings fell into an eerie stillness. No sounds reached his ears. Absolute silence. At that moment, Li Feng felt as if his body was no longer under his control. Instinctively, his right hand reached out to touch the light. This was a primal awareness, as if his hand acted of its own volition. Upon contact with the light, Li Feng's consciousness was abruptly pulled away, transporting him to a bizarre realm. It felt like the end of the universe, where he could sense countless lives surrounding him, even perceiving the voices of each individual. Before he knew it, a vortex materialized in this space. The very fabric of reality began to twist, as everything around him spiraled into the vortex, being consumed. The universe itself contorted, converging towards a singular point. Even light could not escape. The brilliance before him dimmed, engulfed by encroaching darkness, until only blackness remained. The endless void persisted for an indeterminate duration, enveloping Li Feng's consciousness in a shroud of obscurity. Then, out of nowhere, a light point emerged within the infinite darkness, shining brightly like the light of creation, expanding and dispelling all shadows. Chapter 4. The pinnacle of the 4th level. Brother, please wake up. Brother, what is wrong with you? A sorrowful wailing seemed to echo in his ears as Li Feng slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood his mother, Wang Ro, her face etched with concern, alongside a frail little girl whose tear-streaked cheeks glistened as the droplets continued to cascade down. Upon seeing Li Feng awaken, the little girl immediately cheered and leaped onto him, exclaiming, "Brother, you are finally awake." "Mother, Xiao Yu." Li Feng instinctively cradled his sister, still feeling disoriented. What happened to me? He glanced around, realizing he remained in the courtyard. The glowing point? Suddenly, memories of that mysterious light flashed through his mind. What was that light? A multitude of thoughts surged within him. Judging by the current situation, it seemed he had fainted after encountering that light the previous night. Xiao Feng, you must be cautious with your training. Overexertion can be detrimental to your health, Wang Ro remarked, unable to suppress her concern for her son, who had collapsed from his training. I understand, Mother, Li Feng nodded earnestly. Go take a bath and then come out for a meal, Wang Ro instructed, noticing how dirty he was. As she took Xiao Yu away, Li Feng remained in a daze. He examined himself, and upon clenching his right hand, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, the fourth level of body refinement. As he absorbed the essence of this newfound strength, his expression shifted to one of disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. He felt his power again, as if he were in a dream. Not only had he reached the fourth level of body refinement, but he had also attained its pinnacle, just one step away from the fifth level. Li Feng was incredulous. Just last night, he had barely achieved the pinnacle of the third level, and now he had ascended to the peak of the fourth. What an extraordinary rate of progression. Was it due to that light? In less than a second, realization dawned on him. Only that mysterious light could have induced such a transformation last night. As the thought crystallized, Li Feng was startled to find a small glowing point pulsating within his heart, mirroring the one he had seen the night before. The mysterious light had entered his body and settled in his heart. The radiant point pulsed gently, as if it were an integral part of him. Filled with curiosity, Li Feng rinsed himself with water and stepped outside. After eating, he returned to the courtyard to contemplate the enigmatic light. He experimented for quite some time, but the light remained still, seemingly unaffected by his efforts. What could this light be? Li Feng pondered silently for a while before deciding to cease his musings. Regardless of its mysterious nature, the fact that it had propelled his strength from the pinnacle of the third level to that of the fourth was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence. With no clear understanding of the light's origins, he exhaled softly, his eyes brimming with joy. No matter what, the enhancement of his abilities was a certainty. Moreover, he subconsciously felt that this glowing point would only bring him benefits, and thus he harbored little concern. With renewed vigor, he began practicing the opening mountain fist technique. Each punch, infused with extraordinary power, resonated through the air, producing a series of explosive sounds. The first, second, third, and fourth forms flowed seamlessly from him, as he had been practicing this set of techniques since he was 10 years old. Now, having broken through to the pinnacle of the fourth level, executing these forms felt even more effortless. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. The stronger his abilities, the easier it became to perform the opening mountain fist. He then proceeded to execute the fifth form. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as his right fist struck the stone mound in the courtyard. Crack! A sharp sound rang out, and a fissure appeared in the stone. To break stone with a mere fist. This was the essence of the fifth form of the opening mountain fist. Have I completely mastered the fifth form? Gazing at the crack, Li Feng's expression radiated sheer joy. The stones of this mound were not ordinary. Even a tremendous force would leave no trace upon them. At the pinnacle of the fourth level of body refinement, and with the fifth form of the opening mountain fist, my overall combat strength has tripled since yesterday. Filled with excitement, Li Feng resolved to train in the sixth form next. Suppressing his elation, he exited the courtyard. His father was absent, and his mother and Xiaoyu had also gone elsewhere, so Li Feng ventured forth. As he walked, he greeted the elders he encountered along the way. After a brief journey, he finally arrived at a palace, its doors wide open. Inside sat an elderly man, his hair completely white, in a meditative posture. The martial arts pavilion, one of the most significant places in the Li family, housing a plethora of martial arts techniques. Within its walls were not only various techniques for body refinement, but also those of the innate realm. With a lineage spanning over 5,000 years, the Li family possessed an unfathomable depth of knowledge. Naturally, Li Feng dared not even dream of the innate techniques at this stage. Second elder. Li Feng addressed the elder with utmost respect. In terms of seniority, this man could trace his lineage back to Li Feng's great-great-grandfather and was at the early stage of the innate realm, having lived for over 150 years. He had long overseen the martial arts palace and was deeply respected by the Li family. Ah, young Li Feng. Upon seeing Li Feng, the second elder chuckled warmly. What brings you here today? He looked at Li Feng with a smile, devoid of any semblance of authority. After all, Li Feng and his peers had grown up, right under his watchful gaze. Second elder, I wish to learn the sixth form of the opening mountain fist. Li Feng said respectfully. Oh, the sixth form? The second elder's expression shifted to one of surprise. He was aware that Li Feng had been studying the opening mountain fist and had grasped it more profoundly than others. But pursuing the sixth form at this stage seemed a bit premature. Martial arts techniques cannot be mastered by sheer desire, without solidifying the prior forms. The subsequent ones will be challenging to learn. Demonstrate the opening mountain fist for me, the second elder instructed. Yes, sir, Li Feng replied respectfully, and began to execute the techniques precisely. The first four forms flowed seamlessly together, and even the fifth form was performed with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any hesitation. Excellent. Seeing Li Feng's performance, the second elder's face lit up with a smile. You have broken through to the 4th level of body refinement. Li Feng nodded, not concealing the truth. Indeed, second elder, I have made a breakthrough. Remarkable. Achieving the 4th level at 16 years old, while not exceptionally fast, it is commendable. The second elder said, nodding with satisfaction. He took great pleasure in witnessing the younger generation of the Li family continually break through and grow stronger. Chapter 5. Red Spirit Ginseng. Rising to his feet, the second elder approached a certain spot and retrieved a tome, which he then handed to Li Feng. Thank you, Li Feng said respectfully as he accepted the book. After bowing in gratitude, he departed from the location. As he left the martial arts pavilion, he hadn't walked far when a voice called out to him. Li Feng turned and smiled. Elder brother. Not far away, 2 figures approached. The foremost was a young man clad in a black long robe. Li Hao, the strongest genius among the younger generation of the Li family. Having cultivated for a decade, he had broken through to the 6th level of body refinement at the age of 17, and just a few months ago, he had reached the 7th level shortly after turning 20. Over the span of just 2 years, he had accomplished the transition from the 6th to the 7th level. Should he maintain such momentum, it was conceivable that in another decade or two, the Li family might welcome yet another innate expert. Li Hao's father was Li Feng's uncle, thus making them quite close. As the foremost youth of the Li family, Li Hao naturally held a higher status, yet he exhibited no airs of arrogance, instead emanating a demeanor of humility and courtesy. Accompanying Li Hao was a slightly younger youth, who looked at Li Feng with curiosity and inquired, 5th brother, I noticed you emerging from the martial arts palace earlier. Have you made some progress in your strength? Upon hearing this, Li Hao's brow furrowed slightly. 5th brother, that is not what I meant. The youth quickly realized his faux pas and sought to apologize. Brother, 7th brother, I have indeed made some progress. I have now reached the 4th level of body refinement, Li Feng replied with a smile. Oh, on hearing this, a smile broke across Li Hao's face. Congratulations, 5th brother. Uncle will surely be delighted to hear this. In truth, for the expansive Li family, breaking through to the 4th level of body refinement at the age of 16 was not particularly remarkable, hence it did not create much of a stir within the family. Let us begin studying, Li Feng said, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he examined the tome in his hands. Opening the manual for the mountain opening fist, he flipped to the section detailing the 6th style, where the pages were densely packed with characters. Beyond the methods for practicing the mountain opening fist, the text contained invaluable insights contributed by the various geniuses of the Li family. While these manuals could be swiftly replicated, the act of transcribing them allowed for a deeper understanding of the concepts presented. Time flew by, and soon 2 hours had passed. Li Feng had meticulously copied down all the information regarding the 6th style of the mountain opening fist along with the myriad insights inscribed within. With a resolute stance, Li Feng began to practice the technique. Each punch seemed to resonate with a tremendous force, powerful enough to create audible bursts in the air. The mountain opening fist emphasizes stability. Once mastered to the 9th level, a single strike could penetrate to the very marrow, capable of shattering stone with terrifying might. The 6th style of the mountain opening fist doesn't seem overly challenging. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Feng's eyes as he continued to practice. His fists moved with the ferocity of a charging tiger, imbued with formidable strength. However, after just over an hour of practice, he felt he had touched upon the fundamentals of the 6th style. It was worth noting that when he had learned the 5th style, it had taken him 2 months to grasp it. Filled with excitement, Li Feng turned his attention back to the manual. I might as well copy down the 7th, 8th, and 9th styles as well. In his heart, he instinctively attributed his rapid progress to the mysterious light points within his body. Has father taken Xiaoyu for treatment again? Li Feng pondered as he gazed at his younger sister. Xiao Feng, you've broken through to the 4th level of body refinement? Li Tianyang asked directly, clearly concerned about his son's cultivation. Li Feng nodded, responding, yes, father. Excellent. A look of joy illuminated Li Tianyang's face. Demonstrate the mountain opening fist for me. Li Feng complied and began to showcase the technique. Boom, boom. The force of the 4th level of body refinement erupted, and the mountain opening fist unleashed a powerful momentum. Brother is amazing. Xiaoyu, nestled in Wang Rou's arms, cheered, raising her small fists in celebration. Indeed, Li Tianyang remarked, his eyes brimming with joy as he observed the display. Once Li Feng concluded his demonstration, It was evident he had merely exhibited the mountain opening fist at the peak of the 4th level, a feat that would seem astonishing were it to be divulged. You must solidify your 4th level of strength before pursuing further advancement. Do not be tempted by haste, Li Tianyong advised earnestly. I understand, Father, Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Li Tianyong clenched his right hand, producing a peculiar plant that resembled ginseng, its vibrant red hue accentuating its robust form, complete with numerous roots. One could sense the rich spiritual energy emanating from it upon closer inspection. This is a first-grade spiritual herb, red spirit ginseng. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the herb. The red spirit ginseng, rich in spiritual energy, requires a full 9 years to mature. Nearing the quality of a second-grade spiritual herb, an exceedingly rare find. Take this red spirit ginseng to consolidate your strength, Li Tianyong said with a smile. Li Feng hesitated for a brief moment before accepting the red spirit ginseng, replying, Yes, Father. Deeply moved, he recognized his father's devotion. As one of the innate experts of the Li family, Li Tianyong had access to numerous resources distributed by the family. Yet he devoted nearly all of them to Li Feng and his sister, Xiaoyu. Chapter 6. The 5th layer. All right, you may proceed with your cultivation. I have matters to attend to outside, Li Tianyong said, his eyes filled with satisfaction as he gazed at his son. Tianyong, is it again about the Zhao and Zheng families? Wang Ro, who was nearby, could not help but inquire upon hearing Li Tianyong's words. Indeed, at the mention of this, the smile on Li Tianyong's face noticeably faded. With our ancestor currently in seclusion, the Zhao and Zheng families have grown increasingly audacious, collaborating to encroach upon our Li family's businesses. A somber expression graced Li Tianyong's visage. Li Feng listened quietly. The Li, Zhao, and Zheng families were the 3 prominent clans of the Wild Forest County. The Li family boasted a lineage of over 5,000 years, whereas the Zhao and Zheng families had only a millennium of history, rendering them significantly inferior in heritage. Currently, although the Li family was protected by the pinnacle expert, ancestor Li Yuxian, who had reached the peak of the Dan Yuan realm, he was over 470 years old. The lifespan limit for those in the innate realm is 200 years, while those in the Dan Yuan realm may live up to 500. Li Yuxian had attained the pinnacle of the Dan Yuan realm at the age of 300, yet after 170 years, he remained trapped at that level, unable to break through to a higher tier. At present, the Li family had only one pinnacle Dan Yuan expert, with no others to bolster their ranks. The next strongest members were merely at the peak of the innate realm. In contrast, the Zhao and Zheng families each possessed 2 Dan Yuan experts. Although they did not reach the pinnacle, their presence exerted considerable pressure on the Li family. With ancestor Li Youxuan's lifespan approaching its limit, the Zhao and Zheng families had begun to suppress the Li family, feeling increasingly emboldened. This situation was no secret within the Li family, as nearly everyone was aware of it. Do not worry about external matters. With our ancestor present, the Zhao and Zheng families cannot stir up much trouble. Li Tianyong reassured Wang Ro, waving his hand before striding out. Will the ancestor succeed in breaking through? Li Feng pondered silently as he watched his father leave. However, he felt his own strength was too feeble to influence the power struggle among the 3 great families. I must first complete the transcription of the opening mountain fist technique. He took out the manual and continued copying. After 2 hours, he had fully transcribed the 9th form of the opening mountain fist. Subsequently, Li Feng began practicing the 6th form of the technique. Boom, boom. As he executed the moves, delight sparkled in his eyes. Indeed, the 6th form poses no challenge for me. With continuous practice, his mastery of the technique gradually improved, and the sensation of progress was simply exhilarating. It is worth noting that the opening mountain fist is among the finest martial arts for the body refinement realm. Previously, Li Feng had effortlessly dominated Li Haiwu, who was at the 4th level of the body refinement realm, despite being at the 3rd level himself. This demonstrated the formidable power of the technique. As he practiced, 3 hours swiftly elapsed, and the sky had darkened. Buzz. At a certain moment, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Li Feng's eyes. Am I about to break through? He had already reached the pinnacle of the 4th level in the body refinement realm. And now he sensed the bottleneck between the 4th and 5th levels loosening, making it easy for him to break through. Even with such a sudden surge in power, he felt no instability in his foundation. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng sat down to adjust his state. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body, his meridians bulging as blood flowed continuously. His skin radiated an extraordinary aura, shimmering like jade. As time passed, a glimmer of light shone in Li Feng's eyes. Boom! A powerful wave of energy erupted from him, significantly stronger than before. Fifth level of the body refinement realm. Clenching his fists, Li Feng was filled with joy as he felt the sudden surge of power. He executed a punch, striking a massive rock in the courtyard. Crack! The fissures in the rock widened, and fine cracks began to spread. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the opening mountain fist flowed through him, his strikes seemed capable of shattering anything before him. With this newfound strength, the technique exuded even greater might. Amidst his exhilaration, a hint of disbelief flickered in Li Feng's eyes. Just yesterday, he had been at the third level of the body refinement realm, and within a single day, he had ascended to the fifth level. Among the younger generation of the Li family under 20, only 8 had reached the fifth level or higher in the body refinement realm. Overcome with excitement, Li Feng felt an overwhelming urge to share his achievement with his father. If Li Tianyang knew of his current realm, he would undoubtedly be elated. However, after a few moments, Li Feng quickly composed himself. I cannot reveal this. While announcing his breakthrough to the fourth level would not raise eyebrows, given that he had been stagnant at the third level for nearly 3 years. Revealing that he had just reached the fourth level that morning and now ascended to the fifth level by evening would be astonishing. If word got out, it might cause considerable upheaval. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng settled down to attempt absorbing spiritual energy, seeking to stabilize his newfound strength. Buzz! As he practiced, Li Feng drew strands of spiritual energy into his body. Boom! Suddenly, an intense wave of pure spiritual energy surged from within him, flowing effortlessly into his being. What is this? A mysterious light point. Li Feng gasped, sensing the area around his heart. A peculiar light point there pulsed slightly, releasing waves of spiritual energy that coursed throughout his body. Under this spiritual energy, Li Feng felt his strength gradually increasing. My goodness, my power is rising so swiftly, Li Feng exclaimed in astonishment. It is well known that breaking through the bottlenecks between the layers of the body refinement realm is quite challenging. And the process of absorbing spiritual energy for body refinement is equally arduous. The human body contains numerous meridians, and it is rare for anyone to have them entirely unobstructed. Most remain in a closed state, with only those in the innate realm capable of opening them. However, in the body refinement realm, one can only slowly absorb spiritual energy, and much of it is wasted during this process. Even utilizing a spiritual medicine for cultivation, one may end up absorbing less than a fifth of its energy. Furthermore, even once absorbed, the body must gradually refine and integrate it, making the entire process exceedingly slow. It is akin to consuming food, even after it enters the stomach. It requires time for digestion before it can truly convert into the energy the body requires. Thus, due to various limitations, the difficulty of refining spiritual energy, and the bottlenecks at minor realms, cultivation in the body refinement realm is exceptionally challenging. Even with outstanding talent, advancing a minor realm in a few years is considered commendable. Yet, at this moment, Li Feng felt the spiritual energy being absorbed perfectly by his body, without the need for any digestive process. Chapter 7. Rapid progress. A multitude of spiritual energy continuously surged forth, coursing through every part of Li Feng's body. At this rate, within a month, I shall ascend to the 6th level of body refinement. While feeling the pace of his improvement, Li Feng was initially astonished, but his heart swelled with joy. However, in an instant, the smile vanished from his face. The luminous point residing in his heart pulsed faintly, devoid of any emanating spiritual energy, appearing significantly dimmer. Has the spiritual energy vanished? Li Feng furrowed his brow, at a loss as to why this energy had suddenly dissipated. The joy he felt moments ago had evaporated. Shaking his head, Li Feng refused to succumb to despair. Regardless, it was a fact that I have reached the 5th level of body refinement. If I were to fully master the 6th form of the mountain-splitting fist, I could contend, albeit with difficulty, against those at the 6th level. Li Feng inhaled deeply. Clenching his right hand, he summoned a red ginseng-like object. This was the red spirit ginseng bestowed upon him by his father. I shall solidify my power with the red spirit ginseng. Grasping the ginseng, Li Feng activated his technique, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy within. Boom. Just as he drew in the spiritual energy, the luminous point in his heart erupted with vigor. At that moment, it transformed into a vortex, voraciously consuming the energy from the red spirit ginseng. In less than a second, the ginseng dimmed, seemingly devoid of any spiritual energy. A gentle breeze swept through, and the red spirit ginseng cracked apart, disintegrating into countless ashes, vanishing into thin air. Witnessing this, astonishment flickered in Li Feng's eyes. Boom. Yet before he could fully process his shock, a rich wave of spiritual energy radiated from the luminous point, pure and untainted. Thump, thump. Li Feng's heart raced, and with each heartbeat, the newly generated blood circulated throughout his body, perfectly integrating this pure spiritual energy into his being. Li Feng sensed his power gradually augmenting once more. More spiritual energy has manifested within the luminous point. His eyes brimmed with astonishment as he gazed at the remnants of ash from the red spirit ginseng in his hand, and an idea dawned upon him. Could this spiritual energy be that of the red spirit ginseng, devoured by the luminous point? With this thought, he also reflected on his own strength. Last night, my power surged from the third to the pinnacle of the fourth level of body refinement. Solely by merging with this mysterious luminous point. The key must lie within that point. To elevate one's power requires spiritual energy. Li Feng felt his thoughts becoming increasingly lucid. Could it be that this enigmatic luminous point inherently contained some energy? Upon merging with my body, I absorbed this energy, resulting in my sudden leap in power upon awakening? This notion perfectly elucidated Li Feng's transformation, especially considering that the luminous point still retained some residual energy. Boom. Streams of pure spiritual energy continued to flow into Li Feng's body, and he absorbed it relentlessly. An hour passed in this manner before he finally paused. Has my body reached saturation? Regardless of how pure this energy may be, the human body possesses limits, and it is evidently impossible to absorb an infinite quantity of spiritual energy. The mysterious luminous point absorbs the spiritual energy from the ginseng, converting it into pure energy. Though perplexed, Li Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. If I could maintain such a pace, would I not be able to progress at an extraordinary rate? Li Feng had tirelessly cultivated, yet due to limitations in talent, his progress had been painstakingly slow. Even with efforts double that of others, the results were minimal. Now, it seemed as though he had glimpsed a path to rapid advancement. He resumed his practice of the mountain-splitting fist. After a while, Li Feng subdued his excitement and continued his training. Time slipped away swiftly, and in the days that followed, Li Feng devoted nearly all his hours to cultivating in his courtyard. He focused intently on mastering the sixth form of the mountain-splitting fist, absorbing spiritual energy whenever his body recuperated. No one from the Li family, given their standing, dared to disturb him, allowing him to concentrate solely on his self-improvement. He felt not only a significant acceleration in his power, but also an increasing proficiency in the sixth form of the mountain-splitting fist. 7 days swiftly elapsed. Crash. In the courtyard, a series of deep explosive sounds echoed as Li Feng's feet appeared rooted to the ground, his fists moving with the might of iron hammers. It seemed even a fierce tiger could be sent flying by his strikes. After practicing for an hour, Li Feng finally ceased. He had completely mastered the sixth form. As he reveled in the power of his technique, a broad smile illuminated his face. In just 7 days, he had fully grasped the sixth form of the mountain-splitting fist. Li Feng marveled at his own comprehension, though the greater sentiment was one of joy. He settled into a meditative posture, once more channeling his technique, and immediately, the luminous point in his heart radiated waves of pure spiritual energy. Over the course of these 7 days, Li Feng's strength had indeed progressed, and while he still fell short of the sixth level of body refinement, he was no longer comparable to a newly promoted fifth-level practitioner. After an hour of this, Li Feng paused once more, a smile gracing his lips. With his current prowess and the fully mastered sixth form of the mountain-splitting fist, even an ordinary sixth-level practitioner might not prove to be his match. However, upon inspecting the luminous point, Li Feng's smile dimmed considerably. It appeared the spiritual energy within was waning. After observing it over the past few days, he noted certain characteristics. The more spiritual energy contained, the brighter the luminous point. Conversely, as energy diminished, so too did its brightness. Given the current state, it seemed that within a day or two, the energy would be entirely depleted. Once that occurred, my cultivation speed will undoubtedly decline once more. Li Feng mused quietly, unless I acquire additional spiritual herbs. In truth, the Li family was the most established clan in the Wild Forest Prefecture, possessing 5 of the region's major medicinal gardens. The other 2 prominent families managed a mere 2 gardens each, totaling only 4, far fewer than the Li family's holdings. Nonetheless, The family's most superior spiritual herbs were reserved for the ancestral elder Li Yuxian, while other top-tier herbs were consumed by the Li family's innate practitioners, leaving scant resources for the body refinement cultivators. His father had once obtained a 4th-grade healing herb aged over 100 years, but instead of using it for himself, he had given it to his sister Xiaoyu for treatment. Since then, he had not acquired any further healing herbs, and Xiaoyu's ongoing treatments were managed with 2nd-grade herbs. What shall I do? Li Feng lamented. He could hardly approach the 20 or so innate elders of the family and demand, "Hey, grant me all the spiritual herbs. I can swiftly convert them into pure energy and elevate my strength. I have already reached the 5th level of body refinement." Surely, before he received any herbs, he would be subjected to scrutiny. Chapter 8. Lingshu squarely Feng shook his head in distress. After washing himself, he donned a fresh set of clothing and stepped outside. Upon entering the hall, he spotted Wang Ro with Xiaoyu, who was captivated by the 2 little rabbits in their cage. The moment Xiaoyu saw Li Feng, her eyes sparkled with joy. She abandoned her focus on the rabbits and, with a joyful cheer, dashed towards him. "Brother!" Her soft, melodious voice resonated, and Li Feng felt it was the sweetest sound in the world. Xiaoyu slowed down. He quickly moved to lift his sister into his arms. During his training in the courtyard, Li Tianyang and Wang Ro had prevented Xiaoyu from running to see him. Despite his rigorous training, Li Feng still managed to carve out moments to relax. "Brother, you promised to take me out to play last time," the little girl cooed, clinging to his neck. "All right, I will take you out." Li Feng affectionately stroked Xiaoyu's head. Noticing Wang Ro's approval, he strode outside while holding his sister. Not far into their journey, Li Feng encountered a young man ahead, Li Yanshi. At that moment, Li Yanshi was trudging along, his head hung low. After calling out to him a couple of times, he finally responded, forcing a smile as he approached. "Fifth brother, Yanshi Gij," Xiaoyu softly called out upon seeing Li Yanshi. "Little sister Xiaoyu, you're so well behaved." Li Yanshi replied with a warm smile, pulling out a small toy for her to play with. "What happened to your face?" Li Feng inquired curiously, observing the noticeable bruises on Li Yanshi's cheeks. "I tripped while walking." Li Yanshi scratched his head sheepishly. "Tripped?" Li Feng frowned, sensing that Li Yanshi was not being entirely truthful. However, seeing that he was reluctant to elaborate, Li Feng chose not to press further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Yanshi turned to Li Feng with curiosity. "Fifth brother, I haven't seen you around lately. How is your strength progressing?" Few were aware that Li Feng had broken through to the 4th level of the body refinement realm, and with his recent intense training and seclusion, Li Yanshi was unaware of his advancements. "Not bad. I've reached the 4th level of the body refinement realm," Li Feng replied with a smile, deciding not to disclose his breakthrough to the 5th level just yet. "The 4th level? Congratulations, fifth brother," Li Yanshi exclaimed with delight. After a moment of thought, his eyes lit up. "Fifth brother, there are many new shops in the market lately. I went to have a look, and the items are quite affordable. Some even have activities where you can win spiritual herbs. Are you interested in browsing?" In the pursuit of cultivation, resources are of paramount importance, and spiritual herbs held great allure for them. Spiritual herbs? Li Feng felt a flicker of interest. He had previously heard about the new shops, but had not been inclined to visit. However, now, his desire for spiritual herbs was insatiable. Noticing the change in Li Feng's expression, Li Yanshi pressed on. "Fifth brother, think of it as a way to unwind. Occasionally relaxing amidst training can only be beneficial. Yanshi, you seem quite eager for me to go out. What is your ulterior motive?" Li Feng feigned seriousness as he scrutinized the young man before him. At his words, Li Yanshi scratched his head and chuckled. "Fifth brother, some activities require at least a 4th level body refinement practitioner as a guarantor, otherwise one cannot participate. There is such a rule?" Li Feng was taken aback. After contemplating under Li Yanshi's hopeful gaze, he eventually nodded. Brother seeing Li Feng acquiesce, Xiaoyu tightened her grip around him, aware that he might not take her along. The outside world was bustling and chaotic, clearly not conducive for her delicate constitution. After much coaxing, the little girl reluctantly released her hold on Li Feng, who promised several conditions in return. Lingshu Square is situated in the heart of the wilderness forest county. The 3 major families, Li, Zhao, and Zheng, occupy the eastern, southern, and northern parts of the center, respectively. The majority of wilderness forest county consists of forests and mountains, yet the central region is flat land, where the 3 prominent families reside in the core area. After spending over half an hour, Li Feng and Li Yanshi finally arrived at Lingshu Square. The square buzzed with voices, merchants hawking weapons and ordinary spiritual herbs alike. In truth, first-grade spiritual herbs are not the lowest tier. There are many lesser spiritual herbs with minimal spiritual energy, some containing only a trace. Quite prosperous. Li Feng mused as he strolled through the square, casually observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a lively commotion nearby, where a crowd had gathered. Fifth brother. That's the new shop opened by the Sun family, Li Ye explained. Li Feng nodded. Wilderness Forest County is vast. Although the Li Zhao and Zheng families are the most dominant forces, there are other smaller families as well. The Sun family is one such smaller clan, boasting only 1 in 8 practitioner. This shop offers a variety of goods, ordinary weapons, medicinal liquids, etc. However, those who spend 30 taels of silver have the chance to select a stone. While some stones are empty, others may contain valuable items, including first-grade spiritual herbs, Li Ye elaborated, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just 2 days ago, someone obtained a first-grade spiritual herb from it. Ah, I see, Li Feng acknowledged, nodding. In this world, where power reigns supreme, the acquisition of cultivation resources is undeniably significant. Thus, it is rare for families to sell spiritual herbs, as they primarily reserve them for personal use. The Li family's medicinal garden supplies herbs solely for family members, never for external sale. Not far away, a middle-aged man spotted Li Ye and hurried over, his face beaming with smiles. Young Master Li. As his words fell, several nearby gazes turned towards them. Is this youth a member of the Li family? Which young master could he be? The surrounding individuals displayed a hint of reverence. In Wilderness Forest County, the Li family is a colossal presence. Since Li Ye frequents this place, the middle-aged man evidently recognized his status. Feeling the awe of those around him, Li Ye straightened his posture. I'll purchase these 2 weapons, he said, handing over 30 taels of silver to the middle-aged man. Young Master Li, may I inquire if you have any friends who are practitioners of the 4th level of body refinement nearby? If so, they can choose a stone. The middle-aged man inquired with a smile. Ah, so it's the Sun family that requires a 4th level body refinement practitioner? Li Feng pondered. Releasing the aura of the 4th level. Chapter 9. The elixir within the stone. The middle-aged man sensed the fluctuations of qi emanating from Li Feng. A smile gracing his face as he presented a token to Li Ye, who eagerly accepted it. Observing Li Ye, Li Feng inquired curiously, Ye, do you not possess a weapon? Why do you still wish to purchase one? It struck him as rather odd that Li Ye was using the silver to acquire a weapon. My weapon was lost, Li Ye replied, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. He swiftly changed the subject, saying, Elder brother, thanks to you, I can choose a stone. Let us hurry, for we have less than an hour left. Excitement was palpable in Li Ye's eyes. While weapons could indeed be procured elsewhere, this place offered a chance akin to a lottery, making it an obvious choice for him. Should he draw a first-grade elixir, the rewards would be immense. Soon, they arrived at a vast square where numerous stones, each the size of a basketball, were meticulously arranged, thousands of them, blank and devoid of anything. The square bustled with hundreds of people moving about, occasionally selecting stones. After each selection, new stones would appear in the empty spots. Despite the silver being of little consequence to them, the thrill of potentially acquiring a treasure was exhilarating. Li Ye crouched down, frequently touching the stones, tapping them with his fingers as if attempting to discern their contents through this method. Elder brother, could you help me take a look and choose? Li Ye called out during his exploration. Li Feng, somewhat exasperated, replied, do you truly believe this method will lead you to a first-grade elixir? Previously, he had hoped for a more sophisticated approach, only to realize it was merely a matter of luck. With thousands of stones, it was common knowledge that the vast majority would not contain a first-grade elixir, making the chances of fortuitously discovering one exceedingly slim. As Li Feng crouched down, his right hand brushed against a stone. Upon contact, he was taken aback as he felt the mysterious point of light in his heart pulsate momentarily. Startled, he pondered its significance. After a brief contemplation, he touched a second stone with his right hand. No fluctuation? The mysterious point of light remained still, starkly contrasting with the earlier stone. A thought suddenly emerged in Li Feng's mind. His expression remained calm as he discreetly continued to feel the stones. The third stone yielded no response, nor did the fourth, but the fifth elicited a slight tremor, while the sixth remained unresponsive. After examining 40 stones, 6 had displayed a hint of movement. When his hand made contact with the 41st stone, a humming sensation surged, The mysterious point of light within his heart stirred, seemingly conveying a sense of yearning, reminiscent of his previous experience with the red spirit ginseng. Is it spiritual energy? Li Feng mused internally. Elder brother, what have you discovered? At that moment, Li Ye approached, clutching a stone he had selected. Li Feng took the stone from him, noticing that the mysterious point of light revealed no activity. Look at the stone I chose. I am certain it contains a first-grade elixir, Li Ye exclaimed excitedly. Let us leave the square and break it open. However, Li Feng simply set down the stone and instead handed him the one that had caused the mysterious point of light to pulsate vigorously, saying, I believe this stone is superior. Li Yinshi's brow furrowed in skepticism, noting the stone's dull appearance, devoid of any seams. Suspecting it might be a mere rock carelessly discarded by the Sun family. Nevertheless, he held Li Feng's words in high regard and promptly exited the square. Once they had chosen their stones, they had to leave the square to break them open. Li Yinshu drew his weapon and made a cut. Crack. With minimal effort. The stones split apart, revealing a small blue plant before them. A first-grade elixir, blue Xian grass. The sight of the plant astonished Li Yinshu, his face lighting up with uncontainable joy. Someone has unearthed a first-grade elixir. It must be from the Li family. What extraordinary luck. Onlookers cast envious glances at the medicinal herb. Haha, it truly exists. Li Yinshu beamed with delight. Such elixirs were rare in his family. Congratulations, young Master Li. A middle-aged man from the Sun family approached, his face beaming with smiles. Overcome with excitement, Li Yinshu turned to Li Feng and said, Elder brother, this elixir was found thanks to you. He felt a tinge of bashfulness. Let us continue to explore. I wish to buy a few more items. However, Li Feng waved his hand dismissively, maintaining a serene expression while his heart raced with exhilaration. The mysterious point of light could indeed discern elixirs. The mysterious point could absorb the spiritual energy of the elixirs, and even if sealed within stone, some connection remained. I still have over 20 taels of silver. Li Yinshu quickly produced his coins. Li Feng possessed over 60 taels, having spent 90 in the shop, allowing him to acquire 3 stones. Returning to the square, anticipation filled Li Feng's gaze. Which stones concealed a first-grade elixir? He crouched down, commencing his examination one by one. Under the scrutiny of the mysterious point of light, the stones could not evade his detection. When he reached the 172nd stone, the mysterious point of light surged again. Joy welled within him as he seized the stone. Elder brother, what is special about this stone? Li Yinshu inquired, observing the white stone with peeling skin. I sense something within, Li Feng replied casually, continuing his investigation without attracting the attention of others. The square remained bustling, with many attendees engrossed in their own searches. After inspecting hundreds of stones, most yielded nothing until the 832nd stone, which finally elicited a strong reaction from the mysterious point of light. Excitement coursed through Li Feng as he swiftly stowed the stone. Only 2 plants? He quickly examined the next 100 stones, but found no further success. The Sun family had hidden 3 first-grade elixirs within. Li Feng could not help but think how stingy they were. First-grade elixirs typically matured between 5 to 9 years. The red spirit ginseng he had previously obtained matured in 9 years, while the blue Xian grass Li Yinshu found matured in 5. The stone he had discovered, which triggered the mysterious point's reaction, bore striking similarity to the blue Xian grass stone. It was likely of comparable quality. Summing up the 3 elixirs, their combined spiritual energy might not surpass that of the red spirit ginseng. Nevertheless, Li Feng remained elated. Having spent merely 90 taels of silver, he had acquired 2 first-grade elixirs. Such an extraordinary gain. End of Chapter 3. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 10. The Zhao family as they exited the square. Li Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fifth brother, do you wish to examine the contents of the stones? He appeared even more exhilarated than Li Feng. Among the 3 stones he had chosen, 2 were likely to contain a grade 1 spiritual herb, while the third, selected for its mysterious luminescence, was expected to hold something slightly inferior. However, a hint of anxiety flickered in his gaze, starkly contrasting his previous demeanor. Just as Li Feng pondered this, a hearty laugh echoed nearby. Approaching them was a robust young man, flanked by 2 companions of similar age, clearly the focal point of their trio. It was Zhao Tianxiang. Upon sighting the imposing figure, the middle-aged members of the Sun family beamed with delight and hurried to greet him. Zhao Tianxiang was the younger brother of the prodigious Zhao Tianyu, who, at just 19, had already attained the 7th level of body refinement after beginning his training at 10. It was likely he was on the verge of reaching the 8th level, a formidable challenge as the latter 3 levels were notoriously difficult to surpass. Even Zhao Tianxiang would require several years to achieve such a feat nevertheless. His prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary 7th-level practitioner. Their father, a once-in-a-generation genius of the Zhao family, was merely 50 and rumored to be at the late innate stage. As the crowd turned their gaze towards Zhao Tianxiang, some recognized him and began to murmur in hushed tones. Seemingly reveling in the awe of those around him, Zhao Tianxiang's smile broadened. Upon seeing Zhao Tianxiang approach, Li Yan's expression darkened considerably. Li Feng also scrutinized the burly youth, his mind racing with information. Among the youth in Hualien County under 20, Zhao Tianxiang's brother, Zhao Tianyu, was the most gifted, having reached the 6th level of body refinement by 16, and subsequently spending 2 years to break through to the 7th level. The first 6 levels served as the foundation, while the latter 3 were the most challenging to ascend. Yet, Zhao Tianyu had accomplished this in a mere 2 years, underscoring his remarkable talent. Even Li Hao, the most gifted youth of the Li family, paled in comparison. "Ah, Li Yan, are you displeased to see me?" Zhao Tianxiang remarked with a smile, producing a short sword from his right hand and brandishing it a few times. Upon seeing the sword, Li Feng's eyes narrowed. It was clear that Zhao's people had seized Li Yan's weapon. As they spoke, Zhao Tianxiang and his companions positioned themselves directly in front of Li Feng and Li Yan, effectively blocking their path. "Zhao Tianxiang, I have no desire to engage in conflict with you," Li Yan retorted, his voice laced with fury. "Engage? Do you believe you possess the qualifications?" Zhao Tianxiang replied coolly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "I heard you acquired a grade 1 spiritual herb. Hand it over, or you shall find it difficult to leave here today." He held a paper fan, gently fanning himself, his demeanor exuding the charm of a refined gentleman, captivating the attention of several young women nearby. Li Yan's fury intensified at Zhao Tianxiang's words, his fists clenched, his face contorted with rage. "Zhao Tianxiang, do not overstep your bounds." "What? Do you intend to fight me?" Zhao Tianxiang chuckled lightly, clearly dismissing Li Yan's threat. "Brother Chong, you need not lift a finger. I can handle Li Yan myself." One of the young men in black behind Zhao Tianxiang sneered. They regarded Li Yan as a mere lamb awaiting slaughter, free for them to dispose of as they wished. It was not surprising, given the escalating tensions between the Zhao and Li families. The Zhao and Zheng families had also engaged in skirmishes with the Li family, all vying to usurp their position. With the Li family's patriarch still alive, was it not peculiar that the Zhao and Zheng families were so impatient? Rumors suggested that Zhao Tianxiang had already broken through to the 5th level of body refinement, and at just 16, his talent was formidable. The surrounding crowd observed with evident trepidation, instinctively distancing themselves. The conflicts among these prominent families were best avoided, lest they become collateral damage. At that moment, Li Yan resembled a furious lion, yet Zhao Tianxiang remained unfazed, coolly stating, "Hand over the Lanshan herb, and I shall allow you to depart. Otherwise, you will endure further suffering." Li Yan glared at Zhao Tianxiang, yearning to strike, but ultimately, his fists fell helplessly to his sides. He was simply no match for Zhao Tianxiang. With a flick of his wrist, the Lanshan herb appeared in Li Yan's hand. Just as he was about to speak, Li Feng, who had been silently observing, suddenly grasped Li Yan's arm. "Fifth brother." Li Yan was taken aback. Looking at Li Feng, "Do not relinquish it," Li Feng replied calmly. He had discerned the situation from their exchange. "You belong to the Li family?" Upon witnessing Li Feng's intervention, Zhao Tianxiang's smile faded somewhat, and he regarded Li Feng with eyes glinting with danger. Chapter 11. The threatening power. Zhao Tianxiang did not recognize Li Feng. In truth, the Li family was numerous, and he was well acquainted with individuals like Li Hao. However, it was entirely reasonable that he did not know Li Feng, as the latter had previously been too weak. Initially, Zhao Tianxiang had no intention of engaging him. But now that Li Feng had audaciously stepped forward, he felt compelled to teach him a lesson. With a sinister expression, Zhao Tianxiang declared, "I shall cripple one of your hands." He glanced behind him, and immediately, a young man clad in black from the Zhao family stepped forward. "Fifth brother. Zhao Tianxiang has reached the 5th level of body refinement. We are no match for him," Li Yanshi exclaimed urgently. He then turned to Zhao Tianxiang and said, "I will give you the blue Xian grass if you let us go." "It's too late," Zhao Tianxiang replied coldly. "I want the blue Xian grass. And I also intend to punish both of you." In his eyes, everything was under his control. At that moment, Li Yanshi was filled with rage and panic. Zhao Tianxiang was exceedingly powerful, and they were utterly outmatched. A confrontation was imminent. The elder of the Li family was nearing the end of his life. And although the Li family had many innate experts, none had managed to break through to the Dan origin realm. Presently, the younger generation of the Li family was being bullied at will by the Zhao family, signifying the decline of the Li family. Onlookers observed the scene. Some revealing expressions of lament. In the heyday of the Li family, who would dare to lay a hand on its younger generation? You talk too much. Li Feng interjected calmly as Zhao Tianxiang's words fell. Suddenly, he moved forward, and with remarkable speed, his right fist struck out, reaching Zhao Tianxiang in an instant. You dare to attack first? Zhao Tianxiang was startled upon seeing Li Feng's approach, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. He had already broken through to the 5th level of body refinement months ago. He was familiar with the younger generation of the Li family, knowing that anyone at the 4th level or above was a contender. However, he was unfamiliar with Li Feng. Clearly, Li Feng had previously been at most at the 3rd level of body refinement. Since Li Yanshi was able to obtain a 1st-grade spiritual herb from within a stone, Li Feng should have just reached the 4th level and was likely a recent breakthrough. A freshly ascended 4th-level body refinement practitioner daring to strike him first? Cloud-piercing palm. With a mocking smile, Zhao Tianxiang transformed his right hand into a palm, unleashing a fierce gust of energy as he struck towards Li Feng. The cloud-piercing palm was a peak martial art of body refinement, practiced by many in the Zhao family. When mastered, a single palm strike could shatter a mountain, rivaling the opening mountain fist in power. In an instant, their attacks clashed violently. Boom. The explosive force reverberated outward, shaking the surroundings. Crack. Suddenly, a sound of shattering echoed. After the impact, Zhao Tianxiang's cold smile froze, replaced by a grotesque expression of pain as he let out a piercing scream. His body was sent flying backward by Li Feng's punch, crashing into the stone-laden square of the Sun family. Ah! A wretched cry filled the air as Zhao Tianxiang clutched his right arm, his face contorted in agony. His arm's bones had shattered. The crowd fell silent, all eyes on the writhing Zhao Tianxiang, filled with shock. Zhao Tianxiang had been defeated in a single move. Heavens, who is this young man from the Li family? Zhao Tianxiang, with his 5th-level body refinement strength, was so effortlessly bested. How could this Li family youth possess such formidable power without my knowledge? I do not recognize him either. The spectators stared in disbelief, struggling to process the scene before them. Not only were they stunned, but Li Yanshi was also dumbfounded. Gazing at Li Feng, who had just dispatched Zhao Tianxiang with ease, his eyes filled with incredulity. 5th brother, his strength, is terrifying. Previously, Li Feng had been able to defeat Li Haiwu, who was at the 4th level of body refinement, while at the 3rd level himself. Now, having ascended to the 4th level, he had easily vanquished Zhao Tianxiang at the 5th level. After the shock, Li Yanshi's face lit up with uncontainable excitement. Ah! On the square, Zhao Tianxiang's anguished screams echoed, his body trembling as he looked up at Li Feng, his face twisted with rage. You dared to cripple my arm. His expression was fierce, his eyes filled with venomous hatred, like a viper, devoid of the calm demeanor he had previously displayed. His father was the youngest late-stage innate expert in the Zhao family, and his brother was the strongest of the younger generation. His own exceptional talent ensured that his status was unassailable, aside from innate experts, who would not show him deference. How could he possibly be reduced to such a state? Were you not going to cripple one of my hands? Is it not fair for me to break your arm now? Li Feng's expression remained indifferent. After sending Zhao Tianxiang flying, he showed no signs of halting his assault, advancing directly toward him. You have a lot of nerve. The 2 other Zhao family members glared at Li Feng, their voices tinged with fury. Ah! Ah! Another pair of screams rang out, as these 2 youths were also sent flying. In the blink of an eye, the once arrogant Zhao family trio lay defeated. Li Feng approached Zhao Tianxiang, whose face was contorted with rage and hatred. Seeing Li Feng draw closer, Zhao Tianxiang's expression shifted. Li Feng showed no intention of stopping. With his right arm broken, his combat efficacy was severely diminished. What do you want? Zhao Tianxiang gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Quite simple, Li Feng replied calmly. Hand over your spatial ring. Hearing this, Zhao Tianxiang erupted in fury. You must be dreaming. He swung his left hand in a desperate attempt to fend off Li Feng. Bang! Yet, Li Feng's fist struck mercilessly against Zhao Tianxiang's left arm. Crack! Another sound of shattering filled the air, and Zhao Tianxiang's expression momentarily froze before he erupted into another scream. His left arm was now crippled as well. How ruthless! This young man from the Li family has indeed rendered Zhao Tianxiang's 2 arms useless. As Li Feng prepared to strike again, the onlookers now gazed at him with involuntary fear. Looking at the howling Zhao Tianxiang, Li Feng forcibly seized the spatial ring from him. As he surveyed the contents of the spatial ring, Li Feng's eyes brightened. Seeing the ring snatched away, Zhao Tianxiang glared at Li Feng with venomous fury. You dare to injure me and steal my spatial ring. My father and brother will make you pay dearly. The Li family will also face retribution. Retribution? At these words, Li Feng's expression turned icy. Bang! He kicked out his right foot, landing a brutal blow to Zhao Tianxiang's abdomen, a terrifying force surging into his body. Zhao Tianxiang screamed. Spitting out blood, his body arched painfully as he was sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Zhao Tianxiang howled in agony, his body curling inward, several ribs shattered by Li Feng's kick. He glared at Li Feng, his face a mask of deep-seated hatred. I will kill you. I will kill you. At this moment, Zhao Tianxiang was teetering on the brink of madness. Actually, I could kill you right now. How does that sound? Li Feng's expression remained cold as he stepped closer to Zhao Tianxiang, speaking indifferently. He lifted his right foot and brought it down with force. Crack! Zhao Tianxiang let out another agonizing scream, more ribs snapping beneath the assault. At this point, Zhao Tianxiang felt as though he were losing his mind. Surrounded by onlookers while being utterly humiliated, both arms and ribs broken, reduced to a pitiful state. Stop! Upon witnessing Li Feng's audacious actions, the 2 young men from the Zhao family were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. They exclaimed in indignation, Are you aware of Zhao Tianxiang's status? How dare you treat him in such a manner? The Zhao family will undoubtedly not let this slide. In response, Li Feng merely scoffed. Why don't you let the Zhao family take action now? If they possess the courage, let those of the Dan Yuan realm step forth for a battle. Despite his relatively low strength, he was well aware of the ongoing strife among the Li, Zhao, and Zheng families. In truth, the Zhao and Zheng families relied heavily on their 4 elders of the Dan Yuan realm. The Li family had previously devised a plan to eliminate these 4 formidable figures, which would alleviate any concerns they had. Nevertheless, the elders from the Zhao and Zheng families were exceedingly cautious. One remained hidden deep within their family estate, while the other was elusive, his whereabouts unknown. This caution rendered Li Yuxian unable to seize an opportunity to strike. Note: due to the early stage of the new book, updates will not be excessively rapid. Hence, there will primarily be 2 updates for the time being. The author will also reserve some content to release in abundance once the book is officially launched. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 12. The Sun Family's Innate Power Hum. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the 2 young men from the Zhao family scoffed. Though they were reluctant to admit it, they understood that Li Feng spoke the truth. Their family indeed harbored an immense apprehension towards Li Yuxian. With a smile gracing his face, Li Feng addressed them. You should also surrender your space rings. At this, the expressions of the 2 young men darkened considerably, and one of them retorted angrily, You are going too far. Do you truly wish for me to take action again? Li Feng remained indifferent, taking a step forward. The moment they perceived his movement, fear washed over their faces, and they instinctively retreated. Yet, upon realizing he did not advance further, their countenances shifted between shades of green and white. Ultimately, they said nothing, merely huffing in annoyance as they relinquished their space rings. The space rings belonging to Zhao Tianxiang and his companions were now in the hands of this young man from the Li family. How ruthless! They had not only been severely injured, but had also lost all their possessions. When did the Li family produce such a formidable individual? Even Li Hao would not dare act so recklessly, would he? The onlookers regarded the scene with astonishment. The Li family appeared weak, with only Li Yanshi at the 3rd level of the body refining realm and an unknown youth. In stark contrast, the Zhao family boasted the talented Zhao Tianxiang at the 5th level and 2 others at the 4th level, and yet the Zhao family was utterly defeated. Which member of the Li family are you? With such prowess, I am surprised I have not heard of you before, Zhao Tianxiang stated, his voice low and laced with menace. The murderous intent in his gaze was unmistakable, and Li Feng sensed it as well. He approached Zhao Tianxiang, his right fist clenched. Zhao Tianxiang seemed to grasp Li Feng's intentions, his expression changing abruptly. If you continue this battle, you shall ruin the Sun family plaza, a voice suddenly interjected. And a middle-aged man in a black robe strode forth across the vast plaza. Master. Upon seeing the man, the plaza's steward exhaled in relief and hurried forward, bowing respectfully. As expected, Li Feng thought, the Sun family possessed an innate member, and given that their main residence was here, it was only logical that he would be present. With an innate member of the Sun family in attendance, his desire to eliminate Zhao Tianxiang was virtually impossible. Not to mention, Zhao Tianxiang was the most promising genius of the Zhao family's younger generation, with a high likelihood of attaining innate status. More importantly, his father was the youngest late-stage innate practitioner of the Zhao family. Should Zhao Tianxiang perish in the Sun family plaza, and the innate member present fail to intervene, the consequences were all too predictable. Let us conclude matters here for today, Sun Yao stated, approaching and casting a glance at Li Feng, while smiling at Zhao Tianxiang. Internally, he felt a bitter smile. Both the Li and Zhao families were colossal entities within the Huanglin County, and he could not afford to offend either. However, he could not allow either party to suffer loss within the Sun family plaza. Changgu. With Sun Yao's arrival, the two young men from the Zhao family finally breathed a sigh of relief, rushing to support Zhao Tianxiang. Zhao Tianxiang's expression suddenly calmed. But this calmness was even more intimidating than before. He cast a deep glance at Li Feng before turning to leave. Watching Zhao Tianxiang and his companions retreat in disarray, Li Feng's expression remained tranquil. Truly worthy of the Li family's elite. The fourth level of the body refining realm can execute the sixth form of the mountain-breaking fist, Sun Yao remarked, directing a beaming smile at Li Feng. In truth, Li Feng had not exerted his full strength earlier, deliberately maintaining his aura at the fourth level of the body refining realm. The body refining realm focuses on physicality, making it difficult to discern true levels, even for those at the innate stage. Though Zhao Tianxiang had just recently broken through to the fifth level, he was easily defeated by Li Feng's execution of the sixth form of the mountain-breaking fist. Apologies for disturbing your business, Master Sun. Li Feng smiled at the man before him. It's a trivial matter, Sun Yao waved dismissively. Afterward, Li Feng said nothing more and turned to leave. Who exactly is this youth? With such combat prowess, how can he remain anonymous within the Li family? Sun Yao pondered, observing Li Feng's retreating figure. Wow, fifth brother. You are incredible. Zhao Tianxiang was no match for you. Li Ye exclaimed excitedly. With just one punch, he was knocked down. He swung his fists in exhilaration, his face alight with joy. Having previously been thoroughly beaten by Zhao Tianxiang and his companions, and robbed of his possessions, Li Feng had now repaid the debt in kind. Li Feng shook his head, retrieving a short sword from Zhao Tianxiang's space ring and tossing it to Li Ye. Do not venture out alone in the future. Encountering Zhao Tianxiang again could be disastrous. Well, my treasure. Fourth level of the body refining realm? Li Feng smiled. May you achieve a successful breakthrough. Li Feng. Upon entering the Li family mansion, a remarkably rotund youth obstructed their path. Li Xiaoying, why are you blocking our way? Li Ye exclaimed angrily at the sight. Humph. Li Ye, step aside. Li Haiwu's gaze shifted to Li Feng, a hint of combativeness glimmering in his eyes. Li Feng. I have now broken through to the fifth level of the body refining realm. Do you dare to fight me? Li Ye was taken aback by Li Haiwu's words, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Zhao Tianxiang, at the fifth level, had barely lasted a single exchange against Li Feng and had suffered terribly. Now, Li Haiwu was challenging him. Considering that Zhao Tianxiang had a 2-month head start in breaking through to the fifth level, this was indeed surprising. Li Xiaopeng, I accept your challenge. Li Feng nodded at the plump youth before him, speaking softly, but if you wish to fight, I have little time to spare. Hearing this, Li Haiwu gritted his teeth, then waved his right hand. A small purple plant appeared in his grasp, crowned with a single purple flower emanating wisps of spiritual energy. Purple sea flower. At the sight of this purple plant, Li Feng's eyes flickered. The purple sea flower was a first-grade spiritual herb, maturing over 7 years. Although it was not as potent as the red Lingzhen his father had previously given him, it was significantly superior to the blue xianxiao he had harvested from the Sun family plaza, which had only matured for 5 years. Chapter 13, Harvest Li Feng. If I lose, this purple sea flower will be yours, Li Haiwu said in a solemn tone. Very well, Li Feng nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Li Haiwu's spirits lifted instantly, and he hurriedly suggested, let us proceed to the battle arena. In the past, while at the fourth level of the body refinement realm, he had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Li Feng, who was only at the third level. This memory was a source of shame for him. No need. We can fight right here, Li Feng replied with a smile. I will strike. With that, he swung his right fist directly towards Li Haiwu. Humph. Li Feng, do you think my strength remains as it once was? Li Haiwu sneered coldly. He too formed a fist. channeling all his might to deliver a powerful blow toward Li Feng. The two fists, imbued with formidable energy, collided with a thunderous impact. Li Haiwu's expression shifted from a smirk to shock as he felt an overwhelming force surge from Li Feng's fist. He found himself unable to withstand the power, his body retreating several steps. The sixth layer of the mountain-splitting fist technique, Li Haiwu's face paled as he stared blankly at Li Feng. In pure strength, the fifth level of the body refinement realm should easily overpower the fourth level. However, this did not account for techniques. The mountain-splitting fist drew upon the entire body's strength, bones, muscles, and more, allowing a mere fraction of power to be amplified significantly. Thus, despite Li Feng suppressing his cultivation to the fourth level, his strength surpassed that of Li Haiwu. Brother 5 is formidable, Li Yin shouted with laughter. Haha, Li Xiaoping. You've broken through to the fifth level of the body refinement realm, but Brother 5 has also advanced to the fourth level, making you still no match for him. A few others approached, witnessing the fight, and chuckled at the scene. Li Haiwu's complexion darkened, and with a frustrated huff, he tossed the small purple grass aside and left in a huff, unwilling to speak further. Admitting defeat weighed heavily on his heart. The purple herb had been a gift from his father upon his own ascension to the fifth level, intended to stabilize his power. Yet, before he could even utilize it, it had fallen into Li Feng's hands. Haha, Brother 5, Li Xiaoping has personally delivered a precious spirit herb. Li Yan's booming laughter echoed, reaching even Li Haiwu, who quickened his pace in embarrassment. All right, I shall return to my training. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively and walked toward his courtyard. Upon seeing him, a little girl's eyes brightened, and she called out, Brother, what are you up to, Xiaoyu? Li Feng rushed forward to scoop up his sister, offering her a piece of candy with a smile. I'm practicing martial arts. The little girl exclaimed, her face glowing with joy as she said, Once I master my skills, I can go out with you, brother. At her words, Li Feng felt a pang in his heart. He affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, All right, I will definitely find a chance to take you out, Xiaoyu. He then produced an array of delicious treats he had bought on the street. With a swift motion of his right hand, numerous items appeared before him. 3 spatial rings, the purple herb, and 2 basketball-sized stones. What treasures lie within these stones? Li Feng wondered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he prepared to split them open. These stones were acquired at the Sun Family Plaza. As he cracked them open, a vibrant red flower and a small, green fruit the size of an infant's fist emerged before him. First-grade spirit herb, red jade flower, and first-grade spirit herb, green garden fruit. Li Feng smiled, satisfied. Indeed, spirit herbs exist. He had nearly exhausted the spirit herbs from the Sun family. Turning to the 3 spatial rings, he waved his hand again, revealing 4 more spirit herbs. The 2 young men from the Zhao family had only 1 first-grade spirit herb each in their rings, while Zhao Tianxiang possessed 3, including 1 second-grade spirit herb. Li Feng gazed at the golden fruit, which emitted a fragrant aroma and resembled a gourd, feeling elated. A second-grade spirit herb, golden gourd fruit, with a maturation period of 20 years. In fact, this had recently been gifted to Zhao Tianxiang by his father, who had not yet had the opportunity to refine it before Li Feng claimed it. In total, he had a second-grade spirit herb, the golden gourd fruit, alongside 6 first-grade spirit herbs. Li Feng's face radiated with joy. Previously troubled by the lack of spirit herbs, his fortunes had now taken a turn for the better. Now, to observe the absorption of the mysterious light point. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng felt a surge of anticipation. The abundant spirit energy was crucial for his advancement. Grasping the first-grade spirit herb, the red jade flower, Li Feng released his hold on the mysterious light point at his heart. Boom. Instantly, the light point transformed into a vortex, voraciously absorbing the spirit energy from the red jade flower. Within seconds, the energy was entirely consumed, the flower crumbling into ashes that dispersed into the air. Buzz with the energy absorbed from the red jade flower, the previously dim mysterious light point brightened noticeably. Continue absorbing, Li Feng exclaimed, filled with excitement as he grasped another first-grade spirit herb. One by one, the spirit herbs disintegrated into ash. In mere moments, all 6 first-grade spirit herbs vanished, leaving Li Feng holding the golden gourd fruit. Despite being a second-grade spirit herb, it offered no resistance against the mysterious light point, which consumed its energy in less than a second, reducing it to ashes. After absorbing 6 first-grade spirit herbs and 1 second-grade spirit herb, the mysterious light point now shone brilliantly like a star. Boom. As he circulated his cultivation technique, pure spirit energy radiated through his body, flowing with the blood from his heart, which he continually absorbed. A small light point, yet Li Feng could sense the profound richness of the spirit energy contained within it, akin to a serene spiritual pool. Surely, this will allow me to swiftly break through to the 6th level of the body refinement realm, Li Feng thought, his eyes gleaming with expectation. This mysterious light point devoured spirit herbs, transforming them into pure energy for him to absorb effortlessly, causing his power to grow at a visibly rapid pace. Chapter 14. First level training. Suppressing the tumultuous excitement within, Li Feng turned his gaze towards Zhao Tianxiang's spatial ring. Inside the ring, amidst an array of miscellaneous items, lay various spiritual herbs, most of which Li Feng recognized. Clenching his right hand, a white orb materialized within it. What is this? Observing the orb, a flicker of confusion crossed Li Feng's eyes. Upon closer inspection, although the contents of Zhao Tianxiang's spatial ring were indeed eclectic, each item held some utility, yet this orb appeared utterly devoid of purpose, which seemed implausible. Buzz. Grasping the orb, Li Feng suddenly felt a disconnection of his spirit from his body, as if he were drawn into the orb. A series of strange vibrations enveloped him, revealing an extraordinarily peculiar pattern within the orb, lines intertwined, emanating waves of energy. Gasping for breath, Li Feng's astonishment deepened. It felt as though he had been entirely consumed by this white luminous sphere. What exactly is this? A pattern? Confusion clouded his mind as the image was imprinted indelibly upon his consciousness, refusing to dissipate. After contemplating for a while, he resolved to show it to his father at a later time. Taking a deep breath, he stored the orb away. Training. He focused his mind and began absorbing the pure spiritual energy radiating from the light points. Once saturated, he resumed practicing the mountain-cleaving fist technique. A day swiftly passed. As dusk descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with a tapestry of vibrant clouds. The Li family estate buzzed with activity. It was the weekly family banquet, with nearly 100 members gathered around the table. Among them were over 20 innate realm practitioners, alongside several elders of the body refinement realm, while the remaining 30-odd were younger generations. These individuals represented the most crucial figures of the Li family, either possessing formidable strength or wielding significant influence. Among the youth, those with exceptional talent or whose forebears were innate realm experts were also present. Though Li Feng was relatively weak and insignificant within the family, his father's status as an innate realm expert granted him a place at the table. Among the younger generation, Li Hao stood out as the most powerful, having reached the 7th layer of the body refinement realm at just 20 years of age. Naturally, he occupied the foremost position among the youth, flanked by siblings Li Xinye and Li Xinhong, both of whom, despite their lineage lacking innate realm experts, had remarkable talents and had reached the 6th layer of body refinement just shy of 18. In the Li family, talent was nurtured regardless of one's ancestry. Following them were 6 practitioners at the 5th layer of body refinement, including the newly advanced Li Haiwu, with Li Feng included. There were 7 individuals under 20 years old at this level. At this moment, Li Haiwu cast furtive glances at Li Feng, his expression darkening. Seated in the chief position was the elder with wispy white hair, surveying the room. Recently, the conflicts between the Zhao and Zheng families and us have escalated. Innate realm practitioners have clashed on 2 occasions already. He snorted. The Zhao and Zheng families, having risen in the Wild Forest County, truly believe that with their Dan Yuan realm, we, the Li family, will shy away from confrontation? His words prompted a burly, bearded middle-aged man to retort coldly. Our ancestor is currently in seclusion. When he emerges after a breakthrough, we shall see how the Zhao and Zheng families fare. Another elder voiced his anger. The innate practitioners of the Li family wore expressions of cold disdain. They were the most powerful family in the Wild Forest County. Yet they faced constant provocation from the other 2 families. Our ancestor previously issued a directive, the elder continued, prompting silence among the gathered elders. If the Zhao and Zheng families seek trouble, we are to retaliate without hesitation. Laughter erupted among the assembly. The ancestor must be confident in his breakthrough to make such a proclamation. They smiled, even though uncertainty lingered in their hearts, as hope naturally inclined towards the positive. By the way, Tianyang, I heard that your son, Li Feng, clashed with Zhao Tianxiang at the Sun Family Plaza. Isn't Zhao Tianxiang supposed to be Li Feng's formidable rival? An elder addressed Li Tianyang with a grin. Has Li Feng grown so powerful? Zhao Tianxiang is at the 5th layer of body refinement, isn't? Another elder inquired curiously. There were only 10 individuals among the younger generation who had reached the 5th layer and above. The notion that Li Feng could defeat one of them was astonishing. Li Tianyang chuckled. Li Feng is currently at the 4th layer of body refinement, but he has already grasped the 6th stance of the mountain-cleaving fist technique. Only at the 4th layer, yet he has mastered the 6th stance? Several elders expressed their astonishment, fully aware of the difficulty. Even they had not achieved such prowess in their youth. Noticing their reactions, pride shone in Li Tianyang's eyes as he gestured for Li Feng to step forward. Li Feng approached respectfully. Father, esteemed elders. Li Feng, demonstrate the 6th stance of the mountain-cleaving fist, Li Tianyang urged with a smile. The weekly gathering served not only to discuss family matters but also to assess the younger generation's training. They were the foundation of the family, key to its enduring prosperity. The Li family had once thrived with a plethora of talents, yet the emergence of prodigies had diminished over time. Understood. Seeing the interest in the elder's eyes, Li Feng nodded. He controlled his strength at the 4th layer of body refinement and began to execute the fist technique. Excellent. His martial arts talent is remarkable, the elders remarked with smiles after witnessing his demonstration. The eldest with a white beard stated, in terms of martial arts talent, Li Feng should be regarded as the best in the family. He will henceforth receive first-level resources for training. The Li family possessed abundant resources, yet it was impossible to provide equal training for everyone. They were divided into various levels, with only Li Hao, Li Xinya, and Li Xinhong receiving first-level resources. Thank you, Elder. Hearing this, Li Feng's eyes sparkled with joy as he expressed his gratitude respectfully. In his heart, he mused that he could progressively showcase his strength without excessive concealment. He could not yet find a suitable excuse to explain his rapid growth in power, so he would gradually reveal it. Merely showcasing a portion of the 6th stance of the mountain-cleaving fist had already astonished the numerous elders of the Li family, earning him a place in the prestigious first-level cultivation. Little did they know that he had already completely mastered the 6th stance, having only begun learning it a week prior. Even the most gifted individuals would find it extraordinary to fully grasp a technique in such a short span. The family would undoubtedly scrutinize him closely. Chapter 15. The 6th Layer of Body Refinement. After the demonstration, Li Feng withdrew once again. Brother 5 is truly impressive. The 6th form of the mountain-opening fist. How have you already mastered it? I haven't even grasped the 4th form. Several young people among the younger generation cast envious glances at Li Feng. Humph. What does it matter if you practice the mountain-opening fist well? If your strength doesn't improve, it's all in vain, Li Haiwu retorted coldly. Haha, Li Xiaobang. Weren't you just beaten by Brother 5? Do you wish to face him again? Upon hearing this, Li Yinshe laughed heartily. In the distance, several elders also took note of the commotion. Tianlei, your boy seems to have quite the conflict with Xiaofeng. One elder chuckled. That rascal. The burly middle-aged man who had spoken earlier furrowed his brow at the remark. At that moment, as Li Haiwu was about to speak, an icy chill suddenly surged within him. The gathering soon dispersed, and Li Tianlei approached Li Haiwu, speaking in a grave tone. Come with me. Seeing the grim expression on his father's face, Li Haiwu instinctively recoiled, hesitant to speak, and obediently trailed behind. They quickly arrived at a palace, where Li Haiwu whispered, Father, what do you need to discuss? Li Tianlei replied sternly, Have you been looking for trouble with Li Feng again? In response, Li Haiwu could only say, Father, Li Feng is hardly a threat. His cultivation talent is low, and he merely excels in martial arts. Given time, I will surely surpass him. Are you proud of surpassing Li Feng? Li Tianlei's voice was heavy. Father, Li Haiwu cast a fearful glance at his father. Short-sighted. Confining your vision to our family, what has allowed the Li family to endure for so many years? Tell me. Li Tianlei's tone was resolute. Li Haiwu paused, then answered without hesitation, Unity. Exactly. Unity is a lesson every member of the Li family must learn. Even in normal times, we must stand together, let alone now. Li Tianlei's voice grew colder. The Zhao and Zheng families are eyeing us with malice, eager for our ancestors to fall. Can you imagine the consequences? Do you remember what I told you about the Hu family of Huyan County? The Hu family? Li Haiwu recalled his father's words from long ago, momentarily stunned. The Hu family was once one of the prominent clans of Huyan County, boasting a history of over 5,000 years with 4 formidable Dan Yuan realm experts, 2 of whom were at their peak. However, due to various reasons, those 4 experts fell one after another, leading to the family's rapid disintegration. The resources they held were swiftly divided among rival clans, and the family suffered a mysterious attack that led to the deaths of many innate realm experts. The remaining few fled the county in utter disarray, and within a week, the once mighty Hu family was reduced to ruins. As long as the Li family stands, we endure, and you enjoy a stable life, reaping the family's resources to enhance your strength. But once the family falls, it will be akin to the Hu family, shattered and fleeing like a dog without a master. Our current opponents are the Zhao and Zheng families. If you have the ability, challenge Zhao Tianyu directly. Li Tianlei's voice was unyielding. Li Haiwu's eyes widened in confusion. Had he been wrong to oppose Li Feng all along? Enough. I have said my piece. You shall remain in your room for 10 days to ponder this. With that, Li Tianlei exited, leaving Li Haiwu standing in a daze. Yet, while the reasoning was simple, shifting Li Haiwu's long-standing animosity towards Li Feng would not be an easy task. Having absorbed a plethora of spiritual herbs, the mysterious light point contained sufficient spiritual energy. It was now time to elevate his strength. Li Feng inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with anticipation. He resumed his reclusive lifestyle. Aside from his training, his sole pleasure was wandering the Li family estate with his sister. To Li Feng's surprise, Li Haiwu, who had previously sought confrontation, had vanished. In truth, Li Feng held little animosity towards him. After all, they were both members of the Li family. He understood that family came first. With the news of his overwhelming defeat of Zhao Tianqi, which included seizing his belongings, Li Feng's status within the family had risen considerably, garnering admiration from many of the younger generation. In terms of strength, he ranked among the top 5 of the family's youth. Training and practicing the mountain opening fist became Li Feng's daily routine. Despite acquiring the mysterious light point, he did not slacken in his diligent cultivation. He maintained a rigorous schedule, sleeping only 5 hours a night and rising at dawn. While talent was crucial, effort and diligence were equally vital, a lesson Li Feng had grasped early on. He would not allow the mysterious light point to make him complacent. The light point represented an opportunity for transformation in his strength, and he was determined to seize it, redoubling his efforts. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye, and it had been a month since Li Feng had obtained the mysterious light point. In the small pond behind his courtyard, he sat quietly, his aura slightly contained, maintaining a steady oscillation. The rich, pure spiritual energy from the mysterious light point flowed continuously into his body, impacting his meridians and refining his bones. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through him, accumulating until it seemed he was nearing his limit. Crack! At a certain moment, a faint sound echoed within him, as if something had been shattered. Boom! With the breakthrough, an immense wave of energy erupted from Li Feng's body. The previously saturated spiritual energy surged into him almost instantaneously, absorbed eagerly as the mysterious light point released an abundance of pure spiritual energy. Li Feng felt his body rapidly filling with power. The 6th layer of body refinement. Clenching his fists, he reveled in his newfound strength, a smile gracing his lips. Among the younger generation of the Li family, only 3 had reached the 6th layer of body refinement or higher, and they were all at least 18 years of age. Yet here he was, merely 16. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Feng was also taken aback. In just a month, he had ascended from the 5th to the 6th layer. What an astonishing rate of progress. Even Zhou Yao, who had reached the 9th layer at 17, would have required several months to make such a leap. His own timeline had been condensed by several folds. Exhaling deeply, Li Feng suppressed his thoughts, a broad smile adorning his face. His progress filled him with joy. Mountain opening fist. He swung his fists with the ferocity of a descending tiger, embodying a grand momentum, effortlessly powerful. The simplicity of his punches belied their tremendous weight. The 7th form. A complete punch unleashed, the air crackled with explosive sounds, affirming the might of this martial art. Chapter 16. The Lingxian Trading Company. The mysterious luminous points not only devoured spiritual energy and transformed it into pure essence for my absorption, but also elevated my martial comprehension. Li Feng's eyes gleamed with evident excitement. Just a week prior, he had fully mastered the 7th form of the Kaishan fist. As he swung his right fist, a surge of strength emanated from various parts of his body. In the realm of body refinement, the first 6 levels were foundational, while ascending from the 6th to the 7th level allowed for the generation of internal force, akin to true qi. With the aid of this internal strength, the same technique could exhibit a dramatic increase in power. The 7th form of the Kaishan fist could already harness various subtle energies of the body, its might rivaling that of internal force. Generally, only those who had truly reached the 7th level of body refinement could generate internal force, making mastery of the 7th form of the Kaishan fist feasible. Yet, Li Feng had entered this realm even while at the 5th level, achieving complete mastery. If this were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly cause a significant stir. In just a month, Li Feng's power had surged from the 3rd to the 6th level of body refinement, a remarkable 3-level leap that would surely elicit astonishment if known. In the courtyard, Li Feng persistently practiced his fist techniques. With each movement, sharp, piercing sounds resonated through the air, the force surpassing even that of the 7th form of the Kaishan fist. This was the 8th form. Having completely mastered the 7th form a week ago was already a marvel, and in this week, he had diligently practiced the 8th form, now nearing proficiency. Now, I could likely contend with brother Li Hao. Li Feng's heart brimmed with joy. Li Hao, at the 7th level of body refinement, was the strongest among the younger generation of the Li family, with great potential to break through to the innate level and become one of the elders of the family. With his current strength, Li Feng felt confident in matching him. Yet, with rapid growth and strength came swift depletion of spiritual energy. Curbing his excitement, Li Feng examined the luminous point near his heart. The spiritual energy accumulated from the golden gourd fruit and other spiritual herbs he had absorbed was already half consumed. That consisted of a 2nd-grade spiritual herb, 6 first-grade herbs, and the red spiritual ginseng, which was exceptionally close to 2nd grade, gifted by his father. The remaining energy would likely be insufficient for him to break through to the 7th level of body refinement. After some contemplation, Li Feng shook his head. It was common knowledge that as one progressed in body refinement, the time and energy required increased exponentially. He needed to find ways to gather more spiritual herbs. For Li Feng, as long as he had sufficient spiritual herbs, his body could continually absorb them, enabling his realm to perpetually advance. Taking a deep breath, he refreshed himself and stepped outside. In the courtyard, a little girl was crouched down, observing ants scurrying about. Upon seeing Li Feng, she immediately cheered. "Brother, Xiaoyu, what did you learn today?" Li Feng asked, lifting his little sister with affection. "I learned so many things with mother, but..." The girl, fingers poised and head tilted, was about to say something but suddenly forgot, feeling embarrassed. "I forgot," she giggled, wrapping her arms around Li Feng's neck in a playful manner. Seeing her cheerful demeanor lightened Li Feng's spirits further. Xiao Feng. As he was teasing his sister, Li Tianyang approached. "Father." Upon seeing his father, Li Feng promptly called out. "How is your training progressing?" Li Tianyang inquired. Li Feng replied straightforwardly, "My strength has improved somewhat, and I have made significant progress with the 6th form of the Kaishan fist." His rate of progress was astonishing, yet he found no suitable reasons to share, so he opted to remain silent. What expression would his father wear if he revealed his true strength and the fact that he was on the verge of mastering the 8th form? The thought crossed his mind, and his intuition warned him that the mysterious luminous point must remain a secret. Nevertheless, he was already preparing a plausible explanation. "Any progress is good." Li Tianyang pat Li Feng's shoulder, disregarding his ambiguous words. He smiled. "Although training is important, one must also relax appropriately. Proper rest will only benefit you." He was aware that Li Feng had scarcely left the house in nearly 3 weeks, having ventured out only once, spending the rest of the time practicing in the courtyard. In truth, it mattered little whether Li Feng went out or stayed in, as he felt his strength increasing constantly, unwilling to squander a moment. Despite this, he nodded at his father, affirming, "I understand, father." "Good." Li Tianyang nodded in response. Recognizing that many of the younger generation in the Li family were rather lazy and required parental supervision to train, but he had no such concerns with his son, who seemed to need encouragement to take breaks instead. "Your brother Li Hao and the others are heading out today. You should accompany them to ease your mind," Li Tianyang suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Feng considered for a moment before replying, "Understood, father. I shall seek out brother Li Hao." Having just broken through to the 6th level of body refinement, a little rest would indeed be beneficial. Exiting the courtyard, Li Feng made his way directly to the entrance of the Li family estate, where several individuals had gathered, with Li Hao leading the group, accompanied by the 6th level cultivators, siblings Li Xinya and Li Xinhong, as well as the towering figure of Li Yanshi, who stood at nearly 2 meters tall. "Fifth brother," Li Hao exclaimed with a smile upon seeing Li Feng. "Wow, fifth brother, it's so hard to see you." Li Yanshi rushed over to greet him. Weeks had passed, and he had now reached the 4th level of body refinement. "Eldest brother, where are you all headed?" Li Feng inquired as he approached the entrance. Li Hao, clad in a long black robe, replied with a grin, "We plan to visit the Lingxian Trading Company. Today is the day it opens, and many will be selling various items. We're hoping to find some treasures." The Lingxian Trading Company? Li Feng's heart stirred at the mention. The Lingxian Trading Company was the largest and most diverse trading establishment in the Huanglin County, offering an array of goods, including elixirs, weapons, and spiritual herbs. Almost anything one could imagine could be found there. However, the company operated on a barter system, primarily accepting goods instead of currency. Each month, it opened for a day, allowing individuals to set up stalls in the surrounding area for a fee. Thus, today was one of the busiest times at the Lingxian Trading Company, where even innate-level cultivators might find numerous opportunities. Li Feng, would you like to join us? Li Xinya, dressed in a flowing blue gown, smiled. Fifth brother, let me tell you, there are many fine treasures at the stalls. With you there, acquiring them will be a breeze. Li Yinshe chimed in excitedly. Chapter 17. The Divine Pattern Jade Tablet. Li Yinshe still recalled the incident involving the blue Xian grass that Li Feng had chosen from the stone last time. He was eager to witness those treasures. Li Feng nodded with a smile. Before them lay an immensely vast plaza, bustling with activity as various stalls displayed an array of goods, and the crowd flowed incessantly, creating a lively atmosphere. The Lingxian Trading House was indeed impressive. Walking through the plaza, Li Feng's gaze was drawn to the Grand Palace in the distance, which comprised 3 levels. The first floor was already filled with stalls, teeming with people, and the throngs were unending. However, the individuals present, even if they were cultivators, were merely at the body refining stage, lacking anyone at the innate stage. For those at the innate level, they would primarily be found on the 2nd or 3rd floors of the Lingxian Trading House, where the treasures were far more precious. Yet access was not granted to ordinary individuals. Fifth brother, let us explore separately. If we spot something good but lack the funds to purchase it, we can take note of it, Li Hao suggested with a smile, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he surveyed the various stalls, hopeful of discovering valuable items today. Very well, Li Feng replied with a grin, and the group dispersed, with Li Feng and Li Yinshe meandering through the surroundings. Fifth brother, look. There are spiritual herbs for sale, Li Yinshe exclaimed suddenly after only a few steps. Li Feng turned his gaze toward a stall. Is that a grade 1 spiritual herb, the purple red flower? At the stall, 3 spiritual herbs were displayed, but only the central purple red flower captivated Li Feng's attention. The purple red flower, with a maturation period of 9.5 years, was on the cusp of reaching the threshold of a grade 2 spiritual herb and was exceedingly rare. The other 2 herbs were of lesser age, around 5 or 6 years. How much for these spiritual herbs? Someone inquired. The stall owner, clad in leather garments resembling a hunter, responded. The purple red flower requires 2 grade 1 healing pills for exchange, while the other 2 herbs require 1 grade 1 healing pill each. That's too expensive. Grade 1 healing pills are incredibly precious. The value of the purple red flower does not justify that price, several bystanders remarked, yet the hunter remained unfazed. In truth, the purple red flower and similar grade 1 spiritual herbs could be sold to the Lingxian Trading House, but those establishments would invariably offer a much lower price, typically around 1/10 of the value, which was quite common. Consequently, many individuals possessing spiritual herbs opted to set up their own stalls for sale, as the stall fee was minimal. Grade 1 pills, Li Feng mused, shaking his head in resignation. The cleansing pill he had previously consumed was a top-tier grade 1 pill, incomparable to ordinary pills. How impoverished I am, Li Feng lamented, wishing he could simply grasp those spiritual herbs and absorb their inherent spiritual energy. Oh, if only I could purchase these spiritual herbs with silver, Li Yinshe chimed in, unable to contain his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Li Feng chuckled. If they were truly available for purchase, we might not be able to compete with others. If everyone could buy them, the herbs would be snatched up instantly. True, Li Yinshe replied, scratching his head. Then his eyes lit up again. Fifth brother, it seems there are treasures over there. As they strolled along the street, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air, presenting a vibrant array of goods. The previous stall had been selling weapons, including a short sword that far surpassed his own weapon, yet it was priced at 3,000 taels of silver. Those wealthy scoundrels are everywhere. They bought that short sword in an instant, and I was so close, Li Yinshe complained, having just missed out on a treasure he had set his sights on. How much do you have on you? If you were so close, why not borrow from me? Li Feng casually inquired while surveying the area. I have 50 taels of silver, Li Ye sure admitted candidly. 50? That's what you call being close. Li Feng thought to himself, bemused by Li Yen's lamentations. Suddenly, Li Feng's attention was drawn to a spot where a multitude of people had gathered, their voices rising in excitement. Could there be a treasure there? He pondered. Well, look at all those people. There must be something valuable. Fifth brother, let us hurry and see. Li Ye exclaimed, his previous disappointment evaporating as excitement took hold. Ignoring Li Ye, Li Feng advanced toward the crowd. Through the gaps in the throng, he glimpsed the wares on display. There were not many items. A battle knife, a long sword, 5 vials of liquid, 3 stones of varying sizes, and at the center, a square jade tablet approximately 10 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide, radiating a milky white hue adorned with intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, these patterns seemed to be embedded within the jade, revealing an extraordinary quality. Is this the divine pattern jade tablet? Upon seeing the tablet, a flicker of recognition sparked in Li Feng's mind, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. The divine pattern jade tablet could only be crafted by a divine pattern master. Indeed, the surrounding voices confirmed Li Feng's hypothesis. This divine pattern jade tablet enhances the strength of grade 1 advanced weapons by 1/3. You wish to exchange it for 3 grade 2 spiritual herbs? That price is exorbitant. Even a common grade 1 advanced weapon is only sold for 3 grade 2 spiritual herbs, another voice chimed in. I can offer 2 grade 2 spiritual herbs at most. The murmurs continued, and Li Feng's interest was piqued. In this world, beyond cultivation, there existed a plethora of unique professions, such as alchemy and artifact forging. The family of Zhou Yao was known for their alchemical expertise. In truth, both alchemy and forging were not particularly difficult to learn. Alchemy primarily involved the combination of various medicinal liquids and the control of flames. Even those lacking inherent talent could potentially succeed after prolonged practice. However, there exists a rare profession, divine pattern masters. To become a divine pattern master required no particular skill. It was entirely reliant on talent. Without the innate ability to craft divine patterns, one could spend hundreds or even thousands of years without achieving a single divine pattern jade tablet. This was because divine pattern masters could harness a fragment of the world's energy, merging various medicinal liquids with this energy to inscribe runes, which were then preserved in jade. Each divine pattern contained a fragment of the world's essence, enhancing strength, upgrading weapon grades, and even accelerating cultivation speed. Such divine patterns were coveted by every formidable individual. The divine pattern jade tablet on display was designed to augment weapon strength. For everyone, weapons were of paramount importance. A powerful weapon could confer a significant advantage in combat. A grade 1 advanced weapon was intended for cultivators at the body refining stages 7 to 9. And enhancing strength by 1/3 was an irresistible temptation for cultivators using weapons of that caliber. Ultimately, the divine pattern jade tablet was acquired by a burly middle-aged man bearing a scar on his face, who exchanged it for 2 grade 2 spiritual herbs along with 4 grade 1 spiritual herbs. Upon obtaining the jade tablet, the man's face radiated with excitement as he surveyed his surroundings, and with a grip of his right hand, a black battle knife materialized. With a crisp snap, he shattered the milky white jade tablet in his grasp. The jade tablet shattered, and a peculiar rune appeared in the air, making contact with the weapon. It shimmered momentarily before seamlessly merging into the blade. A low hum resonated. The black war knife appeared to emit a ripple of energy, only to cease shortly thereafter. Grasping the hilt of the knife, the burly man produced a chunk of black ore, roughly the size of a fist, and swung the war knife, cleaving through the mineral with a decisive blow. Crack! Instantly, the ore split in two. Such formidable power. This was black xian ore, its density comparable to that of an 8th-tier body refinement practitioner. The ability to effortlessly cleave through this mineral indicated that the war knife could easily bisect an 8th-tier practitioner. Awe and envy flickered in the eyes of those surrounding him. Congratulations, Knife Master, on acquiring such a formidable weapon. A familiar voice chimed in with a smile. Haha. The scarred, burly man caressed the knife as one would a rare treasure, his face alight with exhilaration. With this war knife in hand, I can venture into the depths of Mayan Mountain and combat those defensive beastly creatures with confidence. He chuckled inwardly. Although he had expended 2 second-tier spiritual herbs along with several first-tier ones, it was entirely worthwhile. He then sheathed the knife and departed swiftly. Let us go. There are divine rune jade tablets here. Perhaps one might manifest elsewhere. Yet even if it appeared, it would be beyond our means. The crowd mused as they glanced at the other wares on display, finding little interest before hastily departing. Was this the true power of divine rune jade tablets? Li Feng observed, a tinge of envy flickering in his gaze. Enhancing the potency of one's weapon seemed straightforward, merely acquiring a new one, but the cost was significant. An ordinary high-tier first-grade weapon required 3 second-tier spiritual herbs, and to augment its power by a third, one would likely need at least 5 such herbs. Yet now, a single divine rune had resolved the issue, effortlessly elevating the weapon's grade. Chapter 18. The Peculiar, or I have heard of the Glyph Masters. Yet I have yet to encounter one. Li Yinsher gazed enviously, knowing that enhancing a weapon's rank was a simple task for a Glyph Master, not particularly complex. Yet it could fetch the price of 2 second-grade spiritual herbs. Unable to suppress his thoughts, he suddenly turned to Li Feng, who had begun to stride forward. Brother Wu, what are you doing? Li Yinsher exclaimed in surprise, promptly following after him. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the vendor was preparing to close his stall, ceasing sales. His booth still displayed weapons, potions, and ores, but he primarily sold the auspicious glyph tokens, with the other items merely serving as embellishments. At that moment, Li Feng maintained a calm demeanor, though his heart was in turmoil. A mysterious point of light near his heart had just flickered slightly. Could it be the items at the stall that triggered the fluctuation of the mysterious point? With numerous thoughts swirling in his mind, he remained composed as he regarded the stall before him. What do you wish to purchase? The stall owner, clad in black armor, clearly a practitioner of at least the 7th layer of body refinement, directly inquired of Li Feng. How much for these items? Li Feng casually asked, his fingers brushing over the items on display, seemingly assessing their worth. When Li Feng's hand made contact with a fist-sized ore, the mysterious point of light suddenly throbbed violently. Buzz. At that very moment, an unusual pattern appeared in Li Feng's mind, and he sensed a strange design within the stone itself. Was this the same pattern he had seen within the white orb? He was taken aback. Previously, he had seized Zhao Tianxiang's spatial ring, which contained a peculiar orb. Upon inspection, he discovered only a singular pattern within it, nothing more. Could the mysterious point and this design be connected? A multitude of thoughts rushed through Li Feng's mind. Logically, there should be no correlation between the mysterious point and the orb's pattern. The middle-aged man in black armor regarded Li Feng and stated, "These 3 weapons are 2,000 taels of silver each, the potions 500 taels each, and this stone is 300 taels. In truth, his primary sale was the glyph jade tokens. The other items were merely for show, intended to exchange for some silver. If Li Feng showed interest, he would gladly sell them." Upon hearing this, Li Feng frowned, exclaiming, "Isn't this a bit steep? These long swords should be at most 1,500 taels each, and the potions no more than 400. And what of this stone? It's only fist-sized, yet it costs 300 taels?" He had barely over 300 taels on him, a sum he received as part of his family's first-tier training allocation. Do not underestimate this stone. Its hardness is immense. Even a practitioner at the 9th layer of body refinement would struggle to shatter it. Its size is modest, but otherwise, it could undoubtedly be refined into a top-tier weapon. The man in black armor smiled. "I am not a weaponsmith, otherwise I would surely keep this stone." In reality, he had come across this remarkable stone by chance and had stored it in his spatial ring. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Feng replied, "I will buy this stone for 270 taels." The armored man considered this and responded, "Agreed." He had not anticipated selling the stone anyway. Producing the requisite banknotes, Li Feng grasped the fist-sized stone in his hand. Buzz. The mysterious point pulsated once more, and the strange pattern in his mind reappeared. Quite peculiar indeed. However, now is not the time for exploration. "Brother Wu, what do you intend to do with that?" Li Yinsher inquired curiously, eyeing the stone in Li Feng's hand. Li Feng. Just as Li Feng was about to respond, a furious voice thundered from a distance. Li Feng turned to see a young man with a ferocious expression glaring at him. Indeed, a familiar face. Upon seeing the youth, a smile crept onto Li Feng's lips. The youth was none other than Zhao Tianxiang, accompanied by 3 others, one of whom appeared slightly older, their features bearing a striking resemblance. "Tianxiang, what's the matter?" the elder youth inquired, regarding his younger brother. "Brother, that's Li Feng." Zhao Tianxiang spat, his face contorted with rage. Hearing the name, the elder youth's expression remained unchanged, yet a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. Zhao Tianyu, beside Li Feng, upon seeing the youth who resembled Zhao Tianxiang, Li Yinshi's eyes filled with trepidation. Zhao Tianyu, the most formidable genius of the Zhao family, had already reached the 7th layer of body refinement over a year ago. Tianxiang, we meet again. Li Feng squinted at the group before him and casually greeted them, raising a fist in a gesture of salutation. In response, Zhao Tianxiang instinctively displayed a hint of fear in his eyes, but quickly regained his composure upon seeing his brother. At that moment, Zhao Tianxiang was seething with anger. Having had his arms broken and ribs shattered by Li Feng, he had spent 2 weeks in recovery before relentlessly investigating Li Feng's background, finally uncovering his name. He glared at the stone in Li Feng's hand, sneering, "Li Feng, you seem quite fond of these stones. The last time I encountered you, you were clutching 2 of them. Would you like to attempt to seize them? Just like last time?" Li Feng replied with a faint smile, stowing the stone away in his spatial ring. "You're courting death." Zhao Tianxiang roared in fury. Just as he was about to retort, Zhao Tianyu raised a hand to silence him. "Li Feng of the Li family," Zhao Tianyu remarked. "I did not expect a minor figure to emerge from the declining Li family." In response, Li Feng remained unfazed, replying coolly, "For thousands of years, the Arbor Forest County has seen numerous shifts in power, yet my Li family endures. Your Zhao family, on the other hand, may find itself supplanted and fade into obscurity." Their exchange was evidently one of rivalry. Those are the Li and Zhao families' members. That is Zhao Tianyu, the most powerful genius of the younger generation in the Zhao family. Some bystanders instinctively distanced themselves upon overhearing their conversation. Even they were aware of the long-standing animosity between the Li and Zhao families. Indeed, quite defiant, Zhao Tianyu nodded. Fixing his gaze on Li Feng, he waved his arm and continued, "Last time, you seized treasures from my brother and shattered his arms. I wonder if you still possess such bravado." Zhao Tianyu, at the 7th layer of body refinement, seemed poised to strike without hesitation. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Li Yinshe interjected angrily, "Zhao Tianyu, it was Zhao Tianxiang who attacked me first, stealing my belongings and injuring me. My brother Wu acted only in defense." Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. "Brother, seize everything of value from Li Feng and cripple him. And don't forget Li Yinshe," Zhao Tianxiang exclaimed excitedly, a cruel glint in his eyes. The memory of his previous defeat ignited a burning hatred within him for Li Feng. Had he not known his own limitations, he would have charged in himself. "You go too far. My brother Wu is merely at the 4th layer of body refinement, and you, a practitioner at the 7th layer, still intend to act?" Despite his fear, Li Yinshe responded defiantly. "Strength is not an excuse for your brother injuring mine," Zhao Tianyu replied coolly, advancing with indifference. "Sometimes, one must pay the price for their mistakes." Chapter 19. Confrontation. Li Yin was both astonished and enraged, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Engaging in conversation with someone devoid of shame was futile, as Li Feng shook his head in disapproval. "Brother, Zhao Tianyu is a practitioner at the 7th layer of body refinement," Li Yin exclaimed anxiously. However, as soon as the words left his lips, Zhao Tianyu had already approached Li Feng. "In this world, I only believe that the victor reigns supreme," Zhao Tianyu remarked, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I initially intended to cripple you completely, but I have changed my mind. You may continue to live, but your bones shall be shattered." In a flash, he moved with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously standing before Li Feng. With an impassive expression, he raised his right hand, transforming it into a palm, and struck directly at Li Feng. "Huh, such bravado, yet you cannot deliver." Li Feng laughed heartily, though a noticeable gravity clouded his eyes. Having recently advanced to the 6th layer of body refinement and mastered the 8th stance of the mountain opening fist, he understood that Zhao Tianyu was a seasoned practitioner at the 7th layer. His strength was likely only comparable to a newly ascended 7th layer. And even with all his might, he would not stand a chance against Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu's arrogance was palpable, but he undeniably possessed the strength to back it up. "Words will not save you today. No one can protect you," he declared. Bang! Zhao Tianyu's palm was almost upon Li Feng. Sensing the fluctuations of a 6th-layer practitioner from Zhao Tianyu, Li Feng momentarily faltered, but swiftly grasped Zhao Tianyu's intent, a cold smile appearing on his lips. "You dare suppress your strength to face me?" he scoffed. Clenching his right fist, he gathered his physical power, channeling the mountain-opening fist with the ferocity of a tearing tiger, striking out. "If I unleash my full strength, you shall surely perish." Zhao Tianyu remained indifferent, stating, "The 6th layer of body refinement is sufficient to incapacitate you. The disparity between the layers of body refinement was significant, particularly between the 6th and 7th layers. Reaching the 7th layer allowed the practitioner to generate inner strength, amplifying their attacks to more than double the original potency. Any 6th layer practitioner stood little chance against a 7th layer adversary, and a single blow would likely result in severe injury. From Zhao Tianyu's perspective, Li Feng was at the 4th layer of body refinement. Even if his mountain opening fist was formidable, he could at most rival a 5th layer practitioner. Thus, employing his 6th layer strength would be enough to seriously wound Li Feng without killing him. After all, a single blow resulting in death would render the confrontation meaningless. As they exchanged words, their attacks collided violently. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and an invisible force radiated outwards, prompting those nearby to instinctively retreat. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, both Li Feng and Zhao Tianyu remained steadfast, unyielding in their positions. Had Zhao Tianyu of the Zhao family truly failed to defeat this young man from the Li family? Zhao Tianyu had not exerted his full strength, his aura reflecting only the early stages of the 6th layer. Despite this, Li Feng, with his aura resonating at the 4th layer, had managed to withstand Zhao Tianyu's assault, demonstrating remarkable prowess. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. It was rare for anyone among the younger generation to endure a strike from Zhao Tianyu. 7th stance of the mountain opening fist. Zhao Tianyu's expression shifted as he focused intently on Li Feng. Tianqi spoke truly. Your cultivation talent may be lacking, yet your martial talent is exceptional. To perform the 7th stance at the 4th layer of body refinement is remarkable. With a mere hint of inner strength in the 7th stance, Li Feng had indeed managed to confront Zhao Tianyu's might. However, that was the extent of it. Zhao Tianyu's countenance grew even more indifferent. Boom! His aura surged dramatically, revealing that he had only tapped into a fraction of his true power thus far. Anyone can boast, but achieving it is another matter entirely, Li Feng retorted coldly, preparing to unleash his full strength. Confronted with the relentless Zhao Tianyu, he was ready to demonstrate his capabilities. His mind was already formulating a narrative for the surge in power that he had anticipated. Suddenly, as he prepared to strike, Li Feng's gaze shifted to the distance. Boom! From afar, a figure approached with astonishing speed, the sound of slicing winds accompanying its rapid advance. As Zhao Tianyu drew near to Li Feng, a young man appeared before him, launching a fierce right punch aimed directly at Zhao Tianyu. Li Hao. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a chilling expression spread across Zhao Tianyu's face. He extended his hand, which seemed to be infused with a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy, turning his palm into a rock-like hue as it collided with Li Hao's fist. Bang! The sound echoed like thunder, causing discomfort among the onlookers. The invisible force radiated outward, far exceeding the intensity of the previous clash. Several spectators were unable to withstand the resulting gale, retreating several steps. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as fissures appeared in the nearby stalls, rapidly expanding until several collapsed, splintering into pieces. What a terrifying attack! At the 7th layer of body refinement, with inner strength, a single strike could easily shatter mountains. The path of body refinement was arduous. Both Zhao Tianyu and Li Hao had achieved this feat before turning 20. They were poised to become innate masters, beings with lifespans extending up to 200 years. The surrounding crowd regarded the two combatants with palpable awe. The journey of martial cultivation was fraught with challenges, with each step representing a monumental leap. Among families like the Li, with a legacy spanning millennia, there were only a couple dozen innate masters, highlighting the arduous nature of cultivation. Following the thunderous clash, Zhao Tianyu remained unyielding, while Li Hao staggered back 3 paces. Despite this, he emerged unscathed. Clearly, while Zhao Tianyu could overpower him, he could not inflict lasting harm. Brother, Li Feng called out upon seeing Li Hao. Are you all right? 5th brother? Li Hao inquired with concern, casting a worried glance at Li Feng. Li Feng shook his head. Brother, you have come. Upon seeing Li Hao's arrival, Li Yan's face lit up with joy as he hurried over. Swish, swish, swish. From a distance, several figures approached, including Li Xinya and her companions. Meanwhile, in another direction, several figures also converged beside Zhao Tianyu. These were members of the Zhao family. Chapter 20. The medicinal garden. Li Hao observed that Li Feng was unscathed and turned his gaze towards Zhao Tianyu, speaking in a grave tone. Zhao Tianyu, your cultivation is at the 7th level of body refinement. If you wish to fight, then face me directly. Bullying others from the Li family is no true skill. Ah, Li Hao. As the saying goes, the victor is king. If they cannot withstand me, it merely demonstrates their lack of ability, Zhao Tianyu replied with an indifferent expression. As for our confrontation, you shall have your wish. I only hope you do not disappoint me too greatly. He glanced at Li Hao and then cast a fleeting look at Li Feng before turning to leave. Brother, are we not going to deal with Li Feng? Zhao Tianxi exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing Zhao Tianyu's departure. He harbored intense hatred for Li Feng, wishing to incapacitate him immediately, yet found himself powerless in that moment, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. There will be opportunities, Zhao Tianyu replied coolly. Zhao Tianxi dared not counter his words and could only glare hatefully at Li Feng before departing. Li Feng squinted at Zhao Tianyu and then suddenly turned to Li Hao, inquiring, Elder brother, what is Zhao Tianyu's true strength? Taken aback by Li Feng's question, Li Hao pondered for a moment before responding. Zhao Tianyu broke through to the 7th level of body refinement a year ago. Based on our earlier exchange, his strength should be at the mid-stage of that level. Mid-stage of the 7th level? Li Feng mused inwardly. He had sensed that Zhao Tianyu's prowess was likely beyond that. Fifth brother, your progress is remarkably swift. You have already attained the 6th level of body refinement, Li Hao remarked with a smile, disregarding Li Feng's earlier inquiry. Indeed. Fifth brother, with the 7th stance of the mountain-splitting fist, do you have any secrets to mastering this technique? Li Yinsher looked at Li Feng, his eyes brimming with excitement. My secret can be distilled into 4 words: diligent study and hard practice, Li Feng replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Li Yinsher scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, realizing that emulating Li Feng's routine of only 5 hours of sleep, staying up late, and rising before dawn would be more torturous than death itself. Seeing that Li Feng was unwilling to elaborate, Li Hao and the others refrained from pressing the matter. Xiaofeng, I heard you recently fought Zhao Tianyu. Did you even withstand one of his attacks? Li Tianyang asked, looking at his son with curiosity. Yes, father, Li Feng nodded, surprised at how quickly the news had reached his father. After a moment's thought, he added, however, Zhao Tianyu only displayed the strength of the 6th level of body refinement, which is why I was able to withstand it. Have you mastered the 7th level of the mountain-splitting fist? Li Tianyang inquired, suppressing his excitement. Yes, Li Feng confirmed with a nod. You only started practicing the 6th level of the mountain-splitting fist a month ago, did you not? Li Tianyang could not help but question, astonished by Li Feng's rapid advancement. It was remarkable that he had not only grasped the 6th stance but had also begun to learn the 7th. Rapid progress is commendable, however, if it comes too swiftly. I grow somewhat concerned, he thought. Father, while I was on the street, I inadvertently obtained a fruit containing spiritual energy, which I subsequently consumed. My comprehension suddenly improved significantly. Li Feng explained with a smile. A fruit? Li Tianyang's eyes sparkled with interest. Could it be a fruit that enhances comprehension? It is said that such fruits offer tremendous benefits for understanding martial arts, and they are exceedingly rare, typically requiring hundreds of years to mature. Ranking as 4th-grade spiritual herbs or even higher. Perhaps, Li Feng replied with a smile, knowing that the mysterious light he had absorbed was far more precious than any comprehension-enhancing fruit. In just a month's time, he had not merely achieved the minor mastery of the 7th stance, but had reached minor mastery of the 8th stance. Even Li Hao, at the 7th level of body refinement, was still practicing the 7th stance of the mountain-splitting fist. Haha, this is a great opportunity, Xiaofeng. You must seize it, Li Tianyang exclaimed, beaming with joy, feeling a sense of relief. In 2 months, the medicinal garden will be opened, and with your strength, you will surely be able to enter and compete for resources, Li Tianyang added, smiling at Li Feng. The medicinal garden? Li Feng's heart stirred, and he looked at his father, asking, Father, is it the medicinal garden in the eastern outskirts? Yes, it is time to open it again after 4 years. Li Tianyang confirmed with a smile. Li Feng's mind raced with information. In the Wild Forest Prefecture, there were 9 medicinal gardens, 5 of which were controlled by the Li family, while the remaining 4 were under the Zhao and Zheng families. In reality, there was a 10th medicinal garden. Previously, fierce conflicts had erupted among the Li, Zhao, and Zheng families over the contention for that garden, leading to casualties among those of innate strength. Ultimately, no family could claim it entirely, and a consensus was reached for the 3 families to jointly explore it, allowing the younger generations to enter. According to the agreement, the Li family could send 5 members, while the Zhao and Zheng families could each send 4. We, the Li family, Have 5 spots available. With your strength, Xiaofeng, you will undoubtedly secure one of them, Li Tianyang remarked with a smile. Anything we find will be split evenly, half for you and half for the family. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. His training speed was astonishing, and he understood that this was due to the mysterious light he had absorbed from the spiritual herbs. Without those herbs, his progress would have slowed significantly. While he could not influence the 5 medicinal gardens, entering that medicinal garden would undoubtedly provide him with a chance to acquire a substantial amount of spiritual herbs. However, he remained cautious, knowing that the garden had been depleted over time and the remaining herbs were likely of low grade, with the chance of encountering first or even second-grade herbs relying heavily on luck. There might not even be a single second-grade herb left in that garden. In a typical medicinal garden, herbs are carefully cultivated, allowing them to bear seeds before replanting to ensure a continuous harvest of first and second-grade herbs over time. Yet, as this medicinal garden was jointly explored by the 3 families and did not belong to any one of them, any herb found would be uprooted regardless of its grade. Given the time that had elapsed and the exploration occurring every 4 years, it was likely that even the most abundant herbs had been thoroughly harvested. Chapter 21. A ring within the medicinal garden. There existed not only first-grade spiritual herbs, but also those of lower grades. The maturity period for these herbs was less than 5 years, and it was certain that seeds would fall within that time frame. Almost all of the explored medicinal garden consisted of such herbs. Father, I understand, Li Feng nodded, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Although these herbs were not first-grade spiritual herbs, collectively, they could be comparable. In the courtyard, Li Feng sat in quiet contemplation, gazing intently at the stone in his hand. What could this stone be? He pondered silently. This was something he had obtained at a stall. The stone had caused mysterious fluctuations of light, suggesting the presence of spiritual herbs within it. Yet the reason behind the strange patterns remained a mystery to him. With a short knife in hand, he began to carve into the stone. It won't cut. Li Feng tried, but cracks appeared on the knife, and the stone remained unyielding. Suddenly, he recalled the stall owner's words about the stone's incredible hardness, rendering weapons ineffective against it. Otherwise, it was likely that the stall owner would have obtained whatever was inside long ago. Li Feng remembered that previously, he had acquired a first-grade spiritual herb from a stone belonging to the Sun family. Since there was something inside this stone, it must have been opened before. In his subconscious, he believed it should be easy to open, even forgetting the reason the stall owner had chosen to sell it. It was precisely because this stone was as hard as a fist that it had been put up for sale. He shook his head in resignation. His strength was insufficient to break it. As he prepared to put the stone away, something felt amiss. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and the strange pattern he had seen before reappeared in his mind. As the pattern emerged, peculiar lines appeared on the stone before him at first glance. They seemed like mere markings on the stone, inconspicuous. However, as Li Feng observed, these lines began to transform, and his consciousness instinctively followed the patterns etched on the stone. With a crack, in less than 3 seconds, the seemingly impenetrable stone he had struggled to open revealed numerous fissures. Is it open? Li Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. As he pried apart the fragments of the stone, a ring emerged before him. A spatial ring? Li Feng mused, gazing at the black ring with intrigue. Previously, he had assumed that something akin to a spiritual herb lay within. After a moment's consideration, he allowed a sliver of consciousness to enter the spatial ring. Spiritual herbs? Upon a brief inspection, an overwhelming joy illuminated his eyes. With a flick of his right hand, the contents of the spatial ring materialized before him. 3 withered spiritual fruits, still retaining a trace of spiritual energy, though only remnants remained. Upon closer inspection, the spiritual energy was remarkably rich. This energy was surely equivalent to that of second-grade spiritual herbs, was it not? Li Feng's heart soared with delight as he recalled the second-grade spiritual herb, the golden gourd fruit, he had previously acquired. The residual energy within these 3 fruits was certainly no less potent. Amidst his joy, a sense of regret washed over him. What a pity they were not intact. If they were whole, how marvelous that would be. The remaining spiritual energy alone was equivalent to second-grade spiritual herbs, had they been in their complete state. These 3 fruits could easily be classified as third-grade herbs, or even potentially fourth-grade. His gaze swept across the spatial ring, and aside from the 3 spiritual fruits, there were numerous other spiritual herbs, more than 100, but they had all lost their vitality, leaving only the remnants of 3. When had these been left behind? Li Feng sighed inwardly. With a wave of his right hand, other items in the space also appeared. 10 exquisitely light flying knives, thin as a sheet of paper, yet seemingly brand new, lay before him, accompanied by some sheets of paper. What kind of paper is this? Curiosity filled Li Feng's face. Based on his judgment, there should have been other books within the spatial ring, but they had turned to ashes, retaining the shape of the original volumes. However, the paper before him showed no signs of damage. Upon opening it, surprise flickered in Li Feng's eyes. A primal martial arts technique? The resilient paper, akin to cowhide, recorded a martial arts method. Yet, it was incomplete, only detailing the primal realm portion. After a quick examination, Li Feng swiftly deduced that this martial arts technique recorded only the primal realm aspects and was evidently missing the latter portions. Could it possibly be a technique from the Dan Yuan realm, or even stronger? This martial arts technique pertained to the flying knives, and these 10 knives were precisely the weapons for this technique. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng decided not to dwell on it further. Obtaining an unknown grade primal technique still brought him joy. 3 fruits with a trace of spiritual energy, an incomplete primal martial arts technique, 10 flying knives, and a purple sphere were the few items preserved within the spatial ring. Another light sphere? Li Feng mused silently, recalling the light sphere he had encountered in Zhao Tianxiang's spatial ring. As his thoughts stirred, he reached out to connect with the light sphere. Buzz! A strange wave passed through, and suddenly, a voice resonated in Li Feng's ears. If you can hear my voice, you must be a divine pattern master. This light sphere contains knowledge related to divine patterns, as well as my understanding of the heavenly Tao's divine patterns. I hope it aids you on your path of divine patterns. As the voice faded, Li Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Divine patterns. This was something left behind by a divine pattern master. No wonder the fractured stone was so hard that weapons could not shatter it. It bore a divine pattern seal. With these thoughts racing through his mind, a look of shock crossed Li Feng's face. Amidst his astonishment, excitement welled within him. Divine pattern masters were exceedingly rare. As far as he knew, only the Lingxian Merchant Guild in the Huanglin County had such masters. None could be found elsewhere. Chapter 22. 2 months indeed. Could that enigmatic pattern be the design of a divine pattern master? Li Feng recalled the intricate symbols that occasionally appeared in his mind. It was precisely due to his connection with the divine pattern master that he encountered the stone, which triggered the emergence of these symbols in his consciousness. What secrets lay within? With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Li Feng gazed at the luminous sphere, his awareness once again engaging with the violet orb. Boom. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into his mind. The first vision that unfolded before him was a series of intricate patterns. The very first being the one he had observed within the luminous sphere of Zhao Tianxiang's spatial ring. This was merely the initial illustration, with many more to follow. A total of 108 patterns materialized, each distinct and radiating its own unique energy. The divine pattern master wields the heavens and earth as canvas, utilizing the forces of nature as ink and the essence of herbs as the medium to inscribe profound designs. Those endowed with the talent of a divine pattern master can perceive these symbols. Those who lack such an affinity are unable to see them, signifying a deficiency in divine pattern talent and rendering any time spent on this pursuit a waste. A deluge of information began to emerge. It became evident that these 108 patterns constituted the foundation. As Li Feng absorbed this knowledge, enlightenment illuminated his eyes. It was akin to a novice learning to read, starting with the letters A, B, C, and so forth. These were the fundamentals. Mastering the letters would lead to learning phonetics, and ultimately to the art of writing, following a gradual progression. This was the path of the divine pattern master as well. The 108 foundational patterns formed the bedrock of the entire divine pattern realm. According to the information, only those gifted with divine pattern talent, who are in harmony with the cosmos, can perceive these symbols. Only by seeing can one utilize them. His mind was inundated with abundant knowledge regarding divine pattern mastery. Following the 108 formation patterns, various divine patterns began to take shape. The artifact cauldron divine pattern. Li Feng focused on one particular divine pattern. The artifact cauldron divine pattern, which can be infused into weapons to elevate their rank. The artifact cauldron divine pattern offers numerous combinations. Its simplest form provides enhancement to first-level weapons utilized by body refinement practitioners. This is the most basic variant of the artifact cauldron divine pattern. In addition to the artifact cauldron divine pattern, there existed a plethora of other divine patterns, each serving diverse functions, which left Li Feng in awe. The realm of divine patterns is vast and profound. In my view, those aspiring to become divine pattern masters must possess formidable cultivation talent. Otherwise, it would be futile to divert attention toward divine patterns, as it would merely squander time. Eventually, another voice resonated, echoing the initial words. Only those with exceptional cultivation talent can become divine pattern masters? Upon hearing this, Li Feng paused momentarily. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. It pertains to lifespan. All cultivators are bound by the constraints of life. Take the Li family, for instance, with a lineage spanning over 5,000 years. Many formidable Dan Yuan realm experts have emerged, yet they have all succumbed to the limits of their lifespans. Otherwise, how could the Zhao and Zheng families dare to contend with the Li family? With average talent, if one cannot even reach the innate realm, their lifespan might not exceed a century. In such a brief time, what purpose would studying divine patterns serve? Furthermore, divine pattern masters manipulate strands of mysterious cosmic forces. And as one's strength grows, so too does the ability to harness these forces, resulting in the creation of increasingly potent divine patterns. Without sufficient power, even the most talented in divine patterns cannot forge high-level designs. Thus, both elements are fundamentally complementary. Every top-tier divine pattern master is undoubtedly also a top-tier powerhouse. Exhaling deeply, Li Feng absorbed the vast information, feeling a sense of calmness wash over him. He realized that his yearning to become a formidable being outweighed his desire to become a divine pattern master. Therefore, his primary focus would remain on cultivation, dedicating time each day to mastering the 108 foundational patterns of divine patterns. Li Feng withdrew his consciousness from the violet orb, having made a firm decision. Possessing the talent of a divine pattern master, he would naturally not abandon the pursuit of this path. If he could create those jade plate divine patterns, his resources would be abundant. However, he understood the necessity of progressing step by step. Currently, he had ample resources and could not afford to devote all his energy to studying these patterns. There was much to accomplish. With 2 months remaining until his entry into the medicinal garden, the stronger his abilities, the more spiritual herbs he would surely discover. Li Feng inhaled deeply. Moreover, the Zhao and Zheng families would also enter the medicinal garden. Given the nature of these two clans, they would undoubtedly form an alliance. A glint of determination sparked in Li Feng's eyes. Upon entering the medicinal garden, conflict between them was inevitable. He sensed that Zhao Tianyu's strength was likely more profound than it appeared. Thus, enhancing his power was his most pressing concern. Commencing the refining process. With thoughts racing, Li Feng grasped a withered fruit. Boom! The mysterious light at his heart transformed into a vortex, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy from the desiccated fruit. Under this overwhelming extraction, the entire shriveled fruit disintegrated into ashes in less than a second. This spiritual energy was equivalent to that of a second-tier spiritual herb accumulated over 20 years. Li Feng's heart surged with joy as he grasped the second fruit. 2 seconds later, all 3 fruits had turned to ash, vanishing without a trace. The mysterious light continued to pulsate. Waves of pure spiritual energy flowed forth with each of Li Feng's breaths, cleansing his physical form. Initiating cultivation, gathering all items, Li Feng began absorbing spiritual energy, fully committed to enhancing his strength. Time flew by swiftly. 1 day, 2 days. In the days that followed, Li Feng spent nearly all his time in his courtyard, cultivating, practicing the mountain-breaking fist technique, and studying the 108 foundational divine patterns. His progress was astonishing. After merely 2 weeks, he had completely mastered the 8th style of the mountain-breaking fist. As time passed, the atmosphere within the Li family grew increasingly tense. Everyone was aware of the impending opening of the medicinal garden, and those eligible to enter would be able to claim half of the spiritual herbs they found. In the realm of cultivation, resources play a significant role. With resources, advancement is undoubtedly swifter. Thus, each individual yearned fervently to enter the medicinal garden. Amidst this charged atmosphere, 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Chapter 23, 7th Layer of Body Refinement. Within a palace of the Zhao family, a solitary young man sat in silent meditation. The energy within him surged, and in an instant, his aura intensified dramatically. This young man was none other than Zhao Tianyu, the most formidable talent of the younger generation of the Zhao clan. Sensing the fluctuations of his aura, he smiled faintly and pushed open the grand doors of the palace. Stepping outside. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared before him, bearing a striking resemblance to the youth. "Tianyu, how goes it?" the man inquired. "Everything is under control," Zhao Tianyu replied, a smile gracing his lips. "The 5 members of the Li family will not escape this time." "Excellent. Truly commendable, my son Zhao Lin." The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "If we can eliminate the 5 from the Li family, they will surely be enraged, and Li Yuxian may feel some repercussions. Having reached his current level and nearing the end of his lifespan, even a slight disturbance would magnify immensely for him." As Li Yuxian remained alive, why provoke the Li family and instigate conflict? It was to influence Li Yuxian. He had stood at the pinnacle of the Dan Yuan realm for over a century, on the brink of a breakthrough, and they feared he might succeed at the last moment. Now they awaited tomorrow with bated breath, Zhao Lin's eyes glinting with cold anticipation. At the Li family residence, the atmosphere was bustling with excitement. In just 1 hour, the competition to select 5 individuals to enter the herb garden would commence. The much-anticipated herb garden was finally set to open. The family could send 5 representatives. Li Hao, at the 7th layer of body refinement, was guaranteed a spot. Additionally, Li Xinya and Li Xinhong, both at the 6th layer, would secure 2 more places. Although Li Feng's cultivation was lower, his mastery of the mountain-shattering fist had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to display the 7th technique, thus claiming another spot. Calculating the numbers, only 1 place remained for the others to vie for. However, it was uncertain. Everyone had made significant progress, and there might even be competitors on par with the 6th layer of body refinement. The true allocation of spots remained an enigma before the competition began. The younger generation of the Li family buzzed with discussion, eagerly anticipating the contest's commencement. "Where is 5th brother?" Li Yincher scanned the crowd, unable to spot Li Feng. Muttering to himself, over the past 2 months, he had been coerced by his father into relentless training, hardly seeing Li Feng at all. If 5th brother were to miss the competition, he would lose his chance at a spot. Li Yincher thought to himself, "No, if 5th brother doesn't arrive soon, I shall go to the courtyard to find him." At this moment, Li Feng was seated in the courtyard, enveloped in a mysterious light. Streams of pure energy radiated from the light, permeating his entire being. Li Feng felt a tingling sensation in his bones, accompanied by a sharp pain that coursed through his veins and flesh. Undeterred, he continued to absorb the pure energy, feeling a sense of fullness within him. Suddenly, a peculiar energy surged forth from his bones, veins, and flesh. As this energy emerged, the previously accumulated energy began to dissipate rapidly. Boom! With this surge of energy, Li Feng's aura exploded in intensity, elevating him to the 7th layer of body refinement. Clenching his fists and savoring the newfound power, Li Feng smiled broadly. In just 2 months, he had advanced from the 6th to the 7th layer, a feat unmatched by any of the younger generation of the Li family. He continued to meditate, the mysterious light releasing an abundance of pure energy, which flowed through his bloodstream, invigorating every part of him. As this energy increased, Li Feng felt his strength amplifying steadily. In the realm of body refinement, the first 6 layers served as the foundation, while entering the 7th layer allowed for the generation of internal energy. With this internal energy, each practitioner could become akin to a formidable beast, capable of shattering mountains with ease. Li Feng had crossed this threshold, his power surging dramatically. He absorbed more energy, and after 10 minutes, the internal energy within him had formed a continuous cycle, flowing effortlessly throughout his body. Finally, he ceased his absorption. Haha, the ability to directly absorb pure energy is marvelous. I have converted all this internal energy in such a short time. Li Feng's face radiated joy. With his breakthrough to the 7th layer, internal energy began to manifest, albeit as a faint flicker. The first task for a practitioner at this level was to continuously absorb energy to nurture the internal energy, ultimately establishing a self-sustaining cycle to solidify the 7th layer. This process typically required months, and for those of average talent, it could take even longer. Yet, under the influence of the mysterious light's pure energy, Li Feng achieved complete conversion in a mere 10 minutes. Rising to his feet, Li Feng stretched his body. Sunlight poured down upon him, illuminating his athletic physique, which could only be described as perfect. As he stretched, the sound of cracking bones resonated throughout his body. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch. Boom! Boom! His fist seemed to carry an incredibly violent force, causing explosive sounds to echo through the air, interspersed with the faint rumble of thunder. The energy swirling around his fists was potent enough to obliterate anything in sight. The ninth technique of the mountain-shattering fist. A glint of excitement sparkled in Li Feng's eyes. Over a month ago, he had mastered the eighth technique, and after an additional month, he had fully grasped the ninth. This mastery of a top-tier body refinement technique held no secrets for him. After executing the technique, Li Feng slightly opened his right hand, and a flying dagger materialized within it. Whoosh! He swung his right hand suddenly, the flying dagger slicing through the air like a beam of light, moving at an astonishing speed that left only an afterimage in its wake, virtually impossible to track. The stone in the courtyard bore a thin cut, not just on one side, but on both. A mere dagger had pierced through the incredibly hard stone with ease. Chapter 24. A surge in strength, though diminutive in size. This throwing knife was undeniably crafted from superior materials. Li Feng moved toward the distance to retrieve the knife he had just released. The battle knife wielded by the scarred man he had encountered at the Lingxian Trading Company was of a high-grade quality. Yet the 10 throwing knives in Li Feng's possession undoubtedly surpassed it in rank. Despite their small appearance, they were exceedingly sharp. Even a mere brush against them would leave a small cut on Li Feng's current physique. Although I have not fully mastered the first form of the Xianyang flying knife, I can now execute it with relative proficiency. Li Feng pocketed the flying knife, a sense of joy swelling within him. The Xianyang flying knife was the name of the incomplete martial arts technique he had acquired, comprising 4 forms in total. Having obtained this innate martial arts skill, Li Feng could not resist dedicating time to its study. Even with only a few minutes each day over the span of 2 months, he had remarkably grasped more than half of the first form, to the extent that he could awkwardly demonstrate it. The exploration of the medicinal garden is about to commence, and my strength has experienced a significant breakthrough. A faint smile graced Li Feng's lips, tinged with a hint of coldness. Zhao family, Zheng family, are you prepared? 7th layer of body refinement. Complete mastery of the 9 forms of the mountain-splitting fist. The first form of innate martial arts. Now, even Li Hao would not stand a chance against him. In just 2 short months, Li Feng's strength had undergone a transformation beyond imagination. However, he had expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Upon checking the mysterious light point, he noted that his pure spiritual energy had diminished significantly. This time, during the journey to the medicinal garden, I must acquire sufficient spiritual energy, at the very least, to ensure my breakthrough to the 9th layer of body refinement. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. 3 months prior, he could scarcely have imagined reaching the 9th layer of body refinement, yet now, he was merely 2 small realms away. With these thoughts, Li Feng stepped outside. At the expansive plaza of the Li family, a throng of excited youths gathered, alongside numerous practitioners of body refinement. Although the Li family boasted few prodigies among the younger generation, they controlled 5 medicinal gardens, and thus many individuals at the 7th, 8th, and even 9th layers of body refinement were present, dozens at the 9th layer alone. Of course, this was a result of the gradual accumulation of resources by a powerful clan, and the path to breaking through to the innate realm was fraught with difficulty. Transitioning from body refinement to innate realm not only represented a leap in strength, but also doubled one's lifespan. The challenges were evident. Consequently, while the Li family had numerous foundational practitioners over the years, those with high-level combat prowess remained scarce. Among the crowd, Li Yinshe was scanning the area when he spotted a familiar figure approaching, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, "Elder brother, you've finally arrived. If you hadn't shown up soon, I would have come to your courtyard in search of you." Hearing this, Li Feng, who was walking over, smiled and replied, "There's still half an hour until it begins." His gaze shifted to the vast combat arena, a place where the Li family members trained and sparred, though he rarely frequented it. "Elder brother, you've nearly mastered the 7th form of the mountain-splitting fist, haven't you? It's been 2 months since you achieved minor success with it." Li Yinshe asked excitedly. "I heard from my father that you obtained a treasure that can enhance comprehension. Can you describe it to me? I'd like to see if I can find one myself when I go out." Li Yinshe looked at Li Feng with eager anticipation. In response, Li Feng felt a sense of helplessness. This naive boy, how could such treasures be so easily acquired? Just as he was about to respond, a voice rang out. "Li Feng, have you fully mastered the 7th form of the mountain-splitting fist?" Approaching from a distance was Li Xinya, her expression one of astonishment as she regarded Li Feng. Though her appearance was unremarkable, there was an air of elegance about her that easily endeared her to others. It was well known that only those who reached the 7th layer of body refinement could master the seventh form of the mountain-splitting fist. Even Li Hao might not have complete control over it at present. Beside Li Xinye stood her brother, Li Xinhong, who was notably quiet, often trailing behind his sister without uttering a word. "You'll find out during the battle," Li Feng replied with a smile. "Have you truly mastered it?" Li Xinye's astonishment deepened as she observed the smile on Li Feng's face. His words seemed to confirm her suspicions. Executing the complete seventh form of the mountain-splitting fist would undoubtedly allow him to contend with genuine practitioners at the seventh layer of body refinement. "Brother." At that moment, Wang Ro approached, cradling a small girl in her arms, the child gleefully extending her arms. "Xiaoyu." Upon seeing his younger sister, Li Feng's face broke into a radiant smile as he hurried to take her in his arms. Time flew by, and soon half an hour had passed. Swish, swish, swish. At the forefront of the plaza, figures began to appear, led by the Li family's elder. Silence. A voice echoed, and the ongoing conversations abruptly ceased, the entire plaza falling into a hush. Everyone was aware that the medicinal garden in the eastern suburbs was about to open. Now, the younger generation of the Li family was to select 5 individuals to enter the garden. The elder surveyed the crowd, his aged voice resonating. Those who wish to enter the medicinal garden should proceed directly to the combat arena. The 5 strongest will be granted entry. The crowd remained silent, fully aware of the implications. Naturally, the stronger one was, the better their chances of securing the precious herbs. "All right, those interested step forward." After issuing this command, the elder fell silent. As the words settled, figures began to emerge from the crowd. "I'm going up," Li Feng said, glancing at Li Yanshi and the others with a smile. "Brother, good luck." Xiaoyu, still in Wang Ro's arms, clenched her small fists, cheering for her brother. A total of 14 individuals stepped forward. Everyone possessed a clear understanding of their own strengths. Li Hao was at the 7th layer of body refinement, while Li Xinye, Li Xinhong, and Li Feng stood at the 6th layer. As for the remaining 5th spot, it required at least the 5th layer of body refinement to qualify. Therefore, those lacking the requisite strength would not dare to step forward, for it would merely invite ridicule from others. Among the 14, Li Hao, Li Xinye, Li Xinhong, and a long-unseen chubby boy, Li Haiwu, stood together. Observing the 14 before him, the elder nodded slightly. These individuals represented the finest talents the Li family had to offer in recent years. Chapter 25. The contest. The battle commences now, and the format is straightforward. Each participant will engage in 3 matches, after which the selection will be made. The Grand Elder addressed the assembly, stating, however, the fighting must stop at a certain point. It is sufficient to fully demonstrate one's strength. Given their levels, 3 matches would provide a clear understanding of the abilities of the 14 participants. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. "Is my opponent Li Haiwu?" Li Feng inquired as he gazed at the plump youth before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Boom, boom. The arena erupted as the battles began. "Li Feng, over these past 2 months, my strength has significantly improved, but I've heard that you have attained the 6th level of the body refinement realm," Li Haiwu remarked. His feelings toward Li Feng unclear. After being confined by his father, he had ventured out and encountered fortuitous opportunities. During the past 2 months, he had been fervently training, greatly enhancing his prowess. "Be cautious, don't let me defeat you," Li Haiwu warned. Despite understanding his father's teachings, he could not help but harbor animosity towards Li Feng. In response, Li Feng chuckled and said, "Rest assured." Boom. Li Haiwu unleashed his fists, rapidly advancing towards Li Feng. High above, the Grand Elder and others observed the combat below, including Li Feng's father, Li Tianyang. The Grand Elder smiled and remarked, "Tianlei, I've heard your son has encountered some fortuitous circumstances, and his strength has surged. He should now be at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, correct?" Li Tianlei, a burly man with a bushy beard, replied with a grin, "That lad is quite fortunate." He cast his gaze upon the battleground. However, it seems he may not be a match for Xiaofeng. Li Tianyang shook his head helplessly. The Grand Elder, satisfied with Li Feng's diligent nature, turned his attention to Li Tianyang and inquired, "Tianyang, how proficient is Xiaofeng in the mountain-splitting fist now? How many of the 7th stance has he mastered?" "Uncertain," Li Tianyang replied, shaking his head, "but he should have made considerable progress." He refrained from frequently checking on Li Feng's training progress, as it could impose undue pressure and affect his mindset. With his strength advancing, Li Feng would naturally disclose it. Mastering the 7th stance is challenging, even with strong comprehension. Xiaofeng would likely have grasped most of it by now. Yes, Xiao Hao is still practicing the seventh stance of the mountain-splitting fist. Xiaofeng likely has not fully mastered it. The elders discussed among themselves, their focus primarily on Li Hao and others. Achieving the seventh stance of the mountain-splitting fist is arduous, even for those who have reached the seventh level, let alone those practicing beyond their realm. In the arena, Li Feng deftly evaded Li Haiwu's assaults, countering with the mountain-splitting fist and easily pushing him back. In this brief interval, Li Haiwu had indeed improved significantly. He could barely be compared to a practitioner at the sixth level of the body refinement realm, Li Feng mused with mild surprise. Yet, Li Haiwu remained no match for him and was easily repelled. The contest unfolded. Li Hao demonstrated superior strength. Even though Li Xinya was the second strongest among the younger generation of the family, she was still overpowered by him, and the victor was determined in a short span. Li Feng also exhibited formidable strength, employing the seventh stance of the mountain-splitting fist. Among the younger generation, only he and Li Hao had mastered this stance. The spectators watched intently. Look, the victor has been decided. In the arena, Li Hao, Li Xinyan, and others secured successive victories, while Li Feng triumphed over Li Haiwu. Who would have thought that my unexpected fortune would leave me inferior to you? Li Haiwu remarked, shaking his head as he exited the arena. With 14 participants, all 7 matches concluded with clear victors. All right, let the second round of the contest commence. The Grand Elder rose and announced, "My opponent is Li Xinya." Upon hearing the name, Li Feng approached Li Xinya. "Li Feng, I have long wished to spar with you, but the opportunity never arose." "Please do not hold back your strength," Li Xinya stated, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Despite being a woman, her passion for martial arts was fervent, and her diligence in training was on par with Li Feng's. In response, Li Feng smiled. "I too wish to exert my full strength. Let us see if you can match it." "Oh, it seems you are quite confident, Li Feng." Li Xinya arched an eyebrow. Whoosh. She swiftly advanced, channeling spiritual energy into her palm, launching a rapid assault towards Li Feng. Li Xinya's palm shimmered with a faint red hue, seemingly ablaze. The technique was fierce, infused with a scalding aura. This was the fiery palm, a martial art of the Li family. Unlike the robust mountain-splitting fist, she had chosen the fiery palm. Both techniques were of comparable rank. When practiced to perfection, neither was necessarily superior. Li Feng and Li Xinya clashed in battle. Li Xinya was a practitioner at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, her realm significantly higher than Li Feng's. Even though Li Feng could utilize the 7th stance of the mountain-splitting fist, it did not guarantee he would prevail against her. The onlookers murmured. Yet, as they observed, when Li Feng and Li Xinya's attacks collided, Li Feng remained steadfast, while Li Xinya was forced to retreat repeatedly. Xiaofeng is progressing rapidly. He can even push back Xinya. The elders above exchanged astonished glances as they watched the duel unfold. This lad isn't exerting his full strength. The Grand Elder noted with a smile. Indeed, he is holding back, Li Tianyong agreed, a satisfied smile adorning his face. Haha, there is no rush. He needn't use his full strength now. In the 3rd round, he will naturally unleash his full power, the 3rd Elder remarked with a grin. This lad's improvements exceed our expectations. It seems that treasured item he consumed to enhance his comprehension is extraordinary. I concede. In the arena, Li Xinya admitted, Li Feng, your mountain-splitting fist is too formidable. Even though my realm is higher, I still cannot withstand it. Thank you for the match, Li Feng replied with a smile. Chapter 26, Stalemate in Truth. Li Feng merely revealed the foundational techniques of the mountain-splitting fist, while his cultivation level remained at the 4th stage of body refinement. Nevertheless, the power he displayed was already at the latter part of the 4th stage. Under the gaze of the crowd, the second battle swiftly concluded. The Grand Elder stepped forward once more, proclaiming, "Now, we commence the 3rd battle, Li Hao versus Li Feng, and Li Xinya versus Li Haiwu." The announcements echoed around them. Li Hao was to fight Li Feng. Laughter erupted from the crowd, as they speculated that since Li Feng had easily defeated Li Xinya, the Grand Elder would surely arrange for him to face Li Hao. Who would emerge victorious? It was undoubtedly Li Hao. His strength had reached the 7th stage of body refinement. Even if Li Feng possessed extraordinary comprehension, his cultivation level was too low. Even if he mastered the 7th form of the mountain-splitting fist, he could not possibly contend with Li Hao. Excited discussions filled the air. Brother will surely win. A little girl pouted, clenching her small fists resolutely. Haha, little you, 5th brother's strength is progressing so rapidly. even if he is not as strong as Big Brother now. There is great hope for him to surpass him in the future, Li Ye chuckled. As the onlookers watched, Li Hao and Li Feng stood facing one another. However, I will not hold back. If you wish to withstand my attack, unleash your full strength, Li Hao declared with a low voice. His fists moved in a swift motion, advancing forward with a ferocious momentum akin to a tiger descending a mountain, the intense aura surrounding him surging towards Li Feng in an instant. This was the seventh form of the mountain-splitting fist. Li Feng, unyielding, swung his right hand, mirroring Li Hao's technique. The two attacks collided in a heartbeat. Bang! A resounding thud echoed, as both Li Feng and Li Hao settled into a stable stance, their legs rooted to the ground like tree roots, emanating powerful energy without any adverse effects. Remarkably, this clash resulted in a stalemate. Li Feng's strength is astonishing. He was actually able to withstand Big Brother Li Hao's attack. The spectators exclaimed in astonishment. The elders displayed expressions of surprise and delight. The complete seventh form of the mountain-splitting fist. Young Feng has truly mastered it. They observed the battle with keen eyes, their perception sharp. The proficiency with which Li Feng executed the mountain-splitting fist even surpassed that of Li Hao. However, it was worth noting that Li Hao had not exerted his full strength. He was at the pinnacle of the sixth stage of body refinement, not yet reaching the seventh stage. Li Feng's ability to withstand the attack was due to his mastery of the complete seventh form of the mountain-splitting fist, suggesting his strength was likely on par with the seventh stage of body refinement, albeit only just breaking through. He had yet to engage any martial arts techniques, and his cultivation level was, after all, somewhat lacking. Very impressive. If young Feng reaches the same level, his power will be unimaginable. The elders focused their attention predominantly on the clash between Li Feng and Li Hao, as the outcomes of other battles seemed predetermined in their minds. Haha, fifth brother. Your comprehension truly knows no rival. At this moment, Li Hao displayed a glimmer of battle intent, stating, since you have attained the seventh stage of body refinement, I shall not hold back either. Prepare to feel the might of this punch. He swung his right hand, energy surging forth with an overwhelming ferocity. Boom. His entire form surged forward, his fist moving with the force of a thunderous storm. Clearly, he was now unleashing the true strength of his seventh stage. Big brother, feel free to give it your all. Li Feng smiled slightly, a wave of energy suddenly radiating from him. This aura was not overwhelmingly potent, yet it stirred a tremendous commotion. Fifth stage of body refinement. The elders of the Li family on the platform immediately rose, their faces reflecting astonishment. Amid their surprise, joy blossomed anew. Li Tianan looked at his son with a beaming expression, remarking, it appears that the precious item not only enhances comprehension but also bolsters strength. In merely 3 months, he has advanced from the fourth to the fifth stage. Such rapid progress. Young Feng has truly concealed his strength. Achieving the fifth stage without revealing it is commendable, the Grand Elder beamed. A steady temperament is indeed a virtue. The elders rejoiced, while within the arena, Li Hao gazed at Li Feng with a hint of incredulity. Fifth brother, you have actually reached the fifth stage of body refinement? Yet, in an instant, his expression shifted to one of fierce determination. The energy emanating from his right hand intensified, striking towards Li Feng with renewed vigor. Haha, big brother. Let us see whose attack proves stronger. Li Feng laughed heartily. He activated his fists, channeling his energy as he pushed the seventh form of the mountain-splitting fist to its utmost limit. Bang! Another collision resonated. This sound akin to thunder in the ears of the onlookers. Terrifying energy radiated outward like a tempest, sweeping across the surroundings. Their garments flapped as if caught in an unseen wind, and the ground trembled beneath them. Whose attack is stronger? The crowd watched intently, initially believing that Li Hao held the upper hand, yet Li Feng continued to unveil his hidden strengths, leaving them uncertain of the eventual victor. In their gaze, after the clash, Li Hao surprisingly staggered back a step. However, almost simultaneously, Li Feng also retreated, albeit by 2 steps. Big Brother's strength resided in the early 7th stage of body refinement, still a distance from the mid-stage, and the 7th form of the mountain-splitting fist was only at a minor success. Through their exchange, he acquired a clear understanding of Li Hao's capabilities. Considering that Li Hao had broken through to the 7th stage just over half a year ago, Li Feng silently resolved to give his brother some face. Displaying a portion of his strength would surely please his father and others, but what he had revealed was already sufficient. There was no need to surpass Li Hao. What was his true strength? In the 7th stage of body refinement, he possessed the complete 9 forms of the mountain-splitting fist. Even those at the 8th stage could hardly contend with him. Moreover, he could still barely unleash a technique from the innate martial arts. If he fully unleashed his strength, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous upheaval. Yet, concealing one's power for too long was unwise. Revealing greater strength would garner more attention from the family and allow for better cultivation. Nonetheless, Li Feng had his own plans. He sensed that Zhao Tianyu was not to be underestimated, and thus, even if he were to reveal his full strength, it would have to wait until after the Medicinal Garden event. Chapter 27. High-grade weapons. The battle has concluded. Li Hao stepped back, while Li Feng retreated 2 steps, with Li Hao emerging victorious by a slender margin. How formidable! Has Li Feng truly reached such a level? The onlookers were left in a state of shock at the spectacle before them. Wonderful! Their astonishment was palpable, particularly among the elders of the Li family, who wore expressions of sheer delight. At the 5th level of body refinement, in the complete 7th form of the opening mountain fist, young Feng has truly surprised us. The 3rd elder exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The grand elder, equally beaming, remarked, young Feng is merely 16. His future is boundless. He turned to the crowd, his voice resonating. Everyone has performed admirably. With the battle concluded, the 5 who will enter the medicine garden are Li Hao, Li Feng, Li Xinya, Li Xinhai, and Li Haiwu. The selection was swiftly finalized. While the first 4 were well known, Li Haiwu's acquisition of the 5th spot was unexpected. His strength was commendable, reaching the 6th level of body refinement. Had it not been for Li Feng, Li Haiwu would have exhibited the most significant progress in this contest. The crowd murmured, expressing no dissent regarding the chosen 5. Well then, the competition is over. Tomorrow, the 5 of you will accompany elders Tianlei and Tianyang to the eastern suburb, the grand elder announced with a smile. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Younger brother, I didn't expect your strength to have grown so formidable, Li Hao remarked to Li Feng, an undercurrent of complexity in his gaze. He had always regarded himself as the foremost among the younger generation, placing the family above all and eagerly assisting every member. Yet, discovering Li Feng had caught up with him stirred feelings of urgency and uncertainty within him. Brother, it's merely good fortune, Li Feng replied with a smile. After exchanging a few words, he departed from the combat arena. Brother is amazing, exclaimed the little girl, Xiao Yu, as she spotted Li Feng, raising her tiny fists and opening her arms, yearning for a hug. Li Feng chuckled and lifted her from Wang Rou's embrace. Wow. 5th brother, your strength is astounding. You actually withstood brother's attack, Li Yin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The surrounding spectators regarded Li Feng with a newfound respect. At merely 16 years old, possessing the strength of the 7th level of body refinement, Li Feng's status within the family had undoubtedly soared. Xiao Feng. Not long after returning home, Li Tianyang sought out Li Feng. Xiao Feng, you've concealed your breakthroughs quite deeply, he remarked with a smile. Father, I merely wished to surprise you, Li Feng responded cheerfully. Achieving a breakthrough in a minor realm within 3 months was indeed remarkable. Revealing a fraction of his strength posed no issue. Haha, I hope such surprises continue to abound, Li Tianyang chuckled, waving his right hand. 2 items materialized before Li Feng, a pair of black gloves shimmering with a metallic sheen, adorned with menacing barbs, and a set of black armor. Father, what are these? Li Feng inquired, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Li Tianyang replied with a smile, these are 2 high-grade weapons. High-grade? Li Feng's interest piqued. These were the most powerful weapons for practitioners in the body refinement realm. Although the task in the medicine garden involved gathering spiritual herbs, conflicts were inevitable due to the enmity between the Li, Zhao, and Zheng families. Li Tianyang's expression turned cold at the thought. Die? Li Feng showed no surprise, having previously researched related information. Thus, you must ensure your offense and defense are fortified. When you unleash the opening mountain fist, these gloves will greatly aid you, and the black armor will protect you from formidable attacks. As long as you safeguard your vital points, no one shall be able to kill you, Li Tianyang instructed. I understand, Father, Li Feng nodded, storing the gloves and armor away. In truth, the Li family likely possessed even more powerful weapons. While those not reaching the level of the innate realm could not be activated, they were at most equivalent to high-grade weapons. Prepare well. Remember, exercise caution in the medicine garden. Your offensive capabilities, while impressive, may not suffice if you have not mastered your realm. In true combat, you may find yourself at a disadvantage, Li Tianyang cautioned. Li Feng nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Li Tianyang departed. As for the conflict with the Zhao family, Li Feng grasped the weapons in his hands, contemplating silently, his eyes flickering with a cold light. As dawn broke, the darkness receded, and the sun illuminated the world, breathing life into all it touched. In a courtyard, a young man sat in quiet meditation, pure spiritual energy flowing into his body, which he absorbed. After a brief period, the fluctuations of his aura intensified. Eventually, the young man ceased his cultivation. He had firmly established himself at the 7th level of body refinement and even made some progress. Li Feng marveled at his own astonishing rate of advancement. A single day of training could equate to others' efforts over 10 days. Rising, he donned the black armor and stepped outside. There, he found a small figure bobbing her head as she munched on food, her eyes still closed. Suddenly, the little one ceased moving, appearing to have fallen asleep. Xiao Feng, eat something, Wang Ro urged as she noticed Li Feng's arrival, her concern evident as he prepared to enter the medicine garden. Mother, Li Feng called cheerfully, indulging in a hearty meal. The sound of his voice roused the little one, who looked up at him with a soft, sweet voice. Brother, good morning. After playfully interacting with his sister for a while, Li Feng made his way to the Li family square. By then, Li Hao and the others had already gathered. Fifth brother, Li Feng, several voices called out upon his arrival. However, Li Haiwu merely cast a glance at Li Feng, clearly still unconvinced. With a sudden flicker, two figures materialized, Li Tianlei and Li Tianyang. All right, everyone is assembled. We shall now proceed to the eastern suburb, Li Tianlei declared solemnly. The eastern suburb, situated in a remote area of the wild forest county, was largely desolate, typically devoid of people. Yet, today it buzzed with a throng of spectators. This day marked the opening of the eastern suburb's medicine garden. The audience speculated on how many spiritual herbs the Li, Zhao, and Zheng families would procure from this venture. Alas, the garden was monopolized by these three families. Whispers of envy permeated the crowd. Spiritual herbs remained an ever-scarce resource for practitioners. Chapter 28. The opening of the medicinal garden, though these smaller factions had no stake in the matter. Their curiosity regarding the conflict among the three families was insatiable, compelling them to witness the outcome. It remained uncertain whether the Li family could derive the greatest benefit from the medicinal garden. Given the recent alliance between the Zhao and Zheng families targeting the Li family, it seemed highly improbable. Inside the medicinal garden, the Zhao and Zheng families would undoubtedly choose to collaborate, placing the Li family at a disadvantage. Even the most formidable member of the younger generation from the Li family, Li Hao, was no match for Zhao Tianyu from the Zhao family. However, a remarkable talent had suddenly emerged from the Li family, Li Feng, whose cultivation level, while not particularly high, was nonetheless capable of contending with practitioners at the 7th level of body refinement. The Zhao and Zheng families collectively boasted two individuals at that same level. Whispers of speculation filled the air. To them, these three families were titans. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. The Li family has arrived. Two figures soared through the sky, landing alongside Li Feng and his companions. At the forefront stood Li Hao. Which one is Li Feng? Asked a voice. It must be that young man clad in black armor. He appears quite youthful. I hear he is only 16. At such a tender age. Possessing the strength of a 7th level body refinement practitioner, the Li family had indeed produced a prodigy. As the Li family members made their entrance, murmurs of intrigue spread through the crowd. Is this the medicinal garden? Li Feng pondered, gazing ahead. It appeared unremarkable, merely a barren expanse where one could walk freely. Yet, Li Feng understood that the so-called medicinal garden was, in fact, an extraordinary space. Outside, spiritual energy was sparse, requiring considerable time for even a single-grade spiritual herb to grow. Within the garden, however, the abundance of spiritual energy created an ideal environment for herbal cultivation. Haha, Li Tianlei, Li Tianyang, how time flies. It's still the two of you. Came a hearty laugh from afar. 6 figures swiftly approached, landing opposite Li Tianyang and the others. Among them, the foremost were a middle-aged man in a crimson robe radiating intense heat, and a woman with a detached demeanor, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Behind them stood 4 others, 3 young men and a young woman, with the latter leading the group. Her expression mirrored that of the middle-aged woman, and she wielded a jade-green longsword, exuding an aura of coldness that made her seem unapproachable. This young woman was Zheng Jieqi, the foremost talent of the Zheng family's younger generation, who had broken through to the 7th level of body refinement 6 months prior. as Li Feng observed. Li Hao leaned in and whispered, "Zhang Jiaqi?" Li Feng nodded, aware of her reputation, though they had not crossed paths before. The other 3 young members of the Zheng family were at the 6th level of body refinement. Li Hao continued, "In total, the Zhao family has 1 at the 7th level and 3 at the 6th level. Their number of prodigies exceeds that of the Li family." Many speculated that the Li family was on the decline. Despite its vastness, the emergence of new talents had diminished. It echoed the fate of the Hu family, once their patriarch. Li Yuxian perished. The Grand Li family could collapse in an instant. "Zheng Hu, the last time we met, you still haven't had enough of a beating, have you?" Li Tianyang remarked, directing his gaze towards the red-robed man from the Zheng family. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding heat dissipated instantly. "Haha, Li Tianyang. Perhaps we shall have another chance to spar?" Zheng Hu laughed, though his eyes shimmered with coldness. The previous encounter had ended in a crushing defeat for him at the hands of Li Tianyang, a source of deep humiliation. "Looks like we of the Zhao family are the last to arrive," boomed another hearty laugh, as 6 figures approached. Leading them were 2 middle-aged men, followed by 4 others, among whom Li Feng recognized Zhao Tianyu and his brother Zhao Tianqi. "Zhao Tianqi has come as well?" Li Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Zhao Tianyu's strength was modest, having just reached the 5th level of body refinement, yet he had managed to join the fray. According to Li Feng's information, the Zhao family had 3 members in the 6th level of body refinement among their younger generation. Scanning the Zhao brothers, Li Feng's gaze fell upon the other 2 newcomers. One was a remarkably stout man, Zhao Yi, while the other was unremarkable in appearance, standing quietly. Zhao Yu, another 6th level body refinement practitioner. Zhao Yu was typically low profile, yet he had suddenly revealed his strength. "Zhao Lin, Zhao Jin," Zheng Hu called out, spotting the Zhao family members. "Brother Zheng Hu, it has been too long. After this affair with the medicinal garden, we must share a drink," Zhao Lin boomed, as the 2 families engaged in amiable banter, oblivious to the world around them. It appeared that the Zhao and Zheng families had indeed formed a complete alliance. The Li family was set to face significant challenges during their expedition to the medicinal garden. The onlookers observed the unfolding scene. "Your chatter grows tedious. Let us now activate the medicinal garden," Li Tianyang interjected, his tone indifferent. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light shot forth into the sky. Li Tianyang, ever so straightforward, never wasting a moment, Zheng Hu remarked with a slight smile. He gazed at the white light above, shaking his head. "It is regrettable that the key has fallen into the hands of the Li family." The Li family monopolized 5 medicinal gardens while sharing one with them. They were eager to seize it all. With a flick of his wrist, Zheng Hu sent forth a key of his own. "We shall take it by force." Zhao Lin followed suit, his hand releasing a 3rd key. Buzz. 3 beams of light converged rapidly, ultimately forming an unusual pattern. A ceiling-type divine pattern? Li Feng mused, his mind racing. Over the past 2 months, he had made significant progress in studying the 108 foundational divine patterns, mastering them all, though he had yet to attempt any engravings. "You wish to seize it for your family, which is as timid as a turtle in the face of the Danyuan realm." Li Tianyang scoffed at Zheng Hu and Zhao Lin's comments. As the divine patterns emerged, they pulsed, and a peculiar portal materialized beneath them, shimmering until it fully manifested. The space of the medicinal garden was officially unveiled. Chapter 29. The hidden strength of the Zhao family. Upon hearing Li Tianyang's words, Zheng Hu remained unfazed, replying calmly, "My ancestor of the Zheng family has a long life, continuously blessing us with prodigies. As for your Li family, let us hope that this time your genius does not perish entirely within the medicinal garden, or else Li Yuxian, whose lifespan is nearing its end, may well emerge from his seclusion in a fit of rage." In response, Li Tianyang replied indifferently, "Our ancestor is in excellent health. Annihilating your Zheng family poses no challenge. Then we shall await that day. But let us not find ourselves in a situation where it is your Li family facing extinction at our hands." Zheng Hu chuckled, though a perilous glint flickered in his eyes. As they exchanged words, Zhao Lin observed them with an amused smile, remaining silent, as if relishing the unfolding drama. Li Hao, Li Feng, and the others nodded in agreement, turning their gazes towards the portal before swiftly entering. Subsequently, members of both the Zhao and Zheng families hastily followed suit. Upon crossing the portal, the scenery shifted dramatically, and Li Feng found himself in a peculiar space. The area was saturated with spiritual energy, and not far away, a 3-foot-tall medicinal herb swayed gently. With a whoosh, Li Hao and the others quickly approached and harvested the spiritual herb with remarkable speed. Zhao Tianyu and his companions arrived. Addressing Li Feng with indifference, Zhao Tianqi, casting a cruel smile towards Li Feng, gestured across his throat, the implication clear. However, Zhao Tianyu and his group refrained from attacking, swiftly identifying a direction before vanishing from sight. Have they departed? Li Feng inquired, glancing at the retreating figures. Beside him, Li Hao explained, upon entering the medicinal garden, everyone primarily focuses on harvesting spiritual herbs, and conflicts are unlikely. Once the exploration concludes, a battle will ensue. When everyone has gathered their spoils, that is when the real competition for treasures will begin. He took a deep breath and continued. The Zhao and Zheng families will undoubtedly choose to ally, and whether we can retain the spiritual herbs we find will depend on our own strength. A solemn expression adorned the faces of those present. There is no need for concern, Li Xinya interjected with a smile. Our side boasts both Hao Gu and Li Feng, two individuals at the 7th layer of body refining, while the Zhao and Zheng families combined can only muster 2. Our peak combat power is equal, and although they may have a numerical advantage, they can merely suppress us. Let us not be complacent, Li Hao cautioned. Without further ado, he directed their attention forward, stating, let us begin our search for herbs. Maintain a distance of about 1,000 meters to facilitate communication. The 5 of them, naturally united, could not afford to scatter. Should they become isolated, they would risk falling prey to the Zhao family's opportunistic strikes. Li Feng and the others nodded in agreement. Commenced the search. 5 figures darted forth, swiftly venturing into the distance. Mere moments later, Li Feng's gaze landed on something afar, and his eyes sparkled with delight. There, a crimson flower blossomed, adorned with peculiar patterns, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. The red script flower, Li Feng exclaimed joyously, racing towards it, though not yet a first-grade spiritual herb. The red script flower's maturation period was 4 years, closely rivaling that of a first-grade herb, which typically required 5 years. Li Feng quickly harvested the flower. Buzz. A mysterious light flickered, attempting to absorb the flower's spiritual energy, but Li Feng successfully suppressed it, given that they were all exploring the garden together. Any spiritual herbs obtained would necessitate a half-share with their family. He could not afford to consume everything alone. He swiftly stored the red script flower in his possession. Let us proceed, he declared, casting his gaze towards the distance as he continued his search. The vast plain stretched endlessly, radiating spiritual energy, with clusters of medicinal herbs flourishing freely. In one part of the plains, several figures stood divided into 2 groups, members of the Zhao family and the Zheng family. Zhao Tianyu, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the horizon with a smile that suggested all was under his control. Among the Zheng family, Zheng Jieqi, a 7th-layer body refining practitioner, spoke up. Zhao Tianyu, after we execute your plan to eliminate Li Hao and Li Feng, we expect 1/3 of the spiritual herbs and the high-grade weapons they possess. Zhao Tianyu shook his head with a smile. I can only grant you 1/5 at most. At this moment, the prospect of slaying the members of the Li family seemed effortless for them. Humph, your Zhao family is overly greedy, demanding such a large portion. A member behind Zheng Jieqi retorted angrily. To eliminate the 6 members of the Li family is no simple task. If it were just Li Hao, I could concede 1/3. But with the unexpected addition of Li Feng, who also possesses 7th-layer body refining strength, your Zheng family would be utterly overwhelmed without our Zhao family, Zhao Tianyu replied coolly. Though Li Feng is an unforeseen variable, we still hold the upper hand. The effort I must expend has increased, and thus our share of the spoils must be substantial. Zhao Tianyu concluded. Zheng Jieqi fell silent for a moment, quieting her companions before finally nodding in agreement. A hint of astonishment lingered in her eyes as she realized that the Zhao family's hidden strength was far greater than she had anticipated. The seemingly unremarkable Zhao Yu was, in fact, a 7th-layer body refining practitioner, with power rivaling her own. Zhao Tianyu had even reached the 8th layer. In battle, I will strike down Li Hao while you and Zhao Yu focus on Li Feng. The others will pair off to entangle the remaining members of the Li family. Once I dispatch Li Hao, I shall swiftly assist in eliminating Li Feng and the others, Zhao Tianyu outlined with a smile. Brother, leave Li Feng for last. I wish to shatter his limbs and let him bleed to death, Zhao Tianqi declared with a cruel grin. With a formidable 8th-layer body refining practitioner and 2 7th-layer practitioners on their side, victory was assured, leaving no room for misfortune. Thus, he had relentlessly urged his father to join this expedition into the medicinal garden. Li Feng's demise was inevitable, and he could not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. The pent-up resentment within him remained unvented. Rest assured, time is ample. You may torment him as you wish, Zhao Tianyu replied with a faint smile. However, once we leave the medicinal garden, focus solely on your cultivation and refrain from any other thoughts. I understand, brother. Zhao Tianqi nodded eagerly, his face contorting into a sinister, excited expression as he gazed into the distance. Gratitude to Bansheng Liang Dao Shang for the generous donation of 1,500. And to Xiang Ru, EMO 1314, and Hundan Yukuan for their contributions of 100. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 30. A bountiful harvest indeed. This medicinal garden, which had remained closed for 4 long years, proved to be a treasure trove. Although first-grade spiritual herbs are rare, many herbs approaching that great abound. In merely 3 short hours, I discovered 9 mature herbs, each 4 years old, along with numerous others of slightly lesser age. Within the garden, Li Feng surveyed his surroundings. By his calculations, what he had gathered was equivalent to 4 genuine first-grade spiritual herbs. Remarkably, only 3 hours had elapsed, and they could remain here for 3 full days. Suddenly, as joy welled up within him, Li Feng's gaze fell upon a distant patch of overgrown weeds. His eyes sparkled with astonishment. There, covering an area of 30 square meters, were clusters of purple grass gently swaying, each emitting faint wisps of spiritual energy. Purple garment grass? Upon seeing these little plants, Li Feng's heart leaped. This grass, rich in spiritual energy, grows rapidly and can spread through its roots, covering a considerable area in just a year. While it may not contain a significant amount of spiritual energy, the visible purple grass here could collectively equate to 3 first-grade spiritual herbs. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Feng rushed forward to gather them. As he continued his search, the quantity of spiritual herbs he found increased with the passage of time. In this place, half of the herbs he discovered could be claimed for himself, a testament to the family's nurturing of the younger generation's talents. At this moment, the herbs and spiritual plants Li Feng possessed amounted to the equivalent of a dozen 5-year first-grade herbs. At this rate, in 3 days, he could amass enough herbs to break through to the 9th layer of body refinement. Li Feng's face beamed with happiness. Suddenly, as he approached a certain area, the mysterious light points on his body pulsed. Sensing this, a glimmer of surprise crossed his face. Were there precious spiritual herbs nearby? The mysterious light points were extraordinarily sensitive to spiritual energy, able to detect it even through stone. He scanned the area, but the surrounding landscape was barren, devoid of any growing spiritual herbs. After a thorough examination, Li Feng's gaze abruptly settled on the ground before him. The light points sensed spiritual herbs nearby, yet none were visible, suggesting the herbs were buried in the soil. With this realization, Li Feng wasted no time and began to dig. There it is. After a brief search, he found a spot. With a short knife in hand, he dug swiftly, and after reaching a depth of about 30 centimeters, a corner of a purple fruit emerged. Indeed, it exists. Li Feng's eyes shone with excitement as he hastened his efforts. Soon, a purple fruit, irregularly shaped and measuring 10 centimeters in diameter, came into view, adorned with intricate patterns, from which wisps of spiritual energy emanated continuously. Second-grade spiritual herb, purple rising fruit? Gazing at the fruit, joy surged within Li Feng. The purple rising fruit matures over 30 years, and its spiritual energy is considerable. Previously, the second-grade herbs he had acquired were only 20 years old. To discover such a precious second-grade herb in this garden was astonishing. Li Feng felt a twinge of surprise. If there were no first-grade herbs here, how had he stumbled upon a 30-year-old second-grade one? In an instant, he discerned the reason. The purple rising fruit grows underground. After several years, its branches and leaves wither, leaving only the fruit hidden below. It was only natural that such a phenomenon would go unnoticed. Who would take the time to dig through the earth in search of treasures? Given the vastness of the garden, 3 days would hardly suffice to explore it all, and digging would only allow for a minuscule portion to be uncovered. In fact, this time could have been spent seeking out more low-grade spiritual herbs, resulting in even greater rewards. However, with my mysterious light points, should I encounter buried precious herbs, I would be able to sense them. Li Feng's eyes gleamed with fervor as he surveyed the space. Time was of the essence. His luck had favored him thus far, but it could wane at any moment. With treasures abounding in this garden, he needed to maximize his search. With swift movements, Li Feng explored every corner, even areas devoid of spiritual herbs, determined to cover as much ground as possible. As time sped by, 2 days rapidly passed. Another second-grade spiritual herb. Li Feng unearthed a white fruit from the soil, his face alight with excitement as he quickly stored it away. Reviewing his bounty, Li Feng's heart swelled with joy. He now possessed 5 second-grade spiritual herbs of varying ages, the oldest being 40 years. In truth, even herbs growing beneath the soil leave traces on the surface, which is why most second-grade herbs are often discovered. Only a fortunate few remain hidden, and now they had fallen into Li Feng's hands. In addition to the 5 second-grade herbs, he had an even more precious find, a third-grade spiritual herb. Li Feng felt elated as he examined the blue, potato-shaped fruit within his spatial ring. Bluethorn fruit. A third-grade spiritual herb with a maturation period of 70 years. This bluethorn fruit was his most significant discovery. Moreover, the other assorted herbs combined were equivalent to over 20 first-grade spiritual herbs. Li Feng, you found yet another second-grade herb. From a distance, Li Xinyao approached, clearly astonished. The 5 of them were only about a kilometer apart, and Li Feng's actions were not entirely concealed. Just good fortune, Li Feng chuckled. Whoosh, whoosh. Several figures approached from afar. It seems that the greatest harvest from this venture into the medicinal garden belongs to you. 5th brother, Li Hao remarked with a smile. A hint of envy in his eyes, mirrored by Li Haiwu standing beside him. Even if one were to find the most precious herbs here, half must be surrendered to the family. In 3 days, the gates of the garden would close. They could not afford to linger. His expression turned serious. Even he was no match for Zhao Tianyu. Understood, the others nodded in agreement. Li Hao declared, and the 5 figures swiftly moved towards the exit. They stood atop a low hill. The terrain of the eastern suburbs of the medicinal garden was uneven, making low hills a common sight. At this moment, a figure stood quietly atop the hill, gazing into the distance with a faint smile. Brother, are Li Feng and the others nearly here? Zhao Tianxiang inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. His eyes sparkled with a mix of urgency and excitement. Zhao Tianyu nodded calmly, stating, this area is not far from the garden's exit. All surrounding regions are visible. Once the Li family emerges, they will undoubtedly pass through here. Chapter 31. Purple Star Crystal. Not only he, but at this moment, the members of the Zheng family, including Zheng Jieqi, were also present, awaiting the arrival of the 5 from the Li family. Zheng Jieqi was strikingly beautiful, yet her countenance was marred by an expression of indifference, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. Suddenly, Zheng Jieqi's gaze shifted towards the distance. Concurrently, Zhao Tianyu's attention was drawn there as well, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, the Li Feng group has finally arrived. Beside him, Zhao Tianqi's face contorted into a cruel expression. In a corner of the medicinal garden, Li Feng and his companions soared towards the horizon. Upon reaching a certain point, Li Feng abruptly halted, standing still. The luminous points on his body began to oscillate violently, the intensity far surpassing any previous occurrence. Something lies beneath the ground. After the initial shock, Li Feng's face lit up with palpable excitement. The intensity of the fluctuations indicated the rarity of the treasure. He immediately began to excavate with his short blade. It was buried rather deep. Li Feng dug down half a meter, yet still had not uncovered the treasure. Previously encountered 2nd and 3rd grade spiritual herbs were not buried so deeply. After excavating over a meter, he finally caught sight of a hint of purple. It has appeared. A hint of joy spread across Li Feng's lips. Yet, it did not seem like an herb. Confusion flickered in his eyes as he noted the purple object resembled a crystal. Upon touching the purple hue, a swirling vortex materialized around his palm. With a swift motion, an object manifested in his grasp. Astonishment washed over Li Feng as he beheld a black token, intricately carved with peculiar patterns. Its surface cloaked in a translucent white film that appeared to flow like liquid. What is this? Li Feng's mind was flooded with questions. This was the first time he encountered such a phenomenon with the mysterious luminous point. Suddenly, the mysterious light pulsed, causing the token to vanish, only to reappear at the center of his chest, now diminished to a size resembling a mere point of light. 5th brother, what happened? A voice called out as Li Hao and the others swiftly approached, clearly having noticed the anomaly. They observed the astonishment on Li Feng's face, unable to suppress their inquiries. I'm fine. Li Feng shook his head, suppressing the shock within. The token had been consumed by the mysterious luminous point? He sensed that the film on the mystical token was gradually dissipating. The enigmatic light was removing this film? Realization struck Li Feng, intensifying his astonishment. Besides that, he felt no other abnormalities, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he gazed down at the soil. Following his gaze, Li Hao and the others looked downward, their eyes widening in wonder. What is that purple object? They too observed the violet hues within the earth. The fluctuations seemed to be spiritual energy, yet they felt different. They could sense peculiar waves emanating from the purple region. I don't know. Li Feng shook his head, equally perplexed by the sudden turn of events. He stepped forward, using his short blade to clear away some soil, revealing a clearer view of the purple crystalline substance. What is this? His confusion deepened as he beheld the crystalline object before him. Purple star crystal. Is this a purple star crystal? In such a large piece. At this moment, expressions of bewilderment crossed the faces of Li Xinya and the others, but Li Hao's face transformed from shock to uncontainable joy. Purple star crystal? Upon hearing this name, Li Feng's mind raced with understanding. The purple star crystal contained minimal spiritual energy and offered little assistance in cultivation. However, it possessed a formidable capability. It aids in breaking through bottlenecks for those below the 7th layer of the body refinement stage. Utilizing the purple star crystal to tackle a bottleneck increased the success rate by a staggering 70%. Even for those at the 7th layer striving for the 8th, or from the 8th to the 9th layer, the success rate could still rise by approximately 50%. Even transitioning from the 9th layer to the innate stage could see a 10% increase in success. This was an invaluable asset for the family. If even a small piece were to surface in the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzied scramble among various factions. The innate stage grants a lifespan of 200 years, and even the Li family possesses only 21 such individuals. They are the pillars of the clan. 5th brother, you have discovered a substantial piece of purple star crystal. Li Hao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Not only him, but even the typically taciturn Li Xinhong and the displeased Li Haiwu displayed signs of exhilaration. They understood well the immense potential of the purple star crystal. Quick, help dig. Overwhelmed with joy, Li Hao urged. The 5 refrained from damaging the crystal, carefully excavating it. Moments later, a purple crystalline deposit, roughly 1 square meter in size, was fully revealed before them. It's so large, Li Hao exclaimed in delight, noting its quality was of medium grade. Eldest brother, how is the purple star crystal formed? Li Feng could not help but inquire. In response, Li Hao shook his head. I'm not sure. It is said that the formation of purple star crystals requires exceedingly stringent conditions, but beyond that, I do not know. Not sure? Li Feng mused inwardly. What about the token? It seemed linked to the purple star crystal? He silently pondered. The token undoubtedly bore some connection to the purple star crystal. However, due to the mysterious luminous point, he could not disclose this information. Just then, a series of whistling sounds sliced through the air, followed by figures darting towards them at incredible speed, arriving in an instant. Their eyes were fixed upon the substantial purple crystal, filled with fervent desire. Zhao Tianyu, Zheng Jieqi. Upon seeing the approaching figures, Li Hao's expression shifted. Li Feng, with a swift motion of his right hand, quickly stowed the sizable crystal away, his gaze cold as he regarded the approaching 8 individuals. To encounter such a large piece of purple star crystal here is unexpected. It seems our harvest surpasses our expectations. Zhao Tianyu remarked, a smile masking his uncontainable excitement. In response, Li Hao's face darkened as he retorted, Zhao Tianyu, what do you mean by that? His expression was grim as he regarded the assembled group. As they had anticipated, the Zhao and Zheng families had completely allied themselves. Haha, my elder brother has made it abundantly clear. Your possessions are now ours. Zhao Tianqi interjected with a hearty laugh. Chapter 32. Taking action of. Observing the individuals before him, Li Hao's expression darkened as he remarked, Zhao Tianyu, do you truly believe that our Li family would fear your alliance with the Zheng family? Despite your 2 7th-level body refinement cultivators, we possess 2 as well. Engaging in battle will only result in mutual destruction. Li Hao is not alone. Li Xinya, Li Xinhong, and Li Haiwu shared his grave demeanor, all vigilantly eyeing their adversaries. You are mistaken, Zhao Tianyu replied with a calm smile. While it is true that your family has 2 7th-level body refinement masters, we are not limited to just 2. At that moment, the seemingly ordinary Zhao Yu stepped forward, emanating a wave of potent energy that they could all sense. Zhao Yu has reached this level? They gasped. The Zhao and Zheng families now boasted 3 7th-level body refinement practitioners. Upon realizing this, the expressions of Li Xinya and the others grew even more solemn. You are mistaken once again, Zhao Tianyu said with a soft chuckle, seemingly unperturbed. By now, the members of the Zhao and Zheng families had completely encircled Li Feng and his companions, ensuring that no one from the Li family could escape. What do you mean? Li Hao asked, his face darkening. As the words left his lips, a flicker of horror flashed in his eyes. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from Zhao Tianyu, exuding immense pressure that even Li Hao found overwhelming, as if he were facing a ferocious beast. 8th level body refinement. Li Hao exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? You broke through to the 7th level only a year ago, yet you have ascended to the 8th level? The first 6 levels of body refinement serve as a foundation, while the subsequent 3 levels present significant challenges, making advancement far more difficult. Zhao Tianyu, who reached the 7th level at 19, would typically require at least 3 years to achieve the 8th level. Aha! My elder brother reached the 8th level long ago. Zhao Tianqi boasted, reveling in the dismay of the Li family. Li Hao, you have always aimed to measure yourself against my brother. Yet you are but a flickering candle in comparison to his radiant sun. What can you possibly offer in comparison? Li Hao and his companions felt a profound sense of foreboding. They were not facing 3 7th level practitioners, but 1 8th level and 2 7th level cultivators. In terms of power, Zhao Tianyu alone could utterly crush them. Damn it! Li Hao's expression darkened as he quickly pondered countermeasures. The threat looming over the Li family was undeniable. Zheng Qiaqi, are you truly aligning with the Zhao family against us? Li Hao suddenly directed his gaze at the cold-faced Zheng Qiaqi. In truth, the Zhao family posed the greatest threat to the Li family, while the Zheng family had remained largely in the shadows, accumulating strength without actively participating in conflicts, much like a powerful tiger waiting to pounce and a wolf lurking quietly. Though the Li family recognized this dynamic, their relationship with the Zheng family was not as dire as it appeared. The Zhao family harbored grand ambitions, targeting far more than just the Li family. Li Hao scrutinized Zheng Qiaqi, attempting to sway her resolve. In response, Zheng Qiaqi's expression remained unyielding as she coldly declared, Your Li family has flourished for so many years. It is time for the curtain to fall. Her eyes held no sympathy as she gazed at the 5 members of the Li family. Seeing Zheng Qiaqi's steadfastness, Li Hao turned to Zhao Tianyu, speaking earnestly. Zhao Tianyu, we will relinquish everything we possess if you allow us to leave. At this moment, Zheng Qiaqi and Zhao Yu alone could contend with him and Li Feng, not to mention the 8th level Zhao Tianyu. They were simply outmatched. Your proposition is appealing. But I must decline, Zhao Tianyu replied with a smile. If I kill you, all that you possess will still belong to me. His demeanor was warm. Yet the words plunged Li Hao and his companions into despair. Damn the Zhao family and the Zheng family. Li Haiwu shouted in fury. One day, our ancestor will obliterate your clan. Haha, Li Yuxian is nearing his end, and you think he can destroy our family? Zhao Tianqi laughed heartily. Once Li Yuxian is gone, it will be your Li family that we will trample. His face was a mask of delight, but suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the silent Li Feng, revealing a sinister smirk. Li Feng, do you remember when I had your arms crippled? How do you feel now? I feel nothing, Li Feng replied calmly, his gaze fixed on Zhao Tianqi. Haha, what does suppressing your fear accomplish? Zhao Tianqi laughed, his expression twisted with malice. Though my strength prevents me from entering the medicinal garden, I came here to witness your demise at my hands. Enough of this wasteful banter. Regardless of the resources or the purple star crystals, we have concealed our strength to eliminate Li Hao and his companions. Our ultimate aim is to affect Li Yuxian. With that, Zhao Tianyu turned to Li Hao with a smile. Li Hao, do you recall what I said last time? We will clash. And now we can finally settle our score. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, attack. Though his words were gentle, they bore an underlying chill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures rapidly surged forward, targeting the 5 members of the Li family. Zhao Tianyu charged at Li Hao, while Zheng Qiaqi and Zhao Yu advanced towards Li Feng, having already identified their targets. Fight! Li Hao roared, his face contorted with fury. Even if we perish, we will take the Zhao and Zheng families down with us. I have never feared death, Li Haiwu echoed vehemently. The battle erupted in full force. In the midst of the chaos, Li Feng stood silently. His eyes narrowed as he observed Zhao Tianyu advancing towards Li Hao. Haha, Li Feng, I look forward to witnessing your death and terror, Zhao Tianqi laughed, arms crossed as he watched. In this scenario, he was the weakest, but with so many allies, he needed not lift a finger. Oh, it seems you may be disappointed. Li Feng muttered, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Tianqi. It appears you have concealed your true strength. He then turned his gaze back to Zhao Tianyu, eyes glinting with icy murderous intent. He had long suspected Zhao Tianyu's true power, and now his suspicions were confirmed. But that was all it was. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from Li Feng, darting forth with incredible speed, producing a series of piercing sounds in the air. Within a mere second, the light reached Zhao Tianyu. Chapter 33. The instantaneous defeat of Zhao Tianyu. What? At this moment, Zhao Tianyu was charging towards Li Hao, his focus primarily on him. He heard the whistling sound of the flying knife, but by the time he realized it was approaching, it was already upon him, leaving him no time to defend himself. A flying knife? Did he think a mere blade could harm me? Upon seeing the incoming knife, Zhao Tianyu let out a disdainful snort. As a practitioner of body refinement at the 8th level, his physical form was his greatest asset. Even if a knife were to strike him, it would leave no mark. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. Zhao Tianyu attempted to utter a word, but no sound escaped his lips. He clutched his throat tightly, blood surging uncontrollably from his fingertips. In his eyes, disbelief lingered. A hint of confusion as he sought to turn and identify his assailant. He spotted Li Feng standing not far away, an expression of indifference on his face. How could this be? Zhao Tianyu's eyes were filled with bewilderment. He knew Li Feng. Previously, he was of modest strength within the Li family. So much so that Zhao Tianyu was unaware of his existence until recently. Even if Li Feng had attained the 7th level of body refinement, he had not made a significant impression on Zhao Tianyu. Yet, the person he regarded as inconsequential had just taken his life. With a thud, Zhao Tianyu's consciousness faded, and his body collapsed to the ground. The formidable Zhao Tianyu, at the 8th level of body refinement, had been instantaneously slain. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone turned their gaze towards the fallen Zhao Tianyu, astonishment evident in their expressions. Tianyu Ge, he has been killed? How is this possible? Tianyu Ge was at the 8th level of body refinement. How could a mere flying knife easily pierce his defenses? The Zhao family members looked on in terror at Zhao Tianyu's lifeless form. Their strongest member had not even made a move before being dispatched. The sheer disparity left them momentarily stunned. Not only them, but the Zheng family also wore expressions of shock, their faces pale. Zhao Tianyu, slain in an instant? They glanced towards Li Feng, who stood silently, appearing youthful yet resembling a demonic figure in their eyes. Li Hao, in disbelief, stared at the scene. Zhao Tianyu's strength was formidable at the 8th level of body refinement. How could Li Feng have killed him? What was Li Feng's current strength? Previously, during the family competition, Li Feng had seemed slightly inferior to him. Eldest brother, act. Just as they were engulfed in shock, Li Feng spoke decisively. Boom. He moved swiftly towards Zhao Yu. Although he dashed forth, Li Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The exertion of this innate martial skill was indeed taxing. The Xianyang flying knife, an innate martial technique, was one he had only barely mastered the first form. Such a level of martial arts imposed a significant burden on practitioners of the body refinement stage. Zhao Tianyu, at the 8th level of body refinement, was at the pinnacle of this realm. If he was not dealt with, they would have no chance of eliminating all members of the Zhao and Zheng families. Li Feng thought to himself, recognizing that a higher realm could easily dominate. He had only just broken through to the 7th level of body refinement. Even if he unleashed the mountain-crushing fist, he could at most defeat Zhao Tianyu, but his aim was far from merely defeating him. Setting aside the enmity between the major clans, the very presence of the purple star crystal made it imperative to eliminate Zhao Tianyu and the others. This treasure could aid in breaking through to a higher realm, making it invaluable to any faction. Li Feng was determined not to allow the Zhao and Zheng families to disseminate information about this. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of many. Not only the Zhao and Zheng families, but other forces might also develop intentions. If he did not want them to escape, then they must be eradicated. Li Feng had been seeking an opportunity all along. Of course, Zhao Tianyu, at the 8th level of body refinement, was as resilient as iron. The flying knife might not inflict significant damage. If it were that easy, everyone would cultivate flying knife techniques. Thus, Li Feng had waited patiently, synchronizing his energy as Zhao Tianyu focused on Li Hao, momentarily neglecting him, and he struck with precision. Poor Zhao Tianyu, under Li Feng's full force, had no means of defense and was instantly defeated. However, Li Feng found himself incapable of launching another attack. The small flying knife had nearly exhausted his energy. After executing this technique, a surge of pure spiritual energy erupted from the mysterious light source, rapidly rejuvenating the fatigued Li Feng. This mysterious light possessed restorative properties. Li Feng noted inwardly. As myriad thoughts swirled in his mind, he drew closer to Zhao Yu. All right, understood. Hearing Li Feng's voice, Li Hao momentarily froze before quickly regaining his composure. Boom. He charged directly towards Zheng Jieqi. Strike. Eliminate the scoundrels of the Zhao and Zheng families. Upon seeing Li Feng, Li Hao moved into action, followed swiftly by Li Xinhao, Li Xinhao, and Li Haiwu. Their faces contorted with fierce expressions as they fearlessly charged at the Zhao and Zheng members. Despite being outnumbered, the fear of the Zhao and Zheng families had been shattered, especially after witnessing Zhao Tianyu's instantaneous demise. Impossible. Zhao Yu's face paled as he beheld the approaching Li Feng and the others. Forcing himself to suppress the terror rising within, he shouted, "Everyone, do not panic. Zhao Tianyu was ambushed. Our prior investigations revealed that Li Feng is merely at the 5th level of body refinement, at most the 7th level. They were familiar with the results of the family competition. Indeed, Li Feng cannot possibly be this strong. He must have attacked by surprise. If Tianyuge had been more vigilant, he would not have perished." The others, equally terrified, echoed his sentiments, their voices tinged with anger. They were uncertain, yet their fear compelled them to bolster their spirits with such assertions. After all, their claims were entirely plausible. Is that so? Li Feng's face remained impassive. He swung his fist, advancing with purpose, a powerful surge of internal energy emanating from within him. 7th level of body refinement. Feeling this overwhelming aura, Zhao Yu and the others' expression shifted once more. In an instant, Li Feng shattered their illusions. Chapter 34. Annihilation. Not only were they stunned, but Li Hao and others were equally taken aback. How could Li Feng have reached the 7th level of body refinement? Li Haiwu's expression slightly shifted, for he was aware that just 3 months prior, Li Feng was still at the 3rd level of body refinement. In a mere 3 months, he had achieved such remarkable progress. What kind of velocity of improvement was this? With the mountain-splitting fist in motion, Li Feng approached Zhao Yu and struck fiercely. Humph. Li Feng, even if you have attained the 7th level of body refinement, what does it matter? I stand at this level as well. Your 8th form of the mountain-splitting fist may be slightly superior, but it is hardly formidable. Despite his fear, Zhao Yu retorted angrily. In truth, mastering a higher level of the mountain-splitting fist at a lower realm significantly enhances combat prowess. For instance, although Li Feng had previously suppressed Zhao Yu at the 5th level of body refinement, he was still capable of contending with Li Hao at the 7th level using the 8th form of the mountain-splitting fist. However, having genuinely reached the 7th level, the benefits of the 8th form were not as pronounced for Li Feng. Give it a try? Li Feng replied indifferently, unleashing a punch that resonated with explosive sounds in the air, even evoking a distant rumble of thunder. Finally, his fist collided forcefully with Zhao Yu's. Zhao Yu desperately defended himself, but soon felt an overwhelming force assail him, leaving him utterly incapable of resistance. With a splatter of blood, he was sent reeling backward, crashing violently to the ground. Crack! His right arm shattered, and the sound of bones fracturing echoed from his chest, which even caved in, presenting a ghastly sight. The mountain-splitting fist penetrated his body, shattering his bones. 9th form of the mountain-splitting fist. Observing Li Feng, Li Hao and the others regarded him as though he were a stranger, their eyes filled with disbelief. 7th level of body refinement. 9th form of the mountain-splitting fist. Li Feng had become utterly unfamiliar to them. Was Li Feng's strength truly this formidable? At this moment, Zhang Jieqi looked at Zhao Yu, who could not withstand Li Feng's attack, her face awash with horror. Even if Li Feng's earlier knife attack had taken them by surprise, the true power he displayed now was equally astonishing. Do not linger in battle. We must leave at once. Zheng Jieqi urged urgently. Xuanxia sword technique. She wielded her long sword to block Li Hao's assault, retreating swiftly toward the exit of the medicinal garden. Quickly, with more of us, if we truly wish to flee. The Li family cannot stop us. The others, witnessing Zheng Jieqi's escape, felt a glimmer of hope, summoning their strength to fend off the attacks. Even Zhao Yu, who had been struck away, wore a frenzied expression, not daring to resist any longer. He gritted his teeth against the pain and fled desperately. Thinking of escaping? Li Feng's face turned icy. He surged forward like a cannonball, arriving once more beside Zhao Yu, his right fist poised to strike. The target of his assault was Zhao Yu's throat. Now clad in high-grade armor, if their strengths were comparable, one only needed to protect vital areas during combat. There was little to fear. This was why Li Feng had been biding his time against Zhao Tianyu. Had Zhao Tianyu been prepared and protected his throat, Li Feng's knives would have struggled to take him down. However, apart from Zhao Tianyu, there was no need for Li Feng to employ knives against the others. His current offensive power was astonishing. An unrestrained ninth form of the mountain-splitting fist could effortlessly slay any practitioner of the 7th level of body refinement. Li Feng, if you kill us, the Zhao family will never let you go. Your Li family's ancestors will surely perish, and you will leave the wild forest county like a pack of stray dogs. Sensing the air of death, Zhao Yu's fear dissipated, replaced by a furious roar. Fool! Li Feng's countenance remained impassive as his right fist descended, landing squarely upon Zhao Yu's throat. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as his throat was completely obliterated by Li Feng's strike. Zhao Yu of the Zhao family, at the 7th level of body refinement, was dead. Flee! Witnessing Zhao Yu's demise at Li Feng's hands, the others felt no inclination to resist. Their sole desire was to escape. Yet they found themselves firmly entangled by the Li family. Boom! Casting a sweeping glance around, Li Feng's figure surged toward Zhang Jiaqi, who was ensnared by Li Hao. Upon seeing Li Feng's arrival, Zhang Jiaqi's expression turned ashen. Li Feng, killing you was Zhao Tianyu's idea. It has nothing to do with us. We are willing to surrender all our spiritual herbs. Gone was the cold demeanor from her face, replaced solely by fear. Crack! Yet, in an instant, her voice fell silent as Li Feng crushed her throat with his bare hands. In her eyes lay terror and resentment. She had never imagined that in this attempt to confront the Li family, she would be slain before even striking a blow. Gazing at Zhang Jiaqi's lifeless body, Li Feng exhibited not a flicker of emotion. Having come to ambush them, he had no intention of sparing anyone. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyu of the 8th level of body refinement, Zhao Yu of the 7th level, and Zhang Jiaqi had all been eliminated. Without wasting time, Li Feng swiftly dispatched the remaining few, ultimately leaving only Zhao Tianqi, whose strength was at the 5th level of body refinement. My brother is dead? Impossible. The slaughter had transpired in mere moments, yet Zhao Tianqi stood frozen, his face contorted in a grimace, staring vacantly at his brother's corpse. His brother had attained the 8th level of body refinement, the foremost among the younger generation of their family. Their father had placed great hopes on him to eradicate the 5 from the Li family, yet before he could even act, his brother had met his demise. As he beheld the formidable figure of Li Feng, who had swiftly dispatched Zhao Yu and Zhang Jiaqi, a flicker of fear ignited in Zhao Tianqi's eyes. Thinking of fleeing? Beside him, Li Haiwu held him firmly in place. Escape was utterly futile. After dealing with the others, Li Feng finally approached Zhao Tianqi. At this moment, not only Zhao Tianqi, but even Li Haiwu felt a surge of reverence toward Li Feng. You previously mentioned that you would watch me die slowly? Li Feng inquired softly. Gazing at Zhao Tianqi's eyes were filled with dread, but soon a fierce rage twisted his features, as if he had triumphed over his fear. Li Feng, you have slain my brother and me. My father will surely avenge us. You cannot escape. His eyes brimmed with malice, yet suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, and the essence of life ebbed away like a receding tide. Thus, the Zhao family and the Zheng family were annihilated. 8 lives extinguished in their entirety. Chapter 35. The Medicine Garden. In Zhao Tianxiang's lingering gaze, there was a mixture of fear, resentment, and a hint of regret. With his strength, he should never have entered the medicine garden, yet here he was, awaiting a fate of death. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings. All 8 members of the Zhao and Zheng families lay lifeless, their bodies sprawled across the ground. Li Hao, Li Xinya, Li Xinhong, and Li Haiwu regarded Li Feng with expressions that seemed to suggest they were seeing him for the first time. Particularly, Li Hao's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Li Feng's power was unexpectedly formidable. This implied that their previous skirmish had been a deliberate defeat on Li Feng's part. At that moment, Li Haiwu's expression was equally intricate. He had once viewed Li Feng as a rival, but now, confronted with Li Feng's overwhelming strength, he couldn't help but bitterly smile at his earlier provocations. What shall we do now, Li Feng? Li Hao inquired after a brief silence. Unbeknownst to them, Li Feng's stature had risen significantly in their minds, as if he had become their pillar of support. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng replied, remove the spatial rings from Zhao Tianyu and the others, and bury their bodies. Once we exit, we shall claim we never encountered Zhao Tianyu and his companions. Agreed. Li Hao nodded decisively, turning to Li Xinya and the others as he said in a grave tone, what transpired here must remain a secret, especially regarding Li Feng's strength. In a brief span, Li Feng's rapid progress had left them all astounded. If the Zhao family were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly seek to prevent Li Feng from rising further. We understand. Everyone nodded in agreement. Let us depart. I believe our family will be pleased to learn that we have acquired the purple star crystals. Li Feng smiled, knowing that such treasures would benefit them all. The prospect of obtaining the purple star crystals excited Li Haiwu, yet he felt conflicted as he looked at Li Feng's smiling face. He had always harbored animosity towards Li Feng, feeling inferior and previously challenging him repeatedly. However, witnessing Li Feng's incredible growth, he now realized he stood no chance against him, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness. But suddenly, he recalled his father's words about the importance of unity within the Li family. Every individual's rise was beneficial for the clan. With Li Feng's prodigious talent apparent, could he soon break through to the innate realm? Perhaps even reach the Danyuan realm? At just 16 years old, Li Feng had already dispatched an 8th-layer body refining expert. Such potential was nothing short of terrifying. Having long opposed Li Feng and wishing for his stagnation, Li Haiwu now found himself hoping that Li Feng's talent would continue to flourish. If Li Feng truly became this strong, would the Zhao and Zheng families still dare to provoke the Li family? As the Li family grew stronger, he too would reap the rewards. In an instant, Li Haiwu's perspective shifted dramatically. His father's wisdom rang true. With a newfound lightness, he declared, "Let us go." Soon, everything was taken care of, and Li Feng and his companions swiftly made their way to the exit of the medicine garden. Outside the entrance, Li Tianyang and his companions awaited anxiously. Surrounding the area, many others were gathered, eager to learn the final outcomes. The 3-day period had concluded, and there was speculation about which family, the Li, Zhao, or Zheng, had achieved the greatest gains. Zhao and Zheng will undoubtedly join forces, putting the Li family at a disadvantage. Someone remarked, "Not necessarily. The Li family has 2 members at the 7th layer of body refining. The others are merely weaker at the 6th layer," another countered. "The results will soon be revealed," others chimed in, the air thick with anticipation, as the 3 major families vied for dominance. It was clear that this excursion to the medicine garden would not end peacefully. "Time is up. Tanyu and the others should be emerging soon," Zhao Lin said, glancing at the entrance with a smile. Turning to Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei, who were still waiting, Zhao Lin added, "I think it would be wise for your family to leave now." At his words, Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei exchanged glances, their expressions shifting uneasily. "Zhao Lin, what do you mean by that?" they asked, sensing an underlying implication. Zhao Lin smiled. "I forgot to mention, my son Tanyu broke through to the 8th layer of body refining just a few days ago." His face radiated warmth, as if he were announcing a trivial matter. "The 8th layer?" Upon hearing this, Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei's faces drained of color. They were well aware of the significant gap between the 7th and 8th layers. Even if Li Feng and Li Hao joined forces, they would be no match for Zhao Tianyu. "Haha, Li Tianyang, Li Tianlei, I suggest you heed brother Zhao Lin's advice. There's no need to stay here. The outcome is already decided," chuckled Zheng Hu from the Zheng family, relishing the dismay on Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei's faces. "Zhao Lin, if your family dares to harm my son, I will not rest until I see retribution." Li Tianyang's eyes glinted with cold fury. "Retribution? Your Li family won't even exist anymore, yet you speak of retribution?" Zhao Lin replied with a slight smile. "Moreover, while you were once slightly stronger than me, I have now advanced to the later stages of the innate realm, while you remain at the mid-stage. You are no longer my rival." His confidence was palpable. They're coming out?" His smile broadened as he looked toward the entrance. Several figures swiftly emerged, and as they did, Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei also watched with a mix of anticipation and tension. Until the figures appeared, anything was possible. Despite Zhao Tianyu's 8th layer strength, Li Feng's recent rapid advancement suggested he might possess hidden capabilities. Li Tianyang's heart raced with anxiety, fearing for his son's safety. Finally, several figures flew out from the entrance. "Ha Tianyu." Upon seeing them, Zhao Lin and Zheng Hu rushed forward, their smiles broadening. However, as they beheld the true identities of those figures, their expressions suddenly froze. Chapter 36. The enraged Zhao Lin. Li Tianyang's face instantly lit up with joy upon seeing several individuals emerge from the medicinal garden. He swiftly approached Li Feng and the others, quickly assessing that they bore no injuries, and he sighed in relief. How could this be? Li Hao and Li Feng were somehow still alive. While Li Tianyang and the others rejoiced, a shadow of gloom fell over Zhao Lin and his companions. Was it possible that Tianyu had failed to deal with Li Hao and Li Feng? Had he not found an opportunity to strike? Zhao Lin was acutely aware of his side's strength, 1 at the 8th level of body refinement and 2 at the 7th. while the Li family had only 2 at the 7th level. In terms of power, they should have utterly crushed the Li family, with no possibility of mishaps. Once Tianyu and the others emerged, he would inquire thoroughly. Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, the entrance of the medicinal garden began to ripple before abruptly closing before the astonished faces of Zhao Lin and Zheng Hu. The entrance vanished entirely, revealing a desolate expanse before them. It was closed? How could this be? In an instant, Zhao Lin's expression darkened, his countenance as grim as a stormy sky. Once the medicinal garden's space opened, it would close again after everyone inside had exited. Now that it was sealed, it signified that there were no occupants left, more precisely, no survivors. This meant that Zhao Tianyu and the others had all perished. This time, the Zhao and Zheng families had united to eliminate the 5 members of the Li family. Yet it turned out that the 5 of the Li family had emerged while all 8 from the Zhao and Zheng families lay dead. Li Hao, did you kill my son Tianyu and the others within the medicinal garden? A voice brimming with fury thundered forth as Zhao Lin glared malevolently at the 5 Li members. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from him, the oppressive force of a late-stage innate realm expert bearing down on Li Hao and Li Feng. Zhao Lin, how dare you? An innate realm master? Lay hands on juniors? Li Tianong scoffed, his own aura surging forth to counteract Zhao Lin's, diminishing it significantly. He stood at the peak of the mid-stage innate realm, only a step away from the late stage. Humph. Zhao Lin glared at Li Tianyang, his face contorted with rage as his gaze fixed intensely on Li Feng and Li Hao. We have been searching for treasures within the medicinal garden and have not encountered Zhao Tianyu. Li Hao stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips. If you did not see them, then how come all the members of our Zheng family have vanished? Zhang Hu's expression was equally grim. Not only had Zhao's family suffered losses, but all 4 from the Zheng family were also dead. Who knows? Li Hao shook his head. Perhaps Zhao Tianyu and Zheng Jieqi turn on each other. You insolent fool. My son Tianyu has reached the 8th level of body refinement. Who could possibly kill him? Zhao Lin roared, his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Not only had he lost Zhao Tianyu, but Zhao Tianxi had also entered the medicinal garden. With both sons gone, his despair was palpable. Hearing Zhao Lin's furious outburst, Li Tianong replied coolly, Zhao Lin, if no one could kill him, what purpose does it serve to focus your ire on the younger generation of the Li family? Do not leave, Zhao Lin shouted, blocking their path as Li Tianong and the others attempted to depart. What? Zhao Lin, do you wish to fight? Li Tianyang sneered at Zhao Lin's foolishness, positioning himself protectively behind Li Feng and the others. Haha, it has been months since I last stretched my limbs. I am eager for a good fight, Li Tianlei bellowed, wielding a massive hammer that crackled with arcs of lightning. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with tension. A battle was imminent. Keep your distance. We must not be caught in the crossfire. During this medicinal garden's opening, all 5 members of the Li family had emerged unscathed while 8 from the Zhao and Zheng families lay annihilated. It was astounding. Previously, the Zhao and Zheng families had united, inflicting losses on the Li family. Now the tides had turned completely. Whispers of disbelief filled the air as onlookers retreated, their eyes wide with shock. Damn it! Zhao Lin's expression was shrouded in darkness. This plan had been foolproof, which was why he had allowed Zhao Tianxi to enter as well. Yet, both of his sons had perished within the medicinal garden. The emotional turmoil he felt was profound, pushing him toward irrationality. Fixating on Li Hao and the others, Zhao Lin clenched his fists but ultimately refrained from taking action. An innate realm expert possessed an indomitable vitality, and Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei's strengths were not vastly different from his own. They merely held a slight advantage, making it impossible to kill them. In front of so many witnesses, it would be inconceivable to attack the Li juniors, unless he wished to forfeit all semblance of honor. Haha, Zhao Lin. If you do not strike, we shall take our leave. Li Tianong laughed heartily, ushering Li Feng and the others away amidst the spectators' gazes. Damn it. Zhao Lin's glare remained fixed on the retreating figures of Li Tianyang and the others, his dark expression only intensifying. Many thoughts whirled in Zhao Lin's mind. One among the Li family surely concealed their true strength, and his primary suspect was undoubtedly Li Hao. However, Li Hao had only recently broken through to the 7th level of body refinement 6 months prior. It was implausible that he could have reached the 9th level in such a short span. The second suspect was Li Feng. Yet, while his combat prowess was formidable, it primarily relied on his mastery of the mountain-splitting fist. Based on the information at his disposal, Li Feng had previously been able to cultivate the mountain-splitting fist at a higher level, and now, with enhanced comprehension, He had even grasped the seventh stance. Nevertheless, his cultivation was too low. Even mastering the ninth stance would not guarantee a victory over Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Lin, did you not claim that the plan was infallible? What has gone awry? Zheng Hu inquired, his tone grave. Their families had united to hunt down the 5 members of the Li family, a plan proposed by Zhao Lin. Yet now 4 members of the Zheng family lay dead. How could I know? Zhao Lin suppressed his fury. Were it not for the necessity of uniting with the Zheng family for the sake of their clans, he might have openly lashed out at Zheng Hu. Humph. Zheng Hu coldly scoffed, though he ultimately refrained from further comment. Chapter 37. The joy of the Li family in the void. 2 figures swiftly approached, revealing themselves to be the other 2 elders of the Li family. Upon seeing Li Hao and his companions, their faces instantly lit up with immense joy. Xiao Hao, Xiao Feng, what have you gained? The 2 elders inquired with smiles. Within the grand palace, Li Feng and his companions were present, and apart from them, the remaining individuals were all innate realm elders of the Li family. The Zhao family and the Zheng family have perished entirely. Zhao Tianyu, who had reached the 8th level of body refinement, was instantly vanquished by Xiao Feng. In a direct confrontation, Zhao Yu, at the 7th level of body refinement, was killed by Xiao Feng in mere moves. The elders gazed at the upright young man before them, clearly taken aback. Xiao Feng, what is your true strength now? Li Tianyang could not help but inquire, his eyes still reflecting shock. He felt as though he could no longer fathom his own son. Indeed, Xiao Feng, how strong have you become? The other elders echoed, unable to suppress their curiosity. The information shared by Li Hao and the others was profoundly shocking. Father, esteemed elders. Li Feng paused for a moment before speaking. I have now reached the 7th level of body refinement and have completely mastered the 9th form of the mountain opening fist. As for defeating Zhao Tianyu, it was due to my acquisition of a fragmented innate realm knife technique. I barely grasped it, and when I unleashed it suddenly, Zhao Tianyu had no time to react. Having fully revealed his strength within the medicinal garden, Li Feng no longer wished to conceal anything. Especially since the news of the purple star crystals must not leak. Zhao Tianyu and his associates had to be eliminated. The 7th level of body refinement, the 9th form of the mountain opening fist, and an innate realm martial technique. Li Tianyang and the others were astounded, looking at Li Feng as if he were a rare anomaly. Father, esteemed elders, this is the fragmented innate realm manual I obtained. And the mysterious fruit that enhances comprehension was found alongside this manual. Li Feng stepped forward, presenting the Xianyang flying knife. This was the explanation he had meticulously prepared. The Xianyang flying knife was of exceptional quality, potentially surpassing even the Danyuan realm. The Grand Elder scrutinized it closely, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment, soon replaced by elation. It seems to be left by a top-tier powerhouse. The fruit Xiao Feng consumed could very well be a spirit herb of 7th grade or higher. 7th grade or above, heaven bless the Li family. Other elders were equally astonished and thrilled. The most precious herbs within their medicinal garden were merely 5th grade, while those of 7th grade or above required thousands of years to mature, older than the history of the Li family itself. Gazing at the manual of the Xianyang flying knife in hand, their belief in Li Feng's words grew significantly. Father, esteemed elders, this is the purple star crystal. Li Feng waved his right hand, revealing a large chunk of purple crystal before them. Haha. The purple star crystal can enhance the probability of breaking through to the innate realm. With these purple star crystals, our Li family's innate realm experts may very well increase in number. The elders' faces were alight with excitement as they comprehended the significance of the purple star crystals. In the realm of cultivation, although the absorption of spiritual energy was slow, progress continued steadily. However, bottlenecks could be insurmountable. It was not uncommon for one's strength to stagnate for years. Now, with the purple star crystals, the difficulty for the younger generation of the Li family to break through their bottlenecks would be greatly diminished. Even the 9th level's transition to the innate realm could be eased by 10%. Over time, the emergence of powerful individuals from the Li family would undoubtedly accelerate. Li Feng was truly deserving of commendation for acquiring the purple star crystals. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his face beaming with joy, but suddenly his expression turned grave. Our discussion today must remain confidential. Furthermore, regarding Xiao Feng's strength, it must be kept under wraps, absolutely no leaks. Understood. The crowd nodded solemnly, their expression serious. Just 3 months prior, Li Feng had been at the 3rd level of body refinement and relying on that potent fruit. He had advanced to this level in such a short span. The 7th level of body refinement. Complete mastery of the mountain opening fist. Even partial mastery of an innate realm martial technique. What an extraordinary rate of cultivation and comprehension. If this news were to leak, the Zhao and Zheng families would undoubtedly be plagued with unease, seeking every means to eliminate Li Feng to prevent his growth. Despite the seriousness of the situation, the joy in the elders' eyes could not be concealed. It seemed that the Li family, which had birthed fewer geniuses in the past century and whose innate realm experts had dwindled in number, was now witnessing the rise of a formidable talent. Brother, a little girl clung to Li Feng's leg, pouting, "Why have you been away for so long?" Haha. Li Feng picked up his sister, warmth flooding his heart. In truth, his 3 days in the medicinal garden had been the longest he had ever spent away from home. "Mother," he called out, looking towards a woman approaching from a distance with a smile. "Xiaofeng, come here for a moment." Li Tianyang beckoned his son over with a grin. Following his father, they made their way to the yard at the back. "Xiaofeng, your journey to the medicinal garden has completely exceeded my expectations," Li Tianyang remarked, gazing at his son with admiration. The elders recently deliberated. The discovery of the purple star crystals holds immense value for our family, and they were uncertain how to reward you, so they have granted you 10,000 family contribution points. Li Tianyang chuckled. Family contribution points? Upon hearing this, Li Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Family contribution points were significant within the Li family. If one acquired a powerful technique from the outside and contributed it to the family's martial library, or obtained precious treasures, they could earn contribution points. These points could be exchanged for resources within the family, such as first-grade spirit herbs, second-grade spirit herbs, and even third or fourth-grade ones. 10 contribution points can be exchanged for a first-grade spirit herb. The contribution points are yours to redeem as you see fit. Additionally, the spirit herbs you found in the medicinal garden need not be shared with the family. They belong entirely to you. Furthermore, there is this. Li Tianyang waved his right hand, and a spatial ring flew towards Li Feng, who caught it eagerly. Chapter 38. The 8th Layer. Upon receiving the spatial ring, Li Feng cast a glance within, discovering a fist-sized purple crystal, the purple star crystal. These purple star crystals belong to you, and they are sufficient for your breakthrough to the innate realm, Li Tianyang remarked with a smile. Additionally, there is an exceedingly precious treasure, but I shall present it to you when you venture out to hone your skills. Dad, what is that treasure? Li Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. The fact that his father deemed it extremely precious hinted at its significant value. You will find out in due time, Li Tianyang replied with a playful smile, deliberately keeping him in suspense. Li Feng, feeling helpless, pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Father, how is the purple star crystal formed?" He recalled the token he had acquired in the medicinal garden, which had now grown exceedingly dim, likely on the verge of complete disappearance. The purple star crystal? Li Tianyang considered for a moment before explaining. "Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. The purple star crystal is related to the demon beast's purple Dan." "The demon beast's purple Dan?" Li Feng exclaimed in surprise. A demon beast possessing a purple Dan would be at the Dan Yuan realm. Moreover, it would need to reach at least the late stage of the Dan Yuan realm for a true, solid purple Dan to form within. Indeed, the purple Dan of a Dan Yuan realm demon beast holds great significance, particularly for breaking through bottlenecks, Li Tianyang mused. If one were to possess a complete demon beast purple Dan, a practitioner at the peak of the 9th layer of the body refinement realm would undoubtedly find it effortless to advance to the innate realm. What? Shock flickered in Li Feng's eyes as he turned to his father. Are you saying it is guaranteed? Yes, Li Tianyang affirmed with a nod. It is a 100% probability. He continued, the purple star crystal is formed from the transformation of the demon beast purple Dan. Thus it greatly aids in overcoming bottlenecks. The purple Dan not only assists in breakthroughs, but also provides immense benefits for cultivation at the innate realm level. He looked at Li Feng and chuckled. All right, that is enough for now. You only need to have a general understanding. Your current strength is still too weak. Knowing too much may hinder your cultivation. He refrained from elaborating further. While they understood the formation of the purple star crystal, acquiring a demon beast's purple Dan was nearly impossible. Such creatures only appeared at the late stage of the Dan Yuan realm, and obtaining a purple Dan required the defeat of a demon beast at that level. Even their family patriarch, Li Yuxian, at the peak of the Dan Yuan realm, would find it challenging. Li Feng nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He glanced at his contribution points and suddenly said, Father, I currently have a considerable amount of contribution points. Could you possibly exchange for more healing elixirs for Xiaoyu's treatment? He was confident that he possessed enough elixirs to ensure a breakthrough to the innate realm. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the smile on Li Tianyang's face dimmed slightly. He shook his head, saying, "There is no need for that at the moment. Xiaoyu does not require increasingly potent elixirs to be effective." Li Feng could not help but ask, "Father, what is Xiaoyu's condition right now?" His father had been using elixirs to prolong Xiaoyu's life, yet had never disclosed the specifics of her situation. Sighing, Li Tianyang observed the changing expression on Li Feng's face and reassured him, "Do not worry, everything is under control. Dad, I will also strive to heal Xiaoyu," Li Feng declared with determination, his fists clenched. He understood that even if Li Tianyang was using elixirs to sustain Xiaoyu's life, she likely could not hold on for many more years. "Yes, I believe in you." Li Tianyang patted Li Feng's shoulder, smiling in encouragement. In the courtyard, Li Feng sat quietly in meditation, surveying the plethora of elixirs within the spatial ring. Aside from first, second, and third-tier elixirs, the lower-tier ones were the most abundant. His harvest from the medicinal garden had been immense. "These lower-tier elixirs do not significantly aid my cultivation, but I can begin experimenting with crafting divine patterns using them," Li Feng mused inwardly. As a divine pattern master, crafting divine patterns requires the essences of elixirs. Previously, he had lacked resources to attempt this, but now he had ample supplies. Suddenly, as he contemplated various thoughts, Li Feng's right hand clenched, revealing a black token. "The membrane has vanished?" He observed the token, noting that the membrane had finally faded completely. "What is this token?" A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. His father had shared some information about the purple star crystal, yet it did not clarify the existence of this token. Boom. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the token he held, rapidly flooding into Li Feng's body. Buzz. The mysterious light point within began to oscillate subtly, clearly indicating that the strange energy emanating from the token was a result of this enigmatic light point. As the mysterious light point pulsed, waves of pure spiritual power began to be released wildly, flowing through Li Feng's bloodstream to every part of his body. Li Feng was taken aback. Previously, the token had shown no reaction, but now, with the membrane gone, a peculiar energy surged into him. As this energy entered, the spiritual power absorbed by the mysterious light point was continuously drawn in by him. It is important to note that the body can only endure a limited amount of spiritual power, even though Li Feng possessed the mysterious light point, which could rapidly convert the essence of elixirs into pure spiritual power, enhancing his cultivation speed exponentially. There remained an absorption limit. Nothing could be absorbed indefinitely. However, at this moment, Li Feng felt as though there were no restrictions on his absorption. Boom, boom. A plethora of energy surged in, and pure spiritual power flowed forth continuously. Under these circumstances, Li Feng's aura began to rise rapidly. Body refinement realm, early 7th layer. Body refinement realm, mid 7th layer. Body refinement realm, late 7th layer. In a short span, the fluctuations of his aura surged dramatically, nearing the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. Yet, even upon reaching this point, the spiritual power continued to pour into Li Feng's body. Am I about to break through? Shock clearly flickered in Li Feng's eyes as he fervently activated his cultivation techniques, barely managing to absorb the surging spiritual power. Boom. Suddenly, the fluctuations of his aura transformed dramatically. Body refinement realm, 8th layer. Feeling the rising aura emanating from him, Li Feng was filled with astonishment. He had only recently broken through to the 7th layer of the body refinement realm, and now he had already ascended to the 8th layer. Chapter 39. The map within the token. Li Feng's eyes were filled with astonishment. He could hardly comprehend the rapidity of his breakthrough. The energy contained within the token continued to surge into his body. Has the spiritual power been exhausted? At this moment, the mysterious light point dimmed, and the pure spiritual energy it emitted diminished swiftly. Within a brief span, he had advanced to the 8th tier of the body refinement realm, absorbing a significant portion of the spiritual energy stored within the light point. With a thought, several first-grade spiritual herbs and even several second-grade ones appeared in Li Feng's hands. He quickly absorbed the spiritual energy within these herbs, causing the dim, mysterious light point to regain its vibrancy. Waves of pure spiritual power emanated as Li Feng's aura intensified. From the early stage of the 8th tier, to the mid-stage, and then to the late stage, It was only at this point that the energy from the token ceased to flow. With a flick, the token vanished from his hand, reappearing at the location of his heart. Just 3 days prior, his strength had barely reached the early stage of the 7th tier, and now he had astonishingly attained the late stage of the 8th tier. Confusion clouded his mind. He had no idea what had transpired. Suddenly, the token pulsed slightly, and a map materialized in his mind, revealing a vast continent. This is the Black Abyss continent? Gazing at the immense terrain, Li Feng's eyes widened in surprise. The Black Abyss continent was incredibly vast, dotted with numerous counties, among which the Wild Forest County was merely a small part. In the grand scheme of the continent, Wild Forest County's power was not particularly formidable, with its strongest being at the pinnacle of the Danyuan realm. In fact, some counties on the Black Abyss continent boasted powers exceeding the Danyuan level. Those forces were truly to be reckoned with. As the immense continent displayed itself, its terrain began to shift rapidly, and one area expanded continuously until a county appeared in Li Feng's consciousness. This is Qingwu County. Li Feng recognized it instantly. Qingwu County was the ancestral home of the Zhou Yao family. The expansive Qingwu County continued to grow until it finally settled. The map pulsated once more before vanishing entirely. Yet the image of the map was indelibly etched in Li Feng's mind. The map depicted a specific location within Qingwu County. What could possibly be there? A multitude of thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Within the medicinal garden space, he had unexpectedly acquired a mysterious token alongside the purple star crystal, which was linked to the demonic beast, the Purple Dan. The mysterious token contained a peculiar energy that had significantly enhanced his strength. After this enhancement, the token had revealed yet another map, showcasing a particular area within Qingwu County. Li Feng was engulfed in a sea of bewilderment, utterly at a loss. With a deep breath, he suppressed the myriad thoughts racing through his mind. He clenched his fists. Boom! A powerful force resonated within him, a strength that far surpassed his previous capabilities. Despite the confounding questions that lingered, he was undeniably stronger. Li Feng felt a surge of joy. His strength had increased dramatically, and he sensed no adverse effects from this enhancement. What could possibly facilitate such a direct boost in power without any bottlenecks? As he felt the terrifying energy coursing through him, a glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes. With his current rapid progress, he yearned to advance even faster. If he could obtain more of that energy, would he continue to improve? This thought lodged itself firmly in his mind. For now, he would familiarize himself with his newfound strength. Finally, Li Feng resolutely pushed aside his thoughts and ceased to dwell on them. Boom, boom. In the courtyard, Li Feng relentlessly practiced his fist techniques, executing the mountain-shattering fist with fervor, infused with overwhelming momentum. His legs bent slightly as the internal energy flowed seamlessly within him, surging forth with a mere clench of his fist. Crack! The air was filled with explosive sounds, as if each strike could shatter an entire mountain. His fists were akin to the mightiest of weapons, capable of obliterating anything in their path. With his strength at this level, the full manifestation of the mountain-shattering fist was even more formidable. Li Feng's face radiated joy. It had been 3 days since his dramatic rise to the late stage of the 8th tier, and he had devoted this time to honing his abilities. Now, when he executed the complete 9 forms of the mountain-shattering fist, he felt confident enough to face a true practitioner at the 9th tier, not at a disadvantage. Whoosh! After completing his practice, a flying knife suddenly shot from his hand. Its speed was astonishing, akin to a streak of light as it effortlessly penetrated rock. Whoosh! 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 Following the first, 3 more flying knives launched forth, moving with incredible velocity and formidable power, slicing through the stone as if it were mere tofu. The first form of the Xianyang flying knife. Li Feng beamed with satisfaction as he retrieved the 4 flying knives. After 3 days of exponential growth, he had mastered the first form of the Xianyang flying knife. Moreover, he could execute it multiple times. He wondered if a cultivator at the pinnacle of the 9th tier could withstand his flying knives. Gripping the knife, a spark of determination flashed in Li Feng's eyes. His knife attacks had reached the level of the 9th tier's peak. Having fully adapted to his newfound power and with nothing pressing at home, he sheathed the flying knives and contemplated the map in his mind. It was time to venture to Qingwu County. The appearance of the map had ignited a sense of urgency within him. With his current strength, he was capable of contending with true practitioners at the peak of the 9th tier, and there was no need to wait until he reached that level to embark on his journey. With these thoughts in mind, Li Feng stepped outside. As he exited the courtyard, he spotted Li Tianyang. "Xiao Feng," Li Tianyang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing his son. "I have wonderful news. 2 members of our family have broken through to the innate realm." The innate realm? Li Feng's face broke into a smile. The stronger the Li family grew, the happier he felt. "This is all thanks to you, Xiao Feng," Li Tianyang said with a grin. "Those 2 achieved their breakthroughs with the aid of the purple star crystal." Li Feng chuckled, contemplating his plans and sharing them with Li Tianyang. "You wish to go to Qingwu County?" Li Tianyang asked, unable to hide his curiosity. Chapter 40. The Void Moment Talisman. "Yes, Father, I have matters to attend to." Li Feng nodded slightly. He contemplated whether to disclose the matter regarding the talisman, but ultimately chose to remain silent. The talisman had been closely associated with the mysterious light, and he would never divulge anything about it to anyone. Setting aside the talisman, he recognized that his strength had reached a new pinnacle, and he was ready to venture forth and hone his skills. He had perused numerous biographies of formidable individuals, and none had ascended to greatness in a cocoon of comfort. It would be unreasonable to expect his father to shield him during his journey. After all, his father had frequently sought challenges after reaching the 7th level of body refinement. "I have no objections to your departure. However, the Zhao and Zheng families are currently watching closely. They will undoubtedly keep a keen eye on you and Xiao Hao, among others. I shall discuss this with the elders." Li Tianyang pondered briefly before responding. The demise of Zhao Tianyu and Zhao Tianxi would not be easily overlooked by Zhao Lin. Li Feng and Li Hao were undoubtedly his primary targets. Nevertheless, one must not cower in fear and remain confined at home. Having spoken, Li Tianyang departed, returning approximately half an hour later. "Xiao Feng, I just had an audience with the ancestor," Li Tianyang announced with a smile. "The ancestor?" Upon hearing this, Li Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Li Yuxian was undoubtedly the pillar of the Li family, upholding its very foundation. Over a century ago, the Li family had boasted 2 alchemists of the Dan Yuan realm. But following the death of the first, the entire family had relied solely on Li Yoshuan's support. They held him in the highest esteem. "The ancestor mentioned that it is time for you to venture forth and sharpen your skills," Li Tianyang continued, his right hand closing into a fist, revealing an extraordinary jade talisman. This talisman measured approximately 10 centimeters in length and 3 centimeters in width, exhibiting a vibrant purple hue, square in shape, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse from within. "Is this the spirit pattern talisman?" Li Feng immediately recognized the talisman, his voice tinged with astonishment. "Indeed, it is the spirit pattern talisman." Li Tianyang nodded, a smile gracing his lips. This talisman, known as the Void Moment Talisman, is primarily crafted from Void Moment grass and other medicinal liquids. Void Moment grass. A wealth of information flooded Li Feng's mind. The Void Moment grass was a 7th-grade spiritual herb, requiring 4,000 years to fully mature, containing a trace of spatial power. The efficacy of the Void Moment Talisman, crafted from this herb, was undoubtedly linked to that spatial power. However, while he was familiar with the herb, he was not well versed in the talisman itself. His inheritance as a spirit pattern master encompassed only the fundamentals, leaving him lacking in knowledge about higher-grade talismans. "Indeed," Li Tianyang affirmed, continuing, "the Void Moment Talisman possesses teleportation capabilities. With a mere invocation, you can instantaneously transport yourself to any location within thousands of miles. The ancestor instructed me to bestow this talisman upon you. In this way, even when confronted by innate realm experts, you need not fear. You can escape at any moment." Instantly appearing thousands of miles away, Li Feng's heart swelled with joy as he accepted the talisman. While this talisman might not hold significant value for Li Yuxian, a peak Dan Yuan realm expert, it was undoubtedly a lifeline for Li Feng. Even at the level of innate experts, such a treasure could serve as a means of survival. "This is the treasure I previously mentioned to you. I discussed the matter of the purple star crystal with the ancestor, along with your training progress, and in response, the ancestor granted this talisman to you. I merely went to retrieve it just now," Li Tianyang explained, though his expression turned serious as he added, "Qingwu County is rather distant from the Wilderness Forest County, and while the Zhao family's influence does not extend there, it is prudent to remain vigilant. If you find yourself in peril, activate the Void Moment Talisman immediately. It can still be used 3 more times." "Understood, Father," Li Feng replied earnestly, his heart brimming with confidence at the prospect of possessing this spirit pattern talisman. Observing his son, Li Tianyang fell silent for a moment before producing a green jade pendant from his hand. "Father, what is this?" Li Feng inquired, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion as he gazed at the pendant. Even Zhou Yao had severed ties and expressed her unwillingness to maintain any connection with Li Feng. Father, he recalled the cold, haughty girl, clenching his fists with a glimmer of ice in his eyes. 3 months prior, Zhou Yao had been at the 9th level of body refinement while he had only reached the 3rd, overshadowed like a dim star. Yet now, he had advanced to the 8th level. He was but a breath away from the 9th. Moreover, in terms of combat prowess, he was no less than Zhou Yao. Indeed. Li Tianyong observed his son, a smile returning to his face as he patted Li Feng's shoulder. I have always believed my son to be the most exceptional. Zhou Yao's rejection of your marriage proposal is her loss. His words remained unchanged since the time Li Feng was at the 3rd level of body refinement. Very well. Inform your mother and Xiao Yu. Then prepare to depart, Li Tianyong instructed. Remember, safety is paramount. Do not hesitate to use the Void Moment Talisman when necessary. Your life is the most important. Father, I understand, Li Feng assured, nodding earnestly. Brother. The small figure nestled quietly on Li Feng's shoulder, reluctant to see him go. Just moments ago, Xiao Yu had suffered another episode, appearing weak and fragile, a picture of vulnerability. Li Feng's heart ached for his sister. Yet, if his father, Li Tianyong, had been powerless to help her over the years, what could he possibly do? Hearing his sister's words only deepened Li Feng's resolve. In the coming years, I will surely find a way to heal Xiao Yu and ensure she grows up healthy and strong, he vowed, clenching his fists with determination. After spending a considerable time with the little girl, Li Feng finally departed from the family, embarking on his first true journey into the world. Chapter 41. Journey to Qingwu County. At the Zhao residence, Zhao Lin sat calmly in his chair, though the atmosphere around him was tense with apprehension. Recently, his temperament had become unpredictable, and even the slightest misstep could lead to severe repercussions. How is the investigation progressing? Zhao Lin inquired in a low voice. Scrutinizing those before him, Elder 11, a middle-aged man, stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Li Hao and Li Feng have remained within the Li family these past few days and have not emerged. We are unable to ascertain their circumstances. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. Zhao Lin's expression darkened suddenly. Boom. His terrifying aura surged forth, the overwhelming force of his innate realm unabashedly unleashed. The individuals below were unable to withstand it, collapsing to their knees, fear etched across their faces, their bodies trembling in dread of Zhao Lin's wrath. Given Zhao Lin's stature within the Zhao family, he would face no consequences even if he chose to end their lives. Brother, it is only natural for Li Hao and the others to remain hidden within their family. There is no need to press them. A burly man entered the great hall at that moment, casting a glance at Zhao Lin. Upon closer inspection, one could see a striking resemblance between him and Zhao Lin, though he appeared to be in his 20s. Humph. Zhao Lin retracted his imposing aura and snapped. All of you leave. Continue the investigation. Yes. The group below felt as if a great weight had been lifted and hastily departed. Xiao Wu, both of your nephews are dead, and yet I still do not know who the murderer is. Zhao Lin's tone turned somber as he addressed the man before him. The prime suspects for the deaths of Zhao Tianyu and Zhao Tianqi were undoubtedly Li Hao, but Li Feng was also a strong contender, while Li Xinya and the other 3 were not exempt from suspicion. Of course, none of these individuals would escape unscathed in his quest for vengeance. Moreover, he was determined to uncover the true killer of Zhao Tianyu and Zhao Tianqi, ensuring that they would suffer an agonizing demise. Hearing this, Zhao Lin's dark demeanor lightened somewhat. Xiao Wu, how are preparations progressing? He asked Zhao Wu, his younger brother, who was 10 years his junior. Although Zhao Wu's talent was slightly inferior to his, he too had reached the early stage of the innate realm. However, Zhao Wu preferred to hone his skills outside the family rather than remain within its confines. Rest assured. Brother, currently, the only alchemical master in the Li family is Li Yuxian, who is nearing the end of his lifespan. Under such circumstances, only a fool would side with the Li family. While our own strength continues to grow, Zhao Wu replied confidently. I will soon prepare to journey to Qingwu County. He added, Qingwu County. Zhao Lin regarded Zhao Wu with a hint of curiosity. During my previous travels, I forged a friendship with someone from Qingwu County, whose family is also of the alchemical master level. I intend to see if I can win them over, Zhao Wu explained. Very well, Zhao Lin nodded in agreement. You may proceed as you see fit. As the 2 brothers conversed, an icy determination gleamed in their eyes. Their greatest ambition since reaching the innate realm was the annihilation of the Leaf family. The sky was a vivid blue, with clouds drifting lazily across the expanse. It was midday, and under the sun's warm embrace, all of nature seemed to thrive with vitality. Along the 3-meter-wide road, only a few sporadic travelers could be seen. The vast expanse of the Heyo continent meant that distances between counties were considerable, often separated by mountains and forests. On this road, Li Feng was one of the few travelers. However, even if he encountered someone familiar, they would hardly dare to recognize him. Currently, Li Feng donned a rugged outfit of animal skins, 2 scars marring his face, and a battle blade strapped to his back. With families like the Zhao and Zheng eyeing him with hostility, Li Feng could not afford to walk openly along the road, so he had slightly altered his appearance. To the casual observer, he appeared to be a wanderer in his 20s, making it difficult to recognize him without closer scrutiny. It would take approximately a week to reach Qingwu County, Li Feng calculated. In truth, when Zhou Yao had visited previously, she was accompanied by a powerful innate realm expert, allowing for swift travel. However, as a mere body refinement practitioner, his pace would undoubtedly be much slower on his own. There's no need to rush. I shall take my time and observe the sights along the way. As he journeyed, he felt a sense of expansion within his heart, as if his mindset had undergone a subtle shift, one that was decidedly positive. Though the journey would take considerable time, Li Feng practiced his skills as he traveled, and soon 7 days had elapsed. Within the towering mountains, Li Feng pressed onward with determination. The art of divine patterns is indeed profoundly intricate. Even though I have mastered the foundational 108 divine patterns, I am still unable to create a genuine divine pattern talisman. Li Feng pondered within himself. Moreover, the resources consumed in crafting divine patterns were exorbitant. Upon leaving the Li family, he had exchanged for numerous spiritual herbs necessary for creating divine patterns. Yet within just a few days, the practice alone had depleted a significant portion of his supplies. To become a divine pattern master requires an immense investment of resources. Had he not entered the medicinal garden prior, he would have been far more frugal. Now, with ample resources at his disposal, the rapid consumption still caused him considerable distress. Nevertheless, his progress was evident. He possessed a remarkable aptitude for divine patterns, and it would not be long before he could produce a genuine divine pattern. Li Feng felt a surge of anticipation once he became familiar with the 108 foundational divine patterns. Producing his first foundational divine pattern talisman within 3 months would signify exceptional talent. Currently, his cumulative practice time had yet to exceed 10 days. Just as he was lost in thought, Li Feng suddenly glanced into the distance. Was that Qingwu County? From the mountain's peak, a colossal city finally came into view. Qingwu County, while lacking experts beyond the alchemical master realm, boasted a formidable number of 10 alchemical masters. In terms of elite combat strength, it undoubtedly surpassed the Wilderness Forest County. This mountain was Qingshan, one of Qingwu County's renowned peaks, and a necessary route from Wilderness Forest County to Qingwu County. Roar. Occasional low growls echoed from within the mountains. While some fierce beasts resided on Qingshan, their strength was relatively weak, not exceeding the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. Continuing onward, upon reaching Qingwu County, Li Feng would commence his investigation in the area indicated on the map. Without hesitation, he swiftly made his way toward the sprawling city in the distance. Chapter 42. Arrival. Li Feng's silhouette darted toward the distant, colossal city. However, he had not ventured far when he suddenly halted. His gaze fell upon a peculiar object, a stone roughly 1 meter high. Beneath its shadow, he keenly sensed a faint emanation of spiritual energy. Something is there? Li Feng swiftly approached, kicking aside the stone, revealing a peculiar herb resembling a mushroom, which emitted a subtle glow of spiritual energy. However, the energy was exceedingly weak. Without careful examination, it would have gone unnoticed. A first-grade spiritual herb, the red-headed mushroom? As he beheld the herb, a look of delight blossomed in Li Feng's eyes. The red-headed mushroom matures over 6 years, and judging by its current state, it was indeed fully ripe. Though Li Feng had discovered numerous spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden and obtained purple star crystals, redeemable for many more herbs within his family, he was far from lacking. Yet, abundance does not equate to disinterest. After the body refinement stage lies the innate stage, both requiring ample resources. No one would ever claim to have too much. Red-headed mushroom? At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures swiftly approached from a distance. Leading them was a young man with a somewhat effeminate appearance. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he gazed upon the red-headed mushroom. Behind him were two middle-aged men, evidently tasked with safeguarding him. Upon their arrival, Li Feng remained silent and directly plucked the red-headed mushroom from its place. "Friend," the effeminate young man intoned gravely, "that red-headed mushroom is mine. It would be rather inappropriate for you to simply take it." His eyes were dark and fixed intently upon Li Feng. "Yours?" Li Feng shook his head, his expression calm. "I see no name inscribed upon it." "Humph. I discovered that red-headed mushroom a month ago. It simply wasn't fully matured. I waited for a month, and now you choose to take it from me?" The young man coldly retorted, his gaze laden with malice. "Is this Qinglan Mountain yours?" Li Feng chuckled in response. "This vast expanse of Qinglan Mountain holds treasures that are unclaimed. Even if you saw it first, does that make it yours? Qinglan Mountain does not belong to any particular faction. All its treasures are wild and free." Seeing that Li Feng displayed no fear, the young man's expression fluctuated, his thoughts evidently tumultuous. He then addressed Li Feng again. "Friend, I am Feng Yanjun, a scion of the Feng family from Qingwu County. Do you truly wish to oppose me?" The Feng family? At the mention, Li Feng's heart stirred. The Feng family was indeed one of the renowned families within Qingwu County, possessing two formidable figures within the Danyuan realm. However, Li Feng felt no trepidation towards them. Casting a glance at the foolish-looking young man, he chose to dismiss further conversation and turned to leave. Feng Yanjun watched Li Feng's retreating figure, his expression shifting between uncertainty and ire. "Zhongshu," he called to one of the men behind him, his eyes glinting with malice. "Young master, this youth's origins are unknown, and his strength is indeterminate. It would be unwise to engage." The middle-aged man named Zhang shook his head, firmly rejecting the notion. "Humph. Which family in Qingwu County dares to make our Feng family wary?" Feng Yanjun's voice dropped, laden with disdain. He believed that even if other families possessed Danyuan realm experts, they would hold no fear of the Feng family. Yet, the two middle-aged men remained silent, clearly unwilling to act. Although the Feng family was powerful within Qingwu County, two neighboring counties housed families with experts beyond the Danyuan realm. If this youth were affiliated with either faction, it would spell disaster for the Feng family. Damn it! As he noted the indifference of the two middle-aged men, Feng Yanjun's expression darkened further. A first-grade spiritual herb was quite valuable to him, and he had anticipated that the reputation of the Feng family would intimidate the youth into compliance. However, the youth seemed utterly unconcerned, blatantly disregarding him. He held a certain status within the Feng family, and being so easily dismissed left him feeling quite unsettled. Which family does he belong to? The young man pondered, contemplating whether to act, his heart wavering between greed and the fear of attracting trouble. Alas, the third young master's temperament remains too poor. Observing the sullen expression on Feng Yanjun's face, the middle-aged man named Zhang sighed inwardly. Not to mention the eldest son, even the second daughter far surpassed the third young master. Feng Yanjun was nothing more than a playboy within the Feng family, often stirring up trouble, which was why the family had instructed them to accompany him, to prevent him from provoking someone beyond their means. For Li Feng, encountering Feng Yanjun and his companions was a trivial matter. After spending some time, he finally arrived in Qingwu County. He had heard that Miss Zhou Yao of the Zhou family had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the body refinement stage and was likely on the verge of breaking into the innate realm. Her talent is extraordinary. Miss Zhou Yao has achieved the 9th layer in merely 3 months since entering Tianwu Academy. Should she succeed in her breakthrough, she would become the youngest innate realm expert in Qingwu County. As he walked through the streets, it was not long before he overheard discussions about Zhou Yao. Her remarkable talent had garnered widespread recognition. At merely 17 years of age, she had achieved the 9th layer of the body refinement stage. Even from the far-off arid forest county, her name was known, illustrating the extent of her prowess. Her reputation in Qingwu County was immense. Yet, Li Feng felt no particular emotion regarding her accolades. He soon arrived at a designated area and stated, "Please provide me with a map of Qingwu County." Li Feng possessed limited knowledge of Qingwu County. The map in his mind only contained topographical details. He was aware of the general layout, but to locate specific places, he required a detailed map. 10 taels of silver, the middle-aged man selling maps replied directly upon seeing him. Li Feng handed over the silver, took the map, and began to scrutinize it intently. The regions displayed in his mind corresponded with the map, indicating the location of the Yunwu mountain range. Comparing the map, He swiftly deduced that Qingwu County was indeed larger than Arid Forest County, with half of Arid Forest County covered in forests, while Qingwu County bore a similar condition. The Yunwu mountain range was one such area, housing ferocious beasts akin to Qinglan Mountain. Time to investigate. Confirming the location, Li Feng hastened his pace. After an hour, he arrived at a site surrounded by fences, with only one entrance. Yet, a thick mist obscured the view, rendering the interior completely indistinct, revealing only a few protruding stones. Are you intending to enter the Yunwu mountain range? A middle-aged man approached from a distance and inquired curiously upon noticing Li Feng. Clad in animal hide and bearing a quiver on his back, he led a small girl by the hand, who peeked out from behind him, watching Li Feng with curiosity. Chapter 43. The Zhou family and Zhou Yao. It seems you hail from another county, remarked a middle-aged man with a smile. The Yunwu mountain range is frequently shrouded in mist. Out of a month, there are 15 days of fog and 15 days without. When enveloped in mist, the mountains become entirely obscured, and even the path beneath one's feet is rendered invisible, making entry perilous, as one might unwittingly approach a sheer cliff. The fog can be so dense that one cannot see their own hand when extended. Upon hearing this, Li Feng promptly inquired, "How many days have we had fog now?" "You are fortunate. It is nearing the 15th day," the middle-aged man replied with a chuckle. "I estimate that in about 3 hours, the mist will dissipate rapidly, allowing for entry. Let me tell you, Yunwu Mountain is undoubtedly one of the most mysterious and beautiful places in Qingwu County. You must take the time to appreciate it." 3 hours? Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement of the man's words, smiling as he said, "Thank you. Not at all. I reside not far from the Yunwu mountain range, and am quite familiar with the area," the man replied with a grin. "Dad, I'm hungry." A little girl tugged at the man's hand, speaking softly. He offered no further words, nodding to Li Feng before departing. 3 hours. Li Feng mused silently as he stood in place. His gaze shifted towards a particular direction, that of the Zhou family. He recalled the girl from earlier. A young lady of exceptional talent, lofty and untouchable, leaving him feeling insignificant in comparison. "Should we meet again, I wonder if you will still carry that air of superiority?" A chill lingered in Li Feng's eyes. A grand palace loomed majestically, with passers-by casting glances filled with reverence. This was the residence of the Zhou family. Even if the Zhou family were never to produce another Dan Yuan realm cultivator, they would still boast nearly 4 centuries of prosperity. Within a courtyard, 2 young ladies were engaged in light-hearted conversation. One girl donned a resplendent purple armor, her beauty striking, as the gentle breeze played with her flowing hair, enhancing her allure. The other girl, though slightly less captivating, was still quite lovely, her figure curvaceous, and her laughter bore a hint of charm that could easily stir emotions. "Miss Zhou Yao, the master is looking for you." A middle-aged man approached from a distance, addressing the girl in purple armor with a tone of respect. "My father seeks me." Zhou Yao's expression remained unchanged as she turned to her companion. Please wait for me a moment. I will be right back." "All right," Feng Yi replied with a smile. "This is my first visit to the Zhou family. You must accompany me for a proper tour afterward." With that, Zhou Yao made her way toward the palace. Inside, a man clad in a long black robe sat at a table, his chin adorned with a tuft of beard, exuding an air of authority as he savored a cup of tea. Zhou Haitao, Zhou Yao's father and the head of the Zhou family, was a formidable figure at the late stage of the innate realm. "Father, you called for me?" Zhou Yao entered, inquiring with a smile. "There are 3 pathways to enter the Tianwu Academy," he began. "The first is the most common, where children are sent to affiliated schools for training, yielding talents of average proficiency. The second involves backing from powerful factions, even those with experts beyond the Dan Yuan realm. Such candidates tend to have lesser talents. The third is for those of exceptional innate gifts, who are directly accepted by the Tianwu Academy, producing the most gifted individuals." "Yes, Yi is my friend," Zhou Yao replied cheerfully. Observing his daughter, Zhou Haitao's tone turned serious. "I have heard that you have grown close to Feng Yijia's brother, Feng Yuanjia." At this, Zhou Yao's smile faded slightly, her brows furrowed. "Father, this is my personal matter. You need not concern yourself with it." "Humph. Now that you have been specially recruited into the Tianwu Academy, you feel emboldened?" Zhou Haitao's voice lowered. "Is that why you so eagerly sought to sever ties with Li Feng, fearing he might hinder your progress?" The mention of Li Feng's name seemed to displease Zhou Yao. Her brow tightened. "Father, I have already stated that there is no connection between Li Feng and me. Your friendship with his father, Li Tianyang, does not obligate me." Zhou Yao, Do not forget that your life was saved by Li Feng's father, Li Tianyang. Not just yours. He saved both me and your mother as well. Zhou Haitao's voice rose in frustration as he gazed at his increasingly impatient daughter. Father, I am aware of all this, Zhou Yao replied calmly, nodding. But what of it? Once I have grown stronger, I will find an opportunity to repay that kindness. A life-saving grace is not the same as a marriage. My chosen partner must at least be my equal, and Li Feng does not meet my standards. Seeing his daughter steadfast and defiant, Zhou Haitao sighed deeply, realizing he could not sway her. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he said, You may go. I merely wish to caution you, even if Feng Yuanjie possesses talent, his character leaves much to be desired. Be wary of getting too close to him. After he spoke, he had no further words, having summoned Zhou Yao only for this purpose. Excuse me, father, Zhou Yao said before exiting the palace. Sighing, Zhou Haitao remained inside, pondering how to face Li Tianyang. He had intended to visit the wild forest county, but found himself unable to muster the courage. Master. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered. What is it? Zhou Haitao's demeanor shifted back to one of authority. Sir, a young man named Li Feng is outside, requesting an audience with you, the man reported hastily. Li Feng. Zhou Haitao paused, seemingly caught off guard. After a brief silence, he commanded, Quickly, invite him in. Chapter 44. The silent Li Feng outside the Zhou family residence. Li Feng stood quietly, awaiting his summons. The Zhou family boasted over 20 innate practitioners, comparable to the Li family, and possessed 3 formidable Dan Yuan realm warriors. Inwardly, Li Feng mused, Zhou Haitao and my father share a bond forged in life and death. However, even as the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Haitao cannot dictate the thoughts of the Dan Yuan realm experts within his lineage, which would have otherwise presented an opportunity for alliance. Currently, the Li family is represented by only one aging Dan Yuan peak expert, Li Yuxian. In this world, where interests reign supreme, without sufficient benefits, it is impossible to attract allies. Aligning with the Li family yields scant rewards, especially as the Zhao and Zheng families loom as potential threats to our existence. In this realm, power is paramount. A single top-tier warrior can obliterate an entire clan, and without such a champion, a family inevitably descends into decline. Suddenly, Li Feng's gaze shifted towards the interior of the Zhou residence, where a middle-aged man approached him with a smile, saying, Young Master Li Feng, the head of the household requests your presence. Very well. Following the middle-aged man, Li Feng entered the Zhou family estate. Yao Yao, what happened just now? You seem a bit downcast, Feng Yi inquired with concern, glancing at Zhou Yao, who appeared noticeably less cheerful than before. It's nothing, Zhou Yu replied with a faint smile. Ha, as long as it's nothing, otherwise my brother would surely be displeased, Feng Yi said with a grin. She was strikingly beautiful, her laughter accompanied by an innate allure that could even stir feelings in women. Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, Zhou Yao merely offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Sister. At that moment, a young man approached. He was handsome, yet bore a somewhat effeminate demeanor, flanked by 2 middle-aged men. Do not scold me the moment you see me, the young man retorted, his impatience evident. I am old enough to know my limits. I am your sister. Who could dare question my authority to discipline you? Feng Yi continued her reprimand. The young man fell silent, casting a glance at Zhou Yao beside Feng Yi, his eyes betraying a moment of admiration. However, he quickly averted his gaze, hastily addressing Zhou Yao as Sister Zhou before turning away. Uncle Zhang, where has Yanjun been these past few days? Has he clashed with anyone? Feng Yi asked one of the middle-aged men accompanying the young man. The man, unable to conceal the truth, replied promptly, Second miss. Third young master ventured to Qinglan Mountain and had a minor conflict with an unidentified young man. Qinglan Mountain? Feng Yi looked at her brother, hurriedly questioning, Have you stirred up trouble again? Be careful not to bring disaster upon the family. Sister, what kind of talk is that? Feng Yanjun retorted, visibly displeased. How could I possibly cause trouble? That young man was utterly unreasonable. He directly stole a first-grade spirit herb I found. His expression darkened, for he was not accustomed to being humiliated in front of others. Typically, his mere mention of status commanded respect and fear. Yet, in Qinglan Mountain, he had been disregarded, leaving him feeling quite vexed. Stolen your first-grade spirit herb? Feng Yi's expression shifted slightly, anger flickering in her eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, Feng Yanjun was her brother, who had the audacity to seize something from him. Indeed, sister, that young man was excessively arrogant. Let me tell you, that young man. Just as Feng Yanjun began to express his grievances, his gaze fell upon a middle-aged man approaching from a distance, followed closely by another individual. Upon seeing that young man, Feng Yanjun froze, momentarily believing he was hallucinating. However, he quickly regained his composure, rage boiling over. "It's you." Li Feng, recognizing the shift in atmosphere, felt a slight change in his demeanor, yet his attire remained unchanged. He instantly identified the young man before him. Li Feng? Before he could utter more, Zhou Yao also caught sight of Li Feng, her expression momentarily stunned, clearly baffled by his sudden appearance in her home. The distance between Qingwu County and the Wild Forest County was substantial. Even with Li Feng's 8th-layer body refinement prowess, it took him a week to arrive here. One could only imagine how long it would take an ordinary individual. Recalling her father's earlier summons regarding Li Feng, a frown creased her brow. "Li Feng, I had thought we had reached a clear understanding, that you were agreeable to severing all ties. I presumed you were quite magnanimous. But now it seems you are intent on lingering." She regarded Li Feng with evident disdain. In her view, it was apparent that Li Feng had spoken to her father about their previous engagement, prompting her father to reprimand her. Li Feng was taken aback, confusion clouding his thoughts as he looked at the inexplicably irked young woman before him. "Zhou Yao, are you overthinking things?" He felt no inclination to elaborate further, merely stating, "Our matters were resolved clearly. I did not come here to seek you out." "Yao Yao you." Listening to their exchange, Feng Yi's mind raced with numerous thoughts, pondering the nature of the relationship between the two. Her elder brother had been pursuing Zhou Yao, yet she had yet to respond. The young man before her seemed to share a unique bond with Zhou Yao. "Not entangled with me. And yet you journeyed directly from the Li family in Wild Forest County to Qingwu County?" Zhou Yao shook her head, her expression betraying her aversion. To her, Li Feng's long journey could not be for mere familial matters. There must be another purpose. In response, Li Feng smiled, albeit with a hint of derision. "Zhou Yao? It has been months since we last met, and you remain as haughty as ever. I have already stated I am not here to find you. Do not flatter yourself into thinking every man should revolve around you." A smirk of disdain curled his lips, and Zhou Yao sensed his impatience. "I must be clear. I harbor no feelings for you whatsoever." "Ha. Is there truly anyone who would lack feelings for my dear Yao Yao? You are quite clever in your reverse psychology." Feng Yi chimed in, her demeanor bright and playful. Countless admirers surrounded Zhou Yao at Tianwu Academy, and in her view, the young man was deliberately employing such tactics to capture Zhou Yao's attention. Li Feng found himself at a loss for words. Did these two young women possess an inflated sense of self-worth? Wild Forest County, the Li family? As their conversation unfolded, Feng Yanjun's attention was drawn to the keywords Zhou Yao had mentioned. He glared at Li Feng, his voice raised in anger. "So you hail from the Li family of Wild Forest County. I had thought you were of significant standing. In Wild Forest County, the most powerful practitioners were merely at the Dan Yuan realm, with a total of just 5. Even if Li Feng belonged to the Li family in Qingwu County, the influence of the Feng family far surpassed that of the Li family, and Feng Yanjun felt no trepidation towards Li Feng. His prior concern had been whether Li Feng was connected to any of the 2 factions boasting Dan Yuan realm warriors. "Third brother, do you know this Li Feng?" Feng Yi asked, her brow furrowing in confusion at her brother's sudden outburst. "Didn't I mention encountering someone at Qinglan Mountain?" Feng Yanjun replied, his expression darkening. "The first great spirit herb I found was snatched away by this Li Feng." Hearing her brother's words, Feng Yi's expression turned grim. "Sister Zhou, how formidable is this Li Feng?" Feng Yanjun suddenly inquired, directing his gaze at Li Feng. Now that he understood Li Feng was from Wild Forest County, he felt no lingering apprehension. However, despite his indifference to the forces at play, he remained cautious and refrained from taking action, for he was unaware of Li Feng's true capabilities. Zhou Yao glanced at Li Feng, fell into a brief silence, and remarked, 3 months ago, Li Feng was at the 3rd level of body refinement. During the past 3 months at Tianwu Academy, she had little knowledge of Li Feng's strength, only recalling his status from 3 months prior. In truth, not only she, but even Zhou Haitao was oblivious to Li Feng's actual power. Li Feng's prowess had only recently surged, and the news of the Li family strength contest had barely spread through the desolate Forest County, let alone reached the distant Qingwu County. 3rd level of body refinement? Hearing this, Feng Yanjun was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to believe his ears. Subsequently, a darker shade crossed his face as he muttered, "How foolish of me, to be intimidated by a mere child at the 3rd level of body refinement." Despite not training frequently, he had attained the 4th level of body refinement. At that moment, a surge of unnameable fury coursed through him, realizing he had been cowed by a boy of lesser strength, allowing him to leave with a grade 1 spiritual herb without daring to act. If others were to learn of this, they would surely find it laughable. Hand over the spatial ring, and I may spare your life, Feng Yinjuan declared, a hint of defiance curling at the corners of his mouth. Fool, Li Feng replied calmly, unfazed by Feng Yinjuan's threats. You. Feng Yinjuan's anger flared at Li Feng's composed demeanor. He clenched his fists, preparing to strike. At that moment, Zhou Yao interjected. If you relinquish the grade 1 spiritual herb, they will not trouble you. As Feng Yinjuan was about to retort, he was tugged back by Feng Yi. Struggling to contain his wrath, he turned to Li Feng and said in a low voice, hand over the grade 1 spiritual herb, and I shall let you go, otherwise. Do not blame me. Listening to their exchange, Li Feng found it amusing. Are they truly all fools? What do you intend to do? He replied with a calm demeanor. It seems you have no intention of complying. Feng Yinjuan, now enraged, revealed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Although Zhou Yao's interjection had initially restrained him, Li Feng's blatant disregard for her words now presented an opportunity for him to act. Li Feng, this is not the time for recklessness. Observing Li Feng's indifference towards her warning, Zhou Yao furrowed her brow and continued, your strength is too weak. You are no match for anyone here. Hand over the grade 1 spiritual herb, and I assure you they will not pursue you. She looked at Li Feng, shaking her head in disappointment. To her, he was entangled in confusion, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, acting impulsively and lacking maturity. In response, Li Feng chuckled, turning his gaze to Feng Yinjuan. You claim I stole your grade 1 spiritual herb? How did I come by it? Humph. Feng Yinjuan glared at Li Feng, furiously huffing. Li Feng, since you refuse to see reason, do not blame us. With that, he ceased his words, channeling his spiritual energy as his fists took on a grayish hue, launching an assault on Li Feng. Zhou Yao stood by, her brow slightly furrowed, yet she made no move to intervene. Let it be. I shall assist him once he recognizes the reality of his predicament. Despite her disdain for Li Feng, she could not ignore the debt owed to his father, and thus refrained from remaining idle. She had intended to help him resolve the conflict with the Feng siblings, yet he showed no gratitude. Not only was Feng Yinjuan at the 4th level of body refinement, but Feng Yi was even at the 7th level, a realm far beyond Li Feng's reach. A piercing sound filled the air as Feng Yinjuan, with a sinister grin, closed in on Li Feng. So weak, yet you dare to provoke me? Let us see how you withstand my fist. Just then, in Zhou Yao's view, the seemingly oblivious Li Feng suddenly moved. His right leg shot up with terrifying force, akin to a volcano erupting, and he kicked out. With a thud, Feng Yinjuan's body bent in a bow, as he expelled a mouthful of blood with a scream. Hurtling backward like an arrow released from its bow, he crashed to the ground, curling into a ball, his agonized cries echoing through the air. At that moment, he appeared barely alive, with numerous bones evidently fractured. What? The sudden turn of events silenced the surroundings. Zhou Yao stared at Li Feng in shock. How is this possible? Li Feng actually managed to injure Feng Yinjuan with a single strike? Feng Yinjuan was at the 4th level of body refinement, while Li Feng had only been at the 3rd level 3 months ago. Yet now he unleashed such formidable power. Based on what Li Feng had just demonstrated, he had likely reached at least the 5th level of body refinement. Yinjuan. Seeing her brother sent flying, Feng Yi's expression shifted as she rushed to his side, producing a pill and hastily placing it in his mouth. After inspecting her brother's injuries, she turned to Li Feng, her face clouded with fury. Li Feng, you struck too hard. Huh, how laughable, Li Feng retorted, his laughter devoid of warmth. Just now, your brother assumed my strength was merely at the 3rd level of body refinement, and he attacked without holding back. Had my strength not surpassed his, it would have been me lying on the ground. Now that the roles are reversed, you dare accuse me of being heavy-handed? Would you only be satisfied if I were the one on the ground? Chapter 46, Reclaiming the Jade Pendant. Humph. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's face was filled with rage as she exclaimed, you first seized my brother's 1st-grade spiritual herb, and now you have injured him. What justification do you have? Gripping a long sword in her hand, she lunged directly at Li Feng. It was inconceivable for her not to retaliate after her brother had been harmed. Why not just say you wish to strike instead of wasting words? Li Feng scoffed. Boom. The aura emanating from him suddenly surged forth, a wave of power that was not at all inferior to Feng Yi's. Seventh layer of body refinement. Feeling the intensity of Li Feng's aura, Zhou Yao's expression shifted to one of astonishment. How could this be? In merely 3 months, Li Feng had advanced from the 3rd layer to the 7th layer of body refinement. For a moment, Zhou Yao felt overwhelmed, questioning her own perceptions. The 7th layer of body refinement? It was not just her. Feng Yi's countenance also changed slightly, yet she did not cease her assault with the long sword. You lack the strength to harm me, Li Feng declared coldly. Clenching his fist, he charged straight at the sword. An overwhelming spiritual force radiated from him. His fist, imbued with an unmatched momentum, seized the sword directly. With a powerful swing of his left fist, he struck fiercely. Puff! As the force of his attack coursed through her, Feng Yi felt an immense power surge within her body. Her face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, her figure hurtling backward. My Changyue sword technique was broken? Feng Yi stared at Li Feng in horror. Her sword technique was exceedingly fierce, and a typical practitioner at the 7th layer of body refinement would be no match for her. Yet she had been violently defeated by Li Feng. Her expression darkened, and she turned to Zhou Yao, asking, Yao Yao, did you not say that Li Feng was at the 3rd layer of body refinement 3 months ago? I don't know. Zhou Yao's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. In just 3 short months, Li Feng had achieved such a level. She had always viewed herself as superior to Li Feng, who had seemed insignificant in her eyes. Yet this inconspicuous individual had suddenly radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Do you dare to injure us? My brother and the Feng family will not let you off, an enraged were suddenly echoed. Feng Yanjun, witnessing his sister's injury, glowered menacingly. Heh, you were struck, and now your sister retaliates. After your sister, it will be your brother, and in the end. It seems the entire Feng family will come after me? Li Feng chuckled derisively. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's expression darkened. This all began when you first seized the spiritual herb. Seized the spiritual herb? A hint of mockery appeared on Li Feng's face. You might want to ask your brother whether I truly stole it. Is there some hidden truth? At Li Feng's words, Feng Yi glanced at her brother, noticing his somewhat unnatural expression, causing her countenance to shift slightly. She suddenly realized that if Li Feng were weak, he would likely yearn for the 1st-grade spiritual herb. However, if his strength surpassed hers, the allure of the herb would not compel him to steal it. Second miss, a middle-aged man named Uncle Zhang, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up that spiritual herb was indeed harvested by Li Feng, and it just so happened that the 3rd young master saw it. He did not elaborate further, but all present were astute enough to grasp the true nature of the situation. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's face fluctuated between green and white. She had not anticipated that her brother had sought to seize the spiritual herb found by Li Feng and had falsely accused him. They had ended up in a violent confrontation over this misunderstanding. Li Feng did not steal it. Zhou Yao's expression also shifted slightly, realizing that Li Feng had been wronged. Just then, a sudden wave of energy swept through, and a middle-aged man with a beard, exuding an air of authority, appeared. Father, Zhou Yao exclaimed upon seeing him. Patriarch Zhou, Feng Yi also addressed Zhou Haitao, her tone urgent. Peace is of utmost importance. Why resort to violence? Zhou Haitao said with a smile. Since this is merely a misunderstanding, let us resolve this matter amicably, and may no one hold a grudge. He turned his gaze from Li Feng to Feng Yi and Feng Yanjun. Feng Yi looked at her brother, her expression shifting repeatedly before finally nodding. Very well. The matter ends here today. We will not pursue it further. Li Feng also nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. The Feng family had strong practitioners in the Dan Yuan realm. Although the Li family was not afraid, they still held reservations. It was not prudent to create enemies for no reason. Otherwise, he would not have spared Feng Yanjun's life. Come with me, Zhou Haitao said with a smile, then turned to Li Feng, addressing him directly. Li Feng nodded and followed behind Zhou Haitao. Zhou Yao looked at both of them, her expression shifting once more before she exchanged a few words with Feng Yi and hurriedly followed. Uncle Zhou, Li Feng addressed the middle-aged man before him. He was aware that Zhou Haitao and his father, Li Tianyang, were sworn brothers, though that was a story from over a decade ago. Xiao Feng, the last time I saw you, you were just a child. Now you have grown so much, Zhou Haitao said with a smile, gazing at Li Feng. You resemble your father remarkably. Seeing you is like witnessing a younger version of him. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes as he remembered the trials and tribulations of his youth. How is your father now? He inquired, looking at Li Feng. My father is in good health, Li Feng replied softly. He looked at Zhou Haitao and, without further ado, stated, I have come at my father's behest. Oh, what has Tianyang sent you to discuss? Zhou Haitao's expression grew serious upon hearing Li Feng mention his father's name. Li Feng said nothing more, his right hand clenched, revealing a jade pendant. Seeing the pendant, Zhou Haitao was momentarily taken aback, as if recalling something, and a wry smile crossed his face. This jade pendant is something your father asked me to give to Uncle Zhou, Li Feng said directly to the middle-aged man before him. Jade pendant? At this moment, Zhou Yao arrived, glancing at the pendant in surprise. She had initially assumed that Li Feng had already met her father, but it was clear now that they had never crossed paths. Zhou Haitao took the pendant, smiling ruefully. This pendant was given to your father as a token when we discussed the engagement back then. He glanced at Zhou Yu beside him, then looked back at Li Feng, shaking his head. Since you two are not fated to be together, this pendant is indeed no longer suitable to remain with your father. He then stored the pendant away and produced another jade pendant in his right hand. Chapter 47. The Killing Intent. Li Feng nodded. Even if Zhou Haitao did not speak up, he would have brought it up directly. Previously, she had thought that Li Feng was unwilling to give up due to their impending marriage, but it now appeared that he was there to completely sever ties between them. In that moment, Zhou Yao was uncertain of her feelings. There was a sense of relief, yet it was intertwined with a hint of complexity. Regardless of how one might frame it, this young man before her was on the verge of becoming her husband, only to be entirely pushed away by her. From this point onward, there could be no further relationship between them. Xiaofeng, you've come all the way to Qingwu County. Why not stay at the Zhou residence for a few days? After exchanging jade pendants, Zhou Haitao set aside his complex expressions and looked at Li Feng. No, Uncle Zhou. I have some matters to attend to and cannot linger, Li Feng replied, shaking his head gently to decline. Seeing Li Feng's refusal, Zhou Haitao felt it unwise to press further. He regarded Li Feng, pausing momentarily before saying, "Allow me to see you off." He sighed inwardly, sensing that after this departure, it was unlikely Li Feng would return to the Zhou residence. Not only Li Feng, but Li Tianyang would almost certainly not revisit either. He had previously investigated Li Feng's character, steady, diligent, and filial. His integrity was undoubtedly of the highest caliber, albeit with slightly lesser cultivation talent. Yet, it now appeared that Li Feng's cultivation aptitude had suddenly improved. What a splendid son-in-law he would make. Zhou Haitao felt quite satisfied with Li Feng, though he lamented the lost opportunity. Upon hearing that Zhou Haitao wished to accompany him, Li Feng was momentarily taken aback but said nothing more than, "I appreciate it." Uncle Zhou. The group made their way toward the entrance. Outside the Zhou residence, at a nearby tavern bustling with activity, it was evident that business was thriving. The establishment spanned 3 stories, with patrons of varying statuses occupying each level. At that moment, on the 3rd floor, 2 individuals sat across from each other, raising their glasses in spirited conversation. Brother Zhao Wu, your bargaining chips have certainly piqued our ancestors' interest, which has led you to successfully persuade our family, remarked a burly man clad in black armor, gazing at Zhao Wu with a faint smile. Agreed? Zhao Wu's face lighted up with delight upon hearing this. Thanks to your compelling propositions, it was a mere trifle. Without your enticing offers, I would have had no leverage. The burly man laughed heartily. The Qian family, one of the prominent families in Qingwu County, had now aligned themselves with Zhao Wu, securing the support of a powerful alchemist from their ranks. We are sworn brothers. There is no need for further expressions of gratitude. I raise this cup to you, Zhao Wu declared, downing his drink in one go. Qian Yin mirrored his action, smiling as he said, "Our ancestor has instructed me to bring you to him at once to discuss the plan in detail." Indeed, Zhao Wu nodded, smiling. There is no time to waste. We shall depart immediately. As they rose to leave, Zhao Wu's gaze suddenly shifted downward, catching sight of several figures, a middle-aged man, a girl, and a young man. His attention fixated on the young man. Li Feng. Zhao Wu's expression remained calm, yet his heart stirred. His 2 nephews, Zhao Tianyu and Zhao Tianhu, had perished, with Li Hao being the prime suspect, followed closely by Li Feng. A wave of murderous intent washed over him at the thought of these 2, especially now that Li Feng had appeared in Qingwu County. However, noticing the middle-aged man beside Li Feng, a hint of caution flickered in Zhao Wu's eyes. Brother Zhao Wu, do you recognize the head of the Zhou family? Qian Yin inquired, following Zhao Wu's gaze to Zhou Haitao with curiosity. I do not, Zhao Wu replied with a smile, though his mind was deep in thought. How did Li Feng come to be at the Zhou residence? What connection did the Li family have with the Zhou family? His thoughts darkened. If the Zhou family sided with the Li family, the Zhao family's task of extinguishing the Li family would undoubtedly become much more challenging. Despite spotting Li Feng, he maintained his composure, revealing no signs of disturbance. At this critical juncture, where they were forming an alliance with the Qian family, any indication of uncertainty regarding the Zhou family could jeopardize their plans. I must investigate this further, Zhao Wu resolved silently. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Yin cheerfully suggested, "Shall we be on our way?" Zhao Wu nodded, casting a quick glance at the two individuals behind him. They were both Zhao family members, their strength resting at the peak of the body refinement realm, 9th layer. Yes, upon receiving a signal and seeing the spatial ring, the two Zhao family members instantly grasped Zhao Wu's intent and nodded in understanding. Their status within the Zhao family was not low, and being at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, they recognized Li Feng's identity immediately upon hearing his name. "Let us depart," Zhao Wu commanded, looking at Qian Yin with a smile. There was no room for delay now that they were to meet the Qian family's alchemist. Moreover, with the head of the Zhou family present, he could not confront Li Feng should he act against him. Qian Yin would certainly learn of Li Feng's identity and the connection between the Li and Zhou families. Thus, he allowed the two Zhao family members to accompany him. If Li Feng were indeed the one responsible for his nephew's deaths, then his strength must have reached the 8th layer of the body refinement realm. As for the 9th layer, Zhao Wu deemed it implausible. Based on his knowledge of Li Feng, the young man had previously been inconspicuous among his peers within the Li family. And even though he had quickly risen, it was attributed to his exceptional understanding and mastery of martial arts that rendered him formidable. Of course, even if Li Feng had genuinely attained the 9th layer of the body refinement realm, he believed that the two he had arranged would be at the peak of that realm, making Li Feng no match for them. Furthermore, they would merely follow Li Feng, awaiting his arrival. The entire plan was foolproof. Li Feng would be trapped without a chance of escape. Within a few hours, he would uncover the relationship between the Li and Zhou families and identify the one responsible for his nephew's demise. Casting one last glance at Li Feng, Zhao Wu departed with Qian Yin. Chapter 48. The Anomaly of the Map. Xiao Feng. If you have time, do come to the Zhou residence often. Should you encounter any troubles, you can also come to the Zhou residence, Zhou Haitao said with a smile, watching Li Feng at the entrance. As long as your uncle Zhou is at the Zhou residence, the door will always be open for you. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Li Feng nodded in gratitude. After exchanging a few more words, he finally turned to leave. At the entrance, Zhou Haitao stood silently, gazing at Li Feng's departing figure. Beside him, Zhou Yao also stood quietly, lost in her thoughts. You once claimed that Li Feng's talent was too weak to be worthy of you. Now that his strength has reached this level, do you still believe you were right? Zhou Haitao suddenly spoke, his words laced with regret. He knew that just 3 months ago, Li Feng was at the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, and now he had achieved the 7th level. Moreover, Li Feng could effortlessly defeat Feng Yi, who was also at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. What a remarkable pace of progress. Having previously investigated Li Feng, Zhou Haitao was aware of his general situation. Though they had exchanged few words, through past events and their recent conversation, it was evident that Li Feng was an exceptionally gifted young man, with formidable talent, an admirable temperament, and a demeanor that was neither obsequious nor arrogant. Zhou Haitao would have been thoroughly satisfied to have him as a son-in-law. However, the thought of the jade pendant exchange made him sigh. He understood that even if he wished to retract his previous agreement now, Li Tianyang and Li Feng would never consent to this marriage. Zhou Yao stood silently, the gentle breeze caressing her soft, long hair, making her appear ethereal, like a fairy. Many young talents from Qingwu County undoubtedly aspired to propose to the Zhou family. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yao shook her head, stating, I never regret my decisions. Even if Li Feng possesses great talent, I do not wish to be bound by a marriage imposed by my parents. Such a situation would make me deeply uncomfortable. Therefore, regardless of Li Feng's current talent or future strength, it is of no concern to me. As the complexity in her eyes faded, Zhou Yao spoke softly. I hope you do not regret the words you have spoken, Zhou Haitao murmured, shaking his head with a sigh. Walking along the street, Li Feng did not waste any time and headed directly towards the Yunwu mountain range. The mountain range would soon be opened in just over an hour, and he intended to be there to wait for it. Li Feng thought to himself. Suddenly, he noticed someone bumping into him. Sorry, a middle-aged man said apologetically upon meeting Li Feng's gaze. It's nothing, Li Feng replied, shaking his head. In the bustling street, such encounters were quite normal. Without further thought, he quickly arrived at a location. Little brother, it's you. Upon arrival, Li Feng spotted a burly man clad in animal skin. The very individual who had previously shared information about the Yunwu mountain range. Beside the burly man stood a little girl, who curiously glanced at Li Feng before shyly retreating to a distance. Are you also entering the Yunwu mountain range? Li Feng inquired of the burly man. Yes. The burly man nodded, smiling as he replied. The ferocious beasts in the Yunwu mountain range are not particularly strong, so I can handle them. His face broke into a simple, honest smile. Li Feng understood immediately. Having grown up in one of the three prominent families of the Wildwood County, the Li family, with his father being a formidable innate realm expert, he lacked for nothing. However, he recognized that the cultivation world was incredibly harsh, and commoners had to devise various means to survive each day. The middle-aged man before him was clearly a hunter, living off the fruits of his labor. As they waited, Li Feng engaged in casual conversation with the burly man. The Yunwu mountain range is quite peculiar. It imposes certain restrictions on powerful beings. Those at the Dan Yuan realm cannot enter. The burly man shared information about the Yunwu mountain range. Li Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, "You mean Dan Yuan realm experts cannot enter?" Indeed, the burly man chuckled. This information is somewhat confidential. It is said that over 1,000 years ago, dozens of Dan Yuan realm experts attempted to explore here, only to return empty-handed. My family lives nearby, so I have knowledge of some hidden information. However, those powerful figures could not uncover anything substantial and gradually lost interest. As they chatted, time swiftly passed. Buzz. At a certain moment, as if receiving some sort of signal, the dense mist enveloping the Yunwu mountain range began to dissipate rapidly. In mere seconds, a significant portion of it vanished, revealing a mysterious corner of the mountain. It was midday, and sunlight poured down, casting rainbows upon the Yunwu mountain, interspersed with surrounding greenery and the remnants of spiritual energy, making the scene resemble a terrestrial paradise. Haha, the Yunwu mountain range has opened. I have heard of the Yunwu mountain range's fame, and now I have finally arrived. It truly is like a celestial realm. Li Feng was not alone. Alongside the burly man, many others awaited their turn to enter. The Yunwu mountain range was renowned, and every time it opened, numerous people flocked to explore, including those from other counties drawn by its reputation. Brother Yomo, I shall enter first, Li Feng said to the burly man with a smile. Through their conversation, he had learned the man's name. Haha, Li Feng, my brother. Enjoy your exploration of the Yunwu mountain range. It will remain open for 15 days, and the mist will only reappear after that. The burly man chuckled. Li Feng did not use a false name. At that moment, he altered his appearance. As he stepped inside, a subtle ripple emanated from the token at his heart. This ripple seemed to expand rapidly from his body, swiftly enveloping the entire Yunwu mountain range. In that instant, an extraordinary transformation unfolded within the Yunwu mountain range. Li Feng's expression remained calm, yet his heart stirred. At that moment, the map that had previously appeared in his mind suddenly resurfaced. The map displayed numerous tiny light points moving about. The map of the Yunwu mountain range? Li Feng gasped in surprise. The entire map revealed a complete view of the Yunwu mountain range, with various areas marked, some large and some small, all quite peculiar. However, Li Feng had no understanding of what these markings signified. Were those moving points other people? Li Feng was astonished. This extraordinary token displayed the locations of everyone within the Yunwu mountain range, allowing him to discern the whereabouts of each individual. Chapter 49. Discovery. Let us see. Li Feng's mind whirled with myriad thoughts as he swiftly moved towards the nearest marked location on the map. This peculiar token had absorbed spiritual energy that had propelled his strength from the early 7th layer of body refinement to the late 8th layer in a single leap. The speed of such advancement was astonishing. Could it be that there existed something within that area capable of enhancing one's power? An undeniable glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Now at the late 8th layer of body refinement, should he ascend further, he would reach the 9th layer. Even the remarkably gifted Zhou Yao achieved the 9th layer at the age of 17, and here he was, merely 16. With swift determination, Li Feng arrived at his destination. However, he found nothing of significance before him, merely a collection of shriveled fruits. These fruits were no larger than a thumb, resembling those that had fallen from a tree and subsequently dried out over time. The cloud mist mountains were replete with trees bearing ordinary fruits. Yet these desiccated remnants emitted no trace of spiritual energy. Anyone encountering them would likely dismiss them with a fleeting glance, not bothering to look a second time. Aside from the scattered stones and these forlorn fruits, nothing else appeared to be present. Was this what the map had indicated? Li Feng pondered briefly before gathering all the fruits. As he picked up one of the shriveled fruits, he noticed a marked reduction in the symbols on the map pertaining to this area. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. He hastened his efforts, collecting every last fruit, 29 in total. Upon gathering them all, the indicators for this area vanished entirely from his mind. What could these fruits be? What purpose did they serve? Confusion clouded Li Feng's eyes. He sensed no spiritual energy emanating from them, and the mysterious light within his heart remained unresponsive to these remnants, which felt like discarded refuse devoid of value. Yet, despite the lack of any apparent anomalies, Li Feng refused to dismiss their significance. The token had previously caused his power to surge, leading him to believe that these fruits must possess some latent function yet to be uncovered. Continuing his search seemed imperative. If he were to collect all of these fruits, perhaps he would unveil their secrets. In another part of the Cloud Mist Mountains, two figures ambled leisurely. Li Feng had altered his appearance slightly, wandering the mountains with an ambiguous purpose. A gaunt middle-aged man gazed into the distance, unable to restrain himself from speaking. If Li Feng were present, he would recognize this as the individual he had inadvertently brushed against earlier. Though no figures were visible ahead, the two seemed to have a distinct target, resolutely pursuing it. No matter what he does, we merely need to follow at a distance and await Elder Zhao Wu's arrival, guided by the signals we leave behind, remarked another, a robust man with a calm demeanor. He grasped a square white jade tablet in his right hand, intricate patterns etched within. This divine pattern jade tablet is truly remarkable. It can trace the whereabouts of others, the burly man marveled. The tablet emitted subtle pulses, indicating a hidden direction. This was a common tracking type divine pattern jade tablet, effective only against practitioners of body refinement, crafted from a spiritual herb known as deep sniff grass. Once the scent of this herb lingers, it is nearly impossible to eradicate, thus allowing for the creation of corresponding divine pattern tablets that can effortlessly track an individual's movements. The creation of such a tablet is quite simple for a divine pattern master, the lean man noted. Yet, even such simplicity requires several second-grade spiritual herbs to procure. Envy shone in their eyes. The profession of divine pattern master was indeed extraordinary. The ability to create even a simple divine pattern jade tablet could yield substantial rewards in spiritual herbs. However, neither had yet encountered a true divine pattern master. Let us move on. Li Feng has ventured elsewhere. Suddenly, the fluctuations on the divine pattern jade tablet shifted slightly, prompting the two to glance toward the distance and hasten forward. At the second area of fruit, Li Feng darted swiftly through the Cloud Mist Mountains. An hour had elapsed, and he had arrived at another patch of dried fruits. Still being followed? After gathering the fruits, he scrutinized the map in his mind, a shadow crossing his features. The dots of light represented individuals within the Cloud Mist Mountains, and two had been trailing him persistently. Whenever he halted, they did as well. When he moved, they followed, maintaining a consistent distance. Initially, it might have been mere coincidence, but after an hour, it could no longer be dismissed as such. I shall uncover who has been shadowing me. With a sudden turn, Li Feng propelled himself towards the rear. Li Feng is approaching our location. In another part, the gaunt middle-aged man Zhao Yin and the robust man Zhao Langyuan sensed Li Feng's presence through the divine pattern jade tablet. Zhao Yin's expression shifted slightly. They had been closely following Li Feng's movements, trailing him wherever he went, and now he was heading directly towards them. They could not simply turn and flee. That would imply Li Feng was pursuing them. Could he have discovered us? Zhao Langyuan pondered. Impossible, unless one reaches the innate realm. It is unlikely he could detect our tracking, Zhao Yin replied firmly. Their current strength lay at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement, with the next step leading to the innate realm, yet they faced an immense chasm that might remain uncrossable throughout their lives. What shall we do now? Zhao Langyuan inquired. After some contemplation, Zhao Yin responded, Do not concern yourself with him. Elder Zhao Wu instructed us to follow Li Feng. As long as we do not lose sight of him, we are fine. We shall remain here and resume our pursuit once he has distanced himself. Agreed, Zhao Langyuan nodded. Showing no signs of dissent, they held no fear of Li Feng. Chapter 50. Battle at the pinnacle of the 9th layer. If that young man truly discovers us, we can simply capture him. Elder Zhao Wu will arrive here in just a few hours. As long as we ensure Li Feng remains alive, there will be no issues. Two figures casually wandered nearby, and soon a young man approached. It was the individual who had previously collided with me, cleverly disguised. Li Feng drew near and quickly recognized one of them, a flurry of thoughts surging through his mind. Who are these two? I have never encountered them before. Could they be sent by Feng Yanjun? No, when I was struck earlier, Feng Yanjun likely hadn't even left the Zhou residence. He could not have commanded others to deal with me in such a brief period. Li Feng mused silently, attempting to piece together the clues. Since they are not from Feng Yanjun, and I have not interacted with any other factions along my journey, it stands to reason that they are not affiliated with Qingwu County. A sudden thought struck him. Could they be from the Zhao family or the Zheng family? With this realization, Li Feng's expression remained tranquil as he approached the two men at a measured pace. Whoosh! Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from him, and a flying dagger shot forth, seemingly infused with his essence. In an instant, it reached the gaunt figure of Zhao Yan before him. Li Feng was unaware of the true identities of the approaching figures, but if they sought him out, they could simply approach him directly. There was no need for subterfuge. Therefore, sensing their ill intentions, he would not extend any courtesy. Seeking death, Zhao Yan's face paled as he witnessed Li Feng's sudden attack. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Zhao Yan, radiating an overwhelming force. His right hand transformed into a dark hue, resembling a chunk of black metal. As he reached out to intercept Li Feng's flying dagger, crack! A sound of breaking bone echoed as a hole appeared in Zhao Yan's dark palm. The bone shattered. The dagger had pierced through his hand. What? Zhao Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Despite the slowing effect of his palm, the dagger continued its swift trajectory, nearing his throat, even penetrating slightly. This is bad. A flicker of horror flashed in Zhao Yan's eyes as he disregarded his injured hand and forced himself to grasp the dagger. He hastily retrieved a healing herb and swallowed it. As if he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, the wound on Zhao Yan's neck began to mend gradually. Huff! Huff! Zhao Yan inhaled deeply, his heart racing violently. Just moments ago, the dagger had nearly pierced his throat. Had his hand not intervened at lightning speed, his throat would have undoubtedly been skewered. Moreover, without the healing herb, he would have been unable to treat his shattered throat, and with time, he would surely have perished. Pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Feeling the formidable aura emanating from Zhao Yan, Li Feng's expression shifted. The first form of the Xian Yang flying dagger was a preternatural martial arts technique, yet he was merely at the late 8th layer of body refinement, unable to fully unleash its power. However, even a typical practitioner at the 9th layer would struggle against it, for the dagger's offensive capability surpassed that of a pinnacle 9th layer practitioner. Yet this middle-aged man stood firmly at the pinnacle of the 9th layer, managing to withstand it with difficulty. Li Feng, your strength is astonishing. Zhao Yan glared at the young man before him, astonished and furious. He was still shaken, having narrowly escaped being killed by Li Feng. Concealing such power, it seems you were the one who eliminated Zhao Tianyu and Zhao Tianqi in the medicinal garden. Zhao Longyuan's face bore a chilling expression. Boom! His aura surged forth as he darted directly toward Li Feng, another practitioner at the pinnacle of the 9th layer. Sensing the aura radiating from Zhao Longyuan, Li Feng's expression changed slightly, his eyes filled with seriousness as he spoke in a low voice. Are you members of the Zhao family? Previously, he had only suspected. Now he was entirely certain. The Zhao family truly was relentless, having tracked him down to this place. A murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. Ha ha, Li Feng, it seems fate has decreed that you meet your end here. Zhao Yan laughed heartily. At merely 16 years of age, possessing such strength, if given time to grow, you would become another Li Yuxian. Alas, heaven has denied you that time to mature. Like Li Feng, his eyes were also filled with murderous intent. Undeterred by his injuries, he lunged toward Li Feng. Wishing for my demise? Do you not fear that both of you may perish here? Li Feng scoffed, observing the advancing figures yet remaining vigilant, his entire body taut with readiness. After all, these were two practitioners at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Whoosh! Another flying dagger materialized in Li Feng's hand, darting forth with blinding speed, reaching Zhao Yan in an instant. Seeing the dagger reappear, Zhao Yan's face paled. He had barely escaped death from it just moments ago. He darted aside frantically, aiming to strike the incoming dagger with his fist. Crack! Though he evaded the dagger, more bones in his hand shattered. The dagger moved with such speed that the force it carried was terrifying. Even with his preparation, Zhao Yan found himself unable to withstand it. His hand was nearly rendered useless. Damn it! This brat's aura clearly indicates he hasn't reached the 9th layer of body refinement. He's at most at the 8th layer. How can his dagger possess such power? Zhao Yan seethed with rage. In that moment, he hesitated to advance. Should he proceed, his hand might be severed by the dagger. Meanwhile, having repelled Zhao Yan, Zhao Langyuan had reached Li Feng's front. Mountain-splitting fist. Li Feng formed his fists, channeling an immense surge of energy as he struck fiercely at Zhao Langyuan. The air filled with a cacophony of sharp sounds, as if his fists could shatter the very atmosphere. This was the 9th form of the mountain-splitting fist. Confronting a practitioner at the pinnacle of the 9th layer, Li Feng dared not conceal his strength and unleashed his full power. Such a ferocious fist technique. Sensing the might of Li Feng's blows, Zhao Langyuan gripped a massive sword, cleaving down at Li Feng with tremendous force. The two forces collided violently. Sizzle. A deafening sound erupted as Li Feng felt an overwhelming force surge into his body. His arm grew numb and weak, and he stumbled backward, unable to withstand the impact. Puffed. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Li Feng, today I shall slay you here. Zhao Longyuan's expression turned icy. He revealed his intent to kill, believing that if Zhao Wu were present, he would undoubtedly execute Li Feng without hesitation. Ha ha, if you wish to kill me, you shall find it impossible. Li Feng laughed boisterously, swallowing the healing herb he had prepared, disregarding the blood on his face. Let us see how my dagger fares. As he retreated, Li Feng launched another flying dagger, its speed unparalleled. Zhao Langyuan, who was about to pursue, was suddenly filled with caution upon seeing the dagger approach, not daring to underestimate it. His strength was comparable to Zhao Yan's, and if Zhao Yan could not withstand it, how could he? Get lost, he roared, bringing his massive hammer crashing down upon the flying dagger. Boom. A profoundly oppressive sound resonated. A tremendous force surged forth, causing Zhao Longyuan's palms to ache painfully. A wound splitting open, and his internal organs roiling violently as blood surged upward. What a terrifying power! Zhao Longyuan's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Li Feng's flying dagger could possess such overwhelming might. After repelling Zhao Langyuan, Li Feng did not linger, swiftly darting into the distance, soon vanishing from sight. On the mountains, Zhao Yan and Zhao Langyuan wore grim expressions as they watched Li Feng's retreating figure. Their faces changed momentarily, but ultimately, they chose not to pursue. Chapter 51. The method of breaking through Li Feng's strength had escalated to such an extraordinary level. If our prowess had not reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer, we would undoubtedly be no match for Li Feng. Zhao Yan spoke solemnly. Zhao Longyuan's expression was equally grim. It is now certain that Li Feng is the perpetrator behind the murders of Zhao Tianyu and others. He has concealed himself too deeply. He picked up the 3 flying daggers from the ground. These daggers felt surprisingly light, yet their unleashed power was terrifying. What shall we do now? Zhao Yan pondered momentarily before inquiring. Earlier, when they witnessed Li Feng fleeing, they wished to pursue him, yet they hesitated, primarily due to the fearsome nature of Li Feng's daggers. If he continued to unleash them, a single lapse in their defense could spell death for them. Such attacks surpassed the peak of the 9th layer of body refinement. Zhao Langyuan fell silent for a moment before shaking his head helplessly. Let us wait for Elder Zhao Wu to arrive. Given our current capabilities, it would be challenging to defeat Li Feng. However, with the presence of the divine pattern jade token, Li Feng cannot escape us. His true realm lies within the 8th layer of body refinement, and his speed is inferior to ours. Elder Zhao Wu will arrive shortly. Even if Li Feng's daggers are formidable, he cannot contend with a master of the innate realm. It must be this way. Zhao Yan nodded resignedly. Whoosh. In a certain part of the cloud mist mountains, Li Feng's figure darted about. They haven't pursued me? Yet, they are still trailing behind. Through the sparkles in his mind, Li Feng discerned Zhao Yan and Zhao Longyuan's intentions. As he advanced, they followed. When he paused, they too halted, maintaining a consistent distance. A shadow of worry clouded Li Feng's countenance. How did the Zhao family discover my presence? Upon his arrival in Qingwu County, he had altered his appearance slightly, making it difficult to be recognized. He had only revealed his true visage in the Zhou residence, where he was spotted by the Zhao family members. 2 practitioners from the Zhao family at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement were tailing him, yet they had not made a move. There must be stronger individuals lurking behind. Li Feng mused silently. Could it be a master of the innate realm? The thought filled Li Feng's eyes with dread. Even if he had reached his current level, he would possess no means of resistance against a master of the innate realm. The Zhao family's innate expert, for reasons unknown, had yet to strike, but could do so at any moment. In truth, Li Feng possessed the divine pattern jade token, which allowed him to teleport across vast distances. However, he refrained from using it. This was a life-saving treasure meant for critical moments, as long as he did not encounter a practitioner at the Danyuan realm. Activating the token would ensure his escape. Yet, he had only 3 chances, and thus could not afford to waste one prematurely. After a moment of contemplation, a thought suddenly sparked in Li Feng's mind. Perhaps I could devise a solution. He cast his gaze around and noticed an entrance to a cave within a nearby mountain. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. With a wave of his right hand, an array of medicinal liquids materialized before him. It had been over 2 months since he obtained the Divine Pattern Master's inheritance orb, and he had been diligently studying it. Prior to entering the medicinal garden, he had already mastered the foundational 108 divine patterns. During his journey to Qingwu County, he had consistently experimented with inscribing divine patterns, making rapid progress and nearing the ability to create an authentic divine pattern. Tracking divine patterns relied on the commonalities of scents from herbs. To break the tracking, one merely needed to eliminate that scent. Li Feng thought to himself. The divine pattern tokens involve the mysteries of the universe and possess various wondrous functions. However, some functions can counteract one another. Thus, I need to create a smoke-free divine pattern jade token. This is one of the most basic divine patterns, which Li Feng had previously attempted. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the medicinal liquids, swiftly extracting what he needed. The first-grade spirit herb, smoke-free flower. Finally, he produced a white flower adorned with faint yellow stripes. The smoke-free flower takes 6 years to mature and contains limited spiritual energy, yet possesses an exceedingly rare function, the ability to eradicate odors. Let the inscription begin. Li Feng took a deep breath, dipped his fingers in the medicinal liquid before him, and began swiftly sketching in the air. His fingers moved like a pen gliding across a page. To any onlooker, it would appear as though he was carelessly splattering liquid. However, for Li Feng, a divine pattern master, he swiftly inscribed 2 foundational divine patterns, and the basic medicinal liquids, including the smoke-free flower, fused together in a remarkable manner. Sizzle. After a minute had passed, the 2 divine patterns fluctuated momentarily before shattering, causing the medicinal liquid that Li Feng had inscribed to ripple, its spiritual energy vanishing in an instant, falling like droplets of water. A failure? Li Feng examined the result and shook his head in resignation. He looked at the half of the medicinal liquid that had completely lost its spiritual energy. Once a divine pattern master fails in their inscription, the spiritual liquid is rendered entirely useless. This meant that the previously gathered first-grade spirit herb, the smoke-free flower, along with several other lower-grade herbs, had also turned to waste. Thus, the resources required for a divine pattern master to grow are indeed staggering. The higher the level, the more terrifyingly expensive the required herbs become. Of course, Li Feng had not yet reached that level, so he did not need to dwell on it too much. The point of fusion between the 2 foundational divine patterns had encountered a slight error. Li Feng contemplated his missteps. The smoke-free divine pattern requires the use of 2 foundational divine patterns, specifically, a portion from each. The 108 foundational divine patterns can fuse to produce countless divine patterns with wondrous effects. Continuing, reflecting on his previous mistakes, Li Feng pressed on with his attempts. However, a minute later, he faced another failure. After 2 attempts, the first-grade spirit herb, the 6-year matured smoke-free flower, was completely wasted. Chapter 52. The first divine pattern time swiftly passed, and during this period, Li Feng continued to carve, with clusters of smoke-free herbs disappearing like ripples in water. In a mere moment, he had squandered over a dozen herbs. Ordinarily, he would have been reluctant to waste them. 3 months ago, a first-grade spiritual herb had been invaluable to him. However, this was not a time for hesitation. Evading the 2 members of the Zhao family was paramount. Despite the continuous failures, my experience was steadily accumulating. At this pace, I would undoubtedly succeed in inscribing the smoke-free divine pattern. After yet another failure, Li Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and took a brief respite. The process of inscribing divine patterns placed a considerable strain on his psyche, leaving his soul utterly fatigued. Time slipped away, and over an hour had elapsed. Gazing at the potion before him, Li Feng deftly maneuvered his fingers, coating them in the liquid as he inscribed in midair. Under the control of his spirit, the potion suspended itself in a mesmerizing manner. Gradually, a pattern entirely formed from the potion emerged. This design appeared peculiar, seemingly simple yet imbued with profound mysteries. The final step. Li Feng felt as though his very breath had ceased, using his finger as a quill to continue delineating the pattern. At long last, he completed the final stroke. Buzz. A strange pattern pulsed in the air, solidifying entirely. Success. As he beheld this emblem, an immense joy illuminated Li Feng's eyes. The peculiar design quivered slightly. While others might only perceive its form, to Li Feng, it seemed to resonate with the very essence of the universe. Let us observe the effect. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the pattern. It vibrated momentarily and, under his guidance, swiftly moved before him, merging with his being. Buzz. Upon integration, an extraordinary radiance emanated from within Li Feng, enveloping him entirely. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from him, seemingly cleansing everything in its wake, yet in merely a second, it vanished. Go. As the light dissipated, Li Feng hesitated not a moment, propelling himself swiftly in a specific direction. The full force of his 8th-tier body refinement erupted, and like an arrow released from its bow, he vanished from sight within seconds. When would Lord Zhao Wu arrive? At another location. Zhao Yan turned to Zhao Langyuan, inquiring once more. You have asked several times already. Zhao Langyuan shook his head, responding with a hint of resignation. However, we have left corresponding signals along the way. If Lord Zhao Wu emerges, he will surely arrive promptly. The sensing range of the divine pattern jade tablet is indeed limited. It cannot extend across vast distances. The more I ponder, the more I perceive Li Feng as a significant threat. He must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he poses a tremendous danger to our Zhao family, Zhao Yan declared, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Rest assured, with us trailing him, Li Feng cannot escape. This is Qingwu County, not the territory of the Li family. He cannot flee to them. Once Lord Zhao Wu arrives, everything will settle, even with immense potential. If he dies, he is no different from an ordinary person, Zhao Langyuan replied, confidence radiating from his gaze. What does it matter if his talent is formidable? He is soon to fall into our hands. Just then, Zhao Longyuan's expression shifted. He rose abruptly, his gaze fixed on the distance. What's wrong? Zhao Yan also changed countenance, hastily inquiring. Swish. Zhao Langyuan clenched his right hand, and a jade tablet materialized, yet it emitted no discernible vibrations. The divine pattern jade tablet has lost its connection to Li Feng. Zhao Langyuan spoke gravely. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from him as he swiftly darted toward a certain location. Gone? How is that possible? Zhao Yan's expression also darkened upon hearing this. But there was no time for hesitation. He too surged forward, following closely behind Zhao Langyuan. Before long, they arrived at a place, yet no figure was in sight. This was the location previously sensed by the divine pattern tablet, but now Li Feng had vanished, and the jade tablet exhibited no reaction. How is this possible? How could Li Feng suddenly become undetectable to the jade tablet? Zhao Yan's face grew grim. I do not know. Zhao Langyuan furrowed his brow, equally bewildered. He cast a dark gaze around, feeling like a headless fly. What shall we do now? After searching for a while, they ultimately had to concede defeat, Zhao Yan inquired. Zhao Longyuan's countenance remained somber. After a moment, he said, let us search the surrounding area and see if we can find Li Feng. Having lost track of him, they were at a loss. They did not pursue. At another part of the Yunwu Mountains, a faint smile graced Li Feng's lips. He observed the map in his mind, noting that the light points representing Zhao Langyuan and Zhao Yan swiftly moved toward his previous location before halting, then veering off in another direction that diverged from his current path. Indeed, the divine pattern jade tablet. Li Feng felt a slight sense of relief. The Zhao family members had now lost his trail, rendering them powerless. Hiss! Just then, a chilling roar pierced the air. The Yunwu Mountains were riddled with fissures, not only upon the peaks but also upon the ground. This roar emanated from one such crack. Whoosh! Following the roar, a serpent measuring 2 meters in length shot forth from the fissure. This serpent was entirely azure, adorned with several scales, appearing exceedingly bizarre. Its aura was overwhelmingly ferocious, and upon spotting Li Feng, it lunged forward without hesitation, seeking death. Witnessing this, Li Feng's expression darkened. Clad in menacing black gloves, he hurled his right fist toward the azure serpent with tremendous force. Chapter 53. The incomplete beast essence with a swift motion. The mountain-splitting fist unleashed a formidable surge of inner strength, striking the serpentine beast with a resounding impact. Instantly, the azure serpent emitted a pained shriek and lay still. A creature at the 7th level of body refinement? Observing the serpent, a flicker of doubt crossed Li Feng's mind. The cloud mist mountains were indeed home to ferocious beasts. Yet their prowess was notably feeble, with the most formidable among them barely reaching the 4th level of body refinement. Had there truly been beasts of such caliber in this range, few would dare to venture here. What? The serpent bears scales? Li Feng mused in astonishment. A scaled serpent signifies a true dragon. Such a feature was inconceivable among ordinary beasts of body refinement. It was said that only through continuous strengthening could these serpentine beasts evolve into true dragons. With evident skepticism in his gaze, Li Feng pressed forward. Roar. Not long after, several furious roars echoed ahead. As he heard the sounds, the mysterious light within his heart began to pulsate. A treasure? Sensing the vibrations, a gleam of joy illuminated Li Feng's eyes. Without hesitation, he swiftly made his way toward the source of the beastly roars and soon arrived at a scene of chaotic combat. Before him, 2 ferocious beasts clashed violently. One resembled a rhinoceros, its body seemingly encased in armor, while the other was slender and equipped with razor-sharp claws. Both beasts engaged in a frenzied battle, their bodies marred with wounds, blood streaming profusely. Upon arrival, Li Feng's gaze flitted over the 2 beasts before suddenly focusing on a peculiar disturbance nearby. There lay a remarkable round pill, emanating a strange purple hue, adorned with intricate, arcane patterns. Though it lacked any discernible aura, Li Feng recognized the familiar energy it radiated. It was the essence of the beast essence. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Could this be the beast essence? Such an essence could only be formed by beasts at least at the late stages of body refinement. His father had once told him that the essence, which could assist in breakthroughs, was derived from the beast essence. It was known that the complete beast essence could facilitate a seamless transition from the 9th level of body refinement to the innate realm, boasting a success rate of 100%. What a precious treasure this was, one coveted by any force. To his astonishment, there lay one before him. Roar. Upon noticing Li Feng's presence, the 2 ferocious beasts abandoned their conflict and charged towards him, the intruder. Remaining unfazed, Li Feng executed the mountain-splitting fist, delivering blows akin to colossal hammers. Crack. The rhinoceros-like beast and the elongated creature were met with Li Feng's fists, resulting in a resounding snap as their insides crumbled under the force, sending them crashing to the ground, lifeless. The mountain-splitting fist unleashed a power capable of penetrating flesh, obliterating their vital organs in a single strike. After dispatching the 2 beasts, Li Feng swiftly approached the purple pill. Is it incomplete? Upon closer inspection, Li Feng furrowed his brow. The entire pill appeared nearly desiccated, emitting only a faint pulse of energy. This was undoubtedly the beast essence, but it seemed to have significantly deteriorated over an unknown period, nearing its transformation into a useless pill. Disappointment flickered in Li Feng's eyes as he recalled his father's words. A complete beast essence could guarantee a breakthrough from the 9th level of body refinement to the innate realm. Yet, judging by the appearance of this essence, its effectiveness was likely diminished to a mere fraction, perhaps even less than that of the purple star crystal. Pondering this, Li Feng grasped the essence. Boom. As he held the pill, the mysterious light within his heart surged violently, seemingly eager to absorb the essence's energy. The sensation bore a resemblance to previous experiences. Sensing this energy, Li Feng loosened his control over the mysterious light. Instantly, an extraordinary energy erupted from within the pill, flooding into his body. As this unique energy radiated, a plethora of spiritual power emanated from the mysterious light, coursing through Li Feng's veins. With each influx, his aura gradually intensified. This energy is, from the token? Li Feng's eyes widened in shock. Previously, he had absorbed the peculiar energy from a token acquired in the herb garden, resulting in a rapid enhancement of his strength, from the early stages of the 7th level of body refinement to the late stages of the 8th level. And now, he was on the brink of another surge. Could the energy contained within the token be akin to that of the beast essence? A wave of excitement washed over him as he finally discerned the source of the energy from the token, though he remained curious about how it had entered. Boom, boom. As the energy from the essence surged forth, the pure spiritual power within the mysterious light was continuously released, absorbed by Li Feng, amplifying his strength. He could distinctly feel his power escalating. Absorb. Li Feng's eyes glimmered with fervor as he eagerly consumed the extraordinary energy from the beast essence. Before long, the mysterious light began to dim, signaling a depletion of spiritual power. Without hesitation, he clenched his left hand, summoning various second-tier spiritual herbs, which were swiftly absorbed by the mysterious light. In the blink of an eye, a minute had elapsed, and Li Feng's ascension finally reached its zenith. Had he fully absorbed the unique energy from the beast essence? Examining the pill in his hand, he noted the absence of any further pulsations. It had been reduced to a mere shell. The energy contained within this essence was considerably less than that of the token. Li Feng shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. He estimated that the energy was merely a fraction, perhaps 1/7, of that found in the token. Clenching his fist, Li Feng gauged his newfound strength. Boom! Waves of inner strength surged forth, palpable to Li Feng. This force had increased by at least 10%. At the pinnacle of the 8th level of body refinement. As Li Feng reveled in his enhanced prowess, a spark of excitement ignited in his gaze. Chapter 54. The feast begins. A flicker of excitement danced in Li Feng's eyes. In the span of merely a minute, his power surged from the late stage of the 8th layer of body refinement to the pinnacle of the same level. Though the energy contained within the fragmented beast essence purple pill was limited, it still granted him a significant boost in strength. So, my enhancement in power is attributed to the beast essence purple pill. If I were to acquire another, could I not continue to ascend? The anticipation in Li Feng's gaze intensified. The beast essence purple pill is indeed of immense aid to cultivation. Even those at the innate stage can swiftly progress with its assistance. What a rare resource this is. If it benefits those at the innate stage, it is even more invaluable for practitioners of body refinement. Naturally, aside from the exceedingly formidable factions, no force would be extravagant enough to utilize beast essence purple pills for training. It is crucial to note that acquiring a single beast essence purple pill necessitates the slaying of a beast at least at the late stage of the Danyuan realm. Within the entire Wild Forest County, there are only 5 Danyuan warriors, and even Li Yuxian, at the pinnacle of the Danyuan realm, would not dare claim he could confidently vanquish such a beast. Yet, Li Feng had just encountered one. Indeed, the azure serpent he had faced earlier exhibited a sudden surge in power, even sprouting scales characteristic of high-level beasts. Could it be that it had consumed a beast essence purple pill? A thought crossed Li Feng's mind, recalling his previous encounter with the azure serpent. Humans can absorb and refine the power of the beast essence purple pill, and naturally, these beasts can as well, likely with even greater thoroughness. If 2 have suddenly appeared, could it be that there are more of these pills hidden within this space? The very notion sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Li Feng. Should he obtain another beast essence purple pill, his strength would undoubtedly breach into the 9th layer of body refinement. He was but a hair's breadth away from this minor breakthrough. If I can detect this, surely others can as well. The azure serpent must have discovered one and consumed it. Suddenly, a sense of urgency gripped Li Feng. He was not alone in the cloud mist mountains. Others would surely notice as well. Huff! Wasting time on thoughts is futile. I must commence my search. I possess that mysterious light point, which will undoubtedly allow me to sense the proximity of any beast essence purple pills. I am at a distinct advantage. Li Feng took a deep breath. The last beast essence purple pill had been several thousand meters away, yet he had sensed it directly through the mysterious light point. Others, even if they drew within 10 meters, might not detect it. He held a significant edge. Whoosh! Li Feng's figure darted forward with remarkable speed. In another part of the cloud mist mountains, several individuals pressed onward. Clad in resplendent attire, their demeanor exuded nobility, unmistakably the signs of affluent families. As they gazed upon the breathtaking scenery before them, smiles adorned their faces. Indeed, the cloud mist mountains are extraordinary, even after several visits. One can never tire of its beauty, a girl remarked with a laugh. Absolutely. The cloud mist mountains are the most picturesque locale in Qingwu County. One can gaze upon it endlessly, a young man concurred, nodding with a smile. They were engaged in light-hearted conversation about the scenery, savoring the moment. Upon reaching a certain spot, their eyes suddenly fixated on a patch of grass ahead, where a purple orb appeared, emanating a peculiar aura. Is that a beast essence purple pill? Upon seeing the purple orb, the group momentarily froze, their expressions swiftly transforming into sheer astonishment. An older youth sprang forward, swiftly seizing the purple orb into his grasp. It truly is a beast essence purple pill. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement, though he soon shook his head, stating, however, most of its energy has dissipated, only about 1/10 remains. He made a quick assessment. Even so, his eyes brimmed with exhilaration. Incredible! A beast essence purple pill has actually appeared here. The girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Even an innate level expert can rapidly advance using a beast essence purple pill, significantly alleviating the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks. For body refinement practitioners, this pill is an invaluable treasure, requiring only a fraction of its energy to effortlessly surpass limitations, allowing for a swifter absorption of spiritual energy, thus accelerating the training process. The sooner one breaks through, the sooner one can reach the innate stage, paving a smoother path in their cultivation journey. In truth, even when others utilize the beast essence purple pill, it merely enhances the body's capacity for spiritual energy. Yet, someone like Li Feng, who devours it like a black hole, experiences no strain whatsoever. This is truly exceptional. Regardless of how precious the beast essence purple pill is, it will still face rejection by the body, and it is precisely this rejection that diminishes its auxiliary effects. However, under the influence of that mysterious light point, Li Feng, being of the body refinement level, faces no rejection whatsoever due to his low realm. As long as there is energy available, he can absorb it entirely. Within the cloud mist mountains, only ferocious beasts of the body refinement level exist, yet a Dan Yuan level beast essence purple pill has now emerged. Another youth could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Could it be that some hidden opportunity has been triggered here? Much like those medicinal gardens that are rare. Some extraordinary spaces harbor treasures within, and at times, hidden treasures in certain locations can suddenly manifest." Uncertain, the leading youth shook his head, though a hint of seriousness lingered on his face as he declared, "The beast essence purple pill is of great importance. We must swiftly inform our family. If utilized wisely, this treasure could very well lead to the emergence of another innate level expert within our clan. For families with only 1 or 2 Dan Yuan warriors, an innate level expert would undoubtedly serve as a pillar of strength." In yet another location, 2 individuals armed with bows and arrows sought to hunt ferocious beasts. Many roamed the cloud mist mountains, akin to nomads, solely to hunt these fierce creatures. These beasts were once elusive, yet for some reason, they have become agitated. Their roars resounding, making them easily locatable. One individual chuckled. "It seems our rewards this time far surpass previous outings," the other responded with a grin. Both had already secured several prey within their spatial rings. Buzz. At that moment, both suddenly turned their gaze forward, where a purple orb materialized. "Is that a beast essence purple pill?" Upon spotting the orb, the two were momentarily stunned, seemingly in disbelief of their sight. Boom, boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from both of them, their attacks swiftly directed at one another. "It's mine." The clash between the two ignited in an instant. Not only in these locations, but fortunate souls elsewhere also discovered the beast essence purple pill. Throughout the cloud mist mountains, a tempest of excitement surged forth in a matter of moments. Chapter 55, The Ninth Layer. In a certain region of the cloud mist mountains, a figure moved swiftly. Could it be that there was only one beast essence purple pill? Li Feng surveyed his surroundings. It had been over 10 minutes since he refined the first incomplete beast essence purple pill, and he had yet to find a second one. There must be more of these purple pills. I simply do not know their locations. How wonderful it would be if I did, Li Feng mused. Buzz. At that moment, the map in his mind flickered slightly. Suddenly, numerous purple dots materialized on the map, over 100 in total, scattered across various locations. As the 100 dots pulsed, 9 of them vanished without a trace. Checking the map, Li Feng was taken aback. The location of the beast essence purple pill he had previously acquired corresponded exactly with one of the purple dots, as did the position of the azure serpent he had encountered earlier. Now, both of these purple dots pulsed once before disappearing completely. Gazing at the purple dots, Li Feng's mind erupted with a startling hypothesis. Could these purple dots represent the beast essence purple pills? His eyes brimmed with astonishment, yet more so with excitement. Indeed, the purple star crystals in the medicinal garden are formed from the beast essence purple pills. This peculiar token is also associated with the purple star crystals, containing the energy of the beast essence purple pills. It was through the map displayed on this token that he arrived at the cloud mist mountains, where the beast essence purple pills were present. A glimmer of exhilaration appeared in Li Feng's eyes. Could the fortune indicated by this token be these purple pills? His heart raced as he considered that his conjecture might indeed be correct. This mysterious token had triggered a significant fluctuation in the enigmatic dots, undoubtedly signifying great fortune. Without hesitation, Li Feng swiftly darted toward the nearest purple dot. After 7 minutes, he finally approached the site. Buzz. The mysterious dot on his person began to pulsate, and a force of attraction emanated from the distant area. Indeed, Li Feng's excitement surged as he pressed on, soon arriving at a mountain crevice. Through the jagged opening, he spotted a tranquil purple orb lying quietly, emitting a gentle wave of energy. Haha. The second beast essence purple pill. Li Feng quickly moved forward to collect it, his eyes alight with fervor. The peculiar token he had obtained in the medicinal garden had revealed the location of the Cloud Mist Mountains. And now it had unveiled the location of the beast essence purple pill within the mountains. What on earth is this token? How can it display the locations of the beast essence purple pills based on my thoughts? Li Feng pondered, unable to suppress his curiosity. Gazing at the orb in his hand, he swiftly buried his thoughts deep within. Since I have obtained it, I shall break through directly. Regardless, knowing the location of the beast essence purple pills can only benefit him immensely. Previously, he had reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of body refining through one beast essence purple pill, and now he was merely a step away from the 9th layer. No longer dwelling on it, Li Feng released the suppression over the mysterious dot. Boom. Instantly, an incredibly unique energy surged from the purple pill in his hand, drawn into Li Feng's body by the mysterious dot. As the energy was absorbed, an abundance of spiritual power radiated from the dot, flowing into every part of Li Feng's body. Every inch of his bones, flesh, and meridians was infused with a trickle of inner strength, replenishing what he already possessed. This trickle of inner strength increased at a slow pace, and although each contribution was minimal, it was generated throughout every part of Li Feng's body. Like a stream converging into a river, the accumulation of these small increments led to a significant increase in his inner strength within a short period. However, the rate of increase soon slowed, as the pure spiritual power released from the mysterious at his heart diminished considerably. For Li Feng was obstructed by a bottleneck. Yet, merely seconds later, the fluctuations of Li Feng's aura suddenly transformed, unleashing a force far greater than before. The 9th layer of body refining. Upon breaking through to this realm, a surge of pure spiritual power was once again released from the mysterious, integrating into his body. The rich spiritual energy enveloped him, solidifying his strength at the 9th layer of body refining. After approximately 30 seconds, the mysterious dot finally ceased its activity. At this point, the energy of the beast essence purple pill in Li Feng's hand had been entirely absorbed. He found himself at the early stage of the 9th layer, still a distance from the mid-stage. Li Feng assessed the energy contained within this beast essence purple pill. It was no less potent than the previous one, primarily utilized for overcoming the bottleneck and stabilizing his strength. Though he had not yet reached the mid-stage, Li Feng was exceedingly pleased. At last, he had achieved it. Having consecutively refined 2 incomplete beast essence purple pills, he had joyfully broken through to the 9th layer of body refining. Mountain-splitting fist. Li Feng executed the fist technique, channeling all his strength as tendrils of inner strength surged forth, which he readily sensed. The terrifying fist technique wielded a power at least double that of before. Mystic Yang Flying Blade. He infused his inner force into the flying blade, which trembled slightly in his hand, seemingly exhilarated by the significant increase in inner strength. The blade quivered, exuding sharpness that seemed capable of piercing the very void. With his enhanced strength, the Mystic Yang Flying Blade exhibited even more formidable power. Li Feng was elated. This innate martial art grows ever more potent with the wielder's strength. After testing his newfound abilities and allowing his body to acclimate, Li Feng paused. He checked the positions of the purple dots in his mind. 3 more had vanished. A glimmer of urgency flashed in his eyes. While he could locate these beast essence purple pills using the map, others could easily stumble upon them by sheer luck. Many had come to the Cloud Mist Mountains, presenting a significant opportunity for discovery. Time is of the essence. Li Feng swiftly examined the map for his next destination. Just 2 seconds later, his gaze suddenly locked onto a pair of moving dots, which were very close to a beast essence purple pill. Judging by their trajectory, they were bound to encounter it. The Zhao family. Observing these 2 dots, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Li Feng's eyes. These 2 dots represented Zhao Yin and Zhao Langyuan. Chapter 56. Instant kill. Previously, I was at the late stage of the 8th level of body refinement. Even with the use of the Xianyang flying knife, I could only severely injure the two members of the Zhao family, but not kill them. However, I have now broken through. Whoosh! Li Feng's figure surged forth, darting towards Zhao Yan and his companion. Now at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, my strength has dramatically increased, and the power of the Xianyang flying knife has augmented even further. It is time to eliminate those two completely. They have been trailing me, and there may even be innate level experts from the Zhao family behind them. With my newfound power, I naturally wish to deal with them. Moreover, eliminating them would also allow me to acquire a complete beast purple pill. So much time has passed, yet Lord Zhao Lin has yet to arrive. In a vast mountain range, Zhao Yin surveyed the surroundings and could not help but express his concern. The longer it takes, the more difficult it becomes for Li Feng to be found. Worry was evident on his face. Having lost track of Li Feng, they feared severe repercussions. Lord will come once he is finished, Zhao Langyuan remarked casually. Their aimless wandering in this space was a desperate hope of stumbling upon Li Feng's whereabouts. What is that? Just then, Zhao Langyuan suddenly gazed into the distance, shock flickering across his face. A beast purple pill? He looked ahead, scarcely believing his eyes. It truly was a beast purple pill. Zhao Yan also watched, excitement gleaming in his eyes, as they stood at the peak of the 9th level of body refinement. Their greatest aspiration was to break through to the innate level. A complete beast purple pill would undoubtedly assist them in this endeavor, making it a coveted treasure. But it is incomplete. Zhao Langyuan rushed forward to pick it up, examining it, yet his eyes remained filled with delight. Even if it were imperfect, there was still a chance it could aid their breakthrough. Zhao Langyuan, who among us shall refine it? Zhao Yan suddenly inquired, his eyes shining with immense longing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Langyuan's expression shifted slightly, a rare glint of wariness appearing in his gaze. Both stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement. Yet there was only one beast purple pill before them. Had they not been from the same family, they would likely have resorted to immediate conflict. After a brief silence, Zhao Langyuan proposed, "Let us divide this beast purple pill. Each shall take half." Zhao Yan paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Very well. With only one beast purple pill at hand, neither would consent to let the other refine it first. This was the allure of the innate level. Achieving it would not only extend their lifespan but double it. What an irresistible temptation. It's merely an imperfect beast purple pill, and you wish to divide it? Wouldn't that diminish its efficacy? At that moment, a sudden laughter echoed. Whoosh! In the distance, a figure burst forth, arriving not far from them. Li Feng. Upon seeing the approaching youth, Zhao Yin and Zhao Langyuan's expressions shifted slightly, followed by an enraged shout. They had previously suffered grievous losses at the hands of this remarkably young descendant of the Li family. Perhaps I should offer you a piece of advice. Why not give me that incomplete beast purple pill? Li Feng suggested with a warm smile, his expression sincere. Li Feng, how dare you return here? Zhao Langyuan glared at him, fury evident in his voice. Though enraged, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Having lost track of Li Feng, he did not expect him to appear before them now. He stashed the beast purple pill away, his figure surging as he swiftly charged towards Li Feng. Now that you're here, you shan't leave. Simultaneously, Zhao Yan's figure surged forward, rapidly advancing towards Li Feng. Previously, he had been careless against Li Feng, resulting in the incapacitation of both his hands and a significant reduction in combat capability. Now, they remained cautious, fully prepared to confront Li Feng together. If you refuse to heed my advice, then I shall have no choice but to strike. Li Feng smiled slightly, gripping his hand to produce a flying knife that manifested instantly. The knife shot forth, advancing towards Zhao Yan. Be careful of Li Feng's flying knife. Do not let it incapacitate your hands. Zhao Langyuan warned urgently. Fear not. While his flying knife attacks are indeed peculiar, I have grown accustomed to them. He cannot wound me again, Zhao Yan replied, nodding. At that moment, he donned metallic gauntlets on both hands, reaching out to seize Li Feng's flying knife. Bang! At last, the flying knife made contact with his palm. Li Feng, the same trick. Do you think it can still harm me? Zhao Yan sneered, a savage expression on his face, unleashing his internal energy to withstand Li Feng's flying knife. The speed of the flying knife was astonishing, and knowing he could hardly evade it, he had no choice but to meet it head-on. However, in an instant, Zhao Yan's expression shifted. He felt an unimaginable force emanating from the small knife, as if a mountain had collided with his palm. This force was more than double what it had been last time. Crack! His right hand shattered upon impact. even the bones in his arm fracturing. The knife, infused with terrifying power, broke free from his grasp and, as his pupils constricted, pierced through his throat entirely. No. Fear filled Zhao Yan's eyes, but it was too late. He clutched his throat desperately, looking at Li Feng with terror and confusion. How had Li Feng's strength risen so drastically in such a short time? How could he have killed him? Thud. His lifeless body fell to the ground. Next, after dispatching Zhao Yan, Li Feng turned his gaze to Zhao Langyuan, a smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes were imbued with an icy coldness. With this breakthrough in strength, the prowess of the Xianyang flying knife surpassed my expectations, allowing me to instantaneously eliminate a practitioner at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement. Now, Li Feng could undoubtedly be deemed the strongest beneath the innate level. 9th level of body refinement. Witnessing Zhao Yan's effortless demise, Zhao Longyuan's eyes widened in sheer horror as he regarded Li Feng. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from him, his complexion changed drastically. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Langyuan turned and fled desperately into the distance. At that moment, he cared for nothing but preserving his own life. Whoosh. Yet, Zhao Yan's strength had been comparable to his own, and he had been unable to withstand Li Feng's attack. How could he hope to endure? The flying knife shot forth, transforming into a radiant streak, carrying a thunderous momentum that crashed into his armor. Puff! It was as if a colossal hammer had struck, instantly shattering Zhao Longyuan's internal organs. He spewed forth a mouthful of blood, letting out a wretched scream as his body crashed to the ground. Li Feng's figure surged, arriving at Zhao Longyuan's side in an instant, his right hand grasping tightly around his throat. Chapter 57. The spread of news in a fleeting moment. Zhao Yan was slain. And Zhao Longyuan's life hung by a thread at Li Feng's whim. Feeling the grip on his throat and gazing into the icy visage of Li Feng, Zhao Longyuan's face was etched with sheer terror. Did he wish to survive? Yet, in that instant, Li Feng refrained from ending Zhao Langyuan's life and softly spoke. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, a glimmer of hope flickered in the fearful eyes of Zhao Langyuan. His countenance shifted slightly, but as he faced the cold expression of Li Feng, he ultimately nodded with great difficulty and uttered, "You speak." Even the most insignificant of creatures strive for survival. For Zhao Langyuan, his existence outweighed all else. "Who sent you to follow me?" Li Feng inquired. Zhao Langyuan hesitated briefly before replying. It was Elder Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu, the brother of Zhao Lin, possessing initial stage innate strength? A frown creased Li Feng's brow as fragments of information about Zhao Wu surfaced in his mind. The Zhao and Zheng families were embroiled in constant conflict, and even the younger generation was aware of the innate and Dan Yuan realm experts from both families. Indeed, Zhao Langyuan affirmed with a nod. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng pressed further. What brings Zhao Wu to Qingwu County? A thought struck him. The Zhao family lacked the confidence to confront the frenzied Li Yuxian. So why was Zhao Wu not present here? Li Feng queried. Ah, I see. Li Feng's understanding deepened. His expression darkened. Zhao Wu might very well be en route to this location. Which families has your Zhao family allied with to contend against the Li family? Having grasped Zhao Wu's intentions, Li Feng questioned once more. I do not know. I am only aware of the Qin family. As for the others, it is likely that other elders of the Zhao family are in contact, Zhao Langyuan replied. Crack. But what awaited him was the sound of shattering. Zhao Langyuan's eyes were filled with unwillingness, rage, and regret as his body fell to the ground, his throat crushed entirely by Li Feng. I do not believe you. Li Feng remarked coldly, gazing at the lifeless form. The Zhao family had plotted the downfall of the Li family. How could he possibly spare Zhao Langyuan? Let us depart. Zhao Wu may arrive at any moment. I cannot linger here. After dispatching Zhao Yan and Zhao Langyuan, Li Feng stowed away his 2 flying knives and retrieved the spatial rings of the 2 Zhao members. The flying knives remain? Upon inspecting the spatial ring, a flicker of joy illuminated Li Feng's eyes. It was worth noting that he possessed only 10 flying knives, which boasted substantial offensive power due to their material. He was reluctant to part with them. Gazing at the 2 corpses on the ground, Li Feng produced an herb and dripped a couple of drops of medicinal liquid upon them, swiftly causing the bodies to vanish. Having completed this task, Li Feng exhaled in relief and swiftly darted towards a concealed location within the mountains. After advancing for several minutes, he finally halted. He located a discreet spot within the mountains and quickly entered. Continue refining. Clenching his right hand, Li Feng conjured a purple round Dan. With a thought, The energy within the beastly purple Dan was rapidly absorbed by Li Feng. As he absorbed it, the limitations on his physical form vanished, and mysterious points of light radiated pure spiritual power, assimilating into every part of his body. After a minute, Li Feng ceased his efforts. Mid-stage of the 9th layer of the refining body realm. A smile graced Li Feng's face as he sensed the change in his strength. Having refined 3 incomplete beastly purple dawn, his power surged from the late stage of the 8th layer directly to the mid-stage of the 9th layer. Onward, he thought. Even if others could find beastly purple dawn, their advantage could not rival his own. He was confident he could secure several more. With such fortune, his strength could reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the refining body realm. Li Feng's heart brimmed with anticipation. Even though Zhao Wu might approach this area, the allure of the beastly purple Dan was too great for him to relinquish. Furthermore, having dealt with Zhao Yin and Zhao Langyuan, the likelihood of Zhao Wu locating him was minimal. Go. With a swift movement, Li Feng propelled himself forward. At the Zhou family in Qingwu County, Zhou Haitao sat in the grand hall, immersed in contemplation. Patriarch. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Enter. Zhou Haitao replied in a low voice. A middle-aged man hurriedly approached and stood before Zhou Haitao. What is the cause of your agitation? Zhou Haitao inquired sternly. Patriarch. Someone from our Zhou family has discovered a beastly purple Dan in the Yunwu mountain range. Zhou Haitao, initially sipping tea, froze upon hearing this, rising abruptly as he uttered, You say a beastly purple Dan? His face bore unmistakable astonishment. Each beastly purple Dan represented a beast of at least the late-stage Dan Yuan realm. The strongest among the Zhou family was merely at the late stage of the Dan Yuan realm. Indeed, Patriarch, the middle-aged man quickly affirmed. However, the beastly purple Dan is incomplete, having lost a significant portion of its energy. Lost energy? Zhou Haitao blinked, the excitement in his eyes dimming slightly. Additionally, according to our Zhou family's assessment, there is more than one beastly purple Dan within the Yunwu mountain range. The middle-aged man continued. Father, are you discussing the beastly purple Dan? At that moment, Zhou Yao approached, her eyes sparkling with delight. Currently, her strength stood at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the refining body realm, with the next step being a breakthrough to the innate realm. However, ascending to the innate realm was no simple feat. With the aid of a beastly purple Dan, her chances of success would greatly increase. Zhou Haitao pondered for a moment and said, Yao Yao, I will promptly send your third uncle to take you to the Yunwu mountain range to see if you can find an incomplete beastly purple Dan. Zhou Yao's third uncle, Zhou Haiyang, possessed initial stage innate strength. Should a complete beastly purple Dan be found, the Zhou family would undoubtedly dispatch many individuals. However, for an incomplete one, their interest would be less pronounced. After all, an incomplete beastly purple Dan only had a slim chance of aiding a breakthrough to the innate realm. Understood, father. Zhou Yao nodded, her face aglow with anticipation. Chapter 58. The Gathering. Our Feng family has discovered the mystical beast, the purple Dan, on the misty plains. Not long after departing from the Zhou residence, Feng Yi and her companions received the news. Elder sister, the mystical beast purple Dan. Let us hasten there. Feng Yanjun exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. This treasure promises immense benefits for those in the body refinement stage, stirring his desires greatly. Yes, we must venture to the misty mountains. Feng Yi nodded, turning to the middle-aged man behind her. Uncle Zhang, please inform my elder brother. Her brother, Feng Yuanjia, is a formidable warrior at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Not only the Zhou family and the Feng family, but various other factions have also caught wind of the mystical beast Purple Dan. Consequently, members from these factions rushed towards the Misty Mountains. In a certain part of the Misty Mountains, a robust middle-aged man soared through the air. Look, he is flying. An innate realm expert. The onlookers below gazed up with a mix of awe and envy. To attain such a level would be incredible. Our family has only 2 innate realm practitioners. However, the middle-aged man's expression was one of cold indifference as he sped towards a specific destination. With Zhao Yin and Zhao Langyuan on his trail, Li Feng will undoubtedly be unable to escape. Once I capture him, I shall ascertain whether he is the one who killed Tianyu and Chanxi. The man mused darkly. He was none other than Zhao Wu, who had swiftly arrived here following the signals from Zhao Yin and Zhao Langyuan after leaving the Qian family. The signals have vanished? Zhao Wu's countenance darkened as he reached a location. The established signals were systematic and could not simply disappear. Yet he now found himself unable to locate them. His expression was grim. As long as Zhao Yin and Zhao Langyuan were alive, they would have left signals behind. The current absence of such signals could only mean two things. Either they had been killed or captured. Could this involve Li Feng? Was there an innate realm expert backing him? Zhao Wu pondered. Both Zhao Yin and Zhao Langyuan were pinnacle practitioners at the 9th level of body refinement, rendering them nearly invincible at that level, unless an innate realm expert intervened. Yet he did not suspect Li Feng. After all, how old could he be to have the capability to slay 9th level experts? Damn it, Zhao Wu's expression was exceedingly grim. The simple task of having Zhao Yin and Zhao Langyuan follow Li Feng had inexplicably failed. In another area of the Misty Mountains, Li Feng stood amidst a cluster of shriveled fruits, swiftly collecting them. Once gathered, the locations of these peculiar fruits vanished from his mind. What purpose do these fruits serve? Li Feng mused, perplexed. His mental map of the Misty Mountains displayed 3 distinct points of light, one for every individual present. One for the location of the mystical beast Purple Dan, and another for these strange, shriveled fruits. He surmised that these fruits must possess some significant function. While searching for the mystical beast Purple Dan, he had not neglected to seek out these fruits, and he had already amassed over 200 of them. After some contemplation, Li Feng stored the numerous fruits in his spatial ring. As he delved into the map, his gaze shifted to the distance. Ahead lay a mystical beast Purple Dan, and at his current speed, he estimated it would take approximately half an hour to reach it. Time continued to elapse, and he relentlessly searched. Having already discovered 5 mystical beast Purple Dawn, clenching his fist, a surge of robust internal energy erupted within him, and he felt an overwhelming power coursing through him. He was now at the late stage of the 9th level of body refinement. With each fragmented mystical beast Purple Dan he refined, his strength increased significantly, and he was now on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level. We must hurry. More and more individuals are entering the Misty Mountains, and the remaining fragmented mystical beast Purple Dawn are dwindling. I must seize the opportunity. The map indicated that only 30 or so mystical beast Purple Dawn remained, with over half already claimed by Li Feng and others. However, his 5 acquisitions were unmatched by anyone else. With a swift movement, Li Feng dashed towards the horizon. At this moment, the number of people within the Misty Mountains had indeed surged, particularly as news spread rapidly. Reports indicated that 3 mystical beast Purple Dawn had appeared in the eastern region of the Misty Mountains, while the western region had revealed a total of 4. Messages proliferated. Li Feng understood that over 80 mystical beast Purple Dawn had been found, yet only 15 had been reported. Nevertheless, even this meager number sent everyone into a frenzy. Such a plethora of treasures at this level suggested that the Misty Mountains harbored even more mystical beast Purple Dawn. Innate realm cultivators remained relatively calm, but the body refinement practitioners were driven to madness, with the latter comprising the majority of the influx. Elder sister, the Misty Mountains are vast. Where shall we search for the mystical beast Purple Dan? A slender youth, appearing somewhat effeminate, interjected. He was Feng Yanjun, seated upon a leopard-like beast measuring 3 meters in length, adorned with striking red fur. Beside him was a strikingly beautiful girl, Feng Yi, also mounted on a leopard-like creature. Having trained fierce beasts from a young age, the Feng family had domesticated several. And both fire cloud leopards they rode were at the initial stage of the 9th level of body refinement, allowing for rapid travel in their quest for the mystical beast Purple Dan. Finding the mystical beast Purple Dan is inherently challenging. We are merely testing our luck. Feng Yi remarked, her gaze scanning the surroundings, revealing her own longing. Currently at the 7th level of body refinement, she believed that with the aid of the mystical beast Purple Dan, overcoming the 8th and 9th level thresholds would be trivial. In truth, treasures that facilitate breakthroughs are exceedingly rare. The Feng family possessed none, except for those families with powerful practitioners at the Dan Yuan realm and above. Families with only Dan Yuan realm members were unlikely to acquire treasures like the mystical beast Purple Dan, as they could not hunt beasts at the late stage of the Dan Yuan realm. Thus, their desire for such treasures was insatiable. If I could obtain a substantial amount of mystical beast Purple Dawn, becoming a formidable innate realm expert like my elder brother would be well within reach, Feng Yanjun exclaimed, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, suddenly widening in disbelief. Chapter 59. Innate Pressure Sister. Do you see that? Is that not the beast essence Purple Dan? Feng Yanjun exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He pointed into the distance, seemingly overwhelmed by an immense joy. Before them lay a purple orb, quietly resting and emitting faint ripples. These beast essence purple dawn were conspicuously located. Roar! The fire cloud leopard beneath him growled, as if sensing its master's fervor, and swiftly charged towards the purple orb. Indeed, a look of unparalleled excitement crossed Feng Yi's face, urging the fire cloud leopard onward. Practitioners possessed remarkable vision, yet the purple Dan was still several hundred meters away. However, in just a second, a figure suddenly approached rapidly, reaching the orb in an instant and promptly claiming it for himself. As they looked towards the approaching Feng Yi, a smile crept across Li Feng's face. What a coincidence! I never expected to encounter the Feng siblings here, he thought. In less than a day, he had crossed paths with Feng Yanjun 3 times. His smile was radiant, yet to Feng Yanjun, it appeared overwhelmingly mocking. His expression of excitement froze, quickly morphing into one of fierce resentment. Li Feng, you are seeking death. Previously disregarded by Li Feng on Qinglan Mountain and soundly beaten at the Zhou residence, he had finally found the beast essence purple Dan, only for Li Feng to claim it first. While it was true that Li Feng had discovered the spiritual herb on Qinglan Mountain, he had believed he was the first to find the beast essence purple Dan just now. Li Feng? Upon seeing Li Feng take the purple Dan, Feng Yi's countenance shifted, revealing a look of deep displeasure. Li Feng, hand over the beast essence purple Dan, and I may spare your life, Feng Yanjun declared, his face twisted with malice. Feng Yi's expression was equally grim as she added, Li Feng, we discovered the purple Dan first. Out of respect for the Zhou residents, I can overlook your actions, but the purple Dan must belong to us. Her gaze fixed on Li Feng, unmistakably imbued with coldness. Practitioners, after all, were engaged in a relentless struggle for resources, vying for quicker breakthroughs. You discovered it first? Li Feng replied with a nonchalant smile. Just because you did not see me does not mean I did not see it before you. He was fully aware that his map indicated the locations of all the beast essence purple dawn. If that were the case, could it not be argued that all of them belonged to him? At that moment, Li Feng felt a twinge of regret. Alas, they were in Qingwu County. Had they been in Wilderness Forest County, he would have certainly notified the Li family to gather, thus ensuring a greater number of beast essence purple dawn at hand. However, he had not anticipated the circumstances here, making it impossible to handle the situation perfectly. Sister, there is no need to waste words on Li Feng. Feng Yanjun snarled. Since he refuses to give it up, we cannot be blamed. Roar. The fire cloud leopard beneath him roared, launching directly at Li Feng. It was 3 meters long, with limbs as robust as a tiger's. Injure Li Feng and seize the purple Dan, but do not kill him, Feng Yi warned, her eyes filled with fury. She did not intervene, but cautioned Feng Yanjun. After all, Li Feng had ties to the Zhou residents. They would not go so far as to take a life. The fire cloud leopard was at the early stage of the 9th level of body refinement, far beyond Li Feng's capabilities. I know my limits, sister, Feng Yanjun sneered. I will leave this brat alive. Li Feng remained calm, gazing at the charging fire cloud leopard. To Feng Yanjun, he appeared utterly intimidated by the beast's might. Roar. Just as the fire cloud leopard neared, Li Feng's fist shot out suddenly. Crack. Upon impact, a sound of shattering echoed as the fire cloud leopard froze mid-attack, letting out a pained cry before crashing heavily to the ground. What? Feng Yanjun's countenance shifted dramatically, but before he could react, Li Feng seized him. Li Feng's grip tightened around Feng Yanjun's throat, a cold wave of deathly dread enveloping him, his eyes wide with terror. With a mere squeeze, Li Feng could extinguish his life. How is this possible? Feng Yi gasped in shock at the sight of Li Feng grievously injuring the fire cloud leopard. Yet, as she witnessed Li Feng grip Feng Yanjun's throat, her countenance turned ashen. Please, do not kill my brother. With a cold stare, Li Feng addressed Feng Yi. Had it not been for your earlier words, he would already be dead. Bang. He swung his leg, striking Feng Yanjun as if it were a whip. Ah! Feng Yanjun screamed, blood gushing from his mouth as he was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground in a pitiful state. Remember, do not provoke me again. Should there be a next time, I will not hold back, Li Feng warned, his gaze icy as he swept it over Feng Yanjun before turning and departing without a moment's hesitation. How is this possible? Feng Yi stood in shock, her eyes brimming with disbelief as she gazed at Li Feng's retreating figure. How could Li Feng possess such overwhelming strength? The fire cloud leopard, a fearsome creature at the 9th level of body refinement, had been unable to withstand even a single blow from him. This young man, with an inexplicable connection to Zhou Yao and hailing from Wilderness Forest County, had reached such a formidable level of power? While Feng Yi was astonished by Li Feng's strength, Li Feng himself bore a serious expression. Are there powerful foes pursuing me? His expression darkened. A light in his mind was approaching rapidly. Innate realm practitioners possess domains that allow them to survey vast areas. However, I am well versed in these domains. Based on the speed at which this light travels, the individual must be at the early stage of the innate realm, their domain likely insufficient to detect my presence. Li Feng's expression soured. Could it be someone from the Zhao family? Yet, that was merely a possibility. As his gaze shifted, Li Feng abruptly halted, staring into the distance. Boom. Though the figure had yet to arrive, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. At that moment, Li Feng felt as though he were sinking into a quagmire. His movements severely hindered. Chapter 60. The pinnacle of the ninth layer in the realm of innate strength, an innate domain exists, under which practitioners at the level of body refinement are profoundly affected. The disparity between the two is as vast as heaven and earth. A palpable pressure manifested, growing increasingly intense until moments later, a figure finally arrived at this location. It was a tall, slender man clad in black armor, his face marked by a scar. Appearing to be in his 30s, the man hovered in the void, emanating an oppressive aura, his expression one of indifference as he gazed down at Li Feng. My lord, Li Feng said, standing firm and addressing the tall man with a hint of reverence. Despite his significant progress and strength, he recognized that he could not contend with an innate realm powerhouse. His first move of the Xianyang flying knife possessed immense power, sufficient to obliterate a practitioner at the pinnacle of the ninth layer of body refinement, yet without reaching the innate realm, he could not fully unleash its potential. Your speed is rather impressive, and you easily defeated the Feng siblings, the tall man remarked, his demeanor remaining unperturbed. Has it been discovered? Li Feng's expression shifted slightly at the implication. Based on his assessment, the innate realm's domain should not have been able to detect him and the Feng siblings. Yet it had. Did he possess some hidden card? A sense of unease settled in Li Feng's heart. The tall man continued, however, the beast spirit Purple Dan is not something you can possess. My lord, I am willing to relinquish the beast spirit Purple Dan, Li Feng replied without hesitation. Faced with an innate realm expert, he had no means of resistance. Thus surrendering the treasure seemed the wisest choice. No need, the tall man replied with a calm smile. In an instant, he appeared before Li Feng, his sword moving with lethal intent, sending a beam of sword light directly towards Li Feng. You intend to kill me? Li Feng's expression changed dramatically. He had no prior acquaintance with this innate realm expert, only knowing that he possessed the beast spirit Purple Dan. And yet this powerful figure sought his life. However, in the world of cultivation, such acts of murder and treasure theft were commonplace. In my eyes, you are but an insignificant being. It is simpler to kill you than to face your resentment over the theft of your treasure. Once you are gone, all that you possess shall be mine, the tall man stated with a slight smile, as if everything was under his control. As the attack approached, Li Feng displayed no fear. Instead, he coldly replied, Are you not afraid of regretting your actions? Regret? The tall man laughed heartily, but his expression suddenly shifted. Whoosh. At that moment, just as the sword light was about to strike, Li Feng's figure vanished from sight. What? Instantaneous movement? The tall man's face blanched in shock. Damn it. Could this boy be from some powerful faction? The tall man's expression darkened considerably. Earlier, he had observed Li Feng battling the Feng siblings and deduced that, given Li Feng's surname, he could not possibly hail from any significant power, which is why he had acted without caution. Yet now, Li Feng had unexpectedly revealed such a formidable hidden card. Whoosh. Just moments later, a figure swiftly approached from the distance. It was a burly middle-aged man in black armor. The same man who had been with Zhao Wu Qianyan. Brother, what has happened? Qianyan inquired, turning to his elder brother, Qianhan. Spatial teleportation? Could he be from one of those two major factions? Qianyan could not help but ask. I do not know. Qianhan shook his head, his countenance darkening visibly. Forget it. Perhaps that boy simply stumbled upon some fortuitous treasure. With no way to locate Li Feng, he forced himself to suppress his feelings. We shall continue our search for the beast spirit Purple Dan. The ancestor mentioned that there must be some mysterious place within the Cloud Mist Mountain range. We must investigate thoroughly. The quest for the beast spirit Purple Dan was secondary, as this incomplete treasure was most coveted by practitioners of body refinement. However, the true priority for their ancestor in the Dan Yuan realm was to uncover the secrets of the Cloud Mist Mountain range. Whoosh. At that moment, Within the cloud mist mountain range, Li Feng's figure materialized, his expression extremely grim. He had but 2 chances remaining with the instantaneous movement divine inscription. If he did not activate it now, he would surely meet his demise within the treacherous expanse of the cloud mist mountain range. The number of innate realm experts was increasing, and should he encounter Zhao Wu or this unknown innate powerhouse, they would undoubtedly strike again. Li Feng took a deep breath, a sense of urgency flooding his heart. Reflecting on the earlier events, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, swiftly followed by a wave of helplessness. An innate realm expert was beyond his capabilities. Buzz. A map flickered in his mind, its points of light illuminating various locations. Not far from him lay a point related to the beast spirit Purple Dan, alongside 2 points concerning withered fruit. His gaze fell upon a peculiar purple orb pulsating a few meters away. Having already utilized the instantaneous movement divine inscription once, Li Feng was determined to maximize his gains. So he teleported to the area with the highest concentration of the beast spirit Purple Dan and withered fruit. With a swift motion, Li Feng arrived beside the beast spirit Purple Dan and picked it up. Refined, he focused his thoughts, and the energy within the beast spirit Purple Dan surged forth, being drawn into Li Feng's body by the mysterious point of light. Simultaneously, pure spiritual energy rapidly emanated from the mysterious point of light. 40 seconds passed, and only a trace of energy remained within the beast spirit Purple Dan, ceasing its outflow, while the pure spiritual energy from the mysterious point no longer released any further. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Li Feng, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Grasping the purple orb in his hand, a fierce brilliance shone in Li Feng's eyes. From the moment he departed the Li family to this point, in just 8 days, he had elevated his strength from the late stage of the 8th layer of body refinement to the pinnacle of the 9th layer. With just one more step, he would ascend to become an innate realm powerhouse. Chapter 61. A wealth of treasures. Has the bottleneck hindered my progress? Li Feng sensed his limitations. Due to this bottleneck, he could not even absorb spiritual energy. It is entirely normal to remain stagnant for an extended time when trapped in such a state. This bottleneck does not seem particularly challenging for me. Upon closer introspection, a look of surprise suddenly illuminated Li Feng's eyes. Each practitioner can perceive their cultivation bottleneck, and if it loosens, that is also discernible. At this moment, Li Feng realized that his own bottleneck felt rather tenuous. Given the current situation, it is likely that I can break through within 3 months. Li Feng felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The transition from the body refinement realm to the innate realm has stymied countless individuals, statistically. Only 1 in 10 peak 9th layer body refinement practitioners manages to ascend to the innate realm. Yet, at this juncture, Li Feng sensed that it would not be so arduous for him. There is no need to rush. I shall proceed steadily in search of the demon beast's purple pill. Li Feng tempered his excitement. He felt that he might breach the bottleneck within 3 months, and if he were to find the demon beast's purple pill, that time frame could be further shortened. Whoosh! As he contemplated, Li Feng swiftly moved to a location where a scatter of over 20 desiccated fruits lay strewn about. He quickly gathered them all, and then proceeded to another area to collect all the shriveled fruits. 272 pieces. Observing these desiccated fruits, Li Feng pondered. Even now, he was uncertain of their purpose. Time is of the essence. There are still a dozen incomplete demon beast purple pills. He moved with haste toward a particular area. As time swiftly passed, half an hour later, Li Feng acquired another incomplete demon beast purple pill. During that half hour, the quantity of these purple pills diminished to 9. Subsequently, they continued to dwindle. 9, 7, 5. After obtaining another, only 2 demon beast purple pills remained. After a further 2 minutes, all the purple pills were finally found. Gone? In a certain area of the Cloud Mist Mountains, Li Feng stood silently, gazing at the 3 incomplete purple pills in his hand. It had been over 2 days since he entered the Cloud Mist Mountains, during which he had collected 9 incomplete demon beast purple pills and refined nearly 6, elevating his power to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. 3 remained unrefined. By now, others likely had no inkling that the incomplete demon beast purple pills were no more. Li Feng mused, since there are no more purple pills, it is time to search earnestly for those desiccated fruits. He inhaled deeply, waved his right hand, and before him appeared a plethora of fruits. There were as many as 457, all collected by Li Feng within these 2 days. Let us depart. Li Feng prepared to leave. Boom. Just then, A formidable pressure suddenly descended from the surrounding void, enveloping the area within several meters. Under this oppressive force, Li Feng felt insignificant, akin to an ant, utterly devoid of any power to resist. His expression shifted slightly. He found himself completely immobilized, unable even to activate the space instantaneous talisman. Buzz. Waves of energy emanated as black dots coalesced before him. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in a black robe appeared before Li Feng. The old man resembled a dwarf, standing only about 1 meter tall, appearing extremely aged, yet the aura emanating from him was profoundly intimidating. Even an innate practitioner would likely have no means of resistance against him, facing instant annihilation. Who are you? Upon seeing the elder, shock flashed in Li Feng's eyes. According to Mu Yuan's prior descriptions, powerful practitioners from the Dan Yuan realm could not enter the Cloud Mist Mountains. Yet this elder's strength clearly surpassed the innate realm. Hee. Do not be alarmed. The token you found, which bears the map of the Cloud Mist Mountains, was left by me. The old man gazed at Li Feng, chuckling amiably. The token? Li Feng looked at the elder, astonished. The token's owner had appeared before him. In his astonishment, Li Feng suddenly inquired, were those incomplete demon beast purple pills also placed by you? Ever since he arrived in the Cloud Mist Mountains, the demon beast purple pills had emerged, which had never occurred previously. Indeed, the old man in the black robe nodded with a smile, saying, these incomplete demon beast purple pills have existed for quite some time, though I had concealed them haphazardly. Over the long span, the energy within these purple pills has nearly been depleted. So that is the case. Li Feng understood. Everything that had transpired in the Cloud Mist Mountains was orchestrated by this elder. My name is Xianlong. Your acquisition of the token is your fortune. The black-robed elder, Xianlong, smiled and continued. The incomplete demon beast purple pills were merely discarded items. Now that they have vanished, the true treasures shall soon emerge. What do you mean? Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. You will know upon inspection. Xianlong smiled, waving his right hand, causing a multitude of information to materialize before Li Feng. Li Feng gazed at the information, his eyes widening in disbelief. 1. Xianlong's legacy. Exchange condition, unknown. 2. Complete demon beast purple pills, 80 pieces. 8 sets. 10 pieces each. Exchange condition, 100 Xianlong fruits per set. 3. Beast soul talisman, 4th tier, capable of controlling any demon beast below the late Dan Yuan realm. Exchange condition, 2 in total, each requiring 100 Xianlong fruits. 4. Spirit gathering talisman, 4th tier, which can enhance cultivation speed, increasing the speed of Dan Yuan realm practitioners by 10 to 30%. Exchange condition, 2 available, each requiring 100 Xianlong fruits. 5. Spirit illusion grade battle boots, high 3rd tier, can be activated by those of lower strength, with speed increasing proportionately to one's power. Exchange condition, 100 Xianlong fruits. 6. Spirit illusion grade armor, high 3rd tier, can be activated by those of lower strength, with defense increasing proportionately to one's power. Exchange condition, 2 pieces, each requiring 100 Xianlong fruits. 7. Spirit illusion grade battle blade, high 3rd tier, can be activated by those of lower strength, with attack power increasing proportionately to one's power. Exchange condition, 2 pieces, each requiring 100 Xianlong fruits. 8. A single red heart flame, a rare flame of the world, akin to terrestrial fire, can be refined and absorbed to enhance strength. Exchange condition, 100 Xianlong fruits. The information unfurled completely before Li Feng. Heavens! These treasures! Li Feng could scarcely believe his eyes. While the incomplete demon beast purple pills had caused a frenzy among many in the outside world, the complete versions now lay before him. Furthermore, there were a staggering 80 complete demon beast purple pills. Complete purple pills guarantee 100% breakthrough to the innate realm. If acquired, it is tantamount to the emergence of 80 innate practitioners at once. The entire Li family boasts merely over 20 such practitioners. Chapter 62. Exchange for 4 treasures. After perusing the information regarding the demon beast's purple Dan, Li Feng shifted his gaze to the various treasures below. The 3rd treasure was the beast soul divine rune. The more formidable the demon beast, the harder it is to control. However, possessing the beast soul divine rune allows one to command demon beasts at the late stages of the Dan Yuan realm. If the Li family were to seize one, even if Li Yuxian were to fall, the family would still possess combat strength at the Dan Yuan level. Additionally, there was the spirit gathering divine rune, which accelerates the cultivation speed. Li Feng was quite familiar with this rune. Possessing the Spirit Gathering rune would enable even Dan Yuan experts to enhance their cultivation speed by at least 10%, with a lifespan limit of 500 years. A 10% increase in cultivation speed translates to an additional 50 years of training time. For those in the innate realm, the improvement could nearly double their cultivation speed. Those in the body refinement realm might experience an increase of 2 to 3 times. Such treasures are immensely coveted by all. Moreover, the spirit illusion-grade weapons are exceedingly precious. It is noteworthy that weaker individuals cannot wield powerful weapons. For instance, someone in the body refinement realm cannot possibly wield a weapon at the innate level. Yet spirit illusion-grade weapons can be activated. This is akin to the weakest force wielding the mightiest weapon. A practitioner in the 9th layer of the body refinement realm could unleash an innate level attack with a spirit illusion-grade weapon, easily matching the power of the innate realm. Furthermore, there are speed-enhancing weapons. While attack and defense weapons are common, speed-enhancing ones are exceedingly rare. The final item is a unique flame from the heavens and earth, whose potency rivals that of the earthly fire. Consuming it would enhance one's abilities across the board. Any single treasure listed would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless individuals. In the midst of his astonishment, Li Feng's eyes sparkled with desire. The various demon beast Purple Dawn, the ability to control Dan Yuan demon beasts, the Spirit Gathering Divine Rune, Spirit Illusion Grade weapons, and the Crimson Heart Flame, he yearned for them all. These treasures require the exchange of Xianlong fruits. Xianlong fruits. Li Feng glanced at the final exchange information for the treasures, and a thought suddenly ignited within him, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. Haha, it seems you've realized something. The shriveled fruits you've collected are indeed Xianlong fruits. Although they lack spiritual energy, they hold special significance for me. The old man in the black robe, Xianlong, exhibited a hint of nostalgia in his eyes as he gazed at Li Feng, smiling. Now you possess over 400 Xianlong fruits, allowing you to exchange for 4 types of treasures. Which 4 do you wish to select? He looked at Li Feng, then added, once you have completed your exchanges, this list will be open to everyone in the Yunwu mountain range. Be cautious in your choices. The remaining treasures may be claimed by others. His expression held a smile as he awaited Li Feng's decision. For types? Upon hearing his words, Li Feng's heart raced with excitement. But upon hearing the latter part of Xuanlong's statement, his expression shifted. After making his selections, others would also begin searching for Xianlong fruits. If he delayed, the coveted treasures might fall into the hands of others. Li Feng fixated on the list, his mind racing. The Li family is currently facing a grave crisis. Thus, the Beast Soul Divine Rune is of utmost importance. If he could control several Dan Yuan-level demon beasts, the Zhao family and the Zheng family would stand no chance. Li Feng could not help but contemplate. The demon beast Purple Dan guarantees 100% breakthrough to the innate realm. I could leverage this to break through directly. No need to wait several months. 3 formidable spirit illusion-grade weapons would greatly bolster my strength. Additionally, the Crimson Heart Flame, once refined, would substantially enhance my abilities. The Spirit Gathering Divine Rune would expedite my cultivation speed. Li Feng's mind was flooded with thoughts. He yearned for all these treasures before him, yet regrettably could only exchange for 4. All right, which 4 treasures will you choose? Xianlong smiled, glancing at Li Feng after a full 30 seconds, prompting him to respond. Lord Xianlong, I will exchange for 10 Demon Beast Purple Dawn, a pair of 3rd-grade Spirit Illusion-grade boots, and 2 Beast Soul Divine Runes. Li Feng replied respectfully. Though he desired many treasures, Li Feng's thoughts were remarkably clear at this moment. While he could only exchange for 4 treasures now, he could continue searching for Xianlong fruits later, and as his strength grows, so too would his collection speed. It was imperative to secure the 2 Beast Soul Divine Runes to eliminate any opportunity for rival factions. Aside from these, the treasures I exchange for must first enhance my strength. A complete Demon Beast Purple Dan would enable my strength to directly ascend to the innate realm. And at that point, my speed would increase significantly. Moreover, activating the 3rd-grade Spirit Illusion-grade boots would further enhance my velocity. With heightened speed, I would be able to gather Xianlong fruits even more swiftly, utilizing 2 opportunities for the Beast Soul Divine Runes. He did not exhaust all his chances on Demon Beast Purple Dawn but opted instead for 1 opportunity to acquire the Spirit Illusion-grade boots. He aimed to use this rare exchange to prioritize enhancing his own strength. Only after reaching the pinnacle of his power would he contemplate other matters. Currently, Li Feng possessed over 450 Xianlong fruits. After exchanging for 400, he still had over 50 remaining. Based on the light spots indicating others on the map in his mind, he felt confident he could secure the fifth treasure before anyone else. Once Xianlong unveiled the list, the entire Yunwu mountain range would undoubtedly erupt in commotion. At that point, Qingwu County would also experience tremendous upheaval, surely attracting numerous innate realm experts in a frenzy. Those with inferior strength would be utterly defenseless. He had nearly been killed by an innate realm expert earlier. Weakness would render any treasure he painstakingly acquired vulnerable to being easily snatched away by others. All right. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the old man in the black robe, Xianlong, nodded. With a wave of his right hand, an array of items materialized in the air. 10 pulsating purple round dawn, a pair of black ancient boots, and 2 white jade tokens inscribed with numerous intricate patterns appeared before Li Feng. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he waved his hand, storing everything into his spatial ring. Very well, these 4 treasures are yours. I still have many treasures remaining. I wish you good fortune. The black-robed elder, Xianlong, smiled slightly. With another wave of his right hand, the 400 Xianlong fruits from Li Feng flew out and were subsequently collected by him. Buzz! A wave of energy surged, and Xuanlong's figure rapidly vanished. The oppressive aura dissipated, and the surroundings returned to normal. At this moment, Li Feng's eyes were filled with unparalleled delight. Everything that had transpired felt almost dreamlike. He gazed at the remaining Xianlong fruits in his spatial ring. These Xianlong fruits were undoubtedly incredibly precious treasures. It is worth noting that 100 Xianlong fruits can be exchanged for 10 complete Demon Beast Purple Dawn, meaning every 10 Xianlong fruits equate to 1 complete Demon Beast Purple Dan. The previously incomplete Demon Beast Purple Dawn contained only 1/10 of their intended energy. Calculated accordingly, 1 Xianlong fruit is entirely equivalent to the previously found incomplete Purple Dan. Chapter 63, Breakthrough. Innate Realm. According to the map, the nearest Xianlong fruit was at least 3 hours away, so the decision to break through was made without hesitation. He would head towards the fruit afterward. After examining the map in his mind, Li Feng mused silently. In truth, he possessed the empty instant divine talisman, which allowed him to teleport directly to the areas where the Xianlong fruits were located. By teleporting twice, he could undoubtedly gather 100 Xianlong fruits and swiftly exchange them for the 5th treasure. However, the empty instant divine talisman was a precious life-saving artifact. Had he not possessed it before, he might have already met his demise. In terms of value, it was no less than the other treasures on the list. Li Feng would only utilize it in a situation of utmost necessity. Moreover, by observing the movements of others through the mental map, he could deduce the general situation regarding the Xianlong fruits collected by each person, thus maintaining a significant advantage. With a firm grip, Li Feng summoned a purple round pill into his hand. This was a complete monster beast purple pill. It was time to initiate the breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, he held the round pill and released the suppression on the mysterious light point. Instantly, the mysterious light point began to surge violently, eager to absorb the energy of the purple round pill. Boom! Upon releasing the suppression, torrents of rich energy gushed forth from the complete monster beast purple pill, wildly flooding into the mysterious light point located in Li Feng's heart. After being processed by the mysterious light point, the energy overflowed, integrating into every part of Li Feng's body, while others would gradually refine the energy of the monster beast purple pill to convert it into absorbable energy. Li Feng had no such need. With the mysterious light point acting as a filter, any spiritual force or energy could be effortlessly absorbed without the need for a refining process. As numerous energies flowed into his body, Li Feng felt the previously slightly loosened bottleneck suddenly crack open wide. Crack! In merely a few seconds, a sound reminiscent of shattering echoed from within him, as if some shackles in his body were being released. Boom! His blood began to boil instantly, erupting like a volcano. Within it, cells rapidly divided, and black impurities seeped out from his skin. His bones quivered, growing stronger with each passing second. His meridians trembled, becoming increasingly resilient. His flesh pulsated like a heart in constant motion. Bones, meridians, blood, flesh. Li Feng's entire physical form was undergoing a dramatic metamorphosis. Simultaneously, his aura surged with intensity. Gradually, Li Feng sensed a peculiar connection forming with the land around him. As this connection solidified, a vortex began to materialize in his abdomen. The innate vortex. Feeling this vortex emerge, joy illuminated Li Feng's eyes. At this moment, he had officially broken through to the innate realm. Boom. After the vortex formed, the mysterious light point in his heart began to emit spiritual energy once more, which rapidly flowed through his blood to his entire body. The speed at which this spiritual energy was released was astonishing, further accelerating the transformation of his bones and meridians. At that moment, most of the spiritual energy concentrated in his abdominal area. Waves of spiritual energy continually radiated, swirling around the vortex as it expanded. To reach the innate realm, one must condense the innate vortex within the body, allowing the manipulation of a sliver of the world's energy. Suddenly, Li Feng furrowed his brow. Although he could freely devour the energy of the monster beast purple pill, he still needed to expend spiritual herbs. Clenching his right hand, he summoned a spiritual herb, a blue fruit resembling a potato. By delving into its essence, he could perceive the richness of its spiritual energy. This was a third-grade spiritual herb, the blue thorn fruit, which had matured over 70 years. It was the highest-grade spiritual herb he possessed from the medicinal garden. The spiritual energy of the blue thorn fruit was swiftly absorbed, and in less than a second, the entire fruit was reduced to ash, vanishing entirely. With the replenishment of this third-grade spiritual herb's energy, Li Feng's transformation continued. Within the Yunwu mountain range, many were searching fervently. A monster beast purple pill had appeared once again in the northern region of the mountain range. Now, the total number of monster beast purple pills reported within the Yunwu mountain range had reached 20. A remarkable opportunity. Truly a tremendous opportunity. I am but a step away from the innate realm. If I could obtain a monster beast purple pill, I am confident I could shatter my bottleneck. The next to discover the incomplete monster beast purple pill shall undoubtedly be me. Excitement filled the eyes of the crowd as they continued their frantic search. Buzz. At that moment, the entire void of the Yunwu mountain range suddenly froze, and everyone felt as if their bodies were rendered immobile. I cannot move. Neither can I. Shock was evident in everyone's eyes as they pondered the cause of this phenomenon. Suddenly, their gazes turned towards the void above the Yunwu mountain range. Numerous black lights emanated, coalescing to form the figure of an incredibly ancient-looking elder, clad in a black robe, towering like a giant as he gazed down upon the entire mountain range. Who is this? There are scarcely a few Soul Realm experts in our Heiau continent. This being is undoubtedly the ruler of the Heiau continent. The crowd gazed at the colossal figure overlooking the Yunwu mountain range, their eyes filled with awe. When a powerful individual reaches a certain level, their soul may separate from their body, enveloping the entire world with but a thought. This is the manifestation of heaven and earth. Welcome, everyone, to the Yunwu mountain range. The black-robed elder addressed the crowd, a smile gracing his face. I am Xianlong, and I have left behind some opportunities here for those fated to discover them. With a wave of his right hand, a colossal list materialized in the void. 1. Xianlong inheritance. Exchange conditions, unknown. 2. Complete monster beast purple pills, 8 in total, 10 proportion. Exchange conditions, 100 Xianlong fruits proportion. Remaining, 7 portions. 3. Already exchanged. 4. Spirit gathering divine pattern. 4th grade enhances cultivation speed, increasing the speed of those in the pill origin realm by 10 to 30%. Exchange conditions, 2 available, each requiring 100 Xianlong fruits. 5. Already exchanged. 6. Spirit Phantom Armor. High 3rd grade can be activated even with weak strength. The stronger the wielder, the greater the defense. Exchange conditions, 2 available, each requiring 100 Xianlong fruits. 7. Spirit Phantom Battle Blade. High 3rd grade can be activated even with weak strength. The stronger the wielder, the greater the might. Exchange conditions, 2 available, each requiring 100 Xianlong fruits. 8. Crimson Heart Flame. A unique flame of the world, akin to earthly fire, can be refined into the body to enhance strength. Exchange conditions, 100 Xianlong fruits. Lines of information appeared before the crowd, causing their breaths to grow heavy with anticipation. Chapter 64, Tremors. The complete Beast Purple Dan. An astonishing 80 pieces. Alongside it, there exists a flame of crimson heart, nearly at the level of earth fire. My heavens, such an abundance of treasures. Excitement gleamed in the eyes of the crowd. Even the seemingly least valuable spirit illusion level weapon was exceedingly precious. Acquiring one would significantly elevate one's strength. These treasures could be exchanged for Xianlong fruits. Xianlong fruit? What on earth is that? I have never heard of it. The crowd, brimming with enthusiasm, glanced at the exchange information behind the treasures, only to find a hint of confusion in their eyes. as they remained unaware of the true nature of the Qianlong fruit. The elder in the black robe smiled down at them, waving his right hand, and a peculiar fruit materialized in the air. It appeared completely shriveled. Yet all the inhabitants of the cloud mist mountains gazed at it with rapt attention. This is the Qianlong fruit. Everything on the list can be exchanged for it. Go forth and seek it. Gather 100 pieces, and I shall appear directly. The black-robed elder smiled faintly. Buzz. His form transformed into countless black dots of light, vanishing completely. Is this the Qianlong fruit? Damn it. I have seen this Qianlong fruit before, at least 20 pieces. But I thought they were merely fallen fruits from the trees, devoid of any spiritual energy. I glanced at them and paid no further heed. Who would have thought these fruits could be exchanged for such an array of treasures? 10 complete Beast Purple Dawn and 2 other treasures have already been exchanged by others. What are those 2 treasures? Who exchanged them? Upon witnessing the elder's disappearance and turning back to the list, the crowd's eyes were instantly filled with an overwhelming urgency. The moment these precious treasures were unveiled, 3 of them had already been exchanged. Buzz. The entire cloud mist mountain range returned to normal, and everyone regained their ability to move. Boom, boom, boom. At the same instant, an explosive surge of momentum erupted from everyone, racing madly into the distance. Quickly seek the Qianlong fruit. The complete Beast Purple Dan must be mine. My Zhang family has only 3 innate realm members. Our foundation pales in comparison to other families. However, we have 8 individuals at the 9th layer of body refinement. If we acquire 10 complete Beast Purple Dawn, all 8 will be able to break through to the innate realm, resulting in 11 innate realm experts. Currently, I stand at the late stage of the innate realm, with a spirit illusion level battle blade. My attack power would ascend directly to the pinnacle of the innate realm. At that point, I would fear no one. The eyes of the crowd shimmered with desire as they commenced their frantic search. In the Zhou family of Qingwu County, Zhou Haitao gazed at the visitor before him, astonishment etched across his face. It was Zhou Haiyang, his 3rd brother. A nascent realm beginner. Yes, elder brother, not only do we possess 70 complete Beast Purple Dawn, but also the Gathering Spirit Divine pattern that enhances the speed of cultivating Dan Yuan realm, a 3rd-grade spirit illusion level weapon, and the Crimson Heart Flame, Zhou Haiyang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Elder brother, the cloud mist mountains are vast. Even for those in the innate realm, fully exploring them would require considerable time. Our Zhou family is in close proximity, granting us a significant advantage. Therefore, we must seize the opportunity to claim those treasures. I will promptly consult our ancestor, urging him to lead our innate realm experts swiftly to the cloud mist mountains. Zhou Haitao hurriedly stated. Swish. At that moment, a ripple flashed beside Zhou Haitao, and an elderly man with white hair appeared. Upon seeing this elder, Zhou Haitao and Zhou Haiyang were taken aback, quickly bowing in respect. Ancestor. This was Zhou Jinyuan, the Zhou family elder, now 390 years old, having reached the pinnacle of the Dan Yuan realm. However, he had been trapped at this level, unable to break through to a higher realm, much like Liu Xian. He had lived long enough to know some secrets and had a slight understanding of the Qianlong. Yes, ancestor. The Qianlong did not dare to conceal anything, promptly recounting the developments occurring in the Cloud Mist Mountains. The Qianlong inheritance. An inheritance has actually appeared. A glimmer of excitement was evident in Zhou Jinyuan's eyes. Ancestor, who is the Qianlong? Zhou Haitao could not help but inquire. Zhou Jinyuan, his face alight with excitement, declared, the Qianlong was a top-tier powerhouse on the Black Abyss continent tens of thousands of years ago, possessing strength at least at the peak of the Three Souls realm. Having cultivated the final soul, the inheritance he left behind is undoubtedly extraordinary. The peak of the Three Souls realm? Upon hearing this, Zhou Haitao and his brother displayed evident shock in their eyes. To them, the Dan Yuan realm represented the pinnacle of strength, while those above it belonged to the Seven Spirits realm. Experts of the Seven Spirits realm possess lifespans measured in millennia. With each spirit they cultivate, their lifespan increases by 1,000 years. The Three Souls realm experts beyond the Seven Spirits realm are unfathomably powerful beings, with lifespans extending to tens of thousands of years. The peak of the Three Souls realm reaches an astonishing level, overlooking the entirety of the Black Abyss continent. I shall immediately lead our Zhou family's innate experts to the front. We must strive for the other treasures. But the Qianlong inheritance must be secured for our Zhou family. Zhou Jinyuan spoke rapidly. In the Feng family of Qingwu County, The elders of the Feng family's innate realm gazed respectfully at the middle-aged man before them. Ancestor, we shall promptly proceed to the Cloud Mist Mountains to contend for the Xianlong inheritance. The elder of the Feng family exclaimed with immense excitement. All innate members shall mobilize. Those at the 7th layer of body refinement and above shall also be dispatched. The Zhou family, Feng family, Qian family. All prominent families in Qingwu County received the news, and a multitude of innate realm experts surged toward the Cloud Mist Mountains. As time passed, more factions became aware, including those 2 formidable forces with 7 spirits realm experts. In an instant, a vast number of innate realm experts congregated within the Cloud Mist Mountains. The emergence of the Xianlong and the appearance of the treasure list instantly caused tremendous upheaval. While in one part of the Cloud Mist Mountains, Li Feng continued his breakthrough. At the sight of the mysterious light points, pure spiritual energy continuously emanated, merging into his body. The fluctuations emanating from him were evidently intensifying, though the pace gradually slowed. Finally, all came to a halt. Chapter 65. Exchange for the 5th treasure within the crevice of the mountain peak. Li Feng sat in quiet meditation. Suddenly, his closed eyes fluttered open. Boom. As they did, an overwhelming wave of terrifying momentum erupted forth, far surpassing the strength of his physical cultivation at the 9th level. From the whirlpool in his abdomen, a potent energy emanated, a formidable force that he could distinctly sense. Innate realm. As he grasped the magnitude of his newfound power, a broad smile broke across Li Feng's face, impossible to conceal. It was hard to fathom that just over 3 months ago, he had been struggling against the bottleneck of the 3rd level of physical cultivation, and now he had stepped into the innate realm. A 16-year-old innate realm powerhouse. The peculiar whirlpool in his abdomen spun, and an extraordinary wave of energy radiated outward, lifting Li Feng's body gradually until he stood suspended in the void. With a thought, a unique domain centered around him began to expand, enveloping a vast area nearby. Is this the innate domain? Li Feng contemplated silently. At that moment, he could only see a fraction of the surroundings, yet within the innate domain, he could perceive every detail with clarity. Not only had I broken through to the innate realm, but I have also solidified my position. There was no need for me to spend time acclimatizing to this power. Feeling the strength within him, a radiant smile blossomed on Li Feng's lips. Whoosh! In a flash, he darted away, his speed astonishingly increased, vanishing from sight in an instant. Typically, one would require time to stabilize their strength after a breakthrough, and the same held true for the innate realm. After reaching the innate stage, the whirlpool in his abdomen would initially form, requiring several months to absorb spiritual energy for stabilization. Yet Li Feng had already fully solidified his power, effortlessly bypassing this process. Familiarizing himself with the surging strength, Li Feng waved his right hand, and a pair of black battle boots materialized. The boots appeared oversized, but they quickly adjusted to fit his feet perfectly. Once donned, Li Feng felt an exhilarating lightness, as though the constraints of the world had lessened. Whoosh! With a swift movement, he sped into the distance, his velocity now several times greater than before. This speed must surely be at the mid-level of the innate realm. Li Feng rejoiced inwardly. Truly, these ethereal-grade speed-enhancing boots are extraordinary. Though he had just crossed into the early stage of the innate realm, activating the ethereal boots propelled him directly to the mid-level, surpassing even many mid-level innate practitioners in speed. Suppressing his excitement, Li Feng gazed ahead. With his power maximized, it was now time to compete for treasures. Hovering in the void, his eyes shimmered with a fierce light. Previously, as a practitioner of physical cultivation, he had been powerless against any innate realm adversary, forced to flee in disgrace. However, now he need not fear most innate realm beings, as most were still at the early or mid-levels. Let us go. He moved swiftly, and within half an hour, Li Feng arrived at a location abundant with over 20 Xianlong fruits. Without hesitation, he gathered them swiftly. Time spent honing his skills is never wasted. Had he not taken the time to break through, it would have taken him at least 3 hours to arrive at this spot with his 9th level of physical cultivation. But now he had done so in just over 20 minutes. Including his breakthrough time, it had taken him less than an hour in total. Only 21 more to go. Li Feng assessed the Xianlong fruits he had collected. The number of innate realm practitioners entering the Yunwu mountain range was increasing, and with each passing moment, his advantage dwindled. Time is of the essence. Within an hour, numerous innate practitioners had infiltrated the mountains, and some had already discovered Xianlong fruits. Consulting the mental map and noting the distribution of individuals, Li Feng swiftly darted toward another location. Haha, Xianlong fruits. In a certain area of the Yunwu mountain range, a physical cultivation practitioner was ecstatic as he picked up over 20 fruits from the ground. Whoosh! Just then, a flash of sword light suddenly struck, moving at an incredible speed, instantly reaching the physical cultivator's side. No! Terror filled the eyes of the physical practitioner as he watched the sword light approach, and the aura surrounding him dissipated like a receding tide. In the distance, a figure swiftly flew in, snatching the Xianlong fruits from the ground. Finally found some. The innate practitioner beamed with delight, his gaze drawn to the enormous leaderboard suspended in the air, a palpable desire glistening in his eyes. The purple pill from the demon beasts not only guaranteed a complete breakthrough to the innate realm for those at the pinnacle of the 9th level of physical cultivation, but also accelerated the training of those already within the innate realm. And that ethereal grade battle knife, if I were to acquire it, my offensive power would soar to the late stage of the innate realm. His eyes glimmered with longing. The figure moved rapidly, continuing the search for additional Xianlong fruits. These Xianlong fruits are mine. Get away. In another area, two figures were locked in a fierce battle, their terrifying auras clashing and sending shockwaves throughout the mountains, causing fissures to appear across the landscape. It was a confrontation between powerful beings of the innate realm. Run. The physical practitioners below felt the overwhelming pressure, their eyes wide with horror as they fled hastily. Those unable to escape in time were caught in the tumult, meeting their demise without even a cry. In various locations, battles erupted incessantly, transforming the entire Yunwu mountain range into a battlefield. Finally, in another spot, Li Feng gazed at the 20 or so fruits before him, a smile gracing his lips. The 5th treasure is mine. He swiftly collected the Xianlong fruits. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, and a figure clad in black robes appeared before Li Feng. Haha, my young friend, we meet again. You have collected the Xianlong fruits at quite an impressive pace. The black-robed elder chuckled. Which treasure do you choose? Crimson Heart Flame. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Feng responded to the elder's inquiry. Considering my current position in the early innate realm and my speed at the mid-level, I still have room for improvement. If I successfully refine the Crimson Heart Flame, my overall strength will significantly enhance. I will be faster, granting me a greater advantage in the pursuit of treasures. Moreover, with the influx of more and more innate practitioners into the Yunwu mountain range, including those at the late and pinnacle stages, I would still lack the power to withstand them. Therefore, enhancing my strength is imperative, Li Feng mused inwardly. In truth, while the ethereal grade battle knife and armor would greatly benefit his strength, they would do little to enhance his speed. Conversely, the Crimson Heart Flame could elevate both his strength and speed. As you wish. The black-robed elder smiled slightly, waving his hand, and a vibrant red flame materialized before Li Feng. Chapter 66. A Surge in Power. All right, the time is ample. Let us continue our quest for the Xianlong fruit. I look forward to our next encounter, the elder in the black robe said to Li Feng with a slight smile. With a hum, a ripple passed through the air, and his figure vanished without a trace. The 5th treasure is secured. Li Feng gazed at the blazing orb of crimson flames before him, his eyes alight with joy. Wasting no time, he commenced the process of refinement. After surveying his surroundings, he swiftly retreated to a secluded spot. As he activated his technique, he found that no internal energy surged forth from his body. Instead, new energies emerged from the vortex, representing the true qi wielded by a practitioner of the innate realm. Unlike internal energy, which could only inflict harm upon contact, true qi could be projected outward, capable of causing damage from a considerable distance. As the true qi flowed, the flames in Li Feng's hand transformed into numerous small flickers, gradually merging into his being. Boom! Upon their integration, Li Feng felt as if his entire body were ablaze. These flames approached the potency of earth fire, which bore a terrifying might capable of incinerating all, even rendering a practitioner of the Dan Yuan realm to mere ashes. It is unbearable. Li Feng gritted his teeth against the searing sensation coursing through him. The temperature radiating from his body was nearing 100 degrees, and he felt as if he might ignite entirely. He dared not underestimate the situation and began the process of slow refinement. Just then, the mysterious light point that had remained dormant suddenly began to vibrate intensely. Subsequently, the small flames born from the crimson heartfire swiftly entered Li Feng's body and converged upon the enigmatic light point. The speed was astonishing. Li Feng sensed his flesh nearing combustion. In that instant, he perceived the spiritual energy within the mysterious light point rapidly depleting, causing its radiance to dim significantly. Has the spiritual energy vanished? Li Feng's expression shifted. He had previously absorbed the energy from a 70-year-old, third-grade spiritual herb, yet now it seemed to be consumed at an alarming rate. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. Clenching his right hand, an array of spiritual herbs materialized within his grasp. Boom! A vortex appeared in the palm holding the herbs, rapidly drawing in their spiritual energies. As the spiritual energy replenished, the mysterious light point pulsated once more, voraciously absorbing the tiny flames of the crimson heart fire, until finally, all motion ceased. Humming. Within the mysterious light point, flames emerged, radiating an incomprehensible heat, yet at that moment, they felt remarkably gentle to Li Feng. Transformed, Li Feng's face was a mask of incredulity as he attempted to refine the flames. There was no challenge. These diminutive flames were effortlessly refined and subsequently integrated into his being. Merely 10 seconds later, all the flames had been assimilated. At this juncture, it appeared as though his blood was laced with flickers of flame, yet these flames posed no threat to him. Summoned forth, clenching his fists, Li Feng assessed his newfound strength. Boom! Instantly, the flickers of flame coursing through his blood surged violently, unleashing torrents of formidable energy from various parts of his body. This energy was so overwhelming that Li Feng struggled to harness it fully. At that moment, an even more potent aura erupted from him. Mid-stage innate realm. Feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, Li Feng's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Having refined the crimson heart fire, his overall strength had surged dramatically, propelling him directly into the mid-stage of the innate realm. Truly, the flames nearing the earth fire's caliber are remarkable, Li Feng mused in awe. At present, he had only begun to tap into a fraction of this power. The majority remained untapped due to his relatively weak foundation. Even so, he had ascended a minor realm. Whoosh! His figure darted forward, and Li Feng's speed had become astonishingly swift. Following the refinement of the crimson heart fire, he had reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. And now, activating his battle boots, his speed soared to the late stage of the innate realm. In a brief span, his overall prowess underwent a magnificent transformation. What precisely is this mysterious light point? In the midst of his elation, Li Feng's heart raced with astonishment. Based on his investigations, the mysterious light point possessed an insatiable ability to absorb, capable of consuming spiritual herbs and even the energy of demonic beasts, transmuting them into spiritual energy that his body could readily assimilate. Now, the violent crimson heart fire could also be effortlessly absorbed and refined. In truth, according to Li Feng's assessment, refining the crimson heart fire with his current strength would typically require over an hour, and success was not guaranteed. Should he fail, he would have to wait until his strength increased further to attempt it again. Thus, when he selected a treasure to enhance his power, his first choice had been the ethereal grade battle boots rather than the crimson heart fire. Yet, with the aid of the mysterious light point, he had accomplished it in mere seconds. To devour all? To transmute the energies of all? Li Feng pondered inwardly. It appeared that this enigmatic light point could consume anything beneficial to him, provided it had the necessary spiritual energy as fuel. Gazing at the spatial ring, Li Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. A significant portion of the spiritual herbs within had already been absorbed by the mysterious light point. These herbs included first and second grade spiritual herbs he had discovered in the medicinal garden, as well as those exchanged at the Li family. However, despite the depletion of his herbs, joy remained etched across Li Feng's face. There are still many treasures left. The search continues. Suppressing his elation, he turned his gaze to the leaderboard suspended in the void. After examining the map in his mind, Li Feng meticulously analyzed the advancing routes of the various factions, directing his figure toward the areas with the fewest powerful entities. Within the vast cloud mist mountains, figures darted swiftly in search of the Xianlong fruit. The number of powerful beings within the cloud mist mountains is increasing. Indeed, not only are there numerous practitioners at the body refinement stage, but a multitude of innate realm experts have also entered. The forces from Qingwu County, including the Zhou, Feng, and Qian families, as well as many others from outside Qingwu County, are continuously flooding into the cloud mist mountains. The gathered crowd gazed in awe at the innate realm practitioners soaring through the air. Even those at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement would find it impossible to withstand a single strike from an innate realm expert. With so many treasures listed, I wonder if I shall be fortunate enough to acquire any? I must. If I succeed, my fate will undoubtedly transform. The collective yearning was palpable among the crowd. Despite their weaknesses, the risk of being slain loomed, yet the majority remained resolute in their pursuit. In a certain area, numerous innate realm practitioners from the Qian family congregated. Among them stood a tall, slender man, unmistakably Qian Han. The Cloud Mist Mountains have restrictions. Our ancestors cannot enter. We must maintain contact. Upon locating the Xianlong fruit, promptly inform the others, a middle-aged man spoke solemnly. He was the strongest among the Qian family. At the pinnacle of the innate realm, everyone nodded in agreement. Should they individually find the Xianlong fruit, they would need to gather together to redeem it. Among the forces that have arrived here, our Qian family is undoubtedly one of the earliest. So far, only 4 treasures have been redeemed from the leaderboard. And I am certain our Qian family will secure several more, Qian Han said with a broad smile. He glanced at the leaderboard, only to have his expression suddenly change. Chapter 67. The Gathering Spirit Divine Pattern. The list in the void shimmered slightly, and the information displayed upon it changed directly. 1. Xianlong Inheritance. Redemption Conditions, unknown. 2. Complete Beast Essence Purple Dan, 80 pieces. A total of 8 portions, each containing 10 pieces. Redemption Conditions, 100 Xianlong fruits per portion. Remaining, 7 portions. 3. Redeemed. 4. Gathering Spirit Divine Pattern, 4th grade. Capable of enhancing cultivation speed, with an increase ranging from 10 to 30% for practitioners at the Danyuan realm. Redemption Conditions, 2 paths, each requiring 100 Xianlong fruits. 5. Redeemed. 6. Spirit Phantom Grade Armor. High 3rd grade can be activated by those with weak power. The stronger the wielder, the greater the defensive capabilities. Redemption Conditions, 2 pieces, each requiring 100 Xianlong fruits. 7. Spirit Phantom Grade Battle Blade. High 3rd grade can be activated by those with weak power. The stronger the wielder, the greater the might. Redemption Conditions, 2 pieces, each requiring 100 Xianlong fruits. 8. Redeemed. The 8th item on the list vanished abruptly. Had the Crimson Heart Flame been redeemed? Who was the one to redeem it? Had the Feng and Qian families already found 100 Xianlong fruits so swiftly? In another part of the Cloud Mist Mountain range, Zhou Haitao gazed at the changes in the list, his expression shifting. Beside him, Zhou Yao also looked on in astonishment. Father, is it from the Feng or Qian family? Zhou Yao could not help but inquire. Uncertain, Zhou Haitao shook his head, his face clearly etched with concern. He turned to Zhou Yao and asked, "Do you feel confident in breaking through to the innate realm?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yao nodded, clutching a fractured beast essence purple Dan in her hand. "I am merely a step away from the innate realm, and the bottleneck has already begun to loosen. By refining this beast essence purple Dan, I will surely break through within a day," Zhou Yao declared with confidence. "Excellent." Zhou Haitao nodded, his eyes revealing a glimmer of joy. "Your current strength is too weak. The number of innate realm experts in the Cloud Mist Mountain range is increasing. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Focus solely on your breakthrough," Zhou Haitao instructed. Once she breaks through, Zhou Yao will be the youngest in the Zhou family to reach the innate realm. Moreover, a 17-year-old innate practitioner would receive even greater support from the Tianwu Academy. Time passed swiftly, and the battles erupting within the Cloud Mist Mountain range became increasingly frequent, as everyone frantically sought after the Xianlong fruits. However, after the redemption of the 5th treasure, more than 10 hours elapsed, and not a single item from the list was redeemed. This undoubtedly indicated that the Xianlong fruits were not so easily found. During this time, news even spread to several surrounding counties of Qingwu, drawing an increasing number of powerful figures into the fray. In a certain area of the Cloud Mist Mountain range, a black-robed elder appeared, smiling as he spoke. "This is the Gathering Spirit Divine Pattern Jade Plate." With a wave of his right hand, a golden Divine Pattern Jade Plate materialized. "Thank you, Lord Xianlong," a middle-aged man exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. Keep up the good work." The black-robed elder smiled slightly before transforming into numerous black motes of light, vanishing from sight. Our Qian family has redeemed the 6th treasure. Now neither the Zhou family nor the Feng family has redeemed anything. A middle-aged man, alongside 2 others, was brimming with excitement, one of whom was Qian Han. "Let us continue searching. Our rapid discovery is thanks to the Qian family having previously identified 2 areas with Xianlong fruits." The elder turned his gaze to Qian Han and his companion, quickly adding, Our search will undoubtedly become much more challenging from here on. Those who have previously ventured into the Cloud Mist mountain range may have fortuitously encountered the Xianlong fruits, albeit without paying them heed. Now, upon seeing the treasures on the list, they will surely hasten to those areas to obtain the Xianlong fruits. Yes, Great Elder. Qianhan and his companion wasted no time, swiftly separating to fly toward the two identified areas. Had a gathering spirit divine pattern been redeemed? Was it the Qin family who redeemed it? At that moment, the information on the list shifted rapidly, causing many other factions to change their expressions. For those prominent families with Dan Yuan realm experts, aside from the Xianlong inheritance, the gathering spirit divine pattern was nearly the most coveted treasure, as it could enhance the cultivation speed of practitioners at the Dan Yuan realm. Quickly, let us search. Our Feng family has already located 84 Xianlong fruits. We need only find one more location to redeem a treasure. Various factions hastened their pace, fervently scouring the area. Had one gathering spirit divine pattern been redeemed? In a certain area, Li Feng moved swiftly, his gaze fixed on the list in the void. Currently, only one had been redeemed, but he estimated that several more treasures would likely be redeemed shortly. Li Feng took a deep breath. Through the mental map in his mind, he could roughly assess the status of each faction regarding the Xianlong fruits. Generally speaking, one could collect 100 fruits by locating 5 areas. Arriving at his destination, Li Feng's heart raced at the sight of the scattered Xianlong fruits on the ground. He quickly began to gather them. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, and the black-robed elder Xianlong reappeared. "Hiki, young friend, we meet for the third time," Xianlong said, smiling at Li Feng. "What treasure do you wish to redeem this time?" His smile remained as consistent as a programmed response, unchanged at all. "Lord Xianlong, I wish to redeem the gathering spirit divine pattern," Li Feng replied respectfully. "As you wish." Xianlong smiled, his right hand clenched, and a golden divine pattern jade plate appeared. Obtained. Li Feng held the golden jade plate, his face radiant with joy. Xianlong showcased the treasure as a result of Li Feng's activation, and in the short span since the list appeared, he had redeemed the 5th treasure. At that time, other factions, including the Zhou and Feng families of Qingwu County, were still exploring, thus granting Li Feng a significant advantage. Now he had redeemed the 7th treasure. The forthcoming treasures would likely be more challenging to acquire. Li Feng surveyed the map. In truth, these Xianlong fruits were scattered throughout the Cloud Mist mountain range. Previously, he had sought those relatively nearby. Now, the remaining Xianlong fruits were distanced from one another, making it evident that gathering them would consume significantly more time. Moreover, with the passage of over 10 hours, an influx of innate realm experts had entered, and Li Feng estimated that at least a dozen factions had already found Xianlong fruits. Despite the challenges, I have successfully acquired all the treasures that I desired. Li Feng felt a surge of joy within him. At present, he had redeemed 10 Beast Essence Purple Dawn, a pair of high-tier Spirit Phantom Grade Battle Boots, a Crimson Heart Flame close to the Earth Fire, 2 Divine Patterns controlling Beast Souls at the Dan Yuan realm level, and a Gathering Spirit Divine Pattern. In total, he possessed 8 treasures, with only 7 distinct items remaining after excluding the Cultivation Inheritance, and he had already redeemed 5 of them. Chapter 68. The Li family takes action. Continue to strive. "There are not many treasures remaining," the elder in the black robe, Xianlong, remarked with a smile before his figure vanished from sight. In the vast expanse, only Li Feng stood silently. There should be 2 factions swiftly redeeming their treasures soon, he pondered quietly. As he anticipated, the various innate realm experts from the Zhou family and the Feng family wore smiles that soon morphed into expressions of concern. The spirit gathering divine pattern has been redeemed? They had also acquired 100 Xianlong fruits, albeit with a slight delay. Since we cannot exchange for the spirit gathering divine pattern, let us redeem the beast spirit purple pills instead. The Zhou and Feng families, having arrived at the same conclusion, promptly saw 2 sets of beast spirit purple pills vanish from the air. For them, the beast spirit purple pills offered a more enticing path to rapid cultivation than other treasures. Within a mere 10 minutes, 3 more treasures were exchanged, and the leaderboard in the void underwent a transformation. 1. Xianlong Inheritance. Redemption condition, unknown. 2. Complete beast spirit purple pills, 80 in total, divided into 8 sets of 10. Redemption condition, each set requires 100 Xianlong fruits. Remaining, 5 sets. 3. Redeemed. 4. Redeemed. 5. Redeemed. 6. Spirit Phantom Grade Armor, 3rd tier. High level can be activated by those with weaker strength. The stronger the wielder, the greater the defensive power. Redemption condition. 2 pieces, each requiring 100 Xianlong fruits. 7. Spirit Phantom Grade Battle Blade. 3rd tier. High level can be activated by those with weaker strength. The stronger the wielder, the greater the attack power. Redemption condition. 2 pieces, each requiring 100 Xianlong fruits. 8. Redeemed. The inheritance redemption remains unknown, while 50 Beast Spirit Purple Pills, 2 pieces of Spirit Phantom Grade Armor, and 2 pieces of Spirit Phantom Grade Battle Blades are still available. These treasures require a total of 900 Xianlong fruits. According to the map in his mind, several factions have already gathered over 60 Xianlong fruits, significantly increasing their chances of redeeming treasures. Li Feng inhaled deeply, a clear hint of urgency in his eyes. I must continue to strive to redeem 1 or 2 more treasures. Though he possessed the map, he was but one individual. While other major factions boasted over 20 innate realm experts, not to mention numerous high-tier body refining cultivators who could locate the Xianlong fruits even without knowing their specific locations. Comparatively, he held a slight advantage, yet it was not overwhelmingly significant. Regrettably, I cannot inform my family, Li Feng lamented, resolving to think no further. He swiftly moved toward a certain direction. In the desolate forest county, Li family. Heavenly Thunder. Did you say that a tremendous opportunity has arisen in the Yunwu mountain range of the Qingwu County? Numerous treasures have emerged? Li Tianyang inquired eagerly, casting a glance at Li Tianlei. As the frenzy over the treasures of the Yunwu mountain range escalated, the Li family finally received the news. Indeed, Li Tianlei affirmed, nodding vigorously. I was in the Soul Star County, where nearly all top-tier factions mobilized. The news of the Yunwu mountain range is spreading like wildfire across the surrounding areas. The leaderboard within the mountain range boasts a plethora of treasures, including dozens of complete Beast Spirit Purple Pills, the Spirit Gathering Divine Pattern, Spirit Phantom Grade Weapons, Crimson Heart Flames, and even the Xianlong Inheritance of the Three Soul Realm. The Xianlong Inheritance of the Three Soul Realm? Li Tianyang's eyes widened with astonishment, quickly overshadowed by desire. The Seven Soul Realm had been their ancestor Li Youxuan's lifelong pursuit, let alone the inheritance of the Three Soul Realm. Should they acquire such a level of inheritance, it might enable Li Yuxian to shatter his bottleneck and directly ascend to the Seven Soul Realm, extending his lifespan by another 500 years. Furthermore, the Li family would flourish for at least another 500 years. Beyond the inheritance, the other treasures like the complete Beast Spirit Purple Pills and the Spirit Gathering Divine Pattern were enticing enough to drive anyone mad. No wonder there were unusual movements within the Zhao family. It seems nearly a dozen innate realm experts departed the clan, Li Tianyang remarked darkly. Zhao Wu had previously been in the Yunwu mountain range, hastening to inform the Zhao family. However, they were previously unaware of the information regarding the mountain range, leaving them puzzled about the Zhao family's actions. Thinking deeply, Li Tianyang turned to Li Tianlei and asked urgently, how much time has passed? Has anyone claimed the treasures listed on the leaderboard? Just as Li Tianlei finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared before them, emanating an aura of age and decay. The individual, with a head full of white hair and deeply etched wrinkles, bore a scent of rot. Ancestor. Upon seeing the decrepit elder, Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei were taken aback, then quickly bowed in reverence. Before them stood the guardian of the Li family, the formidable Li Yuxian, who instilled fear in both the Zhao and Zheng families. The events of the Yunwu mountain range had directly drawn Li Yuxian's attention. He regarded the two before him and spoke solemnly. Regardless of how many treasures remain in the Yunwu mountain range, our Li family must take action. We cannot remain idle. I shall lead the majority of our innate realm and high-tier body refining cultivators there, leaving a few innate experts to guard the clan. With decisive authority, he waved his hand, causing Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei to vanish instantly. The treasures are dwindling. Time is of the essence. With so many treasures at stake, we cannot leave empty-handed. The struggle within the Yunwu mountain range continued. Shortly after the Zhou family exchanged for 20 Beast Spirit Purple Pills, another 10 were redeemed. Just 2 hours later, a Spirit Phantom Grade Attack-type Battle Blade was claimed. A few hours later, yet another 10 Beast Spirit Purple Pills were exchanged. In less than a day, 3 sets of treasures had vanished. As more factions surged into the fray, the tide of battle escalated. Nearly every second saw the fall of another contender, with slaughter permeating every corner of the Yunwu mountain range. 10 Beast Spirit Purple Pills acquired. Li Feng beamed as he surveyed the purple pills within his spatial ring. He had been the one to redeem 10 of them. After consuming one, he now possessed 19 complete Beast Spirit purple pills. With 30 Beast Spirit purple pills remaining and 3 Spirit Phantom grade weapons still available, he resolved to prioritize the redemption of the Beast Spirit purple pills. Li Feng inhaled deeply, aware that time was growing ever more pressing. Chapter 69. The Convergence. This area is our hunting ground. You should vacate immediately. The command echoed through the tumultuous scene, accompanied by the cacophony of battle cries and the clash of combat. A fierce skirmish had erupted among a dozen combatants, leaving a grim tableau of lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. In the midst of this chaos, Li Feng soared through the air, having long grown accustomed to such tumult. As he continued his search, he remained indifferent to the mayhem surrounding him. However, a flicker of curiosity pierced his focus. Within his innate domain, he sensed a disturbance. Without hesitation, he adjusted his course and sped towards the source. Upon arrival, a palpable pressure emanated from his innate realm, causing those engaged in combat below to halt abruptly. Their faces etched with fear. They recognized him as a formidable innate realm expert. Among them stood a middle-aged man clad in animal hide, his body marred with wounds, evidently suffering from grave injuries. He gazed up at Li Feng in disbelief. Everyone disperse. Li Feng commanded, his voice resonating with authority. The combatants, overtaken by a mix of awe and trepidation, swiftly retreated from the scene. Li Feng, is that truly you? The middle-aged man exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. This man was Yu Mu, whom Li Feng had previously encountered residing at the base of the Cloud Mist Mountains. The shock washed over Yu Mu as he realized that the youthful figure he had conversed with was now an innate realm powerhouse. Alongside his astonishment, a sense of relief surged within him for having survived. Thank you for saving me, Yu Mu expressed gratefully. Are you still lingering in the Cloud Mist Mountains? Had he not crossed paths with Li Feng, Yu Mu might have met a grim fate. With his meager strength, remaining here was perilous. Out of greed, I sought to obtain a treasured item listed on the board, Yu Mu confessed, his expression one of bitter resignation. Despite his paltry strength, he had longed for the treasure, believing it would alter his destiny significantly. Many shared his ambition within the mountains, hoping for a chance to ascend despite lacking powerful backing. The prospect of success was enticing, yet failure loomed ominously, promising death. Li Feng, I owe you my life. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me, Yu Mu declared earnestly, bowing his head in respect. As he watched Yu Mu depart, Li Feng pondered the duality of life and death. His mind conjured a map, revealing countless points of light that represented individuals. Within mere days, many of these lights had dimmed and vanished, indicating their demise. This was not limited to those at the body refining stage, as even innate realm experts had fallen victim. The treasures listed in the void were exceedingly precious, coveted even by those at the Dan Yuan stage, igniting a wave of bloodshed. This was the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Li Feng himself had narrowly escaped death while in pursuit of treasures. With a deep breath, he reined in his turbulent emotions. I must continue my search. I believe there is still one more treasure I can contend for. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. With a swift motion, Li Feng surged forth, propelling himself into the distance. However, after a couple of hours, his expression shifted. He detected a significant disturbance within his innate domain. A powerful aura surged forth as he accelerated towards the source. A fierce battle raged atop a mountain, with tenacious fighters locked in combat. Haha, Li Tianhu, how much longer do you think you can withstand? Surrender now, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. The taunts rang out amidst the clash. Zhao Luan, Zheng Kaiyang, do you possess the skill for one-on-one combat? Ganging up on us is hardly impressive. A group of 5 retorted, their faces marked by age, save for one youthful figure. One-on-one combat? Do you take us for fools? Do you truly believe the Li family can stake a claim in the Cloud Mist Mountains? They jeered, their movements relentless as they unleashed a flurry of attacks. What shall we do, Uncle Tianhu? The young man, Li Hao, implored, his youthful visage marred by blood and wounds, yet his eyes burned with resolve. We fight to the last, Li Tianhu declared, his expression darkening. Even if we perish, we shall take a few of them down with us. The Li family knows no fear of death. The others echoed his sentiments, their voices filled with fury. Agreed, Li Hao affirmed, determination etched on his face. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. All combatants, including Zhao Luan and Zheng Kaiyang, felt the weight of fear as they ceased their hostilities, gazing upward in reverence. In mere moments, Li Feng descended from the heavens, casting a commanding gaze upon the gathered fighters. Li Feng. Li Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized his cousin, now hovering in the air. Is it Li Feng of the Li family? How is this possible? Wasn't he at the body refining stage? When did he break through to the innate realm? The members of the Li family were astounded, while the Zhao and Zheng clans were enveloped in sheer terror, as though they were witnessing a phantasm. They had remained at the 9th layer of the body refining stage for over a decade, yet this young man, barely in his 20s, had ascended to innate realm prowess. As Li Feng surveyed the crowd, an icy light gleamed in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a flurry of flying daggers materialized, soaring towards his adversaries below. Run! The members of the Zhao and Zheng families, filled with dread, fled in all directions, desperate to escape. Yet, within the span of a heartbeat, their throats were pierced by the daggers, their life force ebbing away like the tide, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In mere seconds, 10 cultivators from the Zhao and Zheng families, all at the 9th layer of the body refining stage or lower, had been annihilated. Chapter 70. Summoning the Li clan in a swift motion, Li Feng appeared beside Li Tianhu and Li Hao, having effortlessly eliminated members of the Zhao and Zheng families. At that moment, Li Tianhu and the others were still in a state of shock. Is that really you, Xiaofeng? Li Tianhu gazed at Li Feng, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Unfamiliar with Li Feng's true power and having believed the Li family had kept the news under wraps, he assumed Li Feng's strength was on par with Li Hao's. Even Li Hao, who was aware of Li Feng's true capabilities, was astounded, although formidable in the medicinal garden. Li Feng's actual realm was merely at the 7th level of body refinement, approaching the 9th level overall. How could it be that, in such a short span since the medicinal garden, Li Feng had ascended to the innate realm? Uncle Tianhu, if I am not Xiaofeng, who else could I be? A radiant smile illuminated Li Feng's face. It truly is Xiaofeng. Haha, Xiaofeng, you are incredible. Zhao Luan and the others stood no chance and were all vanquished. Upon seeing the smile on Li Feng's face, the other members of the Li family confirmed his identity, their excitement surging. Brother. Li Feng called out to the dazed Li Hao with a grin. He then turned to Li Tianhu, not wishing to squander any time. Uncle Tianhu, have all the members of the Li family arrived at the Yunwu mountain range? Realizing the urgency of Li Feng's inquiry, Li Tianhu responded. The opportunities in the Yunwu mountain range are immense. Our ancestor recently emerged from seclusion and led 17 innate realm members, along with dozens of body refinement practitioners, into this place. That's splendid. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew that on his own, he could not gather many Xinlong fruits. Even if he were aware of their locations, time was a constraint. However, with the arrival of the Li family, that obstacle was swiftly removed. Could you possibly summon my father and the others? Li Feng implored Li Tianhu. The immediate priority was to unite the 17 innate realm members of the Li family. Li Tianhu hesitated momentarily, as it was crucial to search for the Xinlong fruits, and no one wanted to waste time. Yet, seeing Li Feng, who had reached the innate realm, he refrained from further questioning and nodded. I cannot gather all the elders, but I know the locations of Tianyang and Tianlei. They will certainly find a way. My father? Li Feng's heart leaped with joy as he exclaimed, Please, Uncle Tianhu, tell me their approximate location. Without hesitation, Li Tianhu divulged the information. Found them. Based on Li Tianhu's guidance, Li Feng swiftly deduced their locations using the mental map in his mind. Confirming the 2 points of light in a mere 3 seconds, his expression brimming with joy. Uncle Tianhu, find a safe place. There is no need to search for the Xianlong fruits anymore. I will go find my father and the others first. After issuing a quick reminder, Li Feng darted off into the distance. The search for the Xianlong fruits proved to be quite challenging. In a certain area, 2 figures moved swiftly, meticulously surveying their surroundings. These were Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei. Most of the innate realm members of the Li family had banded together to mitigate potential dangers. Unable to contain himself, Li Tianlei remarked, if they were easy to find, the Li family would not have had a chance. I suspect all the treasures on the list have been claimed. Li Tianyang shook his head, his gaze drifting into the void. 1. Xinlong inheritance. Redemption conditions, unknown. 2. Complete beast essence purple Dan, 80 pieces. A total of 8 portions, 10 pieces each. Redemption conditions, 100 Xianlong fruits per portion. Remaining, 3 portions. 3. Redeemed. 4. Redeemed. 5. Redeemed. 6. Spirit Phantom Grade Armor. High-grade third tier can be activated with weak strength. The stronger the wielder, the greater the defense. Redemption conditions. 2 pieces. 100 Xianlong fruits each. 7. Spirit Phantom Grade Battle Blade. High-grade third tier can be activated with weak strength. The stronger the wielder, the greater the power. Redemption conditions. 1 piece, 100 Xianlong fruits. 8. Redeemed. At that moment, 6 treasures remained on the list. Previously, there had been nearly 20 items, each one likely to incite fierce competition outside. Li Tianyang's eyes gleamed with desire. Unfortunately, a significant portion has already been redeemed, Li Tianlei lamented. Nevertheless, Li Tianyang asserted solemnly, the remaining 6 treasures still hold substantial value. The third-tier Spirit Phantom level weapons may not compare to the Beast Essence Purple Dan, but if we can redeem them, we should prioritize the latter. Li Tianlei nodded in agreement. Tianyang, your talent is undoubtedly among the pinnacle of our Li family. If you had the Beast Essence Purple Dan to assist you, your progress would be swift. The Grand Elder is at the peak of the innate realm. With the aid of the Beast Essence Purple Dan, he might even cross that final threshold into the Dan Yuan realm. As they spoke, both Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei's expressions suddenly shifted. An innate realm expert? They warily turned their gazes toward the distance, where a figure was approaching rapidly. However, upon recognizing the figure, both of their expressions turned to sheer astonishment. Xiaofeng. Li Tianyang stared at his son, who was hovering in midair, his eyes filled with disbelief. His son had become an innate realm expert? Dad, Uncle Tianlei. Li Feng moved closer to Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei. Xiaofeng, your strength. Suddenly, Li Tianyang snapped back to reality, hastily inquiring, Dad, I encountered some fortuitous encounters in the Yunwu mountain range, which allowed me to break through to the innate realm. Li Feng replied with a smile. He offered no further explanations and quickly added, Dad, Uncle Tianlei, can you summon all the innate members of our Li family right now? All the innate members? Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei were momentarily taken aback, momentarily forgetting to ask Li Feng how he had achieved his breakthrough. Li Feng's expression turned serious. He revealed no secrets and stated plainly, I possess a map detailing the distribution of Xianlong fruits in the Yunwu mountain range. What? The mention of the Xianlong fruit distribution map astonished Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei, especially Li Tianyang, who regarded Li Feng with newfound respect and intrigue. At that moment, everyone in the Yunwu mountain range was frantically searching for the Xianlong fruits, yet all were wandering aimlessly, unaware of when they might stumble upon them. Had they known the locations, the Xianlong fruits would have likely been completely depleted by now. However, seeing the earnest expression on Li Feng's face, Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei believed him wholeheartedly. I will contact them immediately, Li Tianyang declared, swiftly producing a token. With a decisive grip, he shattered the token. This is our Li family's sensing token. It can be shattered in times of life and death crises or significant matters, prompting others to rush to our side. Li Tianyang explained. Chapter 71. Splitting up after finishing his words, Li Tianyang looked at Li Feng and couldn't help but ask, Xiaofeng, do you truly possess a map? It wasn't that he doubted, but rather that it seemed utterly inconceivable. Li Feng nodded. Since the members of the Li family were on their way here, he felt no urgency. He briefly recounted the matter of obtaining the token from the Cloud Mist mountain range. I see, Li Tianlei nodded, his face brimming with delight. He then couldn't help but exclaim, how wonderful it would be if this opportunity arose in our wild forest county. In that case, our Li family would gain a tremendous advantage. Hearing this, Li Feng smiled, and, with a firm grip of his right hand, produced 2 jade tokens inscribed with intricate divine patterns, each appearing profoundly complex and enigmatic. Xiaofeng, what is this? Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei were taken aback upon seeing the tokens. Even the jade tokens listed on the rankings were not so elaborate. Father, Uncle Tianlei. This is a 4th grade Beast Soul Divine pattern, Li Feng replied with a smile. A 4th grade Beast Soul Divine pattern? Upon hearing this, Li Tianyang and Li Tianlei were momentarily stunned, their eyes suddenly gleaming with an overwhelming intensity. Li Tianyang fixed his gaze on Li Feng, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, and inquired, Xiaofeng, did you acquire this from the rankings? Indeed, Li Feng nodded with a smile. This is the 3rd treasure listed. Excellent. Li Tianyang's attention was riveted on the 2 jade tokens, as if they were the most precious treasures in existence. Haha, how foolish of me. Since Xiaofeng has the map of the mysterious dragon fruit from the Cloud Mist mountain range, he must have a significant advantage in exchanging for treasures. A few items were missing when the rankings first appeared. No one knew what they were, only to discover they were exchanged by Xiaofeng, including the Beast Soul Divine Pattern. Li Tianlei also realized this, laughing heartily, visibly excited. Xiaofeng, you have done exceptionally well. Li Tianyang patted his son's shoulder, his face reflecting indescribable joy. With the pressure lifted, it felt as though the weight of the Zhao and Zheng families had vanished entirely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As time flew by, figures continually approached from the distance. In reality, the members of the Li family had not strayed too far while searching for the mysterious dragon fruit. They remained within a certain area, conducting a thorough search. Tianyang, why did you call us? A voice rang out. Have you discovered the mysterious dragon fruit? Xiaofeng, what are you doing here? The many innate experts from the Li family arrived, gazing at Li Tianyang and the other two. Elders, I summoned you all for a significant matter. Li Tianyang stated directly. Without further ado, he continued, Xiaofeng knows the distribution map of the mysterious dragon fruit in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. What? Xiaofeng knows the distribution map of the mysterious dragon fruit? How is that possible? Other factions were searching for it, including those terrifying forces with 7 Soul Realm experts. Yet no one knew the location of the mysterious dragon fruit. Upon hearing this, the many elders of the Li family were instantly astonished. The elder with white hair fixed his piercing gaze on Li Feng and asked, Xiaofeng, is that true? Yes, elder, Li Feng nodded. His body slowly ascended, standing suspended in midair. Innate realm. The sight of Li Feng in such a state shocked the many elders of the Li family even more. This opportunity in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range was triggered by me, and I also benefited from it. Breaking through to the innate realm, Li Feng quickly explained. He grabbed the 2 peculiar jade tokens and handed them to the elder before him, saying, Elder, this is a 4th grade Beast Soul Divine Pattern token, now entrusted to you. The Cloud Mist Mountain Range only permitted those below the Dan Yuan realm to enter, and since the elder's strength was at the pinnacle of the innate realm, no one could harm him within this mountain range. Thus, it was best for the Beast Soul token to be in his possession. A Beast Soul Divine Pattern token? Good heavens, Xiaofeng possesses such treasures. The elders gasped in astonishment. Wonderful. These 2 Beast Soul Divine Pattern tokens represent 2 guardian beasts at the Dan Yuan realm. With these tokens, our Li family need no longer worry about the threats from the Zhao and Zheng families. Upon seeing the 2 Divine Pattern tokens, the elders of the Li family were exhilarated, their faces lighting up with immense excitement. The Beast Soul Divine Pattern tokens. The elder also gazed at them, his eyes filled with an intense glow, his aged face reflecting boundless joy, as if the wrinkles had momentarily vanished. Excellent, excellent. He looked at Li Feng and exclaimed, Xiaofeng, your contributions to the family are invaluable. Li Feng smiled and said, Elder, let us set these matters aside for now. It is of utmost importance to exchange for the remaining treasures. Indeed, the elder nodded eagerly. Xiaofeng, where are the other mysterious dragon fruits? The 17 innate experts present were all eagerly awaiting Li Feng's response. Li Feng swiftly pointed out various locations, analyzing the search efforts of other factions and the timing of their finds. He quickly outlined the routes everyone should take. Other factions were also in pursuit of the mysterious dragon fruit, and if they chose poor routes, they could easily achieve nothing. In reality, Li Feng had been calculating during the waiting period. There are still over 50 areas remaining. Let us split up to search, and once we find them, we will converge at these locations. Li Feng spoke rapidly. Each location contained only about 20 mysterious dragon fruits. If 5 people found them, even if the total exceeded 100, they would still need to gather together to exchange for treasures. Let us follow Xiaofeng's routes. The elder quickly declared, excitement evident on his face. Initially, they had thought the Li family would arrive too late to obtain even a single treasure, but unexpectedly, Li Feng had unlocked this immense opportunity and acquired the 4th grade Beast Soul Divine Pattern tokens, unknown to other factions. With that, the elder flew toward a certain direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other elders also soared toward different locations, quickly disappearing from sight. Xiaofeng, I shall take my leave as well. We will meet shortly. Li Tianyang said to Li Feng with a smile, his face radiating pride as he realized his son had matured to this extent. Just be sure to stay safe. He added, his expression turning serious. Understood, father. I still have the Void Instant Divine Pattern token bestowed by our ancestor. No one can harm me. Li Feng replied with a grin. His overall strength now lay in the mid-innate realm, with speed even reaching the late innate realm. In a genuine battle, Li Tianyong would find it difficult to contend with him. Chapter 72. The greatest victor watching his father depart, Li Feng felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. The Li family had also commenced their search. Should fortune favor them, they might well secure 3 invaluable treasures. An expression of anticipation graced Li Feng's countenance. The disparity between aimless searching and purposeful seeking is monumental. The vast expanse of the Yunwu mountain range demands considerable time for exploration, even for those in the innate realm. Furthermore, the prominent factions are evidently not collaborative. The same area may be revisited by different forces in quick succession, leading to many regions of the mountain range remaining untouched. Whoosh! Li Feng's figure darted forward swiftly to a particular location. As time continued its relentless passage, the members of the Li family steadily approached their destination. At a rocky cliff, the family's esteemed elder arrived, his face illuminated with joy, gazing into the distance where over 20 xianlong fruits lay scattered. Aha! These xianlong fruits belong to the Li family. Elsewhere, the immensely robust Li Tianlei demonstrated remarkable agility, collecting dozens of xianlong fruits in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, Li Tianyong was also gathering xianlong fruits at another location. As time progressed, the Li family continued to amass xianlong fruits. 3 hours later, the ethereal leaderboard displayed that 10 beast essence purple pills had been exchanged. Father and the others are quite swift, Li Feng observed the leaderboard, a smile gracing his lips. These 10 beast essence purple pills were indeed the fruits of Li Tianyong and his companions' efforts. As time flowed on, after another faction exchanged 10 beast essence purple pills, the elders of the Li family once again gathered 100 xianlong fruits, successfully exchanging them for the remaining 10 beast essence purple pills. Thus, all the beast essence purple pills were finally claimed. Xianlong fruits? In a certain area, Li Feng's figure surged forth, swiftly arriving to behold 20 shriveled fruits before him, which he promptly collected. I have gathered 100. A smile crept onto his face as he held the fruits in his hand. Buzz! A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, and a figure clad in black robes materialized. Ha, young friend. It appears your harvest has been quite fruitful. Having collected 100 xianlong fruits, the elder, with a genial demeanor, continued, now, there remain 3 treasures. 1 spirit illusion-grade battle knife, and 2 spirit illusion-grade armors. Which shall you exchange for? Master Xianlong, I wish to exchange for the battle knife. Li Feng responded with a hint of reverence. I previously exchanged for spirit illusion-grade boots, which have greatly enhanced my speed. However, should I acquire armor now, my combat prowess would remain only at the mid-stage of the innate realm, Li Feng silently mused. Exchanging for the battle knife, however, offers much more. Very well. Xianlong nodded with a smile, gesturing with his right hand, and a formidable black battle knife materialized. Exceeding 1.5 meters in length, it was adorned with intricate patterns, its back thick, yet its tip remarkably sharp, emanating a chilling gleam. Upon completing the exchange for the battle knife, Xuanlong's figure vanished without a trace. Let me assess the power of this blade. Gripping the weapon, Li Feng infused it with innate true energy. He swung the knife downwards, striking the ground. Crack! A resounding sound echoed as a massive fissure formed. After its emergence, numerous smaller cracks radiated outward, unleashing a terrifying power that enveloped the surroundings. The energy emanating from the battle knife was extraordinarily potent. Late-stage innate realm. As Li Feng felt this formidable power, a glimmer of awe illuminated his eyes. Had he chosen the spirit illusion-grade armor, aside from a slight advantage in speed, he would have been unable to contend with a late-stage innate realm opponent. However, equipped with this battle knife, his offensive capabilities and speed would rival those at the late-stage innate realm, albeit with slightly inferior defense. He could certainly engage a late-stage innate realm expert. Reigning in his excitement, Li Feng turned his gaze to the remaining 2 treasures in the ethereal realm. The opportunity to exchange was slipping away. Based on his assessments, 2 other factions were on the verge of gathering 100 xianlong fruits. Nevertheless, his acquisitions had sufficed. A gentle smile graced his lips. 80 beast essence purple pills, currently. 20 resided with him, another 20 with Li Tianyong and others. Additionally, he had obtained 2 beast soul divine patterns, 1 gathering spirit divine pattern, 1 spirit illusion grade battle boots, 1 spirit illusion grade battle knife, and a fiery red heart flame nearing the essence of earth fire. It could be said that he had secured more than half of the treasures listed. This was undoubtedly a tremendous gain. as Li Feng had anticipated. Merely half an hour later, the last two spirit illusion-grade armors were exchanged, leaving only the enigmatic Xianlong inheritance, whose exchange conditions remained a mystery. The exchanges had concluded. Damn it, despite deploying so many powerful warriors, we have obtained not a single treasure. Haha, our faction may be weak, yet we secured 10 beast essence purple pills, which is ample. Some expressed their ire, while others reveled in their fortunes. Only the final Xianlong inheritance remains. This inheritance, wielded by a being capable of manipulating the heavens and the earth, was certainly the most coveted treasure. Uncertain of how to exchange, this inheritance shall be mine. As the exchanges concluded, the powerful figures from all factions turned their gazes toward the final Xianlong inheritance, their eyes brimming with desire. Buzz! The void suddenly solidified, freezing everyone in place, rendering their bodies immobile. Above in the void, numerous black lights radiated forth, coalescing into an ancient figure, the venerable Xianlong, who gazed down with a smile. Ah, it seems the treasures I have left behind are quite alluring, drawing so many factions here, Xianlong remarked, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. What you all desire most now is undoubtedly my inheritance, am I correct? All eyes were fixed on him, unmistakable longing evident in their expressions. The Three-Soul Realm, a supreme existence on the Koroyu continent. One could only imagine how enticing the inheritance at this level would be. Acquiring the inheritance is quite simple, Xianlong smiled, waving his right hand, causing a grand palace to materialize. The palace descended rapidly, settling in a designated area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Across the Yunwu mountain range, white portals began to manifest, dotting the landscape. This palace is named the Hall of Inheritance. Through these white portals, you may swiftly arrive at its entrance. The factions that have exchanged for the treasures listed will have the opportunity to enter the Hall of Inheritance. Once inside, the hall will select a master, and my inheritance resides within, Xianlong explained with a smile. The ability to claim the inheritance lies solely in your hands. I wish you all good fortune. Buzz! His figure transformed into countless black light points, vanishing from sight. Chapter 73. Gathering forces, it is indeed the Hall of Inheritance. I have obtained a treasure, and thus, I stand a chance to receive the legacy. Curse it. Only those who have exchanged for treasures on the list can enter the Hall of Inheritance. Even if we have not made contact, it does not mean that the one who becomes the master of the hall possesses overwhelming strength. We shall find an opportunity to seize it. A glimmer of desire flashed in the eyes of the crowd. Regardless of whether they had acquired treasures, almost everyone rushed towards the nearest white portal. Even if they could not obtain it, they could not afford to miss out on the competition for the inheritance of the Three Souls realm. The Hall of Inheritance? In a certain region, Li Feng stood silently, gazing at the white portal not far from him. He approached swiftly and entered. In a certain part of the wild mountain range, a magnificent palace stood tall, the very site of the Hall of Inheritance. At this moment, individuals had already begun to arrive. Although the white portal allowed for rapid travel, it was evident that not everyone could arrive simultaneously. Their eyes were fixed on the hall, filled with longing. The Xianlong, at the very least, was a powerhouse of the Three Souls realm. The ancestor commanded that his inheritance must be secured. The Three Souls realm rules over this dark and shadowy continent. Few have truly reached this level. If one were to obtain the inheritance, it would not only mean a breakthrough to the Three Souls realm, but also a strong possibility of reaching the Seven Souls realm. Aside from a few factions of the Three Souls realm, the remaining powers of the Seven Souls realm were undoubtedly the strongest. The crowd couldn't help but murmur among themselves. Is this the Hall of Inheritance? Li Feng was among the first to arrive, contemplating silently as he gazed at the palace. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind cut through the air, and a small boat, over 20 meters long, soared through the void as though gliding on a river. This small vessel emanated a soft white glow, and within stood several figures, the foremost being a young man clad in golden armor. The youth appeared to be merely in his 20s, exuding a strikingly handsome visage, with his hands resting behind him, radiating an indescribable aura. Although he did not release his momentum, a keen observer could sense an incredibly dangerous presence emanating from him. Behind this young man were more than 40 figures, all seemingly older than him, yet they followed his lead. Clearly, this golden-armored youth was not to be underestimated. His strength was formidable. Upon sighting this youth, some girls below displayed a hint of admiration. It was the arrival of the Sun family from Chiang County. The white vessel was a 4th-grade Spirit Phantom-class warship, a rank surpassing the third-grade weapons listed previously. The young man leading them was Sun Xinwu. As the crowd beheld the newcomers, expressions of caution and reverence filled their eyes. Qiyang County is not far from Qingwu County. A forest spanning hundreds of kilometers separates them. And the Sun family is the ruler of Qiyang County. Among them, the strongest possess capabilities reaching the Seven Souls realm, with lifespans exceeding 1,000 years. Sun Xinwu, at 19, stands at the pinnacle of the innate realm, the most outstanding of the younger generation of the Sun family. The Hall of Inheritance is indeed extraordinary. Upon their arrival, Sun Xinwu and his companions disembarked from the white vessel, which he then stowed away. With a smile, Sun Xinwu gazed upon the palace before him. We must secure the Xianlong inheritance. Even if it falls into the hands of others, we shall seize it directly. This is crucial for the development of our family. An elder approached Sun Xinwu, communicating telepathically. Sun Xinwu, you are quite swift. A melodious voice suddenly rang out. A streak of light rushed in from the distance, revealing itself to be a gigantic sword, 30 meters in length. Standing upon this sword were several figures. Leading them was a charming girl clad in blue armor, her hair casually tied back, carrying a long sword on her back, exuding a fierce aura. It was the talented young woman Xiao Zixin from Liuxin County. At 17, she was nearing the late stages of the innate realm, and in terms of talent, she was no less than Sun Xinwu. Furthermore, Xiao Zixin was a core disciple of the sword sect, where the sword way holds utmost importance, making her strength unfathomable. The crowd gazed at the newcomers with renewed awe. The Xiao family from Liuxin County is yet another powerful clan boasting a Seven Souls realm powerhouse. It is known that once one reaches the Seven Souls realm, they can effortlessly slay demon beasts of the Dan Yuan realm, thus easily acquiring the precious purple Dan from these beasts. The benefits of the purple Dan are immense. Even for those in the innate realm, one can only imagine how swiftly such a family would develop. The Sun family and the Xiao family? In the crowd, Li Feng silently observed these two factions. The weakest of the Seven Souls realm powerhouses can live for a millennium, while those at the peak may approach a lifespan of 10,000 years. The entire development of the Li family has only spanned over 5,000 years. Yet these formidable beings are nearing their lifespan's limits. It seems that only the Sun and Xiao families, both possessing Seven Souls realm powerhouses, have come to this gathering. Li Feng mused to himself. He remained inconspicuous, watching the prodigies from the Sun and Xiao families. The dark and shadowy continent is vast. Yet the number of families at the Seven Souls realm level is limited. As time passed, various factions arrived swiftly, most appearing individually. After all, members of a faction are often dispersed across different locations. The Qian family had sent an innate realm individual. At that moment, a voice rang in Li Feng's ear. In truth, many present were from the Qingwu County factions, and they were quite familiar with the various families therein. A tall, slender, middle-aged man flew in from the void, accompanied by a burly man, Zhao Wu, and the one who chased me earlier. Upon seeing them, Li Feng's expression turned suddenly cold. The greatest threat to the Li family comes from the Zhao and Zheng families, so the younger generation must be familiar with the innate powers of these clans, ever vigilant of the looming danger. In this world where strength reigns supreme, a moment's negligence could lead to the swift demise of even the most prosperous family. Thus, Li Feng immediately recognized them. As for the other tall, slender man, he was the one who had hunted him earlier, forcing him to use the instantaneous divine pattern jade plate. Otherwise, he would have perished at the hands of this man. He never expected them to be together. Haha. The Hall of Inheritance. Zhao Wu and Qian Han arrived, excitement evident on their faces as they gazed toward the grand palace, their eyes filled with yearning. However, as Zhao Wu's gaze fell upon a certain spot below, his expression shifted to one of coldness. A voice laced with chilling malice erupted. Li Feng, you have not perished in the Yunwu mountain range? Chapter 74. Li Feng's enemies. A murderous intent gleamed in Zhao Wu's eyes. Previously, he had dispatched Zhao Yin and Zhao Langyuan to shadow Li Feng, believing their success was ensured. However, upon arriving at the Yunwu mountain range, he found himself unable to locate either Zhao Yin or Zhao Langyuan. It was evident that the two had likely met their demise. Furthermore, it was possible that Li Feng had also fallen victim to Zhao Yin and Zhao Langyuan. Following the appearance of the demon beast Zidon and the manifestation of treasures from the Xianlong list in the void, he temporarily set aside his search for Li Feng, only to unexpectedly encounter him now. Yet, It was astonishing that a mere junior at the body refinement stage had survived in the perilous Yunwu mountain range and had arrived here unscathed. Many cultivators at the body refinement level had perished in recent days. Could it be him? Qian Han, following Zhao Wu's gaze, spotted Li Feng and was instantly taken aback. Qian Han, do you know that Li Feng? Zhao Wu inquired upon noticing Qian Han's expression. That is a trump card typically reserved for the young scions of powerful factions. Spatial displacement? Zhao Wu's face curled into a cold smile. Indeed, there is something amiss. The Li family has truly invested in this Li Feng. Li family. Is this Li Feng from the Li family of the Wild Forest County? Qian Han was momentarily stunned by Zhao Wu's words before quickly grasping the implications. Zhao Wu had come to their clan seeking an alliance to confront the Li family. Previously, Li Feng had caused him considerable anxiety. Zhao Wu, if you have not perished. How could I? Li Feng responded with a faint smile, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Is there going to be a fight? Upon hearing the evident animosity in Zhao Wu and Li Feng's words, the eyes of those nearby turned with keen interest. In the Yunwu mountain range, where numerous factions converged, conflicts were a common occurrence. Countless individuals had fallen here, even those of the innate realm, all due to the rivalries among the major factions. You sharp-tongued brat. You must be the one who killed my nephew Zhao Tianyu, right? Zhao Wu's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Li Feng. Given the treasures bestowed upon Li Feng, it was clear he possessed immense potential, meriting such gifts from his family. What do you think? Li Feng replied with a tranquil smile, narrowing his eyes as the innate true energy within him subtly coalesced, preparing for action. At that moment, Li Feng's attention was drawn to the distance. Swish, swish. Several figures darted toward them. Ha ha, that must be the Hall of Inheritance. A youthful voice exclaimed, filled with excitement. It belonged to Feng Yanjun, whose eyes sparkled with delight. The Feng family had exchanged for a treasure from the list, 10 demon beast Zidon. Given his standing in the Feng family, he was certain to receive one, and he had hopes of attaining the innate realm in the future. Beside Feng Yanjun stood several others, including a strikingly beautiful young woman clad in purple armor, her gaze imbued with an innate allure. Another figure donned white armor, her soft hair cascading around her as a gentle breeze stirred it, enhancing her beauty. These two were Feng Yi and Zhou Yao. Accompanying Zhou Yao was a tall and handsome young man in black armor, his face radiating warmth as he conversed animatedly with her. Zhou Yao, what a coincidence. We just happened to arrive in the Hall of Inheritance area together. He smiled, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her, his intentions unmistakable. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the innate realm in such a short time. Congratulations. Our Tianwu Academy now boasts another innate realm student. Thank you. Zhou Yao replied with a calm demeanor, nodding slightly. Indeed, Yao Yao, you are incredible. To break through to the lower innate realm at just 17 is enviable. Feng Yi exclaimed, linking her arm with Zhou Yao's, her eyes reflecting both joy for her friend's success and a hint of envy. Currently, she was at the 7th layer of body refinement, still some distance from the 8th layer, uncertain when she would achieve a breakthrough. Suddenly, Feng Yanjun's expression turned icy as he seethed. Li Feng, I've finally found you. His glare was filled with rage. Previously, he had witnessed the demon beast Zidon being snatched from him by Li Feng, an act that had left him severely injured. He had been wounded by Li Feng multiple times before. As he looked at Li Feng, a chill ran down his spine, recalling the humiliating beatings he had suffered. Li Feng. Zhou Yao furrowed her brow as she gazed at the solitary figure below, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. Feng Yi also observed him, having initially considered stopping Feng Yanjun, but ultimately refrained. That young man in black armor is Feng Yuanjia, a genius of the Qingwu County Feng family. Despite his youth, he has already reached the mid-innate realm. Next to him is Zhou Yao from the Zhou family, who has evidently broken through to the innate realm at 17. Who is that youth below? He appears so young, yet has offended so many factions? Unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to be well known, was the reply. Upon hearing Feng Yanjun's furious outburst, more gazes turned toward Li Feng. His countenance was unfamiliar to them. He likely lacked renown, suggesting his strength was weak. If he was indeed weak, how had he managed to provoke so many factions? Feng Yanjun, haven't you had enough of being beaten? Li Feng remarked, casting a glance at Feng Yuanjia and his group, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Yao and Feng Yi before settling on Feng Yanjun, speaking in a calm tone. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Feng Yuanjia maintained a smile, though his eyes had turned notably frosty. Yanjun, is this the one who previously inflicted grave injuries upon you? Feng Yuanjia inquired, looking at his younger brother. Yes, brother. Feng Yanjun nodded vigorously, his face etched with anger. My second sister and I discovered a fragmented demon beast Zidon, but it was seized by Li Feng, who even attempted to kill me. He glared at Li Feng, declaring, "Umph. Li Feng, relying on your strength to snatch my treasures. This time my brother is here. Let us see how you respond." At this moment, Feng Yanjun felt a surge of exhilaration. His older brother was a mid-innate realm powerhouse, and he was certain that Li Feng would have no chance this time. Chapter 75. Confrontation with Feng Yuanjie. Upon hearing Feng Yanjun's words, Feng Yuanjie nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards Li Feng with an air of indifference. "Li Feng, you have seized my brother's treasures and injured him. Do you not owe me an explanation?" He hovered in the air, looking down at Li Feng, his eyes glimmering with a chilling intensity. His displeasure was not merely due to Feng Yanjun's predicament. He had also overheard Feng Yi and Feng Yanjun discussing Li Feng's seemingly unique relationship with Zhou Yao. In his heart, Zhou Yao is someone he must possess, and he would not allow any disruptions along the way. "Haha, it appears you have indeed made quite a few enemies, Li Feng." Zhao Wu, upon witnessing the arrival of the Feng family members and hearing their words, wore a smile. The Feng family of Qingwu County was a formidable clan in the Danyuan realm, and their conflict with the Li family piqued his interest for a good spectacle. Feng Yuanjie was at the mid-stage of the innate realm, stronger than him, and there was no chance for Li Feng to escape. Let the battle commence. Perhaps a significant clash would ensue between the Li and Feng families. Qianhan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, also keen to observe, casting his gaze down at the young man below. In that moment, many eyes turned towards the unfolding scene. As the encircling figures drew closer, Li Feng's expression remained calm. He entirely disregarded Feng Yuanjie's words and focused on Feng Yanjun. "Back to this again. Feng Yanjun, do you have no strategy other than relying on others?" His gaze scanned the positions of his adversaries, contemplating his next move. Still trying to argue. "Li Feng, you have seized my demon beast, the Purple Dan. Now that my elder brother is here, you had best hand it over." Feng Yanjun bellowed in fury. Before he could finish, Feng Yuanjie cut him short. His eyes bore an unmistakable darkness, clearly incensed by Li Feng's dismissal. He looked down upon Li Feng with a composed demeanor and stated, "Li Feng, I do not intend to bully you. Hand over the demon beast, the Purple Dan, and I shall spare your life." His words earned him subtle nods of acknowledgement from those around them. Although Feng Yuanjie was powerful, he possessed a commendable character, disdaining the act of preying on the weak. Furthermore, he exhibited no arrogance. Indeed, the Feng family had produced a true talent, and it was possible that Feng Yuanjie could become the fourth strong figure in the Danyuan realm within his clan. People could not help but murmur among themselves. Upon hearing Feng Yuanjie's declaration, Li Feng chuckled lightly. "Feng Yuanjie, the unparalleled genius of the Feng family? If you are indeed a genius, you must possess numerous treasures. I find myself quite intrigued by the contents of your spatial ring. Why not hand it over?" At Li Feng's words, Feng Yuanjie's expression turned icy. "I offered you a chance, and you squandered it. In that case, do not blame me." A terrifying aura of spiritual power began to emanate from him. "Wait." Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Hearing this, Feng Yuanjie halted his impending assault and turned to the girl beside him. "Zhou Yao, what is it?" It was Zhou Yao who had intervened. "Let me speak with Li Feng for a moment," she said calmly. "Very well." Feng Yuanjie nodded without hesitation. With Feng Yuanjie refraining from attacking, Zhou Yao gazed at the young man below, who had nearly become her husband. A flicker of complexity passed through her eyes as she softly addressed Li Feng. "Li Feng, I am uncertain where you derive your confidence, but Feng Yuanjie is at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Even though your progress has been swift and you have reached the pinnacle of the body refining stage, the gap between you and the innate realm is vast." She looked earnestly at Li Feng. "If you surrender the Purple Dan, Feng Yuanjie will not pursue you further." Though she held no particular feelings for Li Feng, she did not wish for this individual, with whom she shared a complicated connection, to perish here. After all, Li Feng's father, Li Tianyang, had once saved them. Since Zhou Yao has spoken, I shall spare Li Feng's life," Feng Yuanjie said with a nonchalant smile. Yet, his hand subtly clenched, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Indeed, as Feng Yi and Feng Yanjun had mentioned, there existed an inexplicable bond between Li Feng and Zhou Yao. "Provided you return the demon beast you stole from Yanjun and apologize, I will let this matter rest," he stated to Li Feng with a smile. Although his heart brimmed with malice, he could not allow it to surface before Zhou Yao. "Li Feng, Your life is far more valuable than any treasure. You have been granted a reprieve, Zhou Yao added, glancing at Li Feng. As he observed this lofty girl and listened to her grandiloquent advice, Li Feng suddenly scoffed. Zhou Yao, you still relish meddling in others' affairs. But have you forgotten the matter of the first-grade spiritual medicine that Feng Yanjun mentioned? Zhou Yao's brows furrowed slightly at his words. The previous accusation regarding the first-grade medicine was clearly a fabrication by Feng Yanjun, yet the circumstances now were entirely different. How formidable was Feng Yuanjie? Even if Li Feng progressed rapidly, could he truly contend with a mid-stage innate realm expert? Previously, no matter how strong Li Feng had been, he was merely at the body refining stage, and only a few days had elapsed since he left their Zhou family. How much could one truly advance in such a brief time? The chasm between the innate realm and the body refining stage was insurmountable, particularly after her own breakthrough to the innate realm, which had made her acutely aware of this vast divide. Even if the previous claims were false, circumstances dictated that a temporary concession was the wisest course of action when faced with such a formidable adversary as Feng Yuanjie. Zhou Yao, it seems others are ungrateful. Feng Yuanjie chuckled, his eyes glinting coldly. It was precisely what he had wished for. Since that is the case, then let us engage, Li Feng declared coldly. Boom. At that moment, he suddenly moved, a powerful aura erupting from him. His figure surged forward, charging directly at Feng Yuanjie. The overwhelming energy radiated, sweeping through the surroundings and causing some onlookers to change color and retreat instinctively. The innate realm. Zhou Yao felt the pressure of Li Feng's aura, her eyes widening in disbelief. She gaped at the suddenly unleashed Li Feng, scarcely able to comprehend what she was witnessing. She had just recently broken through to the innate realm herself. How could Li Feng have done so as well? Although Li Feng had effortlessly defeated Feng Yi in the Zhou residence, Feng Yi was merely at the 7th layer of the body refining stage, while she was at the peak of the 9th layer. In her mind, Li Feng could not possibly be her match. This was an unwavering conviction. Yet now, with Li Feng's first strike, her illusions shattered. The innate realm? How could this be? Feng Yanjun and Feng Yi stared in astonishment at the charging Li Feng, their expressions shifting dramatically, especially Feng Yi, who had previously been bested by Li Feng and believed his power to be only slightly superior to hers. She never could have imagined that he had reached such a level. Quite well concealed. As Li Feng advanced, Feng Yuanjie let out a cold laugh. Although he was somewhat surprised by Li Feng's strength, it was merely a fleeting reaction. He had not gained his reputation through mere luck. Li Feng, since you strike first, do not blame me for what follows, Feng Yuanjie said indifferently. With a grip of his right hand, a long spear materialized in his grasp. As the spear swung, dark rays of light rapidly coalesced at its tip, and an intense surge of spiritual energy gathered, emanating a chilling aura. Chapter 76, Slaying the Innate. Thunder Mist Spear. With a low roar, Feng Yuanjie unleashed his technique, causing waves of energy to radiate outward. A dense mist seemed to envelop the tip of his spear. Boom. The sound of thunder reverberated, reaching the ears of those nearby. It was the Thunder Mist Spear. A formidable innate martial art, it comprised 4 forms. And judging by Feng Yuanjie's demeanor, he appeared capable of executing the second form. After unleashing this move, Feng Yuanjie's offensive power was nearly on par with that of a late-stage innate warrior, which meant that this young man, named Li Feng, was in for a tough battle. Should he sustain severe injuries under the Thunder Mist Spear, his meridians could be damaged, making advancement in the innate realm exceedingly difficult. The onlookers recognized Feng Yuanjie's spear technique and began to murmur among themselves. Li Feng, I never hold back in battle. Brace yourself for my strike. Feng Yuanjie's icy voice echoed ominously. His eyes gleamed with a cold light, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him, revealing no intention of concealment. Innate martial arts? As Li Feng saw the spear hurtling toward him, he thought to himself. His recent breakthrough into the innate realm had left him with little time to study, as he had been preoccupied with seeking the Xianlong fruit. Firmly grasping a black battle knife in his right hand, Li Feng maintained an expression of calm. To harm me, your strength falls short, he said coldly, a powerful force coalescing around his weapon. Such arrogance. In response, Feng Yuanjie laughed bitterly, infuriated that, even at this juncture, Li Feng still attempted to put on a brave front. From the limited information he had on Li Feng, he knew that they were of similar age to Zhou Yao, a mere youth who could hardly be his rival. The misty aura and the distant rumble of thunder heralded the approach of the spear as it lunged toward Li Feng. Swish, swish. At that moment, a group of over a dozen individuals flew in from afar. Among them, a middle-aged man whose expression changed upon witnessing the battle in the void. Not good. His face belonged to Zhou Haitao. Why is Xiaofeng fighting Feng Yuanjie? Anxiety filled his features, yet there was no time to intervene. In his eyes, Li Feng's actions with the battle knife appeared simplistic, devoid of any finesse. Bang! A deafening sound erupted, and a terrifying wave of impact surged outward. Crack! The ground beneath them fractured, and those of weaker constitution turned pale. Horrified at the spectacle unfolding in the void, retreating in panic, they found themselves unable to endure the force of the collision. What a dreadful wave of impact! This young man, named Li Feng, possesses such formidable strength? It was no wonder he had drawn the ire of so many powerful foes. His prowess was not to be underestimated. The crowd's gaze toward Li Feng shifted continuously. Whose strength surpassed the other? They scrutinized the aftermath, and Feng Yuanjie felt an overwhelming force crash upon him. Unable to withstand it, a look of astonishment flickered across his face. How is this possible? He was a mid-stage innate warrior, yet he could not repel Li Feng's assault? Block it for me. Feng Yuanjie fought to maintain his composure, straining with all his might to avoid retreating. Just moments ago, he had looked down upon Li Feng, who seemed no more significant than an ant before him. He absolutely could not allow himself to be defeated by such a creature. Moreover, he would never permit Li Feng to best him in front of Zhou Yao. Still trying to hold on? Li Feng's heart held a cold smirk, having discerned Feng Yuanjie's intentions. Boom! The terrifying power radiating from the black battle knife surged forth. And after a brief struggle, Feng Yuanjie found himself utterly incapable of resisting. Uffed! He spat a mouthful of blood, his body flung backward. While his attack power approached that of a late-stage innate warrior, retreating would have mitigated much of the impact he endured. Yet, he chose to confront it head-on, leading to significant injury to his internal organs. Feng Yuanjie was defeated. This young man, named Li Feng, was evidently stronger. Heavens, this youth appears to be under 20. The onlookers were in shock, gazing at Feng Yuanjie, who had long been famed for his immense strength. Among the younger generation, only those from top-tier factions had bested him. Yet now, he was being repelled by an obscure young man. My brother has been defeated? How is this possible? Feng Yi stared in disbelief at her brother, Feng Yuanjie, who was now bloodied and retreating. Her eyes were wide with incredulity. What power did her brother possess? Just days ago, Li Feng had merely bested her, but she was certain he had not reached the innate realm. Yet now, in such a short time, he had even defeated her mid-stage innate brother. Beside Feng Yi, Feng Yanjun's face was marked by a look of horror, tinged with fear. His brother had been his greatest support. But now that support had been shattered by Li Feng's overwhelming strength. After repelling Feng Yuanjie, Li Feng surged forward, his aura fully unleashed. The mystical combat boots he wore activated completely, propelling him forward at a speed characteristic of a late-stage innate warrior, as he appeared directly before Qianhan. How is this possible? Li Feng has reached the innate realm? At that moment, Qianhan's eyes were filled with astonishment, shocked by the sudden display of Li Feng's prowess. Previously, when Li Feng had escaped from him, he had not yet attained the innate realm, indicating that he must have made his breakthrough within the Cloud Mist mountain range. The purple pill from the demon beasts. It must be the complete version. A flurry of thoughts raced through Qianhan's mind, but before he could fully process them, Li Feng forcefully repelled Feng Yuanjie and stood before him in an instant. What? The proximity of Li Feng sent a wave of terror through Qianhan's eyes. You sought to kill me last time. This time, I shall take your life. Li Feng's expression was devoid of warmth, and he swung his mystical battle knife. Uffed! The blade sliced through Qianhan's body, causing his internal organs to jolt violently, nearly shattered. Blood erupted from his mouth, and his vitality plummeted rapidly. No. He gazed at Li Feng, panic etched across his features, attempting to retrieve a spirit herb, but before he could act, Li Feng's second strike came crashing down. In that moment, Qianhan's waning life force ebbed away like a receding tide. Fear and confusion filled his eyes. He could hardly fathom that the young man who had previously been utterly defenseless against him had, in mere days, become a force capable of eliminating him almost instantaneously. And there's another. After dispatching Qianhan, Li Feng's expression remained indifferent as he turned his gaze toward another figure frantically fleeing. Run, hurry and escape. Where is my Zhao family's innate warrior? Zhao Wu's face was filled with terror, his mind racing with thoughts of survival. He dared not hesitate, fleeing with all his might. He had no desire to ponder the fates of his nephew Zhao Tianyu, Zhao Tianxi, or even Zhao Yin and Zhao Langyuan. All he wished was to preserve his own life. The young man he had previously dismissed as a non-threat now exhibited terrifying strength. The innate mid-stage genius Feng Yuanjie had been directly repelled, and the early-stage innate Qian Han had been slain by Li Feng in 2 swift blows. His strength was merely on par with Qian Han's, and if Qian Han was not a match, neither was he. Wishing to escape? Li Feng's expression turned frigid as he unleashed his full speed. His velocity had reached the peak of the late-stage innate realm, while Zhao Wu remained at the early-stage innate level. The disparity in their speeds was vast. Within mere seconds, Li Feng had caught up to him. Upon witnessing the approaching Li Feng, Zhao Wu's face, once filled with terror, contorted into a mask of sheer savagery, as if the instinct for survival had overshadowed his fear. Gripping a long sword tightly in his hand, he lunged at Li Feng with reckless abandon. Yet, the palm of Li Feng, shrouded in menacing gauntlets, seemed to flicker with flames, and with an outstretched right hand, he effortlessly seized Zhao Wu's sword. A single blow was all it took. With a cold smirk, Li Feng's left hand darted out like lightning, ensnaring Zhao Wu with an unyielding grip. Having just entered the Misty Mountains, and having deduced from the pursuit of Zhao Yin and Zhao Langyuan that the Zhao family would dispatch an innate-level expert to confront him, he was initially filled with anxiety. Realizing he must decisively eliminate Zhao Yin and Zhao Langyuan to neutralize this threat. Now, confronting Zhao Wu, he found the latter utterly defenseless in his grasp. Li Feng, our Zhao family's innate experts are right behind me, and will arrive shortly. I shall await you below, Zhao Wu shouted, his eyes brimming with venomous hatred. He understood that Li Feng would not spare him. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as Zhao Wu's face remained contorted with ferocity. Yet his life force dissipated entirely in an instant. In the blink of an eye, both Qian Han and Zhao Wu, the innate-level powerhouses, fell to Li Feng's might. The surroundings fell eerily silent as onlookers gazed at the indifferent youth who had just crushed Zhao Wu's throat in midair, a chill creeping into many hearts. Qian Han from the Qian family, along with another unknown innate-level expert, lay slain. Late-stage innate realm. The young man, named Li Feng, possessed strength at the late stage of the innate realm. How formidable! Given his youth, he could not be over 20. Yet he wielded such terrifying power. Which mighty force could have nurtured him? The crowd, once spectators of a mere spectacle, now regarded Li Feng with palpable awe. How could this be? Zhou Yao stared blankly at the indifferent youth in the void, as if she were encountering Li Feng for the first time. His prowess had ascended to the late stage of the innate realm? In Li Feng's presence, she had always considered herself superior due to her own strength, often looking down upon him, even dismissing him as weak and unworthy. Yet, in just over 3 short months, Li Feng had achieved his current stature. Her own strength was merely on par with Qian Han and Zhao Wu. In a battle against Li Feng, she would undoubtedly be no match. Xiao Feng. In the distance, Zhou Haitao approached, his expression one of disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. This youth possessed incredible strength. He appeared to be of a similar age to Yao Yao. Who was he? None of the young talents surrounding Qingwu County seemed to match this Li Feng. At this moment, several innate-level elders of the Zhou family bore expressions of shock, clearly astonished by Li Feng's power. Such a prodigious youth should have been well known by now. Yet they remained unaware of his true identity. Noticing Zhou Haitao's demeanor, the elder of the Zhou family inquired, "Haitao, do you know this young man?" Zhou Haitao, with a complex expression, replied, "Yao Yao once had an informal engagement, and her betrothed is this Li Feng." Really? The elder and others from the Zhou family exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Zhou Haitao's words. Seeing the joy on the elder's face, Zhou Haitao could only manage a wry smile as he briefly recounted the situation between Zhou Yao and Li Feng. Foolish, the elder bellowed in anger. Yao Yao is far too headstrong. According to Zhou Haitao, Li Feng was only 16 years old, younger than Zhou Yao. To possess such strength at 16 was a testament to his astounding potential. Given that Zhou Yao had been directly invited to join the Tianwu Academy, Li Feng would undoubtedly have opportunities to enter similar great powers at the level of the Three Souls realm in the future. If he could achieve this without the backing of a major force, what remarkable progress could he make if he were truly to join such an organization? Li Feng's sudden surge in strength had evidently caused a tremendous upheaval. Even the members of the Sun and Zhou families, who possessed strength at the Seven Souls realm, turned their gazes toward him. Is that a third-grade spirit illusion weapon in Li Feng's hand? Sun Xinwu, clad in golden armor, suddenly remarked, "Xinwu, your refining skills have improved rapidly. And your discerning eye remains as sharp as ever. An elderly man with white hair nodded in agreement. Li Feng's strength is truly formidable. Meanwhile, Zhou Zixin regarded Li Feng, her longsword subtly quivering, her eyes revealing a hint of battle intent. After dispatching Zhao Wu, Li Feng impassively stowed away his spatial ring. Boom. Without pausing, he surged forward, heading directly toward the area where Feng Yanjun was located. Big brother, save me. Upon seeing Li Feng's approach, Feng Yanjun was filled with terror, devoid of any thought of resistance, having witnessed the swift demise of two innate-level experts at Li Feng's hands. What power did he possess to stand against this? He feared for his life. At this moment, regret flooded Feng Yanjun's mind as he lamented his foolishness in provoking this harbinger of doom. Li Feng, stop! Feng Yuanjie shouted, his expression shifting dramatically, filled with rage. Swish! He darted forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Feng Yanjun. Do you think you can stop me? Li Feng scoffed, his battle blade sweeping through the air. Despite Feng Yuanjie's desperate attempts to block, he was no match, and his figure was sent hurtling backward. In an instant, Li Feng appeared before Feng Yanjun, seizing him effortlessly. Li Feng, I beg you, do not kill me. Feng Yanjun pleaded, panic etched across his face. He could no longer muster even a shred of defiance against Li Feng. Feng Yuanjie's countenance darkened as he glared at Li Feng, who had captured his brother, and solemnly declared, Li Feng, I apologize on behalf of my brother. We are willing to make amends. His heart was heavy with foreboding. He knew Li Feng acted without restraint, indifferent to anyone, having effortlessly slain two innate-level individuals, one of whom belonged to the Qian family. Chapter 78. Escalation and Compensation. Upon hearing the words, Li Feng halted his actions and turned to Feng Yuanjie, speaking in a calm voice. First, hand over the spatial ring to me. If the contents satisfy me, I may spare Feng Yanjun's life. In truth, killing Feng Yanjun would not bring him significant advantage. What he truly sought was immense benefit from this encounter. Feng Yuanjie's expression shifted slightly at Li Feng's words. All his possessions were contained within the spatial ring, and its contents were invaluable, especially since he had recently exchanged for a new batch of treasures. Brother. At that moment, Feng Yanjun, his face filled with terror, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. He looked at his elder brother with eyes full of expectation, wishing fervently for a swift agreement. He truly did not wish to die. Brother. Feng Yi also turned to Feng Yuanjie, her anxiety palpable. You must agree to Li Feng's request quickly. If it's too late and Feng Yanjun is killed, it will all be for naught. Feng Yuanjie's face darkened, his expression shifting drastically. Finally, he clenched his right hand, and a spatial ring appeared. Here. The spatial ring flew from his hand, landing directly in Li Feng's grasp. Ultimately, he chose to relent. Today, the Feng family concedes, Feng Yuanjie said, looking at Li Feng with a solemn tone. I hope there will be another opportunity for us to spar. His heart was heavy with gloom. In front of so many powerful factions, especially Zhou Yao, he felt utterly humiliated. 5 third-grade spiritual herbs? 30 second-grade herbs, along with numerous first-grade herbs? Li Feng's eyes lit up as he glanced at the contents of the spatial ring. As expected of the Feng family, a genius nurtured by the Tianwu Academy, he regarded Feng Yuanjie and said, I am always available for a rematch, but next time, do ensure the spatial ring contains more valuables. He was unperturbed by the prospect of offending Feng Yuanjie. In truth, the Li family was also a family of the Dan Yuan realm, comparable to the Feng family. As long as he did not provoke any forces at the Seven Spirits realm, he had little to fear. In the path of cultivation, one must not be timid, otherwise, it is better to remain hidden within the family. Which formidable figure did not emerge through countless battles? I previously mentioned I would kill you. But your brother's compensation barely buys you a reprieve. Now leave, Li Feng declared, retracting the spatial ring and directing a swift kick at Feng Yanjun. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. Feng Yanjun's body was propelled backward, having suffered multiple fractures, as he let out a pained cry. Li Feng, you! Feng Yuanjie exclaimed in a fury upon witnessing the scene. Do you intend to retaliate? Li Feng replied with a nonchalant smile. In that case, I shall capture Feng Yanjun once more. Feng Yuanjie's expression changed dramatically, and he let out a cold snort, choosing not to respond as he hurried to assess Feng Yanjun's injuries. Li Feng was indeed ruthless. Having killed 2 innate realm experts and now severely injuring Feng Yanjun while threatening Feng Yuanjie, his actions were utterly unrestrained. Such a person was truly formidable. The onlookers regarded Li Feng with trepidation. Some resolved to investigate his identity thoroughly, vowing never to provoke him. Father and the others must be on their way, right? Li Feng thought to himself. Just as he turned around, an infuriated voice resonated through the air. You dare to kill Zhao Wu? The furious voice boomed, and a figure swiftly approached, moving with remarkable speed. This figure wielded a black staff, not concealing the murderous intent in his eyes as he prepared to unleash his most powerful attack. Swish! Streams of energy coursed along the black staff, radiating a searing heat that enveloped the surroundings. The staff seemed to carry the weight of the heavens as it crashed down towards Li Feng. You've killed, so what? Zhao Lin, what can you do? Li Feng scoffed at the approaching figure. He gripped his black battle knife, channeling his entire strength as he struck forward. Bang! The black staff collided with Li Feng's weapon, producing a deafening sound as a wave of terrifying force rippled outward. Li Feng felt his insides churn, some of his organs even feeling as though they had shattered. Yet, he endured, staggering backward several paces. Zhao Lin was indeed a formidable opponent, a true innate realm late-stage expert. Li Feng's eyes reflected concern. He had barely reached the innate realm late-stage strength through the fusion of his Crimson Heart Flame and the ethereal-grade battle knife, yet he only matched in attack and speed, while his defense remained somewhat lacking, placing him firmly in the mid-stage of the innate realm. Engaging Zhao Lin, he was clearly at a disadvantage. The initial attack had not significantly harmed Li Feng, but Zhao Lin's expression darkened further as he glared at Li Feng, his demeanor as grim as a storm cloud. Tian Yu and Tian Chang were both killed by you, given Li Feng's current strength. Slaying Zhao Tianyu and his companion within the medicinal garden space would undoubtedly have been effortless. What do you think? Li Feng replied with a serene smile. Excellent. The Li family has indeed produced a genius. Zhao Lin fixed his gaze on Li Feng, akin to a venomous serpent. His two sons and his own brother had perished at Li Feng's hands. Damn you, Li Feng. You dare to kill members of the Qian family? Suddenly, another furious voice erupted from the void. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures surged forward, casting a glance at Qian Han's corpse before turning their darkened expressions towards Li Feng. Qian family's innate realm? Li Feng sneered at the newcomers. You conspired with the Zhao family to deal with my Li family, so why should I refrain from retaliating? He had gleaned all the plans of the Zhao and Qian families from Zhao Langyuan, thus he held no reservations in his actions. You vile wretch. Striking with such malice at such a young age, you cannot be spared. The Qian family members exchanged glances, their expressions shifting ominously. Who dares to harm my Li family? At that moment, another wave of furious voices erupted. Swish, swish, swish. From afar, several figures approached rapidly. It was Li Tianong and the elders. They quickly reached Li Feng's side, their formidable aura radiating as they cast icy glances at the surrounding crowd. At that moment, as if a chain reaction had been triggered, more figures approached from the distance, including other innate realm experts from the Zhao and Qian families. In a brief span, the number of innate realm experts confronting one another continued to swell. Chapter 79. The Black Shadow Army and the Blood Marshal Token. It turns out that the young man, Li Feng, hails from the Li family of the Wild Forest County. I am aware that the formidable Li Yuxian, at the pinnacle of the Danyuan realm, stands behind the Li family. Li Feng possesses a notable background. Is Li Yoshuan's lifespan nearing its limit? He cannot have much time left. The onlookers observed the tense standoff between the parties involved. Li Yanlai, your Li family's Li Feng has slain my Zhao family's innate warrior. You must provide us with an explanation, thundered the elder of the Zhao family, his countenance dark with barely concealed murderous intent as he glared at Li Feng. At merely 16 years of age, Li Feng has reached such a formidable level. He must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he may very well evolve into another Li Yuxian in the future, a prospect even more terrifying than the young Li Yuxian himself. Haha, Zhao Yuheng. Our families have been feuding for ages. Casualties are merely a natural consequence. Your words are rather laughable, the elder of the Li family replied with a calm smile, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Feng to shield him from sudden attacks by peak innate adversaries like Zhao Yuheng. And what of the innate warrior we lost from the Qian family? A peak innate warrior from the Qian family stepped forward, suppressing his fury. Li Feng's actions are audacious, showing signs of potential malevolence. To prevent future calamities, I propose we unite to eliminate him. Another voice, heavy with bloodlust, echoed through the air. From a distance, numerous innate warriors from the Zheng family approached. They had allied with the Zhao family, constantly targeting the Li family. If Li Feng were to grow stronger in the future, the Zheng family would also face dire consequences. This reasoning holds merit. Our Black Shadow continent has suffered a malevolent disaster, affecting vast regions. The extermination of malevolence piques the interest of my Feng family as well. After the Zhao, Qian, and Zheng families spoke, an elder from the Feng family emerged. His demeanor indifferent. Behind this elder, Feng Yuanjia appeared composed, while Feng Yanjun's eyes still flickered with remnants of fear, and Feng Yi wore a hint of anxiety, feeling helpless. In the blink of an eye, 4 factions at the Dan Yuan realm had united against Li Feng. Nonsense! At this moment, a cold snicker interrupted. Do you all consider yourselves the Black Shadow Marquis? How dare you define someone as malevolent so casually? Zhou Haitao arrived, flanked by numerous innate warriors from the Zhou family, clearly aligning themselves with the Li family. Within a brief span, this confrontation had entangled 6 factions, with their combined innate warriors numbering over 100. The spectacle grew increasingly captivating. Would a battle ensue? The spectators continued to watch intently. Zhou Haitao, are you declaring your Zhou family's allegiance to the Li family? Upon seeing Zhou Haitao step forward, the expressions of the Zhao, Zheng, and Feng families shifted dramatically. Particularly, Feng Yuanjia, who had previously noted the unusual rapport between Zhou Yao and Li Feng, now recognized the significance of the Zhou family's connection to the Li family. Rest assured, everyone, we merely disagree with the definition of malevolence, the elder of the Zhou family said with a genial smile. The Zhou family boasted 3 Dan Yuan realm members, the youngest of whom was under 100 years old, showcasing immense potential. Apart from possessing a powerful force of 7 souls, the Zhou family had little to fear from other Dan Yuan realm factions. With Li Feng's extraordinary talent, they sought to befriend him, as it could yield substantial benefits in the future. Beside Zhou Haitao, Zhou Yao stood silently, her eyes filled with complexity. The once inconspicuous youth now stirred a monumental upheaval. As 6 factions and over 100 innate warriors hovered on the brink of conflict due to him, the Zhou family was also embroiled in this situation, motivated by the desire to befriend this young man. In response, the Zhao and Feng families scoffed, their gazes toward Li Feng and his allies revealing fluctuating emotions. Should the 4 factions converge upon the Li family, the majority of their innate warriors would surely perish. However, with the Zhou family present, the situation was fraught with uncertainties. Even if they succeeded in killing Li Feng, the cost would be immense. Just then, a figure soared into the air, a remarkably youthful man. Though young, none dared to underestimate him. Sun Xinwu, the most powerful member of the younger generation from the Sun family, a force at the Seven Souls realm, was merely 19, yet had already attained the peak of the innate realm, with his true combat prowess being unfathomable. His cold gaze swept over the gathering, and with a mere flick of his right hand, a crimson token flew forth, emanating an astonishing aura of malevolence. The sight of this blood-red token struck fear into the hearts of all present. Is that the Black Shadow Army token? Has Sun Xinwu joined the Black Shadow Army and obtained the Blood Marshal token? The expressions in the crowd shifted dramatically. This was indeed the Blood Marshal token. Li Feng's countenance also shifted slightly at the sight of it. The Black Shadow continent is vast, with numerous counties and a multitude of factions within them. There are many families at the Dan Yuan realm level, as well as over 30 factions at the Seven Souls realm. Furthermore, there are powers beyond the Seven Souls realm, such as the Heavenly Martial Academy, Sword Sect, Divine Pattern Mansion, Xiandao Gate, and Heavenly Witch Valley, 5 formidable entities housing 3 Souls realm experts. In addition to these 5, there exists the Black Shadow Army, the military force under the dominion of the Heavenly Martial Empire. The Heavenly Martial Empire reigns over the Black Shadow continent. While the core soldiers of the Black Shadow Army are not numerous and are categorized into 3 levels: Earth Marshal, Blood Marshal, and Heavenly Marshal. The Earth Marshal token belongs to innate realm warriors. The Blood Marshal token is exclusive to those of the Dan Yuan realm, and the Heavenly Marshal token is wielded by those at the Seven Souls realm. Yet, Sun Xinwu has obtained the Blood Marshal token. Who dares to define malevolence so recklessly? Sun Xinwu's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the innate warriors of the Zheng family. Sensing his piercing stare, the Zheng family members felt a shiver of trepidation wash over them, their eyes betraying their growing fear. This battle ends here. He said no more and directly declared. Upon hearing Sun Xinwu's words, the Zhao family and others visibly altered their expressions, retreating without further protest. With a single pronouncement, all factions acquiesced. At this moment, the Li family members breathed a collective sigh of relief. They were significantly outnumbered, and should combat ensue, they would undoubtedly suffer great losses. I thought a battle might break out, but unexpectedly, Sun Xinwu intervened. The incredulity lingered in the air. Sun Xinwu possesses the blood martial token. Has he already reached the Dan Yuan realm level? Yet, his cultivation still appears to reside at the peak of the innate realm. Uncertainty abounded as the crowd engaged in hushed discussions, their gazes toward Sun Xinwu, now laced with reverence.